Chapter 367. The Planpang Wei cautiously lifted a corner of the tent, peering out to observe the chaotic scene beyond. Outside, the winds howled and sand swirled, casting a shadow over everything. Yet, a multitude of chains surged relentlessly towards the tent, resembling countless silver serpents. The chains bore upright iron claws that writhed with a vengeance akin to agitated cobras, their sharp hooks tauntingly grazing the thick barrier of the protective enchantment. Chenji's barrier, intricately woven with the power of wind and thunder spells, was formidable. Upon contact with the chains, they were instantly struck by the electric force of the spells, sending them careening away. However, having tasted the might of the enchantment, the chains grew even more furious. Instead of retreating, they relentlessly probed the surface of the barrier, seeking to breach it. With this escalating confrontation, it was merely a matter of time before the barrier succumbed. After a brief discussion within the tent, the group resolved that their only hope lay in swiftly finding an escape route while they still had time. Chenji's magical energy was finite. The longer they lingered, the more it would deplete, rendering the barrier increasingly fragile. Should it shatter, the consequences would be dire, making any subsequent actions exceedingly difficult. While Pang Wei and Lao Jindo fidgeted anxiously, Chenji remained remarkably composed, as if in a trance. Since the onset of the battle, his focus had been entirely captivated by the small disc that had transformed from his dust whisk. During the earlier skirmish, as the chaotic flow of energy surged within him, he felt the disc within his pouch stir restlessly, as if yearning to leap forth. Upon entering the tent, Chenji retrieved the silver disc from his pouch. Barely the size of a cup's rim, it was the dust whisk left by Qiu Chuji, now metamorphosed. Having shrunk, the disc now glimmered with a radiant silver hue, every intricate pattern upon it beginning to emit a subtle luminescence, as if poised for transformation. Most importantly, Chenji had come to realize that this silver disc shared an identical composition with the chains. Both were crafted from a living control stone. If this disc can transform into a dust whisk, could it also become something else? He pondered quietly, contemplating its potential. Moreover, why did Qiu Chuji place such a significant item upon the stone coffin? Was it to protect the coffin? That seems unnecessary, given the barrier surrounding it. Could it be a deliberate gift for me? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chenji cradled the small disc in his palm. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive that the disc possessed the ability to control the energy field. The chaotic currents that had previously roamed aimlessly within him now began to move in a more orderly fashion. It felt akin to placing scattered grains of sand into a mold, which then sculpted them into a coherent form, with intricate streams of energy weaving together and shaping themselves into various configurations, thus amplifying the potency of the fierce incantation. Goodness, what time is it? Stop fiddling with that wretched thing, Fat Wei exclaimed, noticing Chen lost in thought beside him, his anxiety mounting to the point of desperation. I mean, Orange, how can you be so nonchalant? Don't you hear the sounds outside? Those are the harbingers of death. Once those chains come in, we'll be left feeling utterly chilled to the bone. We'll end up as mere shreds of flesh. What do you propose we do? Well, perhaps it's not as dire as you think, Hu Meng interjected, sweating profusely as he observed Fat Wei and old Jindo converse, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. I believe those chains are not as clever as they seem. They might not even be able to attack me. Remember, not long ago, when Uncle Jean and I hid behind a rock, they had already detected us, yet chose to turn away. Indeed, what transpired back then? Old Jindo responded, recalling Hu Meng's insight. Hu Meng and I were completely exposed before them. The iron chains were less than half a meter away. Had they intended to strike, my head would likely have been pierced in an instant. Why did they turn back? It's simply that they weren't after us, Fat Wei sighed, shaking his head in resignation. We mere mortals are far too insignificant for them to bother with. They seek out Orange. So, they were looking for Brother Ji? Hu Meng's eyes widened in realization. That means if they have already captured Brother Ji, they won't trouble us any further, right? This makes things much simpler. Damn it, Fat Wei exclaimed, leaping up to deliver a sharp blow to Hu Meng's head. You Mongolian fool. I never realized you had it in you to be a traitor. Are you proposing to sell out Brother Ji? Let me assure you, that will never happen as long as I am here. Even if you manage to escape, do you truly believe you can survive? The lava outside would incinerate you. Do you truly think I would betray my own? We Mongolians never turn our backs on our brothers, Hu Meng retorted, his face flushed with indignation. What I mean is, perhaps we could split our forces. Let Brother Ji draw the chain's attention while we seek an escape route. In your culture, this strategy is known as feigning movement to divert attention. Sigh, that is utterly implausible. Fat Wei immediately countered, shaking his head. Do you think those earth deities are fools? They won't release their hawks unless they see the rabbits. Moreover, Daozi is currently injured. No one can rescue anyone amidst the chaos. If Orange remains here, it's tantamount to sealing his fate. None of us possess the capability to return and save him. Moreover, even if we manage to escape, is there any guarantee that we will find a way out? The position of the glassy night light is far too elevated. What means do we possess to shatter it? We cannot even reach it, unless we possessed bows and arrows to shoot down the very moon above. The strategy of feigning one action while intending another, as Hu Meng suggested, is not without merit. At that moment, Lao Jindo suddenly nodded beside us and said, in our current predicament, a direct confrontation is utterly infeasible. Leaving Chenzi behind is our sole means of escape. Chapter 368, A Crisis at Hand. Alas, Lao Jin too. Has your head been kicked by a donkey or squeezed by a doorframe? Upon hearing Lao Jindo's words, Peng Wei immediately erupted in fury, pointing at Hu Meng and exclaiming, while it is one thing for Hu Meng to betray us at such a critical juncture, considering his Mongolian heritage, why do you join in the uproar? What is your intention? To trade Orange's life for your own? Come now, you might as well take my life too. What is wrong with us Mongolians? Hu Meng had long been suppressing his frustrations. Since entering this underground lair, he had witnessed far more than he could endure. Now, those chains bound the outside tightly, with life and death hanging by a thread. Overwhelmed with fright, Hu Meng was teetering on the brink of collapse. After hearing Peng Wei's words, he immediately shouted with reddened eyes, what is wrong with us Mongolians? Speak clearly. Though we Mongolians may be combative, we never betray our comrades. Unlike you Han people, who profess brotherhood today only to stab us in the back tomorrow. I understand your grievances against my ancestor, Genghis Khan. Come, take your anger out on me. Let us grapple, and you shall see who the true descendants of the golden lineage are. After Hu Meng finished speaking, his face flushed. He bent down and indeed assumed a fighting stance against Peng Wei. With you? Enough of this nonsense. Peng Wei shoved him aside as if he were a mere rabbit, then turned to Chen Ji. Orange, you ought to speak up. Why are you still fiddling with that wretched silver plate? Look over here. Lao Jin too is ready to sell you out. Peng Wei shouted loudly. Yet Chen Ji seemed oblivious to his words, completely engrossed in observing the silver plate, his eyes darting as if he were calculating something at lightning speed. However, at that moment, a sudden scream from Hu Meng pierced the air, and he collapsed onto the ground. Help! Help! I said, Prince Hu Meng, why are you so dramatic? I haven't even touched you, and yet you are on the ground. Are you trying to feign injury? Peng Wei, already dizzy with anxiety, attempted to pull Hu Meng up, but after one tug, he found he could not. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a green hand had unexpectedly emerged from Hu Meng's ankle. In an instant, Fat Wei sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He hurriedly leaped forward, brandishing a formidable machete, and brought it down forcefully onto the ground. The green wrist retracted swiftly, revealing a baseball-sized circular hole in the earth. What on earth is the purpose of such a small hole? They cannot possibly enter through it, Fat Wei mused, bending down to inspect it. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he shouted in alarm, this is bad. Before anyone could react, a segment of chain adorned with iron claws suddenly shot forth from the opening. The iron claws spiraled gracefully through the air, swiftly ensnaring Hu Meng and beginning to drag him underground with alarming speed. Damn it! So, they wish to engage in a subterranean battle, do they? Fat Wei was truly enraged now. He swung his machete wildly, delivering a flurry of strikes against the chain. Despite his furious assault of over a dozen blows, the chain remained intact, albeit battered and bruised, before finally releasing Hu Meng, who was flung onto the ground. Meanwhile, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust, as the once smooth surface was riddled with countless holes, resembling a sieve. Near the ghost blade, a multitude of chains suddenly surged forth, spiraling towards it, intertwining in the air to form a massive net that descended upon the ghost blade. Initially, the ghost blade was with eyes closed, but as the chains neared, he vanished in an instant. Subsequently, a flurry of blades danced through the air, the cold white light and the blue glow of the mysterious blades swirling together. When the ghost blade reappeared, he had seized the mysterious fire in his mouth. Having sliced through the chain net, with his onslaught of blades. These damned Earth Immortals are tunneling from below. Orange, think of something quickly, Fatway shouted, readying his machete at the entrance for the next wave of attack. He soon discovered that the holes he had just created were being sealed off rapidly by Chen Ji's turbulent energy, causing the barrier beneath their feet to thicken. The Earth Immortals' prior method of intrusion had become utterly impossible. However, the chaos from this ordeal had thrown everyone into disarray, particularly Hu Meng, who lay utterly incapacitated on the ground. Outside, the chains began to multiply with frenzied intensity. Upon lifting the curtain, Fatway despaired at the sight of chains piling up like mountains, gradually overwhelming the barrier. At this rate, the upper portion of the barrier would soon be completely engulfed, leaving them nowhere to hide. The situation had turned dire. They could even hear the shrill, mocking laughter of the Earth Immortals outside. These beings exhibited a fierce and malevolent demeanor, seemingly harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity, relishing in the terror of their impending demise. They cackled outside, deliberately uttering horrific phrases to torment those within the tent. They spoke of skinning the individuals inside, meticulously slicing away their flesh with a sharp blade, prying into the gaps between their fingers, forcing their nails apart one by one, extracting their eyes, and then impaling all the skinned victims on an iron rod, roasting them over a fire. Hu Meng, upon hearing such horrifying tales, was utterly paralyzed by fear, desperately holding back his cries. His eyes wide with panic as he sought solace in Chen Ji's gaze, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Chen Ji remained engrossed in the silver platter before him, seemingly indifferent to the world around him, as if that silver platter encompassed everything. Enough, let us heed my words. Old Jindo suddenly lowered his head, solemnly declaring, as I suggested earlier, we shall hand over Chen Ji to them. The rest of you should seize this opportunity to escape from the top, return to the original dark entrance, and then devise a way to find a path to safety. How can you still utter such words at this moment? Fatway was nearly driven to madness by old Jindo's insistence. After all their exertion, he was drenched in sweat, and no amount of artificial cooling from his work uniform could stave off the clamminess of his anxious perspiration, the fabric saturated and clingy against his skin. Old Jin, are you unwell? If you truly wish to leave, then go. I shall stay here with Chingzi, Fatway shouted at old Jindo, nearly spitting in his face with frustration. You still do not grasp my meaning. Old Jindo suddenly raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked at Fatway. What I mean is, you all should leave. Cut a piece of skin from Chen Ji and attach it to me. I will impersonate him and remain here to buy you time. Chapter 369. Old Jindo's Proposal. What? Upon hearing old Jindo's words, Fatway was immediately struck with shock, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Hu Meng, standing nearby, was equally stunned, clutching his small dagger as if turned to stone, unable to utter a word. Old Jin, have you lost your mind, or what? Fatway stammered. I've noticed something's been off with you throughout this journey, acting as if you've taken the wrong medicine. Do you think we are not human? So many young men here, and you expect us to leave you, an old man, in exchange for a chance at survival? Has the toxic gas down here clouded your mind? I am not of unsound mind. It is my liver that is failing. Old Jindo pointed to his chest, tears streaming down his face. Weizi, I received notice last month that I am in the late stages of liver cancer. I have 2 tumors in my liver, previously hidden beneath layers of fat, now revealed. I have been diagnosed with an incurable illness. Oh my goodness, what did you just say? I must have misheard. Fatway, momentarily stunned, stared wide-eyed at old Jindo with palpable anxiety. Are you hallucinating? What nonsense are you spouting? Liver cancer? How could you suddenly be afflicted with liver cancer? You eat even more than I do every day? It is true, Weizi. This time, I truly am facing death, old Jindo exclaimed passionately, tears flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks, a cascade of sorrow. The doctor informed me that my cancer cells are spreading at an alarming rate, almost the fastest among all cases, with at most 3 months left to live. This is the consequence of my actions throughout my life, a manifestation of retribution. I have lived for over 50 years, committing both good and evil deeds, and the lives I have affected are countless. I have no complaints. Good and evil are met with their due responses, and this is the retribution I deserve. Therefore, upon learning that Genghis Khan was buried here, I insisted on joining you all, even at the cost of my own dignity. If I can share the same resting place as Genghis Khan, I shall not feel it to be in vain. In my earlier years, I was overlooked despite my talents. And in my later life, I have enjoyed enough glory. As I approach death, I am willing to exchange my life for the lives of a few of you. It is worth it. But then, that is not an option. The words of old Jindo left Fat Wei utterly bewildered, his head spinning, unable to respond immediately. He stared intently at old Jindo's gaunt face and stammered. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that old Jindo had significantly darkened and thinned since a few months prior. With deep dark circles under his eyes and a considerable amount of gray hair, clear signs of severe illness. It appears he was not speaking falsely. What are you hesitating for? Wei? Old Jindo's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, blood rushing to his head, his eyes bloodshot and teary. It has been too long since Sanzi was down there. I am worried. I am finally going to see Sanzi, to see my son. I am elated. After saying this, old Jindo wiped his tears and grasped Fat Wei's hand tightly. Wei, I have told you before that wealth is merely an external possession. Do not concern yourself too much with it. After my passing, the money I have saved will be yours. My guarantor is Leopard, and all of it is deposited in a Swiss bank account. The password is the date I was released from prison when I was young. You will be able to withdraw the money by contacting Leopard for the credit guarantee. The over 500 million I have in the bank will be yours. Build me a small mound beside Sanzi, and whenever you think of me, just remember to light some incense. Alas, I say to you, old Jinto. Fat Wei, holding old Jindo, nearly broke into tears, his forehead drenched in sweat, at a loss for words. Just then, they heard a thunderous sound as the left side of the barrier suffered a violent impact. The iron chains had all gathered at the upper left of the barrier, coalescing into a massive form resembling a dragon, which struck heavily against the barrier, creating a dent. Enough. Let us not hesitate any longer. Old Jindo shouted, gazing at the visibly distorted tent outside. Wei, we have faced life and death together for so long. Do we still need to concern ourselves with these trifles? There exists but one method for us now. After all, these chains are not human. Just as Genghis Khan devised a cunning ruse to deceive them in the past, we too can restrain Chen Zi, strip the skin from his shoulder, affix it to myself, and then I shall dash forth. You must find a way to leap from the top of the tent, running back the way you came without a backward glance. I shall endeavor to hold on as long as possible, until you have escaped. As long as you survive, my death shall hold meaning. Old Jin, in this moment of life and death, even Fat Wei could not restrain his tears. Indeed, old Jindo speaks the most feasible course of action. No matter how eloquently we might argue otherwise, this is the undeniable reality. If we continue to hesitate and dawdle, waiting until the chains have completely enveloped the upper area, we shall truly have nowhere left to flee. Uncle Jin, I have long known of your affliction. At this juncture, Chen Ji suddenly turned to old Jindo and slowly remarked, from the moment you insisted on accompanying us to Kent Mountain, I sensed your aura diminishing. Thus, when you insisted on descending into the depths, I did not object. Chen Ji's unexpected words startled everyone. He had been intently focused on the silver plate, and we had thought him rendered senseless by the fall. Enough of this. Such words are now futile. Old Jindo wiped the tears from his face, gritted his teeth, and drew forth a dagger. Chen Zi, bear with it. I will take a piece of skin from your shoulder, and you must find a way to stifle your breath and lead everyone out of the tent, retracing our steps. Uncle Jin, it seems you have misunderstood my intentions, Chen Ji said, holding the small silver plate, smiling calmly at old Jindo. My desire in bringing you down here was to ensure you have no regrets in this life, not to lead you to your demise. Whether you can withstand this illness upon your exit is your destiny. Yet, since I have brought you down, I shall also lead you out. Chapter 370. The silver artifact. After Chen Ji spoke, he gently polished the silver plate in his hand, which immediately gleamed brilliantly, the intricate carvings becoming remarkably distinct. Each design exquisitely detailed, with a faint spiritual glow shimmering in the indentations. At that moment, Chen Ji declared, I have been studying the patterns on this silver plate and have discovered that they are far from mere decoration. These designs exhibit remarkable regularity, akin to orderly symbols, balanced and systematic, a unique arrangement of numbers. If I am not mistaken, this represents an exceedingly refined equation, specifically tailored for incantations. Far more complex than any formula devised by humanity. It encompasses energy calculations, energy control, and energy transformation. Such intricate computations are beyond the capacity of even the most advanced supercomputers of our time. I recently took advantage of that brief moment to roughly calculate some data. Currently, I can only decipher a minuscule portion of it, yet this is sufficient. For this fragment of information has the capacity to manipulate my airflow and amplify the potency of my incantations. In other words, this silver disc possesses the ability to enhance airflow, simultaneously exerting a reverse effect on itself, altering its physical structure, and enabling the disc to be molded into a weapon. Oh my goodness, you've rambled on so much. What does it all mean? Fat Wei exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. At a time like this, who can comprehend your academic jargon? Spare us the superfluous details. I can already see the Grim Reaper's feet. Just tell us if there is any hope left. If not, we might as well join old Jean in the afterlife. All right, let me simplify, Chen replied, tightening his grip on the silver disc. Simultaneously, torrents of airflow emanated from within him, radiating a unique brilliance that swiftly coalesced at his feet into a spiral formation, akin to a tornado. This silver disc can amplify my airflow, allowing it to temporarily adopt a spiral structure with immense explosive power, akin to dynamite. I have calculated that this explosive airflow can instantly shatter the chains outside. Then, during that brief moment, I can propel myself into the desert beyond. Just give me 5 seconds, and I am confident I can shatter the moon. Are you speaking in riddles? Fat Wei finally grasped Chen Ji's intent and interjected. Let us not forget how we just plummeted from the sky. That large piece of glass can nullify your incantations. By the time your airflow reaches the top, it will have dissipated into thin air. How can you possibly shoot the moon? Indeed, that moon can nullify my incantations, but it cannot erase tangible objects, such as physical arrows, Chen Ji responded, revealing the silver disc he had been clutching tightly. This artifact can alter the movement of airflow, and the airflow can, in turn, act upon this silver disc, shaping it into any form. As he spoke, the silver disc began to spin rapidly in his palm, twisting and elongating until it transformed into a gleaming arrow. If only you can send me out, I will fashion a complete set of physical bows and arrows. And by harnessing the adhesive force of the airflow, I will enhance the elasticity and power of these projectiles to pierce the moon above. Once that moon is shattered, my incantations will no longer be under control. At that point, I will create a barrier bubble to envelop everyone and utilize the airflow to launch us away. I can send you out, the previously silent Ghost Blade suddenly interjected. He was evidently still heavily injured, clutching his chest and appearing pale. Yet his tone remained remarkably composed as he asserted, I have faced these Earth immortals. Their speed is swift, but still inferior to mine. If the chains outside are broken, I can expedite your escape and grant you 5 precious seconds. Excellent, it is settled. Chen Ji nodded at Gui Dao. At that moment, a tremendous crash resounded as the top of the tent began to collapse. With the sound of splintering wood, the structure started to disassemble, and the situation became increasingly dire. Everyone move aside, Chen Ji shouted as he leaped into the center, raising the silver plate high. In that instant, a spiral pattern on the plate radiated with dazzling light, and the air beneath his feet began to spiral and expand infinitely. Remember, once you break free, flee at all costs towards me, quickly gather around me. As soon as the moon shatters, I will create a sticky barrier bubble to launch us all to safety. Speed is of the essence. With that, Chen Ji closed his eyes, bit his tongue, and a mouthful of blood flowed forth. Subsequently, a mighty current of energy surged from within him, coiling in a spiral like a spring, rapidly entwining and accumulating, its elasticity increasing. At the critical moment, Chen Ji suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, break. With a resounding bang, the powerful current instantaneously collapsed, unleashing a force capable of rending the earth as it surged outward from the tent. The wooden structure was reduced to dust under the intense onslaught of air, and the chains hovering outside were shattered in an instant. In a fleeting moment, countless iron chains flew through the air, and a gap appeared directly ahead. Go! Chen Ji called to Gui Dao. Before his voice fully escaped, Gui Dao had already grasped his arm, propelling them both through the opening. In an instant, Chen Ji found himself enveloped in darkness, the scenery blurring past him as he heard the enraged cries of the earth immortals behind. He felt his body propelled through the rushing air, Gui Dao's speed rendering the atmosphere nearly still. When Chen Ji's feet finally touched the ground, he realized they had arrived in a vast desert, with the luminous full moon shining overhead like a radiant disk. The celestial peacock expressed gratitude for the support received. Chapter 371. Transforming Qi into a bow even without glancing back. Chen could sense the frenzied earth immortals surging towards him, their chains whirling through the air, and the razor-sharp hooks poised to strike him down within moments. In this invaluable 5 seconds, Chen took a step forward, closed his eyes, and concentrated, channeling all the energy within him into the silver plate he held. In that fleeting moment, Chen felt a tumultuous surge within him, as if the very earth around him began to tremble and shake. A torrent of energy surged forth, swirling and billowing from within, coalescing into the silver disc held in his hands. With a swift rush, the silver disc began to spin rapidly, expanding in size, and a radiant light emerged, revealing a longbow and arrows in Chen grasp. This longbow, resplendent in silvery hues, was inscribed with intricate runes from the silver disc, luminescent and enveloped in the swirling energy, resembling a divine artifact descending from the heavens amidst the night. Drawing the bowstring with all his might, Chen aimed at the magnificent full moon above. During his physical training, he had learned some archery techniques from the ghost blade, and though he could not claim to be an expert, he had mastered the fundamental skills. Most importantly, the bow and arrows in his hands were enshrouded by the energy, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged continuously. As he drew the bow to its limit, he aimed the arrow's tip at the bright moon overhead and, with a resounding release, let it fly. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow soared forth, propelled by a fierce force, enveloped in a shimmering energy, racing toward the moon above. At that very instant, Chen felt a sharp pain in his back as 2 razor-sharp claws pierced through his work attire. Subsequently, 7 or 8 chains ensnared him tightly, their force immense, constricting ever more tightly and multiplying in number. Soon after, a dozen green earth immortals leapt upon him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Among them, an elderly earth immortal wearing a crown climbed atop Chen, his expression malevolent as he pressed down on Chen head, extending his long, sharp nails, and uttering in a piercing voice, "Bastard, watch as I tear you apart." But the old earth immortal's fury came too late. Chen arrow traced a brilliant arc across the night sky, striking the very center of the full moon. With a resonant clang, a crack appeared in the moon's core, rapidly spreading outward until it enveloped the entire celestial body. The once pristine moonlight transformed into a myriad of glimmering reflections, illuminating the night sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. The moon had shattered into countless fragments, resembling a mosaic from afar. Pang Wei and the old Jindo, although slightly delayed, had just reached beneath the moon, poised to await Chen barrier bubble to launch them upward. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Despite being shattered into innumerable fragments, the moon's interior, containing a viscous substance, held all the shards together, preventing them from scattering immediately. Now, a mere gentle touch would send the fragments tumbling apart. Before Chen was overwhelmed by the earth immortals, he hurled the bow and arrow in his hand towards the hefty Wei, exclaiming, "Quickly, fire another arrow." However, upon uttering these words, he realized the futility of his plea. In that fleeting moment, Wei had already been ensnared by several chains. Collapsing to the ground with blood streaming from his back and neck, his work attire perforated. The arrow clattered to the ground beside him. At that moment, the situation for Gui Dao was dire. The earth immortals, aware of his formidable prowess, summoned countless chains that ensnared him tightly. Gui Dao braced his long knife against the earth, attempting to fend off the encroaching chains. Yet, the number of chains continued to multiply, as those that had been repelled earlier now surged forth like a silver tide, threatening to engulf everyone present. Meanwhile, Lao Jindo had already been struck down by a thick chain, bloodied and left in a state of uncertainty about his survival, rendering him utterly unreliable. In this critical instant, Hu Meng emerged from the shadows, having fallen into the sand during his earlier flight and escaped the earth immortal's notice, thus avoiding the chain's assault. Covered in sand and swaying unsteadily, he picked up the bow and arrow from the ground amidst the gazes of onlookers. "Hu Meng, let's see what you can do." "Shoot," Wei shouted hoarsely. Hu Meng's face flushed crimson as he trembled, knocking an arrow and drawing back the bow with all his might, aiming for the moon. "Good," Chen exclaimed with joy, promptly expelling a viscous stream of energy from his mouth to enhance the arrow's velocity. With Chen forceful breath, the arrow soared like a meteor towards the luminous moon. The fragile glass shards upon it were already on the brink of peril upon the arrow's gentle contact. A cacophony erupted as countless sparkling fragments rained down from the sky. Soon after, A vast black void manifested in the heavens above. After releasing the arrow, Hu Ming's calf suddenly cramped, causing him to kneel, drenched in sweat as he softly murmured, "Thank goodness I didn't skip archery class." Seeing the gaping void in the sky, Chen shouted urgently, simultaneously spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, unleashing an explosive surge of energy that spiraled outward, shattering the chains and scattering the nearby earth immortals. Meanwhile, Chen extended his palm, and a transparent bubble of energy emerged, swiftly expanding to envelop him. Ascending into the air, it released thousands of delicate spiraling currents from his body, reminiscent of spinning bombs, shattering the surrounding terrain and allowing everyone to escape. Seizing the moment, Chen cast forth the streams of energy, drawing everyone into the protective bubble as they soared into the sky. However, what transpired next was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Chapter 372. The Eruption. Oh dear mother, we finally made it out. Fatway gasped, clinging to the membrane of the bubble, panting heavily. The exhilaration of survival was palpable, as joy illuminated the faces of all, believing they had finally escaped the jaws of peril. Yet, just as the bubble ascended rapidly, shrinking the figures below, a leader adorned with a crown leaped into the center of the ground. Removing his crown, he knelt, striking the earth with it and crying out in a piercing voice. The sound was discomforting, akin to the wails of a night owl, sending shivers down the spine. Despite its unpleasantness, Chen discerned the language. It was divine script. The Lord returns. The Lord returns. Grant your humble servant supreme power to capture the intruders. As the eerie cries echoed, the earth trembled violently, fracturing from the center. Countless streams of fiery red magma surged forth from the fissures, unlike any seen before. Interspersed with glimmers of golden light, swirling within, brimming with boundless energy that erupted instantaneously. In an instant, the chains upon the ground were stained crimson, infused with the golden radiance, and as if reborn, they danced wildly in the air like serpentine dragons. At that moment, the leader of the earth's spirits plunged into the scalding magma, continuing his lament. "O noble Lord, I am your humble servant. In days past, you bestowed upon me the divine chains to protect this land, allowing your spirit to rest below. Now, lowly scions have dared to defile the sacred ground, severing the divine chains. I beseech you to grant divine power from the heavens to capture the foes, binding them beneath the earth for eternal punishment." The old earth spirit recited this strange divine script rapidly, akin to a tongue twister. At that moment, the previously soaring chains transformed dramatically, infused with golden light. They shimmered brilliantly, now robust, and extending upwards with unfathomable speed, launching into the protective bubble. This immense power shattered Chen barrier, ensnaring his ankles and swiftly pulling him downward. "Chen, be careful." Old Jindo hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Chen treasure pouch. However, the force was overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, Chen and Lao Jindo were yanked from the boundary bubble. They plummeted swiftly through the air, ultimately crashing heavily onto the sand. The speed of the chains was astonishing, such that even the ghost blade had no time to react. As they hit the ground, before they could rise, they were swiftly subdued by countless earth immortals. Simultaneously, molten lava surged from all directions, intent on reducing them to ashes. The boundary bubble, upon being grazed by the chains, shook violently yet remained intact, continuing its ascent. Orange and Fatway supported the boundary bubble, shouting downwards, while Orange drew out his great sword, eager to break through the boundary and leap down. Suddenly, Chen called out fiercely, "Jiling, I command you to take them away and wait at a distance. Do not look back." His voice resonated with authority, akin to the thunder of night, exuding an undeniable sense of command. The ghost blade stood atop the boundary bubble, gripping his long knife tightly for a moment before relaxing, nodding gently in acknowledgement of Chen command. The boundary bubble soared upwards swiftly, but the earth immortals were not to be underestimated. They hastily leaped to the distant rock walls, seeking to intercept the ghost blade and his companions from another route. A tremendous roar echoed forth. Chen gritted his teeth, releasing all the energy within him. The energy spiraled into formation, lifting into the air, stirring the lava into chaos. In an instant, the lava in the desert soared, creating towering waves that engulfed the earth immortals attempting to leap forward, forcing those pinning Chen down to hastily retreat. At this moment, Chen Ji's work attire was in tatters, exposing his upper body. His skin sizzled from the intense heat, yet a fierce protective energy enveloped him, igniting his fury. Do you think mere demigods can kill me with these walls of fire? Come, let me see your capabilities. Upon uttering these words, Chen Ji summoned a magnificent flow of energy, lifting the encircling lava and crashing it against the rock wall, illuminating the night sky. The fiery sea and rocky mountains appeared grand and overwhelming. The Earth Immortals, now daunted, dared not make any rash moves, remaining rooted in place. At that moment, the boundary bubble containing the ghost blade and fat way finally glided over the dark opening above, vanishing into the vast obscurity. As the great waves of lava subsided, a wave of heat surged from the ground. Chen Ji felt his protective energy waning, when suddenly, the ground illuminated, transforming into a dazzling golden hue. This golden earth seemed enchanted, growing intensely hot and exhibiting immense gravitational pull, binding Chen Ji firmly to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. At this point, all of Chen Ji's magical energy had been exhausted. He could not muster even a wisp of energy, his entire being ensnared by chains and Earth Immortals. Tightly restrained upon the earth, the silver bow and arrow reverted to a disc shape, slipping from his grasp and landing several meters ahead. Meanwhile, the old trickster had been rendered unconscious by the earth deity, lying nearby in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. Suddenly, the leader of the earth deities emerged from the molten lava, his body radiating intense heat, revealing a grotesquely fierce visage as he crawled toward Chen Ji. Chen Ji's skin hissed as it was scorched by the deity's searing body. Such audacity, illegitimate son of the clan leader. Who do you think you are? Do you believe we are mere demigods? Let me tell you, even your ancestor Jiangshang dared not act recklessly before us. Do you know whom lies buried beneath this great mountain? The flaming peacock uttered. The golden earth seemed to possess boundless power, ensnaring Chen Ji, rendering him immobile. The old earth deity slowly lowered himself, leaning close to Chen Ji's ear, his voice sharp and sinister. You lowly, illegitimate son. Do you truly believe you can command the gods? You know nothing of the ancient world. We are ancient, here long before your ancestor Jiangshang was born. We witnessed his arrival into this world, observed the farcical performances he enacted, saw the gods worshipped by humans, only to be forsaken. We remained silent, for we were tasked with guarding the underground, indifferent to the affairs above. However, do not truly believe you have created this world. In the eyes of the ancient gods, you are naught but insignificant grains of sand. Do you know who my master is? Fuxi? Chen Ji, bound tightly to the ground, replied calmly. The legendary origin of all things, the progenitor of Huaxia civilization, the divine emperor Fuxi? Impudent. The old earth deity erupted in fury, gritting his teeth as he cursed with divine script. How arrogant. You are merely a half-god born of human blood. How dare you utter the name of the divine emperor? Do you know who the Fuxi you speak of is? My master is the husband of the goddess who mends the heavens, the ancestor of the divine and human races, the foremost among the three ancient gods, far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. To safeguard this divine bloodline, my master left a golden divine soul beneath this mountain, commanding us to guard it for generations. Should his descendants prove unworthy, they shall be annihilated and eternally buried underground. With your humble status, you dare to tarnish this sacred land with the divine power bestowed upon you by Jiangshang? Truly, you are deluded. Do you know what year it is tonight? Do you know my age? I am uncertain of your years, but I know that if Fuxi commanded you to guard this place for eternity, you have already failed in your duty. Chen Ji replied calmly. 1,000 years ago, you mistakenly captured the eldest son of Temujin, allowing him to evade punishment. Now, the new king of the underworld has intruded here. It seems this Kent Mountain is not under your watch after all. Do not spout nonsense. The old earth deity, struck at his core, became enraged. What new underworld deity? He was merely another arrogant deity's offspring. Deities are born as deities, and a divine child shall forever remain a divine child. The lord of the underworld has long perished, and Fengdu City lacks a successor. However, that woman. The old immortal's voice trembled slightly at this point, betraying a hint of fear, though he quickly regained his composure. We are the servants of the divine ancestors and acknowledge no new gods. After that formidable woman departed, they withdrew from Kent Mountain. Those who foolishly ventured underground were swiftly reduced to fragments by our hands. As for the abomination known as Genghis Khan, it was Jiangshang who spared him 1,000 years ago. That young man always mingled with your kind, showing too much leniency towards you. Which woman? At the utterance of this question, Chen felt a jolt run through him, desperately attempting to rise from the ground, yet failing to do so. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It seems you remain blissfully unaware. The old immortal cackled sharply. Bastard, we care not for your trivial disputes on the surface. They are mere farces in your brief existence. I act solely on the divine ancestors' command. Those who trespass here shall meet their demise. Upon finishing this ominous declaration, the old immortal's claws plunged deeply into Chen Ji's body. An inexplicable force descended upon him, pressing down with the weight of a mountain, as if he were burdened by 1,000 tons. Every bone in Chen Ji's body shattered under this pressure, and even the ground beneath him seemed unable to endure the weight. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the ground developed web-like fissures, and soon the golden surface collapsed, revealing a vast chasm below. Chen Ji plummeted rapidly into the depths of the earth from this golden expanse. At that moment, the old immortal's voice resonated slowly above him. Since you are a descendant of Jiangshang, you share his bloodline. As fallen leaves return to their roots, I shall send you to perish within the golden divine essence. As the old immortal's words echoed, Chen Ji felt the currents surrounding his body gradually dissipate, leaving him utterly unprotected as he continued his swift descent underground. In the midst of his fall, Chen Ji forced his eyes open, only to discover that beneath him lay an unfathomable abyss, within which swirled a colossal mass of golden energy. This energy formed an awe-inspiring shape resembling a human figure, complete with a head, limbs, and torso, radiating a blinding golden brilliance, generating limitless energy that was overwhelming to behold, vast beyond comparison, even surpassing the ocean's expanse. In the final moments, Chen Ji felt the feverish heat enveloping his entire being gradually dissipate. A refreshing sensation surrounded him as he descended into a golden sea, soft and inviting, instilling a profound warmth and comfort reminiscent of a return to the womb, as if this place were the true sanctuary of his bloodline. In the depths of his consciousness, Chen Ji became aware that his vitality was slowly fading away, his body being consumed inch by inch. Amidst his limited vision, he beheld several green earth immortals standing upon a cliff ahead, with their venerable leader reverently raising a crown with both hands, indifferent to his impending demise. Everything began to blur, and gradually, Chen Ji slowed his breathing, his heart's cadence diminishing as he resigned himself to the approach of death. Just as it seemed all was to conclude, a radiant white light materialized out of thin air. This light was dazzling and sacred, embodying the purest essence of the universe. It hovered in the darkness, illuminating all, and within the brilliance stood a figure cloaked in white. It was an elderly man adorned in a flowing white robe, his long hair cascading like silvery threads, reminiscent of an immortal from ancient paintings. He held a silver whisk in his hand, his presence ethereal, floating as if descended from the heavens. The white-clad elder glided gracefully before the leader of the earth immortals, bowing politely, engaging in hushed conversation, seemingly deliberating on some matter. Initially, the leader exhibited a demeanor of refusal, yet after a time, he appeared to reach a consensus with the elder, casting a glance toward Chen Ji before departing with all the earth immortals. Subsequently, a dazzling golden light enveloped Chen Ji, and an immense force extracted him from the golden energy, bringing him down heavily upon the ground. He found himself amidst a chaotic array of rocks. The ground marked by the imprints of chains, the green earth immortals vanished, and only the bloodied figure of an old acrobat remained beside him. At that moment, Chen Ji suddenly sensed an indescribably powerful aura approaching him. He observed the white light gently moving, the elder in white walking toward him. Chapter 374. The elder in white. Chen Ji recalled the vision of the white robe, the serene demeanor of the elder wielding the whisk, reminiscent of Qiu Chuji from a millennium ago. As the elder drew closer, Chen Ji felt an overwhelming presence emanating from him, a grandeur akin to the vastness of the ocean, so immense that it seemed capable of effortlessly engulfing all existence. In the latest and swiftest developments, the enigmatic figure of Qiu Chujia remained elusive, akin to a fragile illusion on the verge of shattering. Yet, entwined within his aura was an inexplicable sorrow, reminiscent of a soul burdened by shackles, silently weeping. Chen Ji desperately sought to lift his gaze, yearning to scrutinize the visage of the elder in white, driven by an insatiable curiosity regarding the hypothesis that had long tormented him. However, he was utterly fatigued. His shattered bones rendered him in excruciating agony, and all his spiritual energy had been siphoned away, leaving him devoid of even the strength to widen his eyes. Faintly, he perceived the elder in white approaching with graceful footsteps, as if gliding upon the earth. When that radiant figure drew near, a divine luminosity seemed to caress the land, purifying everything in its vicinity. Yet, amidst the sanctity of the elder's white robe, Chen discerned the faint outlines of heavy chains concealed beneath. The elder gently leaned beside Chen, extending an arm suffused with ethereal light to tenderly stroke his hair, evoking the sensation of cradling an infant. Subsequently, the elder deftly waved a dust brush, causing it to shimmer with a radiant glow. The floating dust began to swiftly condense and morph, ultimately transforming into a silver disc. As the elder released his grasp, the silver disc spun gracefully into the palm of Chen-Ji's hand. The elder then turned to depart, leaving behind footprints that glimmered with light upon the ground he had traversed, as if the infernal landscape, once saturated with magma and blood, had been transfigured into a sacred sanctuary. In a hazy vision, Chen-Ji observed the elder ascend to a distant wooden platform, where Lao Kutu lay in despair, a bloodied axe still embedded in his abdomen. Surrounding him were remnants of flesh and viscera, as he lay motionless, akin to a beast resigned to despair. In the desert behind him, Mongolian warriors lay scattered, their bodies marred by blood, resembling crimson blossoms blooming amidst the sands. The elder in white stood before Lao Kutu, regarding him with indifference, then formed a gesture in the air and pointed gently at him. In an instant, Lao Kutu's body disintegrated into ash, carried away by the wind, while the distant warriors gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing within the desert, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, Chen-Ji was engulfed in a shroud of warmth, and he felt himself propelled forward with great haste. At times, he distinctly sensed himself resting upon the back of Lao Jindo, yet at other moments, it felt as though he were atop the elder in white. During these moments, the elder softly and repeatedly murmured a singular phrase. "Child, redeem my sins for me." It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but when Chen-Ji finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. A profound sense of disorientation engulfed him. His lips trembled, rendering him momentarily speechless. The first sensation he registered was an excruciating pain coursing through his bones, akin to a relentless torment that made it difficult for him to breathe. Soon, he discerned the visage of Fat Wei looming into his field of vision. At that moment, Fat Wei's face was a veritable canvas of tears and mucus as he cradled Chen-Ji's head, seemingly wailing for an eternity. "Holy cow, you're really awake. I thought you had kicked the bucket." Fat Wei's voice, resembling that of a quacking duck, was even more grating than before. "You scared the living daylights out of us. You emerged from the underground devoid of any breath, and for over 10 days, you showed no signs of life. The doctor had even issued a death certificate for you. Had it not been for me and old Jean holding them back, those Mongolians would have buried you already." Old Jean returned from below in a frenzy, claiming he saw a celestial being who assured him that you would be all right, instructing him to carry you back. In gratitude, he was supposedly granted another life, or something equally absurd. I suspect his mental state deteriorated upon receiving the grim diagnosis. But who would have thought? Who would have thought you actually survived? My heavens. Fat Wei rambled on, tears and snot flowing freely, resembling a garrulous old woman. Meanwhile, a nurse had dashed out to deliver the news, and shortly thereafter, a throng of people flooded into the room. Everyone had gathered, old Jindo, Ji Ying, Hu Meng, and even old Mert, accompanied by a multitude of Mongolians. It turned out that this was a private hospital owned by the Huang family, and Chen-Ji had been in a coma for 17 days. Gue Dao, due to severe injuries, had been placed in a specialized ward for care. Although the elixir had preserved his bones and tendons from significant harm, he suffered from extensive lacerations and severe burns requiring isolation treatment. The others fared relatively well, save for Hu Meng, who wailed and lamented about internal injuries and severe psychological trauma, now confined to a wheelchair. Old Mert had enlisted the best medical team in Mongolia for his consultation. Yet, old Jindo appeared the most vibrant among them, his head wrapped in white bandages, his eyes sparkling with fervor, wearing an expression of pride, as if he had encountered the Virgin Mary herself. Upon seeing Chen-Ji awake, old Jindo rushed forward and grasped Chen-Ji's hand, eager to recount the events that had transpired. "I saw the divine being." Old Jindo exclaimed, shedding his usual demeanor of shrewd composure, his countenance radiant with excitement. Despite the severe injury to his forehead, bandaged like a dumpling, his eyes sparkled with vigor, and his words flowed with enthusiasm as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Chenji, do you know? I've struck it rich. I truly met a celestial being. Oh. Upon hearing Chenji's words, his heart tightened instantly. The figure clad in white re-emerged in his mind, a presence shrouded in mist that felt utterly surreal, like a fleeting phantom poised to dissipate at any moment. Throughout Chenji's days of unconsciousness, this apparition appeared repeatedly in his dreams. At times, it seemed as if Qiu Chujian stood right before him, still turned away, holding a floating dust cloth. Each time, Chenji attempted to glimpse the figure's face, it would vanish in an instant. Yet, during these moments, a distant voice reverberated in his mind, faint yet resonant. Child, atone for my sins. What sort of celestial being was that? What did it convey to you? Chenji inquired of Lao Jindo. Indeed, it was a remarkable deity, and we exchanged many words. Lao Jindo replied with exuberance. After you fainted, I felt as if someone had jolted me awake, and then I beheld an old celestial being emerge. This venerable figure was extraordinary, draped in silver garments, radiating an ethereal aura, as if having just descended from the heavens. Such grandeur. The old deity was utterly unpretentious, speaking to me with remarkable kindness. He helped me to my feet, and even requested that I carry you outside. We conversed for quite some time. Lao Jindo's face gleamed with happiness as he reminisced about that unforgettable encounter. The old deity was particularly approachable. After he lifted me, he brushed off the dust from my clothes and referred to me as old brother. He shared that he once had children of his own, many offspring. Yet they are no longer with him. He inquired if you were one of his kin and promised that he would reward my efforts in carrying you back. I expressed my exhaustion, lamenting the long distance, questioning how a patient like myself could bear you. He reassured me, saying it was of no concern, for he would accompany me part of the way. Furthermore, he informed me that the misdeeds of my youth had been forgiven, as he had reported them to the celestial beings above, who had granted me absolution. Though I had fallen ill, he assured me that he would cure me and that I would enjoy longevity in the future. Then, he patted my shoulder, and I felt an immediate surge of strength, enabling me to lift you and carry on our journey, which felt as if we were soaring through clouds. Indeed, this is true, Pang Wei chimed in from the side. We were waiting for you at the pea pod, having lost all hope. Unexpectedly, after a while, we saw Lao Jin too, his face flushed, carrying you. His appearance was quite alarming, bloodied and with red eyes, grinning foolishly as if under some enchantment. At that moment, I realized he had been bewitched. Nonsense. I encountered a deity. Lao Jindo retorted sharply, then turned back to Chenji, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The old deity also mentioned that he would come to play chess with me when he has the time, and that we would visit the tea house together. He is busy now, but he will seek me out when he is free. What? The pristine and sacred image that lingered in Chenji's mind vanished in an instant. He gazed incredulously at the elderly man, Lao Jindo, who appeared utterly sincere and enraptured, akin to one under the influence of narcotics, continuing his monologue. That old immortal and I are like brothers. He knows everything I did in my youth, even my favorite teas. He even treated me to tea cakes and sunflower seeds. Enough, enough, Fat Wei interjected, unable to endure any longer. He pulled Lao Jindo aside, saying, "We are well aware of your encounters with the divine. You've recounted them to us several times over the past few days, each narrative differing from the last. Let Orange be spared today. Share your tales with Ding Ning upon your return. He will surely believe every word." After Fat Wei spoke, he exchanged glances with those around him, and several young Mongolians approached to assist. Just as Fat Wei was about to escort Lao Jindo away, Chenji stood and grasped him. "Wait a moment, Uncle Jin. After all you've said, do you truly remember what that immortal looked like?" Lao Jindo hesitated, gazing at Chenji in confusion for a long while before finally responding. The old immortal's face radiated golden light. I didn't clearly see his features, but immortals all appear similar, benevolent, and kind. He was quite fond of me. All right, let's move on. If we linger any longer, that old immortal may as well become your companion. Fat Wei could no longer contain himself and pushed Lao Jindo away. He turned to Chenji, gesturing to his head, implying that Lao Jindo's mind had been affected and was no longer functioning normally. Subsequently, the group coaxed and persuaded Lao Jindo outside. He remained exuberantly animated, continuing to exclaim about drinking tea and snacking on sunflower seeds with the old immortal. After Fat Wei had ushered Lao Jindo away, old Murtai approached Qinji, his face filled with remorse. He bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed guest, I cannot adequately express my feelings of guilt, nor can I convey my profound gratitude. You have suffered greatly for our family's sake, nearly sacrificing your life, while Mr. Jean has apparently lost his sanity. We are at a loss for how to repay you. The entire Borjigit family is immensely grateful. I assure you, from this day forth, I shall be your most loyal friend. Whatever you require, I will endeavor to fulfill." "Thank you," Qinji replied politely, nodding at old Murtai. "There is no need for such formality. As I mentioned before, my ancestors owe you a debt of gratitude. I do have a request, which I hope you will grant. But it is not convenient to discuss it now. After my discharge, I shall seek you out. I wish to see the Gala gemstone seal once more. Of course, I await your arrival at any time." Old Murtai concluded, bowing once more with Mongolian courtesy before departing with the other Mongolians. Hu Ming took Qinji's hand for a private conversation. Ever since he had shot that pivotal arrow underground, no one had ever teased him as Prince Hu Ming again. Both Fat Wei and Qinji now regarded him as a brother. Since returning from Kent Mountain, Hu Ming has transformed into a celebrated hero within the Golden family. Enjoying an elevated status and surrounded by admirers, akin to a celestial body graced by a multitude of stars. He claims to have sustained severe injuries during his battles in the underworld against a malevolent dragon, rendering him somewhat unsteady in speech and movement, necessitating the use of a wheelchair. Furthermore, he requires the attentive care of a beautiful nurse clad in a revealing uniform. This nurse possesses an alluring figure, her sheer attire accentuating her curves, and her legs, adorned in black stockings, rival those of top models. She frequently bends to reveal her décolletage, attending to Hu Ming by massaging his shoulders and providing him with water. After engaging in conversation, she sways her hips as she pushes the injured Hu Ming away. Eventually, the room is left with only Ji Ying, who has patiently awaited the departure of all others before approaching. She makes her way to Qinji's bedside, leans down, and whispers, "Clan leader, I have urgent matters to report. I have seen Ji Yang." At this moment, Ji Ying's expression is notably grave, and there is an imperceptible emotion on her fair face, indicating her deep concern regarding the current discussion. She had been standing in the corner, deliberately waiting for everyone to exit the room before confronting Qinji. Qinji notices that Ji Ying is holding a leather bag, which appears heavy and bulging, hinting at its significant contents. Ji Ying solemnly places the bag on Qinji's bed, sealing its opening with her hand, and gazes intently at Qinji's face. After a moment, she softly states, "Clan leader, while I was waiting outside for you, I encountered Ji Yang." "What?" Qinji's heart skips a beat at the revelation. He did not anticipate Ji Ying bringing forth such news at this juncture. Ji Yang is, in fact, the foremost concern for Bao Ping, who has been missing since feigning allegiance to the dark faction. They had already braced themselves for the possibility of Ji Yang's demise. Furthermore, aside from Bao Ping, Qinji, and Gui Dao, no one else is privy to Ji Yang's true identity. And then, Qinji's expression remains impassive as he calmly regards Ji Ying, inquiring, "Did he divulge anything to you?" "Indeed," Ji Ying nods in response. "What did he say?" Qinji inquires with a nonchalant smile. "Did he inform you that everything within the organization is a deception, that both Bao Ping and I are deceitful overlords, and encourage you to align with the dark faction?" "No." Ji Ying fixes her gaze on Qinji's face, scrutinizing his expression. "Ji Yang entrusted me with an item and conveyed a message, the authenticity of which I cannot ascertain, nor can I determine if it poses a danger to you. Thus, I now implore you to clarify for me, is the defector, Ji Yang, one of our own?" In that moment, Qinji found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. He was not incapable of deceit. Indeed, at this juncture, he could weave falsehoods without fear of exposure. Yet, confronted by Ji Ying's penetrating gaze, he hesitated, feeling that fabricating a lie was the most formidable challenge in existence. Ever since the previous incident, Qinji yearned to never utter untruths to this woman again. Ji Ying's eyes sparkled brilliantly, akin to obsidian gemstones, as she fixed her earnest stare upon Qinji, awaiting his answer. He understood that Ji Ying was a person of remarkable candor, known for her forthrightness, and her innate intuition as a martial artist was sharper than that of any other. Just as Qinji grappled with how to articulate his response, Ji Ying suddenly lowered her head, stating, I have overstepped my bounds. This is not a question I ought to have posed. However, I am grateful to the clan leader for his honesty. I believe I have discerned the answer. After Jiying spoke, she cautiously opened a double-handled leather bag and retrieved its contents. What she unveiled was an extraordinarily peculiar wooden box, enveloped in bronze plates, its construction exquisitely intricate, resembling a tin music box at first glance. Chen had previously encountered such an object in the compendium of antiquities housed within the Jiang family's library. The text recounted that this artifact originated in a time long past, during the age of deities, and was utilized among the divine nobility for the conveyance of letters and gifts. Its fundamental function was akin to that of contemporary courier packages, albeit with far greater sophistication. In those days, the divine populace delighted in exchanging gifts, some of considerable value, necessitating specialized containers for their transport. This wooden box functioned much like a modern safe, securing precious items within and sealing them so that only the designated recipient could unlock it. No amount of force could pry it open, akin to contemporary fingerprint verification. Moreover, atop this box, there existed a separate compartment containing a letter. Before the divine recipient accessed the enclosed gift, they would first peruse this missive, ensuring that the arrival of the box was accompanied by both the gift and a message of goodwill, rendering it complete. Typically, such letters contained courteous well wishes, such as congratulations on a long life or the birth of a son. However, ancient texts detailed that the format of these letters was particularly unique, capable of imparting a sense of immediacy to the reader. As Chen pondered this peculiar detail, he found it perplexing. How could a letter convey the sensation of being present, a feat even modern video recordings could not achieve? The documentation further indicated that the creation of such a box required specific incantations, rendering the process quite cumbersome. Consequently, these vessels fell out of use unless for exceptionally valuable gifts, leading to their gradual obsolescence. With none remaining in existence today, Chen had only seen hand-drawn depictions in the texts. To his astonishment, this ancient artifact, once reserved for divine beings and their heirs, was still preserved in the hands of the clandestine order. Is this the only box? Chen inquired, stroking its surface as he looked up at Jiying. Indeed, she affirmed. Jiying nodded. I was standing outside waiting for you all. The temperature was quite low, and for hundreds of miles around, there was an eerie silence. Yet, when Jiyang appeared, I sensed nothing. He emerged like a lifeless shadow, suddenly materializing behind me. At that moment, had he wished to take my life, it would have been as effortless as plucking a flower. However, he did not harm me. Instead, he handed me a box, saying it was a gift from the new underworld god Yamo to our leader. Yamo instructed Jiyang to convey his admiration for the new leader, who commands Shichi despite being merely human, and expressed a desire to forge a bond of friendship. He acknowledged that the leader harbored something in his heart that troubled him, preventing him from finding peace at night. Thus, he had placed this item within the box as a gift, allowing the leader to relinquish his worries henceforth, stating that the gift must be opened by the leader himself. Then, Chen, feeling the dark wooden box, sensed the faint yet familiar aura upon it, and inquired softly, what else did he say? The preceding words were Jiyang's message to the leader, while the following were to be relayed to you. As Jiying spoke, her eyes fixed intently on Chen, she whispered, the great warrior Jiyang asked me to convey that Yamo's intentions are far from benign. If this secret letter contains an invitation for the leader to meet, it is undoubtedly a trap. The underworld has now grown formidable and must not be underestimated. Regardless of how sincere the words within may seem, I urge the clan leader to counsel the leader against meeting Yamo. Otherwise, the leader will surely fall victim to Yamo's treachery. Chapter 377. Hand in hand. After Jiying finished speaking, Chen remained silent for a prolonged moment. He raised his hand and gently touched the surface of the box. It appeared to be an ancient artifact, marked with unique traces of time, reminiscent of the hide of a long-dead beast, whispering the essence and mystery of an era gone by. Chen sensed the lingering aura on the box, which was strikingly familiar, a presence that had once surrounded him, a companion who had shared life and death with him. Yet now, within that aura lingered the sense of death and despair. After pondering for a while, he placed the box into a leather pouch and secured its opening. I understand. I shall handle this matter, Chen declared, turning to Jiying. From this moment on, you are responsible for safeguarding this item. It must not be entrusted to anyone else, and upon our return to the organization, I will personally present it to the leader. Understood, Ji Ying replied, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Chen Ji continued, Ji Ying, I have a question for you. He paused to reflect before gazing at her with a gentle smile. Since you had already seen the traitor Ji Yang, why did you not execute him on the spot, as per our customary practice? Are you retreating because you know you cannot match him? Chen Ji remarked with a subtle smile as he gazed into Ji Ying's eyes. It seems that even the leader's protector and my formidable red belt warrior fear death. In response to Chen Ji, Ji Ying spoke with unwavering conviction. I have never known the taste of fearing death. My father once told me that a warrior of the West Qi spills blood on the battlefield and meets his end wrapped in horsehide. This is simply the fate we deserve. I have never harbored the illusion that I would die peacefully in my sleep. A lifetime spent in the tumult of war cannot culminate in a death upon a bed. You are right. Your father was wise, Chen Ji replied. But let me pose a question. If one day we were to confront the Dark Division and face warriors like Ji Yang, would you hesitate? Ji Ying, her gaze resolute, replied, I vow to shatter Ji Yang into 1,000 pieces. Would you fight even if you cannot win? Chen Ji asked with a chuckle. I recall that last time you faced Ji Yang, you didn't fare well. Can you truly defeat him? That was a different time, Ji Ying responded, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Now, should I encounter him again, the outcome remains uncertain. I was merely inquiring. No need to be so passionate, Chen Ji said, hesitating momentarily before suddenly grasping Ji Ying's hand and lifting his gaze to meet hers. Have you ever contemplated living under a different identity? For instance, not as a warrior, but by my side, living peacefully while I can still protect you? When Chen Ji's hand touched Ji Ying's, her body trembled as if struck by lightning. Yet she neither rejected nor shied away from his gaze. Leader, Ji Ying's voice quivered slightly. My father perished on the battlefield, and I too must follow in his footsteps. I can never return to who I once was. After speaking, Ji Ying bowed respectfully to Chen Ji, withdrew her hand, and turned to leave. Chen Ji watched her graceful silhouette depart, feeling a pang of melancholy. He realized that the radiant smile of the beautiful face he once knew had vanished forever, replaced now by an expression as cold as ice. Though she still possessed her past beauty, it had become eternally unyielding. Chen Ji's burns covered a substantial area, yet inexplicably, they healed at an astonishing rate, with most scabs leaving little trace of scars. In the words of the local physician, these Chinese individuals are nothing short of miraculous. However, the true miracle worker was old Jindo, and for his current mental state, Molt the Elder felt a deep sense of guilt. He leveraged his connections to find many renowned doctors domestically and invested heavily in hiring numerous psychological experts from abroad. After a unified consultation, they reached a consensus. Old Jindo was suffering from a temporary psychological disorder, which meant he was experiencing fleeting hallucinations, merging his imagined ideals with his affections, such as his fondness for blue clothing. He mentioned that the celestial being he encountered was adorned in blue attire and had a penchant for tea. He claimed they shared a cup of tea together, a manifestation of a self-induced hypnotic state. However, the origins of such a mental condition remain enigmatic to experts. Some physicians speculate that it is a result of encountering something utterly incomprehensible, leading to intense psychological stimulation. They conjecture that this self-hypnotic state will gradually dissipate over time. Yet, one revelation took everyone by surprise. Following a comprehensive examination by the local oncologist, the malignant tumor that Lao Jindo had spoken of was conspicuously absent. His liver was in impeccable health, devoid of even fatty liver, and there were no malignant cells present in his body. According to the local physicians, Lao Jindo was the healthiest elderly individual they had ever assessed, possessing extraordinary bodily functions, as if rejuvenated entirely. He exhibited none of the typical ailments associated with aging, such as hypertension, and his cardiopulmonary capacity surpassed that of many individuals in their 20s. In the words of the Mongolian people, Lao Jindo's current vigor could vanquish a bull. It seemed likely that he could live beyond a century without issue. This news astonished everyone, prompting Pang Wei and Hu Meng to jest that Lao Jindo had deceived them while underground, feigning a terminal illness to gain entry. However, Chen Ji was aware that Lao Jindo was a man of substance. He would never claim to have a terminal condition without a firm understanding of his health status. Thus, it appeared that Lao Jindo's life was granted by the elderly figure radiating a white light. And Chen Ji sensed that the true name of this elder was likely more than just Qiu Chejai. Chapter 378. The Feast of the Golden Family. A few days later, While Ghost Blade required further treatment, Chen was fully recovered and ready for discharge. On the day of his release, Grandpa Myrtle grandly arrived in a special vehicle to escort him to the residence of the Golden family. This time, their entrance into the Golden family was met with a divine reception. It is uncertain whether these Mongolians are accustomed to making every event as festive as a celebration. But upon their arrival at the estate, the atmosphere was immediately filled with joyous laughter. Men and women donned in traditional attire rushed out of the manor with warm enthusiasm. The elders presented katas to Chen and Peng Wei, while young Mongolian men embraced them fervently, and children clung to them, showering them with kisses. The scene was delightfully chaotic, with Chen and his companions covered in saliva, and Peng Wei nearly bursting from the overwhelming excitement. Among the throng was Chen former middle school classmate, Fu Yuan, who was also amidst the crowd, adorned in resplendent Mongolian traditional garments. Her neck and head embellished with heavy gold ornaments. Fu Yuan gazed at Chen with palpable excitement, her eyes fixed intently upon his face. However, her current condition appeared quite dire. Her visage was gaunt and pointed, her expression fraught with alarm, her complexion a troubling shade of pallor, and her lips tinged with purple. She merely observed Chen from a distance, hesitant to utter a word. Upon noticing Fu Yuan, Chen refrained from greeting her, instead offering a distant glance and a subtle nod. Subsequently, a grand banquet was organized by the Mongolians to celebrate Chen and his companions' triumph. Although, in theory, they were still within the mourning period, the customs were disregarded by all. As dusk descended, the tents designated for mourning were already cordoned off. The courtyard of the Golden family began to sparkle with decorations, rows of banquet tables laid out, and a massive structure erected in the center, where a whole cow was roasted over an open flame, flanked by spit-roasted lambs. Soon, numerous young men brought forth large jars of potent liquor. The moment the alcohol was presented, its high purity, brewed by ancient methods, became evident, even before the lids were removed. The rich aroma of the spirits wafted throughout the courtyard. The Mongolians were renowned for their hospitality with strong drink. In times past, they had been known to indulge excessively during celebrations, leading many to meet their demise in drunken brawls. The government had even issued decrees to limit drinking. Yet the deeply entrenched tradition persisted, eventually fading into mere formality. The Golden family appeared to have not gathered in joy for quite some time. Seizing the moment to welcome their victorious team, everyone was filled with exuberance. The courtyard soon resonated with songs and laughter as a troop of young, beautiful Mongolian women rushed to the center to sing and dance, while inebriated Mongolian men joined in, swaying merrily. At the banquet, the Mongolian girls exuded warmth and vivacity, raising their glasses to toast each guest, especially honoring the Chinese heroes, generously sitting in Chen and Fat Wei's laps, urging them to drink. According to their prior plans, upon their return, they merely recounted a general overview of the situation in Kent Mountain, while Hu Ming deliberately embellished the tale. Such stories were met with skepticism. Yet it was widely acknowledged that Kent Mountain had been entirely opened, the issues resolved, and no longer were there tales of demons or curses haunting the area. The coal mine could resume operations, and the old miners had returned, restoring the Golden family to their former tranquility and glory. Hu Ming, appearing quite dignified, sat in a wheelchair, pushed by his lovely nurse as he made his way from table to table, shaking hands with the elders of the Golden family. Each elder praised Hu Ming, proclaiming him destined for great success and showering him with accolades. Lao Jindo was as animated as ever, his excitement palpable as he recounted his encounter with a deity, oblivious to the fact that the Mongolians could hardly comprehend him, yet they delighted in his incessant ramblings. Fat Wei seized the opportunity to indulge in various wild delicacies, savoring the aromatic roasted lamb and the fiery spirits. Meanwhile, the alluring and vivacious Mongolian beauty, Fu Yuan, lingered at the banquet table. Chen observed with concern the blatant disrespect exhibited by the men from the Mongolian Golden families towards her. After a few rounds of drinks, a man in his 40s approached, roughly tugging at Fu Yuan's shoulder, brazenly groping her in full view of the crowd. During this distressing encounter, Fu Yuan struggled to fend him off, fearful of inciting his wrath, while the sight of his greasy lips brushing against her hair and face was utterly repulsive. As the revelry reached its peak, with everyone intoxicated and dancing around the bonfire amidst the cacophony of the courtyard, Chunji glanced around to ensure no one was watching and discreetly signaled to Fu Yuanyuan, indicating a secluded corner of the yard. She promptly understood, pushing aside the inebriated man beside her and swiftly making her way to the designated spot. Chunji followed suit, casting furtive glances as he approached her. The courtyard of the Golden family was vast, with a dense row of trees marking the corner where they could find refuge. Here, amidst the tranquility and secrecy, they remained hidden, able to observe the festivities outside while remaining concealed from the prying eyes of the revelers. Chunji, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you, Fu Yuanyuan exclaimed. Upon witnessing Chunji's entrance, Fu Yuanyuan swiftly approached him, seizing his arm with considerable strength, her anxiety palpable. Chunji, these individuals have lost their sanity. Their shamelessness is beyond comprehension. Those sanctimonious Mongolian men are nothing short of deranged beasts. Do you have any idea how arduous these days have been for me? They invade my room every night, incessantly banging on the door and spewing nonsensical threats. Do you comprehend their intentions? Time is limited. Let us refrain from uttering such meaningless words. Chunji gently pulled Chao Yuanyuan's hand away from his arm. I shall soon depart from Mongolia, and I have summoned you here to present you with a choice. Chunji, these individuals have descended into madness. Their shamelessness knows no bounds. Those few hypocritical Mongolian men are nothing short of deranged beasts. Do you have any idea how arduous these days have been for me? They invade my room each night, incessantly banging on the door and spewing nonsensical threats. Do you comprehend their intentions? Time is of the essence. Cease these meaningless utterances. Chunji gently removed Fu Yuanyuan's hand from his arm. I shall soon depart from Mongolia. The reason for summoning you here is to present you with a choice. Time is limited. Stop with these futile words. Chunji drew Fu Yuanyuan's hand away from his arm once more. I will be leaving Mongolia shortly. This meeting is to offer you a decision. Chapter 379, Fu Yuanyuan's Choice. What choice? Upon hearing this, Fu Yuanyuan immediately widened her sparkling eyes and gazed at Chunji. At this point, all I desire is to escape with my life. What other options do I truly have? Chunji gazed at Fu Yuanyuan with an indifferent expression. I am offering you a choice. Have you truly resolved to leave this place entirely and return to your former mundane existence? How could you utter such bizarre words? Fu Yuanyuan's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. What do you take me for? Am I merely a woman who sells herself for money? Did you think I willingly married into this family? Have you forgotten what I told you? I met my husband online and was deceived by that old man to come here. He used a false photograph. Otherwise, who would want to marry someone older than their own father? You may not grasp my meaning, Chunji replied, his gaze still cold and unyielding. What I mean to convey is that I can take you away, but you must leave behind anything that belongs to the Golden family. That is my condition. What? Upon hearing Chunji's words, Fu Yuanyuan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a declaration. Her lips began to tremble. Are you saying that I cannot even claim my husband's inheritance from the Golden family? What about my personal jewelry? Those were gifts from my husband during his lifetime, purchased without using family funds. That too is out of the question, Chunji affirmed, shaking his head with certainty as he regarded Fu Yuanyuan. Anything you have acquired since arriving in Mongolia must remain here. Not even a handbag or an earring may be taken. Anything you obtain from the Golden family cannot be carried away. You may only return with nothing but yourself. On what grounds? Fu Yuanyuan's emotions suddenly flared, her body trembling with agitation. You speak so lightly of it, Chunji. Do you have any idea how much suffering I have endured over the years? I have been here for 5 years, sacrificing my youth in this foreign land, living with a man with whom I could barely communicate. He would strike me each time he drank, leaving me battered and bruised. And his relatives? They regard me merely as a woman of the Golden family, never considering me as a person. Do you understand? My husband is a psychological deviant. Do you know how he treats me when intoxicated? A man like him deserves to rot in hell. Even if they all perished, my resentment would not be alleviated. After enduring such torment, should I not receive some form of compensation? This is utterly unjust. Enough of these meaningless complaints. Chunji's gaze remained as sharp as a knife, fixed upon Fu Yuanyuan. I am unaware of the specifics of your plight, yet those events are now in the past. However, the destruction of the Golden family's seal and the death of your husband. If the Mongolians were to learn of this, you would certainly not survive. Therefore, do not speak to me of fairness, for your husband is deceased, and you remain alive. What? You know everything? Chunji's words struck Fu Yuanyuan like a heavy blow, draining the color from her face and causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Chenji, you haven't told them, have you? No, he replied coolly, his eyes cold as he gently shook his head. In a moment of utter despair, Fu Yuanyuan clutched her hair and the hem of Chenji's pants, collapsing to her knees. I never intended for it to be this way, she sobbed, truly. It was he who forced my hand. Overwhelmed with emotion, her pale visage appeared utterly pitiable. That old man deceived me with a forged photograph, luring me to Mongolia, where I was violated on the very day of my arrival. I was merely a teenager at the time. I yearned to return, yet could not. My passport and identification were seized by him. With my parents gone and no relatives or friends to turn to, I was trapped in a marriage I was coerced into, living a life of torment. In that harrowing period, I felt as though I was living in hell, contemplating suicide on numerous occasions. But then I thought, if I were to end my life, it would be more just to take his instead. Her voice turned venomous as she continued, suddenly. I received a letter instructing me to use vermilion to manipulate the charms upon my family altar. It promised that my loathsome husband would slowly perish without a trace, allowing me to inherit all his wealth. The letter included a drawing, directing me to replicate it with vermilion and discreetly mix it among the altar's charms, while subtly damaging one corner of the original charm. I initially dismissed it as mere trickery, yet I followed the instructions, never anticipating that my husband would suddenly die, nor the chaos that would ensue in Kent Mountain. I was terrified by the unforeseen consequences. However, I later consoled myself, thinking I lacked the power to orchestrate such events. It must have been mere coincidence, and my husband was a beast, deserving of his fate. Yet, to my dismay, after his death, his brothers refused to let me be, their greed for my beauty leading them to harass me incessantly. The older men in Mongolia are truly repugnant. They frequently invaded my room at night, and their clan leader turned a blind eye, believing that the widow of the Golden family was merely a shared possession of their men. Do you know what they did to me? They defiled me. After pouring out her heart, Fu Yuanyuan embraced her shoulders, weeping uncontrollably. Chenji silently observed her. The once celebrated beauty, now trembling on the ground like a delicate lotus, elicits a profound sense of pity. After a prolonged silence, Chenji finally spoke. Do not utter those words again. Whether your past is true or false holds no interest for me. All of your past choices have led to this moment, and now I am giving you the opportunity to choose anew. I promise you, I can save you this time. But should you waver in the future or should any misfortune befall you, I shall no longer intervene. Chapter 380, Fu Yuanyuan's Choice, Part 2. Chenji spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, Fu Yuanyuan fully comprehended her predicament. She knelt on the ground, weeping quietly, her lips tightly pressed together, seemingly engulfed in profound inner turmoil. After a period of silent contemplation, she finally gritted her teeth and raised her gaze to Chenji. Very well. I do not desire any possessions from these Mongolians, nor do I covet a single penny from them. I shall return in the attire I brought from China, and I will not take so much as a scrap of paper that the old man has purchased for me to demonstrate my resolve. All right, Chenji nodded gently. The talisman you received, it should still be with you. May I have it? Here. Fu Yuanyuan promptly retrieved a small package from her inner garment, containing a piece of paper, which she held out to Chenji with both hands. This correspondence is rather peculiar. There is no recipient information, and I have checked with the postal service, but found no trace of it. Chenji unfolded the piece of paper and observed a diamond-shaped design adorned with several strange symbols resembling birds. He had never encountered such a talisman before. He folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom, then addressed Fu Yuanyuan. I will find an opportune moment tomorrow to take you away and return you to China, where you shall live a life of an ordinary person from then on. But remember what I just said, this is your choice. Do not regret it, for I will not concern myself with your affairs thereafter. Fu Yuanyuan let out a resigned, bitter laugh. Chenji, you need not reiterate such sentiments. I am fully aware of how you perceive me. No matter how I explain, in your eyes, I am merely a wretched woman who sells herself for money, deserving of my current plight. Yet the truth is, I am a victim of circumstance. I have told you before, I have longed countless times to escape Mongolia, but I lack the means to do so. Who in this world would willingly sell their life for a mere sum of money? If life here is filled with such agony, what value does that money hold? In contrast, returning home to live as an ordinary person would feel like paradise to me. So rest assured, I shall never regret my decision. After their agreement, Chen Ji instructed Fu Yuanyuan to exit the woods via a different path and await news in her room. He himself lingered for a while before emerging from the forest. At this point, the atmosphere of the banquet had become exceedingly lively. The Mongolians were inebriated to the point of losing all sense of direction, with men, women, and children all caught in a state of chaos. Meanwhile, the old storyteller, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol while recounting his legendary tales, was now sprawled across the table, sound asleep. A Mongolian girl sat in the lap of Pang Wei, engaging in a drinking game, evidently tipsy, her clothing disheveled to the point of revealing much of her alluring figure. Fueled by drink, Pang Wei embraced the stunning beauty, his tongue so befuddled that it could scarcely form coherent words. As he raised his gaze, he noticed Chen Ji returning. Immediately, he pushed the young woman in his arms away and pulled Chen Ji aside, whispering in a low voice, "Where have you been?" "Oh, nothing much. Just had a drink and took a stroll in the woods," Chen Ji replied with an expression of calmness. "Spare me your tricks. What can escape my notice?" "I saw you sneaking into the thicket with that widow," Pang Wei remarked, raising his eyebrows at Chen Ji. "Let me tell you, Orange, we shouldn't engage in such futile pursuits here. Once we return home, there will be plenty of women waiting for you. Why entangle yourself with a widow here? Moreover, I clearly observe that widow has a partner. Her little brother is keeping a watchful eye on her. If you provoke these Mongolians, it could lead to dire consequences for us." "Don't be absurd," Chen Ji retorted, leaning in to whisper the plans for tomorrow into Pang Wei's ear. After listening, Pang Wei furrowed his brow. "This matter seems a bit precarious. The widow isn't a significant issue. We provided them with substantial assistance. If we request a woman from Old Muerte, he will likely comply. This is reasonable and lawful, merely a matter of face. However, regarding what you desire," Pang Wei glanced subtly at Old Muerte seated at the center of the banquet. "What you seek is akin to his lifeblood. Do you truly believe he would grant it to you? Be cautious not to provoke him." "I will give it a try," Chen Ji replied softly, casting a glance at Old Muerte. They continued to mingle with the Mongolian group for several hours, and by the time it was well past 3 in the morning, the gathering gradually dispersed. Some led Chen Ji and Pang Wei to their quarters, while old Humo, thoroughly intoxicated, was escorted back by his little nurse. The group slept soundly until after 10 the next morning. Upon awakening, Chen Ji found a male servant waiting outside for him. This elderly servant was a personal attendant to Old Muerte, of a similar age, exuding an air of pride. He informed Chen Ji that Old Muerte was awaiting him in the hall. Pang Wei wished to accompany Chen Ji, but was firmly stopped by the servant, who bluntly stated that Old Muerte only required Chen Ji's presence, deeming Pang Wei unnecessary. This infuriated Pang Wei, who glared at the servant's condescending demeanor, wishing he could give him a good kick. Reluctantly, Chen Ji followed the servant ahead. Whenever Chen Ji attempted to engage him in conversation, the servant kept his head held high, completely ignoring him. They arrived at the hall to find Old Muerte indeed seated there. "Esteemed guest, did you sleep well last night?" Old Muerte, embodying the traditional Mongolian greeting, opened his arms and bowed to Chen Ji. "Very well, you are exceedingly gracious," Chen Ji replied, scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of others before finding a place to sit. At that moment, he heard Old Muerte speak. "Very well, Mr. Chen. We need not engage in pleasantries any longer. You are a benefactor to our family, and from this moment forth, we shall be the closest of friends. As I once promised you, should you aid me in resolving the crisis at Kent Mountain, you may make a request of me. Any request, and I shall never refuse." After Mr. Mert's declaration, he opened his arms, inviting Mr. Chen to speak, his demeanor exuding sincerity, as if to convey, "Speak freely, do not hold back." Upon witnessing Mr. Mert's forthrightness, Chen lowered his head and chuckled softly before rising. "Then I shall speak plainly. Mr. Mert, I wish to make an audacious request. Perhaps it is indeed excessive. Yet this matter holds immense significance for me, and in some respects, it is equally vital for your family and Mr. Bao. May I inquire if you would be willing to bestow upon me the heirloom of the Golden Family, the Galagem seal?" Upon hearing Chen's request, Mr. Mert was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening to an ashen hue, more dismal than the sole of a shoe. The elderly servant beside him, upon hearing Chen's proposition, drew a dagger from his waist, glaring at Chen with hostile intent, hurling curses in Mongolian, ready to leap upon Chen in a fit of rage. "You insolent wretch, begone!" Mr. Mert admonished his servant sharply, who, grumbling, retreated yet continued to glare at Chen with a fierce expression. Mr. Mert then lifted his gaze to Chen, his aged frame trembling slightly. To Chen's astonishment, he saw tears welling in the old man's eyes. Chen had contemplated various reactions Mr. Mert might have upon hearing his request, and this was the most favorable response. It indicated that Mr. Mert was indeed prepared to uphold his promise. The tears reflected the profound importance of the gem to the Golden family. The Gala Gem Seal, a sacred relic to the Mongolian people since time immemorial, is said to have been a token from the golden-hued celestial deity to the matriarch of the Mongolian ancestors, Alan, symbolizing their bond and the continuation of their lineage, serving as proof of the Golden family's identity. For a long period, the existence of this seal remained uncertain and shrouded in legend. However, during the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, an official from the Ministry of Rites discovered traces of this seal on an ancient Mongolian parchment. The Qianlong emperor expressed great interest and requested the Mongolian royalty to present the legendary seal to the Qing emperor. Yet, the Mongolian nobility steadfastly refused, adamantly asserting that the legendary seal did not exist, thus denying the emperor's request. Enraged, Qianlong dispatched envoys to reprimand the elders of the Golden family, demanding to know whether they valued their lives or the seal more. To his astonishment, the Mongolian people united as never before, with men and women alike prepared for battle, reaching a point of confrontation where they would fight to the death. After the establishment of the new China, this sacred relic remained a sensitive issue for Mongolia. Regardless of which foreign envoy visited, it was customary to deliberately evade this matter in the presence of the Golden family, as if the seal did not exist at all. Yet now, Chen Ji unexpectedly demanded this ancestral seal before the elders of the Golden family, a request that was, for old Mert, as daunting as asking for his very life. Should this request be overheard by others of the Golden family, they would surely rush to confront Chen Ji in a fierce struggle to the death. My esteemed guest, your request places me in a most precarious position. How could you propose such a thing? Old Mert trembled, tears streaming down his face. I indeed promised you that I would not refuse any of your requests. However, this gem represents the very soul of my family and the entirety of Mongolia. How could I possibly bestow it upon anyone? What if I offer you 4 jars of newly produced colorful gems? These treasures are exceedingly rare, and even a head of state would not refuse such a gift. That is unnecessary, Chen Ji replied gently, shaking his head. Desperation washed over Mert as he spread his hands and continued. Then allow me to present to you a suit of Han armor from my storeroom, passed down from Kublai Khan. It is forged entirely of gold, encrusted with countless diamonds and emeralds. Even the European royal families have never laid eyes upon such a treasure. I do not want it, Chen Ji insisted, shaking his head once more. I only desire that gem seal. Rascal. Suddenly, an old servant sprang forth, brandishing a dagger. Yuan people are all so cunning and greedy. Vile little thieves. You have been offered so many treasures, yet you still covet our national treasure. I shall cut out your tongue and see if you still desire it. Enough. Stand down, Mert bellowed, dismissing the servant with authority. Turning to Chen Ji, he said, Noble guest, I truly cannot acquiesce to your request. It can be said that even if I were to die 100 times, or my son and grandson were to perish 100 times, I would not dare part with this gem. It is the essence of our Mongolian identity, a testament to our bloodline. Ah, the divine token of the golden heavenly god. Entrusted to your ancestor Alan, is it not? Chen Ji interjected. Mert, I wish to pose a question to you. You of the Borjigen clan claim to be children of the golden heavenly god, but do you truly believe this in your hearts? Deep within, have you never doubted the tale of your ancestor Alan's union with the golden god? Could it not be merely a far-fetched myth? A fabrication like the myriad of legends that adorn the mountains, and this gala gem, simply a beautiful stone? At this, Mert found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, even the patriarch of the Golden family could not claim to have never questioned such a myth, especially in this modern age, where such legends seem almost absurdly distant. Chen Ji regarded Mert and continued his inquiry. Chief Mert, if I am not mistaken, it is not only you but all descendants of the Golden clan, especially the youth of the human generation, who have long ceased to believe in this legend. No, at this point, old Mert immediately placed his hand on his chest, his expression turning grave. This is a tale passed down from our ancestors, a source of pride for us Mongolians. We are the children of the golden deity, and we all believe this to be true. Belief, yes, but certainty eludes us, does it not? Chen gazed intently at old Mert, and after a lengthy contemplation, he spoke in a hushed tone. Chief Mert, heed my words. Everything I articulate is the truth. I formally convey to you a matter of significance. The story of the golden deity, passed down through generations among you Mongolians, is entirely authentic. Your ancestors indeed had a connection with the divine and bore offspring with the deities. However, it is likely that this ancestor named Alan was not merely an ordinary villager, nor was she as gentle as your legends portray. As for the true identity and name of your ancestor Alan, as well as the events that transpired, I cannot ascertain. Yet, I can affirm with certainty that within your veins flows the blood of the divine. This deity is of extraordinary nobility. He is none other than Fuxi, the ruler of both the divine and mortal realms in the legends of Huaxia. Chapter 382. The Demand for the Heirloom, Part 2. What? Upon hearing Chenji's pronouncement, old Mert stood there as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide in disbelief, rendered speechless. Even among Mongolians, the legend of Fuxi, the ancient god-emperor of Huaxia, is known, yet this tale seems too ethereal, so fantastical that it is hard to accept. Now, this revelation strikes them like a thunderclap, almost impossible to fathom. Old Mert remained rooted to the spot, while his elderly servant, almost leaping with astonishment, rushed in front of old Mert and rudely exclaimed at Chenji, Chinese, is what you say true? Are we truly the children of the deities, the offspring of Fuxi? Huh, so it is all real. I always believed that we Mongolians are indeed the descendants of the divine, the sovereigns of the grasslands. Yuhan people, how presumptuous. Back away. Once old Mert regained his composure, he promptly admonished his old male servant to retreat. He then turned to Chenji, extending his hands in a gesture of respect, and inquired, esteemed guest, I trust you would not jest with an old man like me. I have lived over 70 years, witnessing countless storms and mysterious phenomena, yet what you have just conveyed is almost beyond my belief. Of course, I have heard my grandson speak of your incredible experiences underground. I had thought him mad, much like the unfortunate Mr. Jean. But now that these words have emerged from your lips, I realize that all of this is indeed true. It is simply astonishing, and I take immense pride in my family's noble lineage. However, I wish to pose a question. If we truly possess the blood of the divine as you assert, then why do we lack divine power? You once possessed divine power, Chenji remarked, and it was this innate strength that bestowed upon you a stature of 9 feet, valor in battle, and conquest over the world. It was your legendary hero, Yi Lu Chukai, who possessed the gift of divine sight. However, those days are long past. You have failed to harness that power for your rightful purposes, and thus, you have gradually assimilated into humanity, becoming entirely human now. As Chenji spoke, he lowered his head slightly, reflecting for a moment before smiling and looking up at old Mert. And do you remember that ancestral beast skin you once questioned? You doubted its authenticity, believing it to be an accidental relic from your forebears. Yet now, I can assure you that this skin is older than oracle bones, and each character inscribed upon it is genuine, likely the most ancient script in existence, written in divine language. The inscription reads, You shall forever remember. Though I have bestowed upon you this bloodline, your maternal lineage is humble, and you must not trespass into the divine realm. Among my divine offspring, there shall be those skilled in the use of spirit stones. You may use this heavenly treasure, the spirit stone, as a token to seek divine teachings. Otherwise, if your wild nature remains unchecked, you shall inevitably commit a great massacre. This matter cannot be delayed for 10 generations, lest your bloodline be condemned to humanity for eternity. Remember, what does this mean? Old Mert inquired. Our golden family has existed for hundreds of generations. Indeed, Chenji nodded. This encompasses 2 aspects. First, your ancestors could have used this gemstone to find a specific individual and attain divinity, but there was a time constraint, and you have long surpassed that limit. Second, your maternal lineage, Alan, is humble, and thus, you must not intrude upon the divine realm. This notion of humble origins is extensive in the eyes of the divine. Humanity is lowly, as are certain other beings beyond humanity, and this wild nature of your bloodline has led to great massacres in the past. What do you imply? Old Mert, feeling overwhelmed, appeared momentarily bewildered. Are you suggesting that our ancestor, Alan? I have said nothing definitive. Do not overthink it. Chenji replied with a smile directed at old Mert. This is merely my hypothesis. After all, Those events occurred eons ago when the biological realm was entirely different. We lack even a foundational understanding for such matters, so we remain ignorant of their nature. However, one thing I can affirm is that the opportunity for your family's ascent to divinity has long since passed. From this point forward, you shall eternally remain human. The Gala gemstone, which could have conferred upon you divine status, now holds no significance for you. Is that so? Is that truly so? Old Mert, inundated with revelations, felt his worldview shatter. Struggling to grasp the enormity of it all, he clutched his head with both hands. But why? Why did that individual not come as promised to enlighten us? Why did he not elevate our ancestors to divinity? If there were no ifs. Chen gazed solemnly at Old Mert, asserting that regardless of the reasons that led him to abandon them, those matters belong to the past, long past. The deities have perished, and now it is the realm of humanity, where you are the living embodiment of mankind. This revelation was truly astonishing. Old Mert's face turned pale, his lips quivered uncontrollably. Clutching his heart, he was assisted back to his chair by a servant, where he sat for a considerable time, gradually regaining his composure and sanity. Thank you, esteemed guest. Had you not informed me, I fear we would remain oblivious to this secret for generations. It is of paramount importance to us. We finally comprehend the roots of our existence. Indeed, our lineage is as magnificent as the legends foretold. I take great pride in this, feeling no regrets in death. However, I have a question for you. Who is it that could elevate us to deities thousands of years ago? And who are you to possess such profound knowledge of fate? Upon hearing Old Mert's inquiry, Chen fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet Old Mert's eyes, smiling as he spoke. I believe you have heard of his name. He bears the surname Jiang, given name Shang, hailing from the Western Zhou dynasty. In China, he is known as Jiangxia. That Gala gemstone seal is a unique spiritual stone originally meant for him, yet he never claimed it. I am his descendant, the sole heir of Jiangshang in this world. Chapter 383, The Request for a Timeless Relic, Part 3. So it is, so it is. Old Mert immediately rose, reverently bowing deeply to Chen. He approached, trembling as he clasped Chen hands. Even we, the people of the grasslands, are familiar with the legendary figure of Jiangxia in the annals of Huaxia history. Who could have imagined your noble lineage? You are truly the sun upon the grasslands, and your presence brings glory to the Borjigit clan. Why did you not reveal this sooner? You ought to reside in my quarters, and I shall personally attend to your needs. Please, do not stand on ceremony, Chen replied, grasping Old Mert's hand. As I mentioned earlier, I implore you to entrust the Gala gemstone seal to me. It holds no significance for you now, but it is of immense importance to me. Perhaps it will aid me in creating a great deity. Rest assured, once the seal is in my possession, I shall keep it entirely confidential. Your descendants and the world shall never learn of today's events. The Gala gemstone seal will forever remain a treasured heirloom of the Golden family, enshrined in the legends of the people. Upon hearing Chen words, Old Mert fell silent, subsequently taking a seat and refraining from further conversation. He kept his head bowed, remaining silent for a prolonged period, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Just as Chen believed he would persist in this silence indefinitely, suddenly, tears cascaded down Myrtle's cheeks, followed by a heart-wrenching wail akin to that of a remorseful child. He wept for an extended duration before finally uttering, "Very well, perhaps this is fate. You Chinese have a saying, what belongs to its rightful owner shall be returned. Since this gem originally belongs to Huaxia, let it be returned to those tasked with its guardianship. I trust you will utilize this gem for a noble cause. My grandson has spoken of your bravery and the convictions that reside within your heart. I have also heard of your experiences below, and I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of my Mongolian kin for our past transgressions. May this gem, bestowed by the heavens, manifest its true divine power in your hands." After Myrtle had spoken, he gestured for the elderly male servant beside him to activate the vault mechanism. "Wait, there is another matter," Chen interjected sharply, his eyes suddenly turning piercing. "Myrtle, I believe you understand that what I just shared is strictly confidential, with no allowance for leaks. As the head of the Golden family, you are well aware of these secrets. However, others..." Here, Chen gaze shifted to the old servant beside Myrtle. He raised a hand slightly, and in an instant, the surrounding air began to flow backward with rapidity. The once transparent atmosphere transformed, becoming as sharp as blades, grazing the skin and poised to pierce the heart. I propose we dispose of this individual to prevent any potential breach of confidentiality, Chen stated coldly, regarding the old servant as one would a lifeless corpse. The sudden shift in Chen demeanor caused both Myrtle and the old servant to gasp in shock. The man who had just moments ago appeared human had now morphed into something else entirely, exuding a frigid detachment devoid of any human emotion. What are you doing? Please do not kill me. Myrtle, protect me. The old servant, evidently well-versed in the Chinese language, fully comprehended Chen words. He rushed forward, clutching Myrtle's sleeve, pleading fervently in Mongolian for protection. Spare him, Myrtle implored, visibly shaken by Chen transformation. He clasped his hands together in supplication. Noble guest, why do you speak such callous words? He is not an ordinary servant. He is my half-brother. He has been by my side all his life. And though he may have his flaws, I assure you of his integrity. Please, trust in me, for my sake, let him go. Myrtle gazed at Chen with tear-filled eyes, holding his old servant protectively close. Certainly, this matter is yours to handle. Chen nodded slightly and smiled, then raised his hand, and the atmosphere immediately returned to normal. Both Myrtle's elder and the old male servant sighed in relief, questioning whether they had just experienced an illusion. Chen remained in front of them with a warm smile, and the surrounding air was still transparent, devoid of anything unusual. The old male servant then proceeded to activate the switch to the vault, and Chen re-entered the secret treasury of the Golden Family alongside Myrtle's elder. Upon encountering that gem seal, which shimmered with golden radiance once more, Chen felt his heartstrings tugged anew. The resplendent golden light instantly transformed the entire room into a hue of gold, enveloping even Chen himself in a delicate golden veil. Myrtle's elder, tears streaming down his face, trembled as he retrieved the square seal and solemnly presented it to Chen. Esteemed guest, behold. This is the token bestowed upon our grandmother Alan by the golden deity of Mongolian mythology, the Gala gemstone seal. From this moment forth, it shall belong to you. I implore you, treat it with kindness. Overwhelmed by emotion, Myrtle's elder wept uncontrollably after handing the seal to Chen, his gaze filled with boundless hopes and entrustments. Rest assured, Chen replied earnestly as he accepted the Gala gemstone from Myrtle's elder. I shall cherish it from now on. It shall be as vital to me as my very own life. In my hands, this spirit stone will undoubtedly unleash its true power, birthing a deity. After speaking, Chen tightened his grip on the seal. Suddenly, he felt as if the spirit stone possessed life, gently writhing in his hand. A sharp pain then shot through his palm, an excruciating sensation emanating from within. Chen hastily opened his hand, only to find it drenched in blood. The Gala gemstone seal appeared to thirst for his blood, greedily siphoning it through the skin of his palm. Chen blood, seeping through the gemstone's exterior, gradually penetrated deeper until a luminous essence materialized at the center of the stone, taking the distinct shape of a reclining figure. Initially motionless, the silhouette began to stir under the influence of the blood, resembling a long-slumbering being awakening with newfound energy. Eventually, the figure started to ravenously absorb the blood, its form turning a vivid crimson, pulsating excitedly within the spirit stone, akin to an ecstatic dance. At last, the figure knelt within the stone, performing an ancient ritual of 16 bows and 9 prostrations. It then transformed into a crimson shadow, gradually solidifying, resembling the heart of the spirit stone from a distance. The entire Gala gemstone, glimmering with golden light, became infused with Chen red blood, appearing like a golden-hued bloodstone. Recognition of the master. Chen silently contemplated in his heart. He recalled the inscriptions within the records of the Jiang clan, which depicted the divine stone as a marvel of heaven and earth, each possessing its own destiny, with the Jiang clan's ownership unassailable. The ritual of 16 bows and 9 prostrations served as a ceremony of recognition, embodying unwavering resolve even if the stone were to shatter. This was a description of such extraordinary divine stones, which possessed their own life and convictions, more steadfast than humans. Once they acknowledged their master, even if reduced to fragments, their allegiance would remain unchanged. At this moment, Chen could distinctly sense that he had completely merged with this spirit stone. He resonated with it on a spiritual level, even perceiving the rhythmic beating of its heart, while the stone in turn sensed his emotions. It was truly miraculous. This gem had lain in our possession for millennia, yet we had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Old Mert, observing this wondrous event unfold, immediately raised his hands in utmost reverence and bowed to Chen, proclaiming, "This gem, now in your hands, has truly returned to its rightful owner. In our possession, it was merely a hollow title. I will never regret today's decision. Our family has safeguarded this gem for generations, and I believe this is its ultimate destiny." Just as old Mert uttered these words, a sudden crash resounded, and the beast hide stored in the safe spontaneously ignited. Startled, old Mert rushed to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. The precious inscriptions penned by Fushi on the beast hide were consumed in an instant. What a calamity! Such a valuable artifact, reduced to ashes, old Mert exclaimed, rendered speechless by the sight. "It is of no great consequence. It was merely a note," Chen remarked, gazing at the blazing flames. The beast hide contained formidable spells, which would automatically incinerate once the spirit stone recognized its master. The busy Zhongshang during the Shang and Zhou dynasties failed to seek this spirit stone, leading to all that followed. This is the chain of causation, as well as his lifelong regret. This is a flame that has been delayed for 5 millennia, finally ignited. Upon concluding his statement, Chen flicked his finger towards the fire, causing it to vanish instantly, the ashes dissipating into the air. He then turned to old Mert, smiling as he said, "Humans often reminisce about the past, tracing their ancestors and lineage, yet the events of the past are already bygone. The future holds greater significance. Your family's grudges and merits have long been buried in the sands of history. Now, let us contemplate the future with clarity." After exiting the vault, the elderly servant anxiously awaited their return at the door, trembling at the sight of Chen, fearful that he might suddenly turn hostile. Chen then broached the subject of wishing to bring Fu Yuanyuan back to their homeland. He refrained from mentioning the indignities she had suffered here, merely stating that she was originally Chinese and a classmate of his. Yearning for her homeland, and with her husband deceased, she wished to return home, and he hoped old Mert would grant her this opportunity. Upon hearing this, old Muerte chuckled, remarking that it was no great matter, merely a woman. The Mongols, known for their hospitality, never placed greater value on money or women than on friendship. He agreed to Chen request to bring Fu Yuanyuan back to their homeland. According to the original plan, Chen and his companions were to depart that very day. However, old Muerte insisted on their prolonging their stay, stating that it would be remiss not to share one final gathering that evening, a farewell toast, as was customary in honoring guests. With no alternative, Chen and his companions acquiesced. As night fell, the household servants began to stream into the courtyard, delivering an abundance of food and drink, setting up a barbecue in the center. The arrangement suggested that the Mongols had not yet satiated their thirst from the previous night and were intent on another revelry. However, when the feast commenced, Chen and Fat Wei soon realized that the attendees were predominantly men from the Golden family, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension and discontent, devoid of any music. Chen noticed that the man with whom Fu Yuanyuan had shared a flirtation the previous evening stood at the forefront of the gathering, his gaze directed at Chen, brimming with ire, as if he were on the verge of violence. Just as Chen and Fat Wei grappled with the unfolding situation, they spied Hu Ming being wheeled forward by a female nurse. Hu Ming gestured towards them and beckoned them aside, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Little why didn't you give me a heads up beforehand? News of your involvement with my widowed aunt has spread. My grandfather had her pack her belongings this afternoon to accompany you back to China, and now several of my uncles are aware of it. Little you ought to understand our family dynamics. Such young widows are typically already spoken for. Competing with a Mongolian man for a woman is tantamount to insulting him." After expressing his concern, Hu Ming glanced back anxiously at his uncles before continuing. "You see, there was no need for such overt declarations regarding this matter. If you truly harbor feelings for my aunt, you could have simply confided in me. I could have arranged for a beautiful girl to take her place for my uncle, discreetly facilitating her escape with you. Why go about it in such a brazen manner? Your current approach is akin to challenging my uncle. Everyone in the family, except my grandfather, is aware he has already had his encounter with my aunt. In our Mongolian culture, this warrants a duel." Chapter 385. "Bachelou, I have no personal relationship with your aunt," Chen replied sternly to Hu Ming. "She is my classmate and has merely assisted me with a small favor. I promise to return her to her homeland, as it is her own desire. This is simply human nature." Discussing this now is futile," Hu Ming quickly interjected, waving his hand. Lowering his voice further, he cautioned, "Little Remember this. After the meal, make haste to leave. Do not stay the night. If my uncle provokes you, do not engage him. I am aware of your formidable abilities. Yet in this place, a man's honor outweighs his very life. Should a conflict arise, victory is paramount for a Mongolian man. Defeat to an outsider can result in dire consequences. How terrifying. Upon hearing this, Pang Wei hastily stepped forward and patted Hu Meng on the shoulder. Listen, Hu Meng, we share a bond of life and death. I can see you possess considerable skill. Just remember to look after us when the time comes. Hu Meng gritted his teeth and nodded, stating, at that time, do not concern yourselves. I will handle it for you. Meanwhile, as Chunji and Pang Wei conversed, the servants had already arranged the dishes, beckoning them to partake in the meal. However, for reasons unknown, Old Mert had not made an appearance that evening, nor had Fu Yuanyuan. The atmosphere at the banquet had lost its joviality, as the family seemed to be aware of the tension brewing. Men, women, and children alike cast anxious glances at the man's countenance, awaiting the eruption of conflict. Chunji and Pang Wei awkwardly settled between the seats, and the servants promptly approached, placing beef and milk cakes upon their plates. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the hall as the Mongolian man violently smashed a large platter onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In his 40s, with a scruffy beard and a rugged appearance, he may not have been tall, but his broad shoulders and fierce gaze made it evident that he was not to be trifled with. After shattering the platter, he swept all the banquet items from the table to the floor and pointed an accusatory finger at Chunji, exclaiming, Chinese man, is this how you behave as a guest? We have offered you food and drink, yet you conspire with the women of the host family. How dare you take a woman from our golden family out of our tent? This is an affront to us. In the face of this Mongolian man's provocation, Chunji did not lift his gaze but instead tapped his cup against the table. I share no illicit relationship with that woman. She has her own will and wishes to return home. Therefore, it is reasonable for me to take her away. No one has the right to stop me. But she is a woman of our family. She has no right to choose. The Mongolian man shouted in halting Mongolian. Every individual possesses the right to choose. Chunji retorted, raising his head to lock eyes with the Mongolian man, his gaze sharp as a blade. All are born free. This is a universal truth and also the law of Mongolia. Do you believe the golden family is above the law? Momentarily at a loss for words in the face of the concept of law, the Mongolian man's face flushed crimson. Fine, I shall not debate the law with you. However, since we are in Mongolia, we shall adhere to Mongolian customs. You dare to take the woman I desire before my very eyes. Do you wish to challenge me? Upon finishing his words, the Mongolian man nimbly leaped from behind the table, drawing a small knife from his waist and plunging it into the tabletop. Can you Han people wrestle? Let us engage in a contest, swearing that the loser shall sever his own arm, rendering himself incapable of embracing a woman henceforth. Upon uttering these words, the man tore off his coat, revealing his robust muscles, and charged towards Chunji. A powerful gust of air surged forth, causing the man to be rebuffed by an invisible force, landing heavily on the ground. Even after his fall, he remained momentarily dazed, scratching his head and leaping to his feet, exclaiming, how did I fall? Perhaps I drank too much at noon. I feel a bit dizzy. This doesn't count. Let us try again. Before Chunji could respond to such a challenge, a sudden commotion arose as Hu Meng leaped from his wheelchair with a resounding thud, pushing the man down once more. Molki, do you fancy yourself the foremost Baturu of your clan? Do you dare challenge my friend? This is a challenge to me as well. Come, let us wrestle. Without hesitation, Hu Meng executed a swift maneuver, bringing the man crashing to the ground. The man, rising in a fury, glared at Hu Meng and snorted derisively. You insolent brat, a wild calf indeed. Weren't you just incapacitated? You were in a wheelchair, and now you dare to grapple with your uncle? Hu Meng stood his ground, firmly gripping the man's arm, engaging him in a fierce struggle. In wrestling, there is no distinction of age. Since you wish to resolve matters through this sport, let us proceed. Whoever loses shall sever his arm and forswear embracing women for life. Thus, in the ensuing minutes, Hu Meng and the man grappled with all their might. Despite the man's age, he was surprisingly adept at wrestling, displaying remarkable skill. Yet Hu Meng held his own, resulting in a stalemate. Cease at once. A commanding voice rang out amidst the fray. The crowd turned to see old Father Myrtle, supported by his elderly servant, approaching with his chieftain's staff in hand, accompanied by Fu Yuanyuan. All of you halt. Otherwise, the chieftain will impose punishment upon you. The old servant, supporting old Father Myrtle, raised his chin haughtily and called out to the grappling duo, "Stand up, brush yourselves off. Your elder has words for you." Upon hearing old Father Myrtle's arrival, the man and Hu Ming ceased their bout, hastily rising to their feet. Both bore the marks of their struggle, bruised and battered, standing with hands at their sides. Yet the man, seemingly unsatisfied, stepped forward and pointed at Chen, uttering something in Mongolian to old Father Myrtle. In response, old Father Myrtle sternly admonished him in the same tongue. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, retreated, casting a lingering, hostile glare at Chen. "Go." Old Master Mert turned to Fu Yuanyuan beside him and remarked, gesturing towards Chen, "Child, the sun never sets upon the grasslands. Your fate with the Golden family has come to an end. Go now, return to your homeland." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Fu Yuanyuan's cheeks. She wore a tattered dress, evidently a remnant from her time in China years ago, with nothing but a transparent bag for her documents in hand. She bowed respectfully to old Master Mert, wiping her tears as she approached Chen. At that moment, old Master Mert struck the ground heavily with his cane and addressed all present in a stern tone. "I hereby declare that this esteemed guest shall henceforth be my anda, my brother in life and death. His arm is my arm, his life is my life. To offend him is to offend me. From now on, anyone who challenges my guest shall face the harshest of clan punishments. Do you all understand?" In unison, everyone bowed their heads in agreement. Among the Mongolian people, the elders hold an unparalleled status within the clan, and under such circumstances, none dared to utter a word. Chapter 386. Departing Mongolia with the atmosphere having reached such a climax, there was no longer any reason to linger. After bidding farewell to old Master Mert, Chen and his companions were driven away by Homong, who personally took them from the Golden family's estate. Ever since he had been intoxicated, old Jindo had been in a dazed state, completely unaware of the events that transpired that day. They went directly to the hospital to retrieve Ghost Blade and Jiying, then spent the night in a modest dwelling outside Homong's place. The following morning, Chen and his party boarded the Golden family's private jet, preparing to return to their homeland. At the airport, during their farewell, Homong felt a profound sense of reluctance. Their brief time together had forged a deep bond between him and the two Chinese individuals. As they parted, Homong's nose reddened, and he even shed a few tears. "My brothers, I am Homong, a Mongolian. We Mongolians do not indulge in flowery words. We always speak with sincerity," he said, his voice choking slightly. "The experiences we shared on Kent Mountain are a lifelong honor for me. I will never forget the bond we forged, facing life and death together. I know your world is vast, and perhaps I am merely a fleeting visitor in your lives. But for me, you will always be my cherished andas. Do not forget me, and do not forget that there is a good brother waiting for your return in Mongolia. I am always at your service, whenever you need assistance." "What are you saying?" Pang Wei interjected, feeling a bit emotional as well. "You are also a brother in life and death to us. I tell you, had it not been for your final arrow aimed at that great moon, we would have long since accompanied each other to the underworld. You, my friend, are the true Mongolian warrior. To have met a brother like you is a fortune of 3 lifetimes. But about your pursuits," Pang Wei chuckled, glancing at the alluring nurse behind Homong, "you should learn a bit more about the responsibilities of a chieftain from your grandfather. Stop revolving around women and feasts, and strive to become a more respectable leader." Indeed, after Chen finished speaking, he approached and patted Hu Ming on the shoulder. "By the time we meet again, you will likely have ascended to a prominent position within the Golden family, leading your clan to the pinnacle of success." After a bittersweet farewell, Chen and his companions boarded the private jet of the Golden family. The wealth of the Golden family was indeed well-deserved. With the interior of the jet adorned in resplendent hues, lavishly decorated with gold leaf and glass, a riot of colors that seemed to scream their newfound affluence. However, the layout inside the aircraft was quite comfortable, with the lounge and bar perfectly arranged. The bar was fully stocked, boasting even rare vintages like Louis XVIII. And the flight attendants, all tall and radiant, donned enticingly sheer uniforms, providing meticulous service that left one feeling utterly relaxed. Since that drunken episode, Lao Jindo seemed to have lost his previous exuberance, constantly complaining of a headache. Once aboard, he retreated to the lounge to sleep. Gui Dao's primary injuries were superficial. With Mongolia's limited medical resources, his burns were still inflamed and required targeted treatment upon returning home. Jiying escorted him to a special cabin where he could rest. The cabin was left with only Fat Wei, Chen Ji, and Fu Yuanyuan. In the chilly weather, Fu Yuanyuan's old dress appeared rather thin. Fat Wei, ever the gentleman, offered her his coat. Since this morning, Fu Yuanyuan's eyes had been reddened. She leaned against the window, gazing at the white clouds outside, unable to hold back her tears as she sobbed quietly. "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Fat Wei, bewildered at the sight of a woman in tears, stammered. "We agreed beforehand that you were voluntarily returning home, so don't make it seem like I've abducted you. What if we disembark and you report us as human traffickers?" "I am indeed willing." Fu Yuanyuan replied through her tears. "I am just so happy. It's been 5 years, and I have never left Mongolia. That old man was so afraid I would run away that he wouldn't even let me board a plane. I have felt like a prisoner within that family, and now I can finally return home." "And what are your plans once you return?" Chen Ji inquired, glancing at Fu Yuanyuan. "I have none," she replied softly, shaking her head as tears streamed down her face. "I currently have no savings and will need to find a job when I return. But I have made a resolution. No matter what hardships I face, I will survive on my own. I no longer desire the opulence of my past life. However, my education is limited, so finding a job may be challenging. I have no parents or relatives, nor a place to stay in the country." "Chen Ji, I see that you have connections. Could you help me find a job?" "Certainly." Chen Ji nodded in agreement. "I will assist you in securing a manageable job and arrange for your accommodation. But as you mentioned, from this point onward, you will be an ordinary person. Ordinary individuals face ordinary pressures in life. Since you have chosen this path, you must forget the past of being a Mongolian princess and embrace a new life. Rest assured," Fu Yuanyuan declared with unwavering determination, "this is inherently my own choice. I am not the kind of woman who would sacrifice her dignity for the sake of money. I would rather sustain myself like an ordinary person than live among those beasts." "Well said, sister. You have backbone," praised Pang Wei. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the plane began its ascent, and a profound silence enveloped the cabin. The journey was far from short. Fu Yuanyuan had not boarded a plane in quite some time, and now she felt a bit lightheaded. After greeting her companions, she retreated to her seat to rest her eyes. Meanwhile, Pang Wei had set his sights on a voluptuous flight attendant, persistently engaging her in flirtation while requesting drinks. Mongolian women are known for their open nature, and this flight attendant was equally amiable, her alluring lips breaking into laughter as she bantered with Pang Wei. Chen Ji, somewhat irritated by their raucous exchange, chose to relocate to a corner, sitting alone with his eyes closed, reflecting on recent events. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into an unbidden slumber. In his dreams, he finally beheld the figure he had long been yearning for. Chapter 387. Dreamscape. Throughout this period, a singular silhouette lingered in Chen Ji's mind, the elderly man in white who had appeared in the Genghis Khan mausoleum, rescuing him in his final moments, Qiu Chiji. Over the past few days, Chen Ji had repeatedly pondered this incident. The subsequent events seemed almost inevitable. The old man had come to their aid, granting them the power of the old acrobat, which not only saved his life, but also facilitated their escape from the subterranean depths. Yet, upon returning to reality, this extraordinary experience felt ethereal and almost surreal. Firstly, Chen Ji had been in a state of unconsciousness. The visions he encountered were witnessed solely by him, unseen by others. Secondly, the manifestation perceived by the old acrobat bore little resemblance to Chen Ji's experience and felt profoundly unreal. Chen Ji had also entertained doubts, contemplating whether the luminous figure he had beheld was merely a figment of his imagination. The reason he envisioned a venerable man radiating divine light could stem from his own expectations of Qiu Chiji, or perhaps a longing for another individual whom he hoped would ultimately come to his rescue. This notion aligns with the Western scholars' concept of the oasis effect, suggesting that individuals near death may perceive illusions of salvation, akin to spotting a freshwater oasis in the desert. Thus, in his unconscious state, Chen Ji fancied that the radiant light had come to his aid, when in truth, no one had appeared. The reason the earth deities refrained from harming him was likely due to other factors. As for the old acrobat's later encounter with the celestial sage, it was merely the ramblings of a mind unhinged, unworthy of credence. And the alterations in the old acrobat's physique could very well be attributed to the peculiar physical environment of the subterranean realm. Though these explanations may appear somewhat forced, the concept of divine encounter is indeed too profound to draw any conclusions at present. As Chen pondered these matters, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his mind, to the point where he could scarcely lift his eyelids, and before he knew it, he gradually drifted into a deep slumber. In this instance, his sleep was profoundly deep, a sensation that was quite extraordinary, akin to being forcibly drawn into another realm. Despite being aware that he was dreaming, he found himself unable to awaken or exert control over this dreamscape. In his dream, Chen initially felt an exquisite comfort, as if he were the largest cloud at the horizon, swaying gently with the breeze. The clouds enveloped him tightly, as though he were nestled within a cotton ball, carrying him aloft over the vast expanse of Mongolia. However, this blissful experience was fleeting. Upon reaching the heights above Kent Mountain, Chen suddenly plummeted downward at an alarming speed, falling for what seemed like an eternity as the surrounding scenery faded into obscurity and darkness, until he ultimately reached the abyss. Amidst the dimness, everything around him vanished into blackness. Yet within this void, Chen perceived something familiar, the familiar sepulchral passage and the well-known rock walls, as he found himself back within the depths of the mural tomb. In that desolate darkness, he once again beheld the stone coffin that housed the eldest son of Genghis Khan. This time, however, the coffin appeared remarkably new, as if it had just been fashioned. The lid still bore the ceremonial whisk, which shimmered with a radiant glow, its pristine silk threads resembling silver strands, immaculate and sacred. The stone coffin had slightly ajar, revealing its contents. Chen observed that within the coffin there were neither remains nor burial artifacts. Instead, a singular object commanded his attention. Placed within the coffin was the discarded divine seal, isolated and conspicuous, its face turned upward. Chen discerned clearly the inscription etched upon the seal, supreme enfeoffment as the god of slaughter. The characters were relatively small and meticulously carved, and while he could see them distinctly, the name in the center remained obscured and indistinct. As Chen strained to clarify the name, he suddenly noticed a figure hunched behind the stone coffin. Startled, a wave of indescribable terror surged through his heart, for he had an instinctive feeling that what he was about to witness was the most terrifying sight in the world. It was the silhouette of an elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe, his head adorned with long silver hair. This was unmistakably the figure of Qiu Chuji, a vision Chen had encountered more than once before. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, this iteration of Qiu Chuji was markedly different from those he had previously witnessed. This time, Qiu Chuji appeared exceedingly disheveled, his frame emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. No longer did he exude the sanctity observed amidst the white light. His garments were wrinkled and soiled, riddled with tattered holes, and his once lustrous silver hair was now dull and unkempt. The figure stood motionless, presenting a back devoid of life, resembling a specter without any trace of vitality. Unbeknownst to him, Chen harbored an inexplicable dread towards that silhouette. He seemed to possess an inkling of its identity, yet was paralyzed by the fear of knowing. The thought of that figure turning to face him filled him with terror, for he sensed that its visage would be the most horrifying sight imaginable, so terrifying that it could drive him to madness. Yet, the silhouette remained motionless for an extended period. Eventually, he observed it slowly raise its right arm, extending a bony hand. This hand sent a chill down his spine, with skin as parched as ancient bones, cracked and clinging tightly to the skeletal structure beneath. Blood dripped from its desiccated fingers, each drop of vivid crimson hue, evoking a shudder of dread. The gaunt hand pointed towards the feather duster atop the stone coffin, and the bright blood fell in a rhythmic patter onto the pristine duster, casting a gruesome contrast against its white silk tassels. As the blood pooled upon the duster, it began to spread, flowing like a stream of vibrant red downwards, ultimately cascading onto the divine seal within the coffin. With each drop that landed upon the seal, the long-abandoned artifact began to emit a radiant glow, suffused in a brilliant purplish-red light, blindingly bright. Finally, the seal erupted in a dazzling scarlet brilliance, the blood-esque saturation transforming it into a nightmarish spectacle. Run now? A thunderous voice reverberated within Chen Ji's mind. He jolted awake, finding himself still seated within the aircraft cabin. Pang Wei was engaged in lively conversation with a voluptuous flight attendant. He sat alone in a corner, surrounded by an empty expanse. Suddenly, a faint glimmer appeared before his eyes. Chen noticed that within his treasure pouch, an object was shimmering. Chapter 388. The gift bestowed this nightmare quickened Chen Ji's heartbeat. Throughout their arduous journey, he and his companions had traversed realms beyond the wildest imaginings of ordinary folk, rendering them impervious to fear. Even should a female ghost materialize before him, face to face, Chen would remain largely unfazed. If anything were to evoke profound terror within him, it would likely be the matter he had long evaded, the very domain he was reluctant to confront. The haunting imagery from the nightmare pierced through the remnants of his mind, akin to a silver needle, reigniting memories of that vague countenance, that shadow weeping alone in the underworld, shackled, Jiangshang. Chen vigorously rubbed his eyes, pouring himself a glass of clear water, striving to maintain lucidity. Dreams, after all, are merely dreams. Reality stands apart. He resolved not to allow a nightmare to dictate his judgment or disrupt his rational thought. Without concrete evidence, he refused to conflate dreams with reality, unwilling to become a delusional harbinger of foreboding. However, the shifts of reality swiftly manifested before his eyes. On the other side of the cabin, the portly Wei was still flirting with the voluptuous flight attendant. Outside the airplane window, the white clouds drifted by ceaselessly. But in an instant, a tempest arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as dark clouds enveloped the sky. The aircraft rumbled violently, plunging into the ominous clouds, immediately beginning to shake. The turbulence was so severe that it felt akin to a kite severed from its string. Alarms blared throughout the cabin, urging all passengers to remain seated and fasten their seatbelts. In the rest area, Fu Yuanyuan cried out in distress, while the flight attendants dashed about in a panic. Chen hastily placed his hand against the side of the plane, channeling the airflow within himself to sense the storm outside. Typically, such disturbances occur when an aircraft inadvertently enters a cloud layer or encounters turbulent winds, natural phenomena that usually stabilize after a brief period. However, as Chen directed the airflow outward, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. Outside, someone was wielding a tempestuous incantation. Chen heart raced violently. This ancient spell of thunder and wind was renowned for its ferocity and strength, classified among the most formidable of offensive sorceries. It had long been concealed within the secret tomes of the Jiang family, strictly forbidden from dissemination. Legend had it that this knowledge originated from Jiangshang and was passed down through generations, likely known only to members of the Jiang lineage. In the modern world, it was improbable that anyone else possessed such mastery. The clouds roiled ominously, unleashing countless serpents of electricity, as merciless bolts of lightning cleaved the air, and torrential winds lashed out, threatening to bring down their aircraft at any moment. Chen contemplated attempting to manipulate the tumultuous elements, but he quickly realized that the power of the spell in the sky far exceeded his own, by hundreds or even thousands of times, rendering it utterly beyond his control. At that moment, within his treasure pouch, an object began to emit a radiant glow. Witnessing the light emanating from the pouch sent Chen's heart into a frenzied leap, not out of fear of what lay within, but from the realization that the terrifying nightmare he had just experienced was indeed connected to the raging storm outside. He understood that several extraordinary items resided within his treasure pouch, all acquired during his journey to Mongolia. First among them was the Gala gemstone gifted to him by Old Mert, a stone imbued with a significant golden luminescence, since it had recognized its master. The gemstone had undergone a transformation. The inscriptions that once adorned its surface, bearing the surnames of the Golden family, had vanished, leaving behind a pristine spiritual stone. To prevent this striking golden gemstone from attracting unwarranted attention, Chen and Old Mert had carefully encased it in a reflective box before their departure, ensuring that even the most potent light emitted by the stone could not escape the confines of the treasure pouch. Secondly, the abandoned divine stone discovered within Genghis Khan's coffin, marked with inscriptions that have been marred by a blade, has lost all its radiant essence and is incapable of emitting light. Thus, the sole potential source of illumination is the silver disc, transformed from the dust brush resting atop the coffin. Chen gazed intently at the treasure pouch for an extended period, listening to the thunderous roar of the storm outside the aircraft, which swayed perilously in the tumultuous winds and rain. Eventually, he calmly retrieved the pouch and unzipped it. Instantly, an uncontrollable surge of spiritual light erupted from within, dazzling and resplendent, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chen observed that the silver disc had contorted into an unusual shape, resembling a spirit tablet, and it continued to expand, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Fat Wei, in an attempt to comfort the flustered flight attendant, quickly sensed that something was amiss with the light emanating from Chen Ji's vicinity. He hurriedly coaxed the flustered flight attendant into the service cabin before swiftly approaching Chen Ji and firmly grasping the treasure pouch. Orange, have you lost your mind? This is Mongolian airspace. What sorcery are you attempting here? If these ladies catch wind of it, you'll be making headlines in no time. I am not casting spells, Chen Ji replied, nudging Fat Wei's hand aside and directing his attention to the silver disc within the pouch. Do you see? This disc has already begun to warp. It is the cause of the climatic shifts outside. What? Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he cradled the pouch and leaned in to glimpse the glowing silver disc. This thing resembles a transformer. It can change shape on its own. I have long found it peculiar, Chen Ji mused. What exactly is this object? It transformed into a bow and arrow underground, and now it has twisted into a helix. Could it possibly morph into something else? This metal is exceedingly complex, Chen Ji remarked as he resealed the luminescent treasure pouch. Addressing Fat Wei, our understanding of control stones is woefully inadequate. In truth, some control stones possess powers far beyond our imagination, just like the chain we encountered underground. That particular control stone evidently exhibits a degree of intelligence, surpassing all others we have witnessed. Not only can they slice through iron effortlessly, but they are also capable of manifold transformations. I suspect this silver disc is of considerable significance. Chapter 389, The Gift Bestowed, Part 2. That is indeed perplexing, Fat Wei replied, scratching his head in confusion. Did you not claim that this item was intentionally left for you by Qiu Chuji? If that is the case, why would this Qiu Chuji, who is no relation to you, leave you an inheritance? Moreover, he lived a millennium ago. How could he possibly know your name 1,000 years later? Did he leave you a parting gift with the foresight that you would inevitably visit this place? Is he truly so formidable, capable of predicting your arrival a millennium hence, placing a dust brush atop the coffin for your benefit? Uncertain, Chen Ji shook his head. Perhaps when he left this item for me, it was not as the identity of Qiu Chuji, but rather, can you articulate your thoughts more clearly? Fat Wei was on the verge of a breakdown. Brother, it's not that I disregard your analysis of ancient psychology. Look outside. The sky is ablaze with lightning and thunder. If we are not careful, we may meet our demise collectively. Could you perhaps cast a spell first and surmount this obstacle before further discussions? The loss of a few of us would not be regrettable, but the fates of those beautiful ladies aboard the flight would be a tragedy, each one with a promising future and exquisite figures. Am I to alter the weather outside? At the thought, Chen Ji naturally glanced toward the treasure pouch. To his astonishment, the silver disc had transformed entirely into the shape of a Rui token, radiating a blinding light akin to lightning. Chen Ji hesitated for a moment, cautiously reaching into the treasure pouch to grasp the Rui token. In an instant, an electrifying sensation coursed through his body, while simultaneously, an immense aura and boundless energy erupted from within him. Silence. Be still, Chen Ji silently chanted, firmly holding the ever-changing and expanding spiritual token in his grasp. Return to your original form. No? Become even smaller. His wish morphed into a tangible force, flowing into his palm. At that moment, Chen Ji distinctly sensed the restless spiritual token gradually calming in his hand, and to his surprise, it began to shrink. The electrifying sensation dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth that flooded into Chen Ji's palm, reminiscent of the tender touch of a maiden's lips. The colossal power he had felt moments ago ebbed away like a trickling stream into his being. Instantly, an exhilarating emotion surged within Chen Ji, overwhelming him with joy, as if he had grasped the most potent force in the universe. He lifted his head and smiled excitedly at Fat Wei. Have you ever considered, my friend, that this item was deliberately left for me by Jiangxia? What could it possibly be? Upon hearing Chen Ji's inquiry, Fat Wei broke into a grin. He fetched his jacket, draping it over the glowing treasure pouch. Let it be what it is. I'm just an ordinary human, incomparable to you divine offspring. Right now, I only know that handling such things on an airplane is perilous. Let us not bring about a crash. You should safeguard this precious item. As for the divine weapons your ancestors bequeathed you, ponder that on your own. I must hurry to comfort my bosomy flight attendant. That thunderclap has surely frightened her. With that, Fat Wei turned and exited the cabin to pursue the flight attendant. In the ensuing period, the climate outside fluctuated dramatically, alternating between flashes of lightning and heavy rain beneath dark clouds. However, Overall, it gradually became more temperate. Meanwhile, the silver plate within the treasure pouch slowly lost its radiance. Before long, the skies outside transformed into a vast expanse of blue. During this time, people moved about restlessly, creating a cacophony, while Chen remained seated, gazing at the dwindling glow of the treasure pouch, lost in profound contemplation. Is this conveying a message? Is it meant for me? Chen pondered silently, acutely aware that everything before him was intricately connected to the brief encounter with the demon he had just experienced. Dreams have myriad interpretations. Modern scientists assert that they are merely the brain's reflections of daily thoughts during slumber. Yet, ancient beliefs held that dreams possessed prophetic abilities and could connect the living with the deceased, bridging disparate realms. If the recent dream was indeed imparting a message to Chen, what might that message be? And who was the messenger? Chen closed his eyes, striving to recall every detail of the dream. He remembered that the discarded divine seal bore clear inscriptions that read, "The Supreme Fengshan as the God of Slaughter." However, the name in the middle remained indistinct, and the area where the name should have been engraved appeared unusually smooth, as though it had been polished. If that spot had been smoothed, it indicated that another name had once been inscribed there. A sudden realization struck Chen, prompting him to reopen the treasure pouch. He discovered that the silver plate had reverted to a smaller, more delicate tray, now devoid of any luster, quietly resting there. Beneath the silver plate lay a small parcel wrapped in deer hide, which contained the abandoned divine seal. Chen carefully extracted the seal and gently unwrapped the cloth, revealing the forsaken spiritual stone, which lay there dim and unremarkable, resembling an ordinary stone one might find by the roadside. This spiritual stone was considerably larger than a galactic gem, presenting a perfect square shape, adorned with carvings that distinctly resembled a seal, albeit in an archaic style. As Chen turned the seal to its front, he observed the inscription, "The Supreme Fengshan Borjigen, Temjin as the God of Slaughter." The names Borjigen and Temjin were evidently later additions, with shallow, hesitant engravings, and the final stroke of Temjin's name remained incomplete, having been crossed out. Chen raised the divine seal to the light, scrutinizing it closely. He noted that the area where the names were inscribed was comparatively lower and smoother than the surrounding surface, indicating it had been worn down. While Temjin's name was inscribed a second time, Chen retrieved a magnifying glass from the treasure pouch and examined the names closely. Under the lens, the stone's texture became vividly clear, revealing all the details magnified. He observed that the surface of the stone where the names were etched was riddled with wear marks. Yet faintly, the original knife marks were discernible. This place once bore another name. Chen pondered silently. This person is truly the embodiment of death. Chapter 390. Information: what message is being conveyed? Chen mused as he caressed the abandoned divine seal, feeling the intricate carvings upon its surface, contemplating the thoughts of the engraver and the conflicting emotions of hesitation and determination that accompanied its creation. With his eyes shut, Chen endeavored to recollect the details of the recent dream, reconstructing each fragment in his mind. It was indeed the underground tomb of Kent Mountain. Yet no trace of the Earth Immortals was to be found. The stone coffin appeared remarkably new, as if freshly crafted, devoid of any remains. A white silhouette stood nearby, weary and hunched, pointing at the pristine dust brush resting atop the coffin. Blood then began to flow, dripping onto the immaculate brush, followed by a torrent that stained the divine seal within the coffin. This imagery suggested a connection forged through blood, linking the brush and the seal. What could this signify? And what was the nature of this versatile brush? Throughout the subsequent flight, Chen remained lost in contemplation, grappling with these questions. The journey from Mongolia to the northeast was not extensive. After a few hours, they arrived successfully at the city's airport. The Bao family had sent numerous vehicles to await their arrival, including several longtime associates who were well acquainted with Chen, accompanied by a stuttering young driver. Prior to this, Chen had already communicated with Bao Ping, apprising him of the situation, so a medical vehicle was also dispatched. The medical team transported the injured Ghost Blade and the delirious old Jindo directly to the hospital, with Jiying accompanying them. The subsequent arrangements were managed by designated personnel, alleviating Chen of any further concern. On the plane, the bus-to-flight attendant and Fat Wei shared a delightful connection. Upon his departure, she expressed reluctance, proclaiming, in her own words, that she had found true love. After exchanging WeChat information, Chen and Fat Wei boarded the vehicle driven by the stuttering young man to return to their fateful abode. This stuttering driver was known for his loose tongue and lack of filter, incessantly inquiring about their adventures in Mongolia. I say, you two brothers. You've had quite the leisurely day. While we risk our lives daily, you just went to Mongolia to chase after girls. Chasing girls, indeed. How did Uncle Jean end up so foolish? What does it matter? Fat Wei chuckled at the mention of old Jean Doe. Let me tell you, your grandpa Jean has truly seen through the mundane. He deceived us into believing he had cancer, then generously provided me with his bank account details. Once I return, I will withdraw all his money, and from now on, I shall prosper. Little stutterer, you'll drive for your big brother. Really? The young driver gazed at the rearview mirror, grinning. Uncle Jean is notorious for being stingy. If he is this generous, it's truly remarkable. But saying he has cancer does seem a bit fitting. Some time ago, I insisted on taking him to the hospital daily. Chen immediately lifted his gaze to Xiao Keba and inquired about which hospital he was referring to. It's just the tumor hospital in the neighboring city. Xiao Keba replied. I was initially reluctant, thinking there were hospitals locally. Why go through the trouble of traveling out of town? It turned out that Uncle Jean had been diagnosed with cancer, which I found quite absurd. Damn it, Pang Wei exclaimed, kicking the driver's seat sharply. Is your brain filled with iron? Is your Uncle Jin's cancer a laughing matter? Just wait until I inform Lao Jindo. I'll have him dock your pay. Thus, the vehicle continued on its journey back to the Fate Hall, where Ding Ning was standing at the entrance. Everything at Fate Hall remained unchanged, exactly as it had been before their departure. However, Ding Ning appeared even more distracted than before. The mere thought of attending school seemed more daunting than death itself. Yet during this time, he diligently managed the business at Fate Hall, handling procurement and sales single-handedly. Although he was just a child, perhaps due to his past life experience as a librarian, he managed everything with remarkable orderliness. One must admit, that is indeed a rare talent. Upon seeing their return, Ding Ning was overjoyed, darting around the courtyard like an exuberant puppy. He informed Chun Ji and Pang Wei that Hao Yingjun had gone to Beijing again. Zheng Chao truly proved to be a man of his word, tirelessly assisting Hao Yingjun during this time and securing several audition opportunities for him. These auditions were significant, featuring promising roles in reputable productions. As Zheng Chao put it, all the necessary opportunities had been presented. The remaining task lay in Hao Yingjun's ability to seize them. Hearing that his cousin was making strides, Pang Wei was elated and declared he would treat Ding Ning and Chen Ji to a grand feast at Lu Xiaoan's hot pot restaurant that very day, a celebration in his honor. Ding Ning was, of course, overjoyed, but ever since Chen Ji experienced that peculiar dream on the plane, his mood had been rather heavy, leaving him lacking in spirit. In the following days, their lives unfolded with remarkable tranquility, a rarity indeed. However, it wouldn't be long before Chen Ji and Pang Wei faced a series of heart-pounding days. First, news arrived from the hospital regarding the Bao family. Guidao's wounds had begun to reopen, causing immense suffering with each recurrence. While the injuries sustained in Mongolia had mostly healed due to the efficacy of the elixir, the complex flesh wounds inflicted by the iron chains remained problematic. These injuries might heal quickly, but within a few days, the knife wounds would reopen, repeatedly, as if the skin could never forget the scar. This unprecedented situation left the hospital feeling overwhelmed, and with current medical capabilities, they were unable to formulate an effective response. After careful consideration, Bao Ping ordered Guidao to be sent back to the main city for collective treatment by the organization's shaman, yet no solution was found. In due course, nearly all the shamans of the Western Qi royal city began to investigate the wounds inflicted by the ghost blade. Ultimately, it was the Grand Shaman, well-versed in the arts of talismans and spells, who revealed the truth. The reason these wounds were slow to heal was due to the presence of an immensely potent enchantment embedded within the weapon that caused them. This spell, imperceptible and colorless, emanated from the weapon itself, rendering it invisible and unbreakable, much like the unhealable wounds. Chapter 391. Enclosing oneself, however. The shamans also observed that each time the wounds healed, they shrank slightly, indicating that the skin was indeed recuperating at a gradual pace. Thus, the ghost blade was compelled to endure the cycle of healing and suffering repeatedly before he could ultimately recover. There was no alternative. Given that the ghost blade still bore guilt, he could not remain within the organization to recuperate. Consequently, Bao Ping arranged for him to recover at a secret stronghold outside the organization, meticulously sealing off any information to ensure the ghost blade's safety. Since returning to the homeland, the mental state of old Jindo began to stabilize gradually. Initially, he would utter nonsensical ramblings, but later he fell into silence. The Bao family engaged a renowned psychological expert to assess his condition. The expert's diagnosis mirrored findings from his time in Mongolia, indicating that old Jindo's state of excitement was a form of abnormal delusion. However, as his emotions stabilized, his rationality would slowly return, warranting little concern. During this period, Chen visited him several times at the sanatorium alongside Pang Wei and Ding Ning. Although old Jindo was not particularly talkative, his eyes betrayed a dawning clarity of mind. In contrast, the situation with Fu Yuanyuan became increasingly complicated. Through Chen Ji's introduction, the Bao family facilitated Fu Yuanyuan's employment as a secretary in one of their subsidiary companies. According to the Bao family, this was a rather relaxed position, involving merely answering calls and preparing documents, with weekends off, accommodations provided by the company, an exceptional salary and benefits due to her connection with Chen Ji. Yet, Fu Yuanyuan struggled to adapt to the 9-to-5 routine, even with a doubled salary. It proved insufficient for her needs. As she lamented, even a decade of such work would not suffice to purchase a pair of earrings akin to those she once owned. The high-end clothing and cosmetics she once relished were now utterly beyond her reach, rendering her present life a stark contrast to her former extravagant lifestyle. Subsequently, the Bao family assigned her to several different roles within the company. Fu Yuanyuan initially approached these opportunities with enthusiasm, but eventually grew dissatisfied with each position, ultimately ceasing to attend work altogether. According to the Bao family, she now spent her days secluded in the company dormitory, engrossed in the internet, her pursuits a mystery. During this time, Chen Ji exhibited peculiar behavior, often retreating into solitude, preferring to be alone. In Pang Wei's words, he had nearly descended into a state of autism. For nearly a month, Chen Ji sequestered himself on the second floor of the Fate Hall, locking the door from the inside and drawing the curtains, shrouding the room in darkness. The enveloping darkness offered him a sense of security, allowing him to immerse himself in contemplation and thought. Chen Ji placed the silver disc beneath his pillow, establishing a formidable barrier of 17 layers around himself. He was acutely aware of his apprehension. He feared that someone might intrude upon this sanctuary and seize the silver disc. Ever since his return from Mongolia, an unprecedented power had gradually surged through the disc, infiltrating his being and inducing a subtle transformation within him, bestowing upon him an extraordinary sense of strength. His desire to possess the silver disc intensified with each passing moment, a craving that exhilarated him yet filled him with unease. During the day, he would find himself alone, toying with this delicate object, his gaze fixed upon its intricate patterns, as if the world itself lay within the palm of his hand, contingent upon the presence of the silver disc. He was consumed by a singular curiosity. What was this remarkable object that magnified his strength manifold and invigorated his spirit to such an extent? Naturally, Chen Ji had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. Gazing at the gleaming silver disc before him, he recalled countless folk legends surrounding Jiangxia, envisioning the mythical figure commanding the gods from the clouds. However, when confronted with reality, he found it impossible to associate such a divine image with himself. He could scarcely fathom what it would be like to guide legions and command deities amidst tumultuous winds and clouds. In truth, humanity harbors a profound flaw: self-doubt. Individuals often envision how imposing they would appear from the celestial heights, yet when that moment truly arrives, the foremost emotion is not exhilaration but rather an overwhelming sense of fear, an endless abyss of trepidation. During this time, Chen Ji found himself ensnared in a recurring nightmare. In his dreams, the same elderly figure clad in a wrinkled white robe loomed before him, motionless as a statue, pointing silently at the dust-covered ceremonial items and the forsaken divine seal. On several occasions, it seemed as though the figure was on the verge of turning to face him. Yet, whenever this pivotal moment approached, Chen Ji would awaken, startled, drenched in sweat, the thunderous echoes still ringing in his ears. Days passed in this manner until Bao Ping called Chen Ji. He had been preoccupied with numerous external affairs and now sought to inquire about the details of his experiences in Mongolia, expressing a desire to meet in person. Chen Ji recounted all the events he encountered in Mongolia, including the acquisition of the silver disc and the abandoned divine seal, as well as the gift of the Gala gemstone from Old Muerte. However, He refrained from mentioning Ji Ying's encounter with Ji Yang in the mine or the matter concerning the Yama wooden box, instead feigning illness and declining the invitation to meet with Bao Ping. Upon hearing Chen Ji's tone, Bao Ping did not press further. He simply responded with a calm acknowledgement before ending the call. Thus, the days continued to unfold in a monotonous cycle, as Fat Wei and Ding Ning persistently visited the old acrobat. Every time Pang Wei encounters Lao Jindo, he brings up the matter of the money, asserting that a true man stands by his word, and now he is aware of the account and password, intending to cash out abroad at his earliest convenience. Yet, Lao Jindo feigns ignorance, cleverly altering the password, and despite Pang Wei's relentless pressure, he remains silent. On this day, a phone call from Humo in Mongolia arrives unexpectedly, during which he informs Chen Ji of the anticipated news. Fu Yuanyuan has returned to Mongolia. Chapter 392. A secret meeting according to Humo. While in Mongolia, Fu Yuanyuan was the mistress who commanded her maids, with monthly expenses measured in gold, a lifestyle unattainable for the average Chinese girl. After experiencing a semblance of ordinary life in her homeland, she found herself unable to adapt and soon abandoned that life. During this period, she had been active online, reconnecting with her once admiring uncle, the man from the Golden family who had previously wrestled with Humo. They rekindled their romance online, solidifying their relationship, after which Fu Yuanyuan made a request to this former uncle. Fu Yuanyuan agreed to be with him, but refused to be a mistress. This 50-year-old Mongolian man was willing to divorce his first wife and bring Fu Yuanyuan back to Mongolia, to hold a wedding and make her his legitimate spouse. Infatuated with her, he consented to her demands, discarding his previous family. As for the daughter-in-law re-entering the Golden family, Old Myrtle also imposed conditions on Fu Yuanyuan. This time, no one coerced her to come to Mongolia. It was entirely her own choice. Upon her return, Fu Yuanyuan would be forbidden from any contact with the outside world. Regardless of her fate here, she could not return to China nor seek out Chen Ji, not even a phone call, lest Old Myrtle invoke tribal law against her. Du Yuanyuan acquiesced. She vowed never to leave the Golden family for the remainder of her life. In her final message to Humo for Chen Ji, she expressed gratitude for all he had done for her and confessed her shame. She had once aspired to face life alone, to be a person of integrity, but the harshness of reality proved overwhelming. Chen Ji had foreseen this outcome. Life is inherently a challenging examination, and each individual has their own way of living. Many lament that fate has forced them into such lives, yet it is indeed their own choices that have led to this destiny. While it is commendable to possess integrity, the reality of life is arduous, and to be a parasite devoid of dignity is far simpler. On that day, the Fate Hall was open for merely half a day. After lunch, Pang Wei closed the doors of the Fate Hall and, accompanied by Ding Ning, went to the sanatorium to confront Lao Jindo. Chen Ji remained alone on the second floor, as was his custom. He descended to water the starry sky in the foyer, securely locked the door, and then returned to the second floor, drawing all the curtains shut. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Ji sat in a chair, fiddling with the silver platter, his mind repeatedly mulling over the entirety of his dream. That voice urged me, "Hurry, go." But where should I go? Is it to seek the owner of this divine seal? And why must it be so? Why does it insist that I focus on this silver platter? Is there an inevitable connection between these two entities that compels this item to be entrusted to me? And that figure I have never seen clearly. Qiu Chuji, could it truly be him? Chen Ji's thoughts were a chaotic tangle, with every thread of reasoning spiraling infinitely, causing a throbbing pain in his mind. He strived to rein in his associations, linking the tangible evidence into coherent strands, examining all clues while dismissing all futile conjectures. Yet, he perpetually sensed that this matter was an entirety, and the moment he occupied was the very nexus of all connections. At that instant, Chen Ji felt a subtle shift in his aura. Someone had entered. He swiftly stood, gathering his energy, concealing the silver platter with a flick of his hand. And then with a decisive action, he drew back the curtains. "Who is it?" He called out to the exterior. Just as his words echoed, a shadow silently alighted outside his window. It was the red-banded warrior, Aso. Aso, wielding a long sword, opened the window and gently leaped inside. "Do not be alarmed, chieftain. I am here on orders to ensure the safety of this location. The leader will be arriving shortly." "The leader is coming?" Chen Ji's heart stirred immediately. Why would the leader personally come to meet me? This contradicts the organization's protocols. "This is not a question for me to pose," Aso replied politely, bowing. My duty is solely to guarantee the safety of the venue for the leader's discussion with you. As for the content of the meeting, the leader will address you personally. He added, I will stand watch outside the window, so please rest assured. When will the leader arrive? Chen inquired further. He will be here shortly. Please wait, chieftain. Aso responded, taking his position beside the window with his sword in hand. Chen cast a glance at the sword in Aso's grip. Noting it was still an ordinary cold steel blade, quite unbefitting of Aso's stature. Before my departure to Mongolia, did not the extreme thieves venture abroad to procure a renowned sword for you? Why has it not yet arrived? Chen words seemed to strike a nerve in Aso. He tightened his grip on the sword. I must report to the chieftain. My fortune has been ill-fated. When the extreme thieves located that sword, its blade had already been shattered and rendered unusable. Later, the leader informed me that all swords share a bond with their owners. Since that sword and I are not fated to be, there is no need to force it. Ah, I see. Chen observed the disappointment reflected in Aso's downcast eyes. Aso's face, marred and wrapped in bandages, appeared somewhat fearsome, evoking a sense of dread. Chen understood that ever since he had rescued Aso from the depths of the underworld, the organization had gained a formidable strength. This former Red Warrior possessed unfathomable power, standing beside Bao Ping as a pillar of strength. Regrettably, such an exceptional Red Belt warrior is devoid of a true weapon. As a distinguished Red Belt warrior, you rightfully deserve a magnificent blade. However, a divine weapon is a rarity, one that can only be encountered through fate. There is no need for haste. As the leader has articulated, the artifact that truly belongs to you will find its way to you. Of course, I shall remain vigilant on your behalf. Do not worry. Upon hearing Chen words, Asu appeared considerably comforted. He bowed in gratitude, and then raised his head to inform Chen the leader has arrived. I take my leave. With that, he leapt out of the window like the wind, vanishing into the night. At that moment, a black vehicle slowly entered from outside. The black Audi was rather ordinary. A mere glance would evoke no suspicion. The car glided into the courtyard, and Bao Ping emerged from it. Uncharacteristically, he was alone this time, as the driver stepped out to open the door and subsequently returned to the vehicle. Bao Ping approached the entrance of the Fate Hall, and unbeknownst to him, the lock had already been disengaged. He effortlessly pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. This was Bao Ping's inaugural visit to the Fate Hall. For a considerable period, it had been Chen and the others who visited the retreat pavilion to meet him, and he had never set foot here before. Yet, he seemed remarkably familiar with the layout, ascending to the second floor and directly opening Chen door. I hope I am not intruding. Bao Ping remarked with a faint smile upon seeing Chen, then leisurely strolled into the room. Inside, there was but a single chair, with a bed in the corner piled high with books and documents. Bao Ping tidied the books on the bed and found a place to sit. It has been a while. I came to check on you, Bao Ping said casually, as though engaging in light conversation. His demeanor remained serene, though his cheeks appeared somewhat more gaunt than before. He opened a cigarette case, offering one to Chen. When declined, he lit one for himself. Did you see her during this visit? Bao Ping inquired, his gaze fixed downward, fingers gripping the cigarette resting on his knee, awaiting Chen response. This was precisely the question Chen had dreaded. No, Chen replied softly. There was a torn piece of cloth left on a tree, hers, stained with blood. Given the quantity, she should no longer be with us. Oh, Bao Ping responded gently, then fell silent. The two remained in prolonged silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, devoid of any sound. Have you visited Uncle Jean? Finally, Chen pulled over a chair and sat opposite Bao Ping. During this time, Pang Wei had been visiting Uncle Jean daily, and it was said that Uncle Jean was recovering quite well after a recent visit. Bao Ping exhaled a plume of smoke and replied in a grave tone, he is doing well, though his spirit has been somewhat shaken. People often find themselves in moments of confusion, but his health has significantly improved, which is ultimately a positive development. Last time I heard you mention over the phone that your trip to Mongolia was quite fruitful. Indeed, Chen responded. This mission was unlike any before. We discovered a multitude of things there. After this statement, their conversation fell silent once more, akin to two awkward strangers on a blind date, unsure of what to say next. They remained in silence for quite some time, with Bao Ping quietly smoking, as if all the time in the world belonged to him. Eventually, it was Chen who broke the silence. Bao Yi, have you ever contemplated that everything we experience is predestined? Chen hesitated slightly before continuing. What I mean is that all our actions, including this journey to Mongolia, our acquaintance, and even events tracing back to our ancestors, seem to follow a preordained path. It feels as though an unseen force is guiding our steps, making us mere pawns in this grand scheme. Are you referring to fate? Baoping asked, as he picked up an ashtray and gently tapped off the ash, speaking in a contemplative manner. I have always believed in the existence of fate, but such concepts are elusive. Since they cannot be controlled, there is no need to dwell on them. Yes, it is fate, Chunji observed Baoping, his eyes igniting with an unusual brilliance. However, this fate exhibits a certain regularity. I can discern traces of interference amidst these events. In other words, someone seems to be orchestrating our destinies. Are you familiar with the famous treasure hunt game? The rules of this game essentially provide a clue to entice individuals to search, leading them from one clue to another, ultimately culminating in the treasure. Do you not feel that we are perpetually ensnared in such a game? Guided from one clue to the next, leading us to the treasure, yet we remain oblivious to what that ultimate treasure truly is. Baoping had been listening intently to Chunji, silently smoking, until Chunji continued, take this recent incident as an example. An initial opportunity drew us to Mongolia in search of Genghis Khan's tomb. Within Genghis Khan's coffin, we discovered these two items. Yet the connection between them remains a mystery to us. However, one thing is certain. This connection represents our ultimate goal, the treasure within the game. After Chunji spoke, he raised his hand, and the air transformed into a swirling mist, from which the abandoned divine seal materialized, landing in Baoping's palm. This is a forsaken divine seal. If I am not mistaken, there once existed a name where it has been polished away. That name may have been a unique symbol, the very clue that guides us to the treasure. If you harbor doubts regarding the name erased from this stone, this matter can be easily addressed. Baoping weighed the divine seal in his hand and looked up at Chunji. You must understand that, from a physical perspective, nothing in this world can vanish without a trace. Should you suspect that another name exists on this stone, I shall deliver it to researchers, enabling them to employ advanced technology to restore the traces and reveal the identity of that name. All right, Chunji nodded. This is precisely what I wish to pursue. Our clues are currently tangled and unclear. I ought to examine all the findings from my journey in Mongolia, utilizing a scientific approach to scrutinize every valuable lead, and then analyze the situation comprehensively. Perhaps this is not the sole reason for my visit today. Baoping interrupted Chunji, interlocking his fingers beneath his chin, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon Chunji. Speak, what exactly are you doubting? Chapter 394, Secret Meeting, Part 3. Baoping's eyes were a profound gray, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, exuding a unique aura as if capable of perceiving the very souls of others. Speak, Baoping gently inquired, what are you truly doubting? Baoping's direct approach offered Chunji a sense of relief. This was the most distinctive aspect of Baoping's character. He preferred to address matters head-on without unnecessary circumlocution. Yet he did not delve excessively into probing. He always got straight to the point, succinctly articulating his thoughts, yet each question he posed dissected the essence of the event, rendering it impossible to evade. After considerable contemplation, Chunji ultimately accepted a cigarette from Baoping, lighting it, and softly exhaling a smoke ring. Baoyi, what is the foundational principle upon which our organization has thrived since ancient times? You must be aware, concerning that barrier. Thus, within this small room, Chunji intermittently shared the nightmares he had endured, his apprehensions, and all his speculations with Baoping. This included everything they had encountered during this period, as well as his conjectures regarding the true purpose of that silver disc, all conveyed to Baoping. This conversation was highly confidential. During their discourse, Chunji crafted a protective multi-layered barrier, closely enveloping both himself and Baoping, ensuring that nothing could escape. In other words, the preceding dialogue was known only to them, with no third party privy to it. During this time, Baoping attentively absorbed every utterance from Chunji, confronting the most daunting inquiries with a serene demeanor. Refraining from interjecting, he merely listened, pondered, and kept his gaze lowered in contemplation. May I glimpse that object? Baoping suddenly turned to Chunji and inquired. Certainly. Chunji nodded, then, with a gentle movement of his hands, conjured forth a mist that unveiled a silver disc, as if by magic. In the pitch-black room, the disc shimmered with an ethereal glow, each intricate pattern upon it revealed in striking clarity. Upon closer inspection, Those designs appeared profoundly enigmatic, akin to a convoluted equation, instilling an overwhelming sense of astonishment, as though one were beholding something that ought not to exist in this world. Having seen it, please put it away. Baoping then lowered his gaze again and gestured for Chen to stow it. Understood, Chen replied, and with a flick of his wrist, the silver disc vanished from his grasp. Your conjecture is quite reasonable, yet I can assure you, there is not a single veritable entity of eternal life discovered in this world, Baoping stated calmly, lighting a cigarette. The Genghis Khan you witnessed in Mongolia, though I have not personally encountered him, I doubt he can be deemed immortal. For we understand that nothing in this world is truly eternal, including Earth and the solar system. It is merely a matter of time. As for your speculation regarding Jiangxia, I believe we can set that aside for now. From the information we currently possess, Jiangxia is a divine figure, and even deities have fixed lifespans. Jiangxia's life could not surpass that of a god, hence he could not have survived to the present day. Moreover, considering the relationship between Jiangxia and the Ji clan of Shiqi, if Jiangshang truly possessed the secret of immortality or survived through some means, the Ji clan would undoubtedly be aware of it. According to internal records, the Wanqing of Shiqi underwent significant transformations during the late Song and early Ming dynasties, with many from both the Ji and Jiang clans facing life and death struggles, resulting in numerous casualties. If Jiangxia were alive at that time, assumedly under the guise of Qiu Chuji, he could not have remained indifferent to the organization, for it was established because of him, and the Jiang clan members are his descendants. Could it be possible that he deliberately concealed himself for some reason? Chen inquired. Unlikely, Baoping shook his head. It is essential to recognize that many descendants of divine lineages still existed at that time, and they were formidable. The Jiang clan produced many remarkable individuals. Jiangxia would not have found it easy to remain hidden. Furthermore, why would he need to hide? At this juncture, Baoping flicked the ash from his cigarette. Thus, the concern that has been troubling you, I believe it does not exist. Perhaps it is merely the workings of your mind, a reflection of your fears, leading you to worry incessantly. Such is the nature of human psychology. For our organization, it has always been this unwavering belief that has sustained us for millennia. We, as individuals, must steadfastly adhere to this conviction without a hint of doubt. Any wavering on our part could lead to the collapse of the organization. This is something I believe you should be acutely aware of. And what of you? Suddenly, Chen raised his eyes to Baoping, asking, have you ever doubted that all of this might be a fabrication? Never, Baoping replied, gazing at Chen with unwavering certainty. Why? Chen inquired. Do you possess irrefutable evidence? We must acknowledge that the apocalyptic visions we perceive may not necessarily reflect reality. Illusions are not an arcane sorcery. Even I, at this moment, could conjure a convincing mirage. You have never witnessed any apocalyptic scene, Baoping stated calmly. Yet, I know it to be true, without the need for justification. As Baoping concluded, he extinguished his cigarette and regarded Chen with a serious demeanor, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Therefore, Chief Chen, such doubts must not arise again. Let this be our pact. Very well, Chen replied earnestly, nodding in agreement without further dissent. As for this object, Baoping suddenly glanced at the back of Chen hand, where the silver disc had previously rested, now conspicuously absent. This object is indeed intriguing. If it is as you envision, and in some cosmic sense, Jiangshang has bestowed this artifact upon you, then its power should not be underestimated, and it will undoubtedly hold profound significance. Of course, with regard to the strength of this bloodline legacy, only you can truly comprehend it. We are of no assistance in that regard. However, one thing is certain, Baoping said, lifting his gaze to Chen revealing a unique smile. If this object is indeed that weapon, then your era has arrived. Chapter 395, The Art of Summoning subsequently. Chen and Baoping engaged in a brief discussion on various other matters, concluding their conversation. Before Baoping departed, Chen presented him with a fragment of the Qin Yang wedding gown he had discovered on the branches of Kent Mountain, suggesting he keep it as a memento. Baoping shook his head, declining. This is merely a remnant of the deceased. When one passes, all is lost. There is no need to dwell on what should be forgotten. After Baoping left, Chen drew all the curtains open, allowing sunlight to stream back into the room. He closed his eyes, embracing the warmth of the sunlight filtering through the window. His heart, once tumultuous, had found tranquility. The knot of confusion that had long ensnared him was finally untangled. This is Baoping's approach to problem solving. He never fixates on issues that cannot be altered, but instead chooses the most feasible path forward, methodically navigating his way out of predicaments. Thus, within the organization, there are those who proclaim that the new leader is an expert in resolving complex dilemmas. At this moment, Chen had made a decision to use the silver plate in his hand as a clue to investigate its origins that very night. By evening, Peng Wei and Ding Ning returned from the hospital, chortling as they recounted the comical aftermath of Lao Jindo's recent ordeal. They mentioned that the doctor had issued a diagnosis, and Lao Jindo would soon be discharged. The prospect of him hiding away in the hospital was no longer feasible. When Peng Wei spotted Chen descending the stairs, he was elated and cheerfully remarked to Ding Ning that Chen social withdrawal had finally come to an end. Just a few days prior, Chen had seemed heartbroken. Sequestered in his room, nearly growing white hairs from his isolation, Peng Wei had half believed that the school beauty had returned to Mongolia, leaving him despondent enough to contemplate self-harm. Now, it appeared that all was well. "Come on, tonight I'll treat you all to a feast," he declared, his relief palpable. Men, often devoid of culinary skills, felt a unique joy at the prospect of not having to prepare dinner. That evening, they made their way to Lu Xiaohong's establishment for hot pot. Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant had gained considerable fame in the area. Truth be told, the ingredients were ordinary, hailing from the mainland, and the flavors were rather unremarkable. Yet its prime location attracted a steady stream of patrons. At the peak dining hour, Lu Xiaohong arranged a private room for Chen and his companions, instructing the kitchen to prepare additional dishes before attending to her duties. The spacious room housed only the three of them, and during their meal, Peng Wei informed Chen that Lao Jindo had fully recovered, his mental faculties restored to normalcy. Earlier that day, Lao Jindo had surreptitiously called the bank to reconcile his accounts, and Peng Wei had caught him red-handed. Yet, upon the mention of his promises in Mongolia, Lao Jindo feigned ignorance, as if his mind had faltered once again. The 500 million yuan in Lao Jindo's savings had now become a permanent leverage for Peng Wei. But when the doctor discussed Lao Jindo's current health status, his responses were rather vague. The doctor noted that Lao Jindo's condition was somewhat astonishing. Having undergone annual health checkups in previous years, the records indicated that he had not previously been in such good shape, especially since he had once suffered from hypertension, which now seemed to have vanished. Regarding the cancer, the doctor explained that there had been a period when Lao Jindo was particularly averse to medical examinations, exhibiting emotional distress and being prescribed numerous anti-cancer medications. However, whether he had ever truly suffered from cancer was a question only he could answer. In truth, it appeared that Lao Jindo himself was unclear about whether he had experienced cancer, and his recollections of encountering a divine being were equally muddled, as if he were temporarily afflicted with amnesia. After finishing their meal, the trio returned to their abode. During this time, Hao Jun had been auditioning in Beijing, though seemingly with little success, facing continual rejections. Meanwhile, Peng Wei had transformed into a caring older cousin, engaging in nightly video calls with his younger cousin. In these calls, Hao Jun played the male role while Peng Wei donned a female persona, both reciting their lines together. Meanwhile, Ding Ning had become utterly captivated by a game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, spending his days in his room exclaiming his desire to eat chicken. Amidst a cacophony of exuberant shouts and raucous laughter from a group of gaming friends, the atmosphere became so frenzied that it eclipsed the bounds of sanity, leaving Chun-Ji's head spinning. As the clock approached midnight, both Fat Wei and Ding Ning finally quieted down. Alone, Chun-Ji descended the stairs, clutching a stack of yellow paper, and made his way to the rear courtyard. Following the incident with the black whale, Chun-Ji had instructed that the fence surrounding the backyard be heightened, nestled against the desolate expanse of the rear mountains. This secluded area was now shielded from prying eyes. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chun-Ji positioned himself facing east and meticulously traced a circle upon the ground. He then retrieved a handful of mixed grains, burying them within the earth, and finally produced a piece of yellow paper. With a gentle bite to his fingertip, he drew a bird-like totem upon the paper. With 2 fingers pinching the yellow paper, he brought it to his lips, exhaling softly as he recited an elaborate incantation. The murmurs of the spell intertwined with the whispers of the wind, reverberating slowly throughout the courtyard. The yellow paper in Chun-Ji's grasp quivered gently, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. In an instant, its trembling intensified, threatening to take flight from his hands. Then, with a decisive gesture, he directed the yellow paper skyward, exclaiming, "Xian bird, hasten forth." As a chilling gust swept through the air, the paper transformed into ashes, scattering into the wind. A distinct aroma of charred remnants wafted through the courtyard, reminiscent of singed feathers. Suddenly, a tempest arose, sweeping across the night sky above the courtyard, rendering everything into chaos. Concurrently, a fierce southwestern wind surged, heralding the descent of a colossal shadow, ablaze with flames. It spread its enormous wings and flapped vigorously, extinguishing the flames that licked at its feathers, while charred remnants drifted like embers in the gust. Before Chen, a visage of terrifying ferocity emerged, unleashing a fierce scream, "Damnable illegitimate child!" Accompanied by a piercing avian cry, the offspring of the Xian bird, Jiandi, materialized before him. Jiandi retained the same appearance as before, vibrant and resplendent, akin to a blossoming maiden of 15 or 16, clad in a simple lotus leaf dress. Her complexion was pure and unblemished, her form delicate, reminiscent of a water lily in bloom. However, her gaze was fierce and menacing. "Illegitimate child." A harsh and shrill voice erupted from Jiandi's throat, grating like metal scraping against stone. "You lowly wretch, do you presume to summon me with your trivial incantations, burning my feathers in the process? Are you aware that my age surpasses yours by centuries? Do you wish to be my meal?" After Jiandi spoke, her mouth began to contort and reshape, becoming sharply beaked like that of a bird. She then opened her gaping maw, her arms flailing swiftly as if ready to transform into wings and launch herself at Chen. "I found it quite peculiar that you demigods always feel compelled to emphasize your age. Does it hold any significance for you? Furthermore, you incessantly highlight my status as a bastard. Are you not one yourself?" Chen regarded Jiandi with a smile, akin to observing a playful little bird. "During our last encounter, things were too hasty for me to remind you that, although we are both demigods, there exists a distinction between us. You belong to the avian lineage, unlike the hybrid of human and divine blood. Your true standing, I trust, you are aware of." Upon Chen words, Jiandi's haughty demeanor immediately faltered, as if struck by an arrow. At that moment, Chen continued, "Of course, the Xian bird is inherently fierce and temperamental, known for its propensity to turn on its kin. Your ability to outlast your relatives and emerge as the last Xian bird indeed attests to your prowess. However, do not forget that the foremost ability of your bloodline is to perceive the world's movements and relay them to your sovereign, meaning that this little bird requires a master. How dare you regard me as such?" Jiandi seethed, her fury igniting as her arms transformed into a pair of enormous wings, shedding thick feathers that surged toward Chen like a flurry of knives. In response to the onslaught of feathers, Chen smiled, briefly closing his eyes as a barrier emanated from his being. With a series of crisp sounds, the feathered projectiles were repelled by the barrier, most of them shattering upon impact due to its formidable nature. "Truly a tempestuous bird," Chen remarked, calmly retracting the barrier. "Such foolishness should never be repeated." This brief exchange had already revealed the vast disparity in their strengths. Jiandi, now cautious, took a step back, glaring at Chen with palpable animosity. "Jiandi, you must understand." Chen approached her with a serious countenance. "Since the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, your ancestors have sworn fealty to the Jiang clan. Your kin have been our servants for generations. This is something you cannot forget." Jiandi screeched sharply, clearly provoked, her body thrashing in anger like an enraged creature. "For millennia, no Jiang clan leader has dared to provoke us Xian birds. How dare you, a lowly maternal bastard, presume to represent the Jiang clan? My ancestor pledged loyalty to Jiang Shang, who soared through the heavens 5,000 years ago, commanding the gods and defying the will of countless beings. And you, what are you? How dare you compare yourself to a deity? In ancient times, you, a lowly bastard, would not even be worthy of burial rites, a mere servant to a legitimate heir, or food for divine beasts. If Jiang Zia were alive today, he wouldn't even spare you a glance. Now, in this age of desolation, with the Jiang family extinguished, do you truly believe you can claim the title of clan leader as a maternal bastard? Even if the foolish humans of the West Qi King City were to acknowledge you, we, the demigods, shall not. I, of the Xianbird clan, will never serve you. Is that so?" Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon the figure of Jiandi before him. He lifted a yellow paper totem shaped like a bird and coldly declared, "The summoning of your totem was discovered within my family lineage. It documents the names of numerous demigod clans, including yours, the Xian bird. It is clearly inscribed in divine script. The descendants of the Xian bird shall serve as slaves for generations. None shall escape. This serves as proof. Should you defy, be consumed by raging flames. Do you wish for me to invoke the fire curse to incinerate you for disobeying my command? You scoundrel, shameless wretch!" Jiandi screamed in a fit of rage, her voice piercing enough to shatter eardrums. "How dare you, a base-born illegitimate child, presume to summon me as your servant? Cease your foolish dreams. I would rather be burned by fire than submit to you, this despicable bastard. Shameless, vile, beastly scoundrel." Jiandi, evidently well-versed in human insults from her time among the crowds, unleashed a torrent of vitriol akin to a shrew, yet she dared not advance a single step. "Your temperament, little bird, is remarkably foul for a female," Chen observed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the furious Jiandi. "The Xian birds have always been creatures of omniscience. No news escapes their keen eyes. I wish to inquire if you recognize the object I hold." As he spoke, Chen extended his hand, a gentle motion summoning forth a shimmering silver plate from his palm, glimmering in the night. Upon catching sight of the silver plate, Jiandi immediately fell silent, standing rigidly in place. Her body began to tremble with agitation, her eyes wide with terror, fixated on the silver plate in Chen grasp. Her lips quivering but failing to utter a sound. "Do you recognize this object?" Chen inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. This. Jiandi, shedding her earlier ferocity, stuttered, her lips trembling and words faltering, unable to form a coherent response. "Jiandi," Chen suddenly intoned sharply, "I ask you, in the span of the past millennia, have you ever witnessed anyone wielding such an object? Who was the former bearer of this item? And what deeds were accomplished with it? What precisely is this artifact?" Chapter 397. The legendary weapon. Jiandi's eyes glowed faintly, her delicate visage appearing ethereal beneath the moonlight. As she gazed intently at the silver plate for what felt like eternity, her pupils unblinking, fearing that a mere blink would cause the plate to vanish. Yet, she soon regained her composure, coldly regarding Chen. "Baseborn, how dare you forge a divine artifact? Do you not realize this is a grave sin against your ancestors? It appears you truly recognize this item," Chen replied, flipping his hand to make the silver plate vanish once more. "Why would you assume I am capable of forging such a thing? Such words are best left unspoken. This divine artifact cannot possibly be in your possession." Jiandi glared and said, "Since the demise of the revered Jiangshang, 5 millennia have passed, and this divine artifact has yet to grace the mortal realm again. The heads of the Jiang clan have long aspired to possess this weapon, yet none have succeeded. For thousands of years, the city of Shiqi has borne this shame. Among the demigods, this matter is common knowledge. Given that the city of Shiqi does not possess this item, the one you hold must surely be a counterfeit. How presumptuous of you to think otherwise." Chen smiled serenely, flipping his hand to reveal a silver disc, which instantly enlarged in his grasp, shimmering with ethereal light before transforming into a longbow. "Have you considered that this may very well be a gift from Jiangshang himself? It was just delivered into my hands. I surmise he anticipated that you demigods would resist authority, thus entrusting it to me to keep you self-important beings in check. What say you, little bird? Is this not the legendary weapon?" Upon witnessing the bow's radiant transformation and swift rotation in Chen hands, Jiandi seemed to falter, her bravado dissipating. She lowered her head slightly, shedding her earlier arrogance and appearing instead as a compliant maiden. After a lengthy contemplation, she softly declared, "Our Xian bird possesses vast knowledge because we can transmit sound through the earth. Stones and trees become our eyes and ears. Moreover, our memories can be inherited across generations. In essence, what my ancestors witnessed is imprinted in my mind as my own memory. This is the gift of the Xian bird. However, due to my humble status, my recollection of my ancestors' experiences, particularly those of ancient renowned battles, is largely vague, fragmented like fleeting smoke. I was not yet born during the campaign against Zhou by King Wu, but I indeed recognize this item, though I cannot assert its identity with certainty. Yet, I dare to speculate." At this point, Jiandi appeared somewhat apprehensive, trembling slightly. "I conjecture that this artifact may have belonged to Jiangshang, the divine lord," commanding the gods from the heavens during the campaign against Zhou. Do you share this sentiment? Chen inquired, gazing intently at Jiandi. If I wish to ascertain the true identity of this object and further comprehend its application, whom should I consult? Well, Jiandi replied with a faint smile, if Chieftain Chen seeks to uncover the true nature of this item, one must consult those ancient demigods who witnessed the campaign against Zhou. Alas, 5 millennia have passed, and the ancient demigods have long since perished. As far as I know, only a remnant of the divine kin resides among mortals. Chieftain Chen has already encountered them. What need have you to inquire of me? Are you referring to the time god? Jiandi's words instantly evoked memories in Chen Ji of recent events. The 3 elderly figures clad in white, capable of manipulating time, who had once appeared before him through a rift in time during his hospitalization. Their ancient and haughty presence had always been the power Chen Ji yearned to harness. Jiandi, with a faint smile and an expression tinged with disdain, remarked on his prolonged existence among humans, oblivious to the realm of demigods. The titans of time, among the demigods, had long been as constant as the sun, moon, and stars. They were exceedingly ancient, having roamed this earth since the era of King Wu's campaign against Zhou. No demigod could rival their might. Despite the current underworld god's repeated invitations, their shadows remained elusive. The mere fact that they had once chosen to meet him was a miracle in itself. Time god, Chen Ji murmured. Are you certain they can recognize this object? Absolutely, Jiandi replied with a cold laugh. To my knowledge, the Titans of Time aided the Western Qi during the time of King Wu and personally encountered the revered Jiang Shang, forging a bond with him. It seems your ancestors failed to enlighten you about this illegitimate child. If clan leader Chen wishes to ascertain the identity of this object, he might consider consulting them, provided they are willing to meet you. However, as Jiandi spoke, an indescribable expression flickered across her face as she glanced at Chen Ji. But if this object truly belongs to the revered Jiang Shang, then the heavens would change color, and the sun and moon would lose their brilliance. This would confirm that you, clan leader Chen, indeed possess the legacy of the Jiang family and are recognized as the rightful heir by Jiang Shang himself. In that case, the Titans of Time and all divine descendants will surely rally behind you. And what of you? Chen Ji asked, clenching his fist and securing the silver disc in his grasp, smiling at the resolute young girl before him. If this artifact is indeed that weapon, what will you do? Jiandi shivered involuntarily, stepping back as her eyes flashed defiantly at Chen Ji. The lower gods are merely crude creatures, their words unrefined and lacking in decorum. If this object is truly the divine artifact of the past Jiang Shang, commanding the gods, then I, in such a humble state, would have no means to atone for offending the divine or the artifact. I would willingly be consumed by flames, offering my life as penance, without a trace of resentment. As the meeting with Jiandi concluded, the night had deepened considerably. Jiandi departed on a swift gust of wind, her demeanor markedly less tempestuous than upon her arrival. Bathed in moonlight, her figure resembled that of a delicate white crane, gracefully flapping its wings and merging with the wind. Chen Ji found great admiration for this enchanting bird. Indeed, even in this age of advanced internet connectivity, the transmission of information remained paramount. A divine bird, capable of mastering all information and far superior to any American intelligence agency, is crucial to countering the shadows, and the involvement of Jiandi is indispensable. The night is as tranquil as water, enveloping everything in silence. It is the early days of autumn, and the deep night carries a touch of coolness. The gentle breeze invigorates the spirit, banishing all traces of drowsiness. Chen Ji finds himself unable to sleep, unwilling to return upstairs, where the loud snores of Fat Wei penetrate the walls with clarity. The courtyard is adorned with numerous outdoor reclining chairs. Chen Ji casually selects one and conjures a protective barrier, cloaking the surroundings in invisibility, ensuring that no one outside can glimpse within. He then summons his flowchart of fierce incantations. This chart resembles a transparent LCD screen to Chen Ji, recording the information he has input into the Jiang family's library, presenting it in a straightforward manner akin to a tactile computer interface. However, the volume of information within the Jiang family's repository is immense. This particular chart contains fewer than 110,000 entries, which Chen Ji updates regularly with the most frequently used data. Sitting quietly, he sifts through the information displayed on the chart, seeking out the genealogical records of the Jiang family, which encompass the memoirs of the clan leaders across generations. The Jiang lineage has persisted for 128 generations, with each leader meticulously documenting the events of their era. These records cover a vast array of topics, including significant occurrences such as battles, diseases, royal successions, court intrigues, and the emergence of divine descendants with extraordinary abilities, rendering it an invaluable historical manuscript. Yet, due to the sheer breadth of its content, spanning various fields across each dynasty and predominantly inscribed in ancient divine script, Chen has yet to complete his reading. Nevertheless, he has encountered the name of the divine clan, Guangmiao Shun, within the writings of several ancestral leaders, along with the divine title of their leader, the Elder of Time. This divine lineage is seldom mentioned in the annals of Chinese history, but holds great renown within the Jiang family's library. They are a remarkably discreet demigod family, ancient in origin and long-lived, with their divine powers inherited through bloodlines. The Guangyao Shen are few in number, and only one member of each generation is designated as the Elder of Time. According to the records in the Jiang family's library, this semi-divine family possesses the ability to control time, capable of pausing the flow of time for several minutes, disorienting their enemies amidst the currents of time. During the reign of King Wu against the tyrant Zhou, this family aided Jiang Zia in the downfall of the Shang dynasty before retreating into seclusion, their mastery over time rendering their whereabouts elusive, gradually fading from public memory. Remarkably, during Chen Ji's hospitalization, 3 members of the Guangyao Shen sought him out. He vividly recalls the impression they left upon his first encounter. They were 3 elderly figures, clad in pure white silk, as delicate as gossamer, their faces obscured by a thin veil, appearing both present and elusive. Each of them adorned their arms with fluttering ribbons, the sound of jingling ornaments creating a delicate and exquisite beauty, reminiscent of the celestial beings depicted in ancient murals. They paid homage to Chen Ji with the rituals of the ancient Zhou dynasty, capable of halting the flow of time itself, bringing all motion to a standstill. Chen Ji once believed that these legendary offspring of the gods were far beyond his reach. Not only was it impossible to recruit them, but even to trace their whereabouts seemed implausible. However, recently, he inadvertently discovered a hidden page within the folds of this notebook. It was a square sheet, not large in size, yet remarkably sturdy, covered in a dense array of tiny black dots that sent a shiver down his spine. Upon examining it through a powerful magnifying glass, Chen Ji was astonished to find that these minuscule dots comprised lengthy passages of text. The amount of information inscribed on this paper was substantial, clearly organized and adorned with intricate patterns. From the signature, it was evident that it was penned by the second-generation leader of the Jiang clan, entirely inscribed in divine script. This document chronicled the names of numerous demigods who pledged allegiance to the Jiang family during the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou. Over the years, the paper had suffered some wear and tear, and due to the minuscule writing, many of the characters and incantations had become nearly illegible. Thus, Chen Ji resorted to capturing a high-definition photograph of the sheet, inputting the images into the curse diagram. The demigods recorded therein were the offspring of ancient deities, their status significantly lower than that of true gods and divine sons, yet elevated above mere mortals. Each possessed unique divine powers, intertwined with the legacy of Jiang Zia. Some had achieved military feats and received rewards from Jiang Zia after the conquest of Zhou. At the establishment of the Western Zhou dynasty, these demigods pledged their loyalty to the Jiang family and became their vassals, with some taking on roles akin to that of high shamans within the Jiang clan. In those ancient times, oaths were taken with utmost gravity. All vows included their descendants. This meant that from the moment they swore to serve as slaves, their progeny would also be bound to servitude to the Jiang family for generations, a testament to the ancients' commitment to their masters. However, over time, most of these demigods faded into obscurity, and following the death of Jiang Zia, the names of many became mere legend. Chen Ji scrutinized the photograph of the paper, noting the multitude of names, some legendary and awe-inspiring, while others were entirely unfamiliar. Each demigod was marked with a unique totem, detailing their origins and a brief description of their significance. Among them was the ancestor of the mythical bird, Suanio, belonging to the lineage of Jiandi. In the preceding narrative, it is recounted that Xian Niao, a female entity, once served as a scout for Jiangshang during the war against Zhou. excelling in the acquisition of military intelligence and earning accolades for her valor. Due to her sharp wit, keen perception, and meticulous nature, she became Jiang Shang's most trusted attendant. However, her tempestuous temperament and haughty demeanor ultimately led to her downfall. After mistakenly consuming a soldier's rations, she was punished and exiled by Jiang Shang. Despite this, Xian Yao remained unwaveringly loyal to Jiang Zia until her demise. Chapter 399. The light of the light second god. The ethereal energy on the blazing curse flow chart surged with a luminous radiance, reminiscent of a flowing current. Chen Ji gazed upon the names of ancient demigods, weighing their significance in his mind. Among them were descendants of legendary deities, each possessing varying degrees of divine power. However, after 5 millennia, most of these names had faded into the annals of history, perhaps long extinct, with their descendants now lost to time. Chen Ji meticulously examined the inscriptions, but the sheer volume of text compelled him to hastily bypass certain names. Upon reaching the final line, he finally discovered references to the light second god lineage. Unlike the other demigods, the accounts of the light second gods were scarce. They were not referred to as servants, but rather as companions. The totem of the light second gods resembled a circular mountain, encircled by flowing lines that evoked the essence of time, timeless, without beginning or end. A brief passage inscribed upon it read, "The light second gods, born without time, perishing without time, existing with the cosmos, vanishing with all things, manipulating time. They can conquer the heavens, remaining neutral. They do not engage in warfare or concern themselves with worldly disputes. Those of virtue may seek them. Future generations must not disturb them." From these words, it is evident that even 5,000 years ago, Jiang Zia held the light second gods in high regard, referring to them as friends and admonishing future descendants to refrain from intruding upon this divine lineage. While they may not be aggressive deities, they possess unique abilities. Choosing to reside quietly and abstain from any conflicts, remaining neutral in the throes of war and never initiating attacks against others. A reclusive pantheon indeed. Yet, it was these indifferent light second gods who approached Chen Ji during his hospitalization, emerging from the rift in time to meet him. In retrospect, their actions were undeniably perilous. Such is the nature of existence. While it was effortless for the light second gods to appear before Chen Ji, the task of seeking them out now proved far more challenging. Even if he were to locate these ancient deities, there was no guarantee they would acknowledge him. Previously, Chen Ji had employed a summoning technique to call upon Xian Yao, a practice that was both arduous and fraught with risk. The summoning ritual itself necessitates a unique condition, the establishment of a bond through blood with a demigod, compelling them to willingly obey your commands. Much like the summoning of the armored raven, any demigod bound by blood can be called forth by Chen Ji with this technique, and they would not resist. However, the dark bird had not forged such a blood pact with Chen Ji, which is why it fiercely resisted when he attempted to summon it earlier. Thus, Chen Ji resorted to the method of incineration to compel its appearance. When invoking the summoning technique on deities without a blood connection, the success hinges upon the strength of the summoned. The dark bird was relatively weaker, which instilled Chen Ji with confidence. However, should he attempt to summon the 3 formidable light deities, he could not ascertain the outcome. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Ji silently smoked it in the biting wind, then smiled and waved his hand, dispersing all the raging energy around him. He resolved that there was no need to wait for an opportune moment. Now, in this courtyard, he would confront the ancient light deities. He first procured a piece of yellow paper and meticulously sketched the totem of the light deities upon it. Subsequently, he pinched the yellow paper between his fingers and brought it to his lips, reciting the incantation. Chen Ji's summoning chant drifted through the air, ethereal and elusive, like notes that could never settle to the ground. Meanwhile, the yellow paper trembled gently in his hand, but unlike the previous encounter with the dark bird, this time it merely fluttered in the soft wind without any violent reaction. With his gaze lowered, Chen Ji silently recited the incantation, the ritual enduring for a considerable duration. Yet, the breeze remained gentle, and the moonlight flowed like water, as if nothing were amiss. It seems that these 3 ancient deities are indeed not easily summoned. Chen Ji mused with a wry smile. He then retrieved a folded piece of yellow paper from his bosom and gradually unfolded it until it expanded to the size of a cubic meter. Chen Ji collected a few stones and placed them atop the paper to keep it grounded. He bit into his index finger. allowing his blood to flow as he inscribed a massive circle on the yellow paper, meticulously depicting the time god's totem within its bounds. Once the totem was complete, he scattered the grains from his pouch around the earth, drew forth a dagger, and made a swift incision into his palm. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the totem on the yellow paper, and he pressed his bloodied hand firmly upon it. "Arise, light deity, I summon you after Jiang Shang," he implored. "Do you remember your oath?" Chen then channeled his energy, directing it from his core to his mouth, and began to recite the summoning incantation with fervor. The energy amplified his voice, resonating powerfully in the stillness of the night, echoing like thunder. Had it not been for the protective barrier, it is likely that all the inhabitants nearby would have been roused from their slumber. As he recited, the winds around him began to howl in reverse, and everything surrounding him quietly transformed. The wind howled with increasing ferocity, akin to the biting snowstorms of the deep mountains, sweeping everything from the ground into the air. Under the gradually fading moonlight, Chen discerned the hazy emergence of swirling white mists in the sky, which dissipated to reveal a towering peak. Atop this summit stood three ethereal figures draped in diaphanous white veils, the celestial beings of light. As Chen endeavored to scrutinize these silhouettes, he discovered to his astonishment that his body had become weightless, accompanied by a rushing sound as he propelled forward at great speed. When Chen regained his senses, he found himself standing on solid ground, his feet buried in a blanket of white snow, the air around him piercingly cold. He had ascended to the snow-clad mountain. Such audacity! A distant voice reverberated through the snow-capped peaks. It was then that Chen perceived the world around him cloaked in silvery brilliance. As the biting wind ushered forth a flurry of snowflakes, which cascaded upon him like soft cotton. "Patriarch of the illegitimate offspring of the Jiang clan, how dare you summon us with your sorcery? Has the folly of humanity led you to forget the distinction of our identities?" The voice of the celestial beings resonated with an otherworldly clarity, drifting through the mountains, while their flowing sashes danced upon the air, defying the laws of nature as they soared over the towering snow peaks, ascending to the heavens above. Chen gazed forward, and the entire mountain appeared as a celestial realm, all so surreal, with a pale silver moon illuminating the scene and the snowflakes blanketing the ground in pristine whiteness, stretching endlessly in a silver expanse devoid of any color. The three celestial beings, clad in delicate veils, had their sashes fluttering in the air, swirling majestically, far surpassing the most exquisite depictions of divine beings. It seemed as though all of creation here was fashioned for their existence. At that moment, the elder among the three celestial beings spoke. "Speak. What audacious motive has led you to such arrogance? Do you presume that, as the patriarch of the Jiang clan, you can treat us as mere servants? Know this. Upon this snow-capped mountain, even Jiang Zia himself would find it impossible to return." His voice, now no longer ethereal but resoundingly real, was calm yet formidable, instilling a deep sense of reverence. "I do not intend to disturb the esteemed elders," Chen shouted against the biting wind, striving to project his voice forward through the chilling air, hoping the celestial beings atop the mountain could hear him clearly. Yet, he quickly realized that within this realm, his once potent voice had lost its edge, as if time flowed differently here, rendering everything languid, softening the sharpness of his once commanding presence. The younger generation's audacity in coming here today is not intended to disturb the esteemed elders. The exalted status of the three venerable ones renders it inappropriate for me to summon you lightly. However, this matter is of great significance, and I harbor uncertainties that I hope the three elders might graciously elucidate." Suddenly, one of the light seconds gods erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Arrogant offspring of humanity. Having existed for merely a century, what perplexities could you possibly possess? And even if you do, what relevance does it hold for us? Do you truly believe that by assuming the role of the Jiang clan leader, you can command all divine beings at your whim? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Do not forget, in this world, nothing is permanent, only time endures. In the face of time, even the mightiest are but fleeting shadows." As the words of the time god echoed, the snowfall in the great mountain intensified. Chen immediately sensed that his energy was fragmented by the swirling snow, and indeed, since arriving at this snow-capped mountain, all his abilities had been constrained. This colossal snow mountain resembled a vast energy field that consumed the flow of vitality. If he attempted to unleash his energy now, it would be far from the strength he wielded outside. I do not wish to offend the elders. Chen shouted with all his might against the wind and snow, as the large clumps of snow pummeled his face. The howling cold wind swept away all sounds. The last time the three elders visited me, it was merely concerning the new god of the underworld. Now, the son of Fengdu, Yamo, has succeeded the title of king of the underworld as a divine heir, having recruited many demigods under his command and slain countless others. Given the turmoil wrought by the new god of the underworld among the demigods, do you not fear that one day you too might fall under his dominion? The three light seconds gods burst into laughter, and one of them, seemingly incensed, retorted with disdain. What new god of the underworld? Merely a self-important son of the gods. Even if you were to wage war one day, it would be a conflict between you two divine heirs. What concern is it of ours? Do you know where you tread? This is the sacred mountain of wind snow, born from the very dawn of time, unbound by the constraints of the myriad realms. No living being can taint its essence. As long as we, the ancient ones, remain upon this snow mountain, even if the heavens and earth were to crumble, it would not pertain to us. No deity can inflict even the slightest harm upon us, not even the most ancient gods reborn. How could we possibly fear a mere son of a deity? Ahem, the light seconds god standing at the center, adorned with a lofty white crown, was recognized by Chen as the Time Titan, the most esteemed among the light seconds gods. He cleared his throat gently, prompting the elder beside him to fall silent. Go forth, scion of the clan leader. It is not that we are unwilling to assist you, but rather that, from ancient times to the present, our divine lineage has never entangled itself in mortal disputes. We remain aloof as the winds of change sweep by, for time is relentless and impartial to all. Is it truly so? Is it fair to everyone? In the midst of the howling wind and snow, Chen called out. Yet our family tree bears records of the secret archives detailing the early defeat of King Wu against Zhou, for heaven did not lend its assistance. The myriad beings awaited revival, and the forces of Shichi desperately required a year to recuperate and grow. Otherwise, annihilation awaited our nation. For this year's respite, Zhang Zia once personally sought the Time Giant, pleading for a year's extension to restore Shichi's vitality. Thus, Shichi was able to recuperate and gradually strengthen, subsequently launching campaigns against the Yin and Shang. In that era, you aided Zhang Zia, yet now, before his descendants, you choose not to extend your hand in assistance? Should the world be engulfed by the flames of Fengdu, plunging into a sea of fire, then no creature could remain untouched. Ahem. The ethereal Time Giant coughed heavily, exclaiming, such persistence. You are much like the former Jiangshang, clinging to this mortal realm. Speak, what is your query? Why traverse such a great distance to seek counsel from us, the aged? Upon hearing the words of the Time Giant, Chen hurried forward a few steps, using the currents of air around him to disperse the swirling snow, barely conjuring a clean barrier. This query, aside from the Time Giant, no one else could elucidate. For he alone has traversed that era. I implore the three venerable ones, direct your gaze. After Chen spoke, he clasped his hands together and then opened them, conjuring a thin wisp of smoke, from which a luminous silver disc emerged from his palm. As the silver disc appeared, the surroundings were instantly illuminated, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the snowy peaks, as if a deity from the celestial realm had descended to the mortal world. Amidst the howling snowstorm, Chen shouted towards the figure atop the mountain, O Time Giant, please tell me, is this weapon not the fabled god-slaying whip, once commanded by Jiangshang? Chapter 401, Night Meeting with the Light Second God, Part 3. At this moment, the silver disc shone atop the snowy mountain like a radiant moon, slowly ascending into the sky. The entire splendor of the snow-capped mountains was subdued beneath this silver disc. The three light second gods standing atop the mountain fell silent, as if profoundly impacted by the dazzling brilliance. They observed the silver disc with utmost scrutiny, hesitant to utter a word, while the fierce wind howled. As if all eyes of the world were converging upon this luminous object, time passed silently, as if the sounds of the world had come to a halt. After what felt like an eternity, the voice of the Time Giant began to resonate softly. I had not anticipated that after all these seasons, I would once again be fortunate enough to behold it. In days of yore, Zhang Zia journeyed across great distances to procure this tempestuous artifact from his ancestors. Since then, countless divine progeny have perished at its hands, aiding him in accomplishing those earth-shattering feats. At that time, Zhang Zia proclaimed that this object, existing in the world, was both a curse and a calamity, and upon his death, he would ensure it would not be passed down to future generations, lest it bring harm to humanity. 5,000 years have passed. I had thought this weapon would never again grace the world, yet here I stand, fortunate enough to once more behold its presence. Fate. Dear Chief Chen, all your fortunes in this life are bound to this moment. Upon concluding his words, the Time Master slowly raised his right arm and waved gently. The other light-speed deities, as if receiving a command, began to chant incantations in unison. The verses of the light-speed gods resonated with an ethereal quality, drifting like snowflakes in the wind, their melody weaving through the air. Gradually, the flurries of snow began to settle, with large flakes gracefully descending to the ground, accumulating upon the already snow-laden earth. Before Chenji, a path formed, paved with glistening ice blocks, winding its way forward, shimmering silver-white, leading directly to the mountain's summit. Come forth, the Time Master beckoned from the peak, his voice floating in the air. In days of yore, your ancestor Jiangxia ascended this very path. Now, you too shall traverse it. Allow me to unveil the mysteries of the divine whip. Thus, a night passed, and as dawn broke the following morning, Chenji reappeared in the courtyard, the early light barely illuminating the surroundings, which remained shrouded in semi-darkness. Yet, Chenji was utterly exhausted, his body radiating cold, limbs shaking uncontrollably. Time within the snow-capped mountains stretched infinitely. He had endured the frigid ascent for nearly 10 hours, traversing considerable distance. Indeed, for an ordinary person, such an arduous journey in the cold would be utterly impossible without the conditioning of the past 2 years. The night's experience had nearly turned him into a popsicle. Yet, amidst his fatigue, Chenji felt an exhilarating fervor within. He understood that since his encounter with the light-speed deity the previous night, he was no longer the person he once was. He would no longer be engulfed in confusion. He was, without a doubt, the rightful heir, and his position would face no further skepticism. As Chenji, with his frozen body, ascended to the second floor, he encountered Fat Wei, who was emerging from his bedroom to use the restroom. Upon seeing Chenji's face, which had turned a deep shade of purple from the cold, Fat Wei was taken aback. "Oh my goodness, you nearly scared me to death. What happened to your face? You look as if you've just been boiled. I thought I was still trapped in a nightmare, encountering a zombie in a graveyard." "Fat Wei, I visited a remarkable place last night," Chenji said, exhaling warmth onto his frostbitten hands, a smile playing on his lips. "It was quite cold there, and I uncovered many secrets, some of which you could scarcely imagine." "Enough with your tales, you demigods. You are overflowing with secrets," Fat Wei scoffed dismissively. "With all those secrets, I wonder if they could be sold for any profit. Just keep your secrets to yourself, or discuss them with your leopard lord. I'm done hearing about your mysteries. Today, my cousin will receive the audition results. Quickly use your spells, or whatever to bless him. If he becomes a star, it could bring us some prestige, remember that." "Very well," Chenji replied casually, dragging his stiff body back to his room. During this period, I have been listening to Pang Wei discuss the audition of Hao Ingjun. In truth, everyone is well aware of Hao Ingjun's capabilities, including Pang Wei himself, who harbors little hope. They have all viewed the recordings of Hao Ingjun's audition performances, and it is no exaggeration to say that regardless of how excellent the script may be, he manages to misinterpret it entirely. It seems that the only thing Hao Ingjun can do is to display his good looks, and his pretentious acting is so cringeworthy that it induces second-hand embarrassment. Any director of sound mind would surely refrain from selecting him. Nevertheless, since Zheng Chao kindly introduced him, everyone clings to a glimmer of hope, awaiting his response. Upon returning to his bedroom, Chenji first wrapped himself in a thick quilt, carefully removing his frozen shoes and wrapping his feet in a warm towel. He had worn only a thin pair of shoes yesterday, and the arduous trek through the snow-capped mountains was no trivial matter. The snow that had seeped in had frozen solid, nearly transforming his feet into stone. As his frozen feet gradually regained sensation, Chenji shivered beneath the quilt, allowing his body temperature to normalize slowly. Once he felt somewhat better, Chenji quietly recited a few phrases and extended his hand, summoning the silver disc into existence. Instantly, the room was illuminated with a radiant silver glow, dazzling and resplendent. The words spoken by the Time Elder yesterday surged within Chenji's mind. The Time Elder had revealed to him that 5 millennia ago, the gods turned pale upon hearing the name Jiangshang, and everyone sought the protection of the West Qi for their own safety. The reason was the divine whip, a versatile instrument forged from divine iron. The so-called divine whip is merely an external manifestation, yet its essence is sustained by the god-slaying incantation. Thus, as long as Chunji harnesses the power of the god-slaying incantation to transform the divine whip, he would effectively possess the formidable power once wielded by Jiangshang, a force capable of cleaving the heavens and severing the earth. Moreover, this silver disc can undergo myriad transformations, including becoming ordinary weapons such as knives, bows, guns, and swords, as well as special artifacts. The specifics of its application require Chunji to meticulously decipher the patterns on the disc, a complex process that he must undertake alone, as no one else, aside from the ancient Jiangshang, has ever interacted with the divine whip. However, the Time Elder imparted to him a fundamental method of utilization, to merge his will with the silver disc and manipulate the divine iron through intent. The Time Elder suggested that he might first attempt to transform the disc into smaller items, gradually mastering control. Chunji tightly gripped the silver disc, feeling warmth emanating from his palm. He closed his eyes, slowly channeling his thoughts and energy into the disc, while beginning to visualize a shape in his mind. To transform into something small. What could it be? A ring? Chapter 402. Transcendent transformation small enough to fit in the hand for easy portability. Perhaps a ring. Yes, a ring, fashioned from the same metallic silvery hue as the disc, devoid of intricate designs, merely a simple band. As the image of the ring took form in Chunji's mind, the silver disc in his hand began to quietly undergo a transformation. Indeed, as the Chronos Titan had proclaimed, this divine metal possesses the remarkable ability to transform according to one's thoughts, taking on innumerable forms. Chunji has already experienced the essence of this divine metal. He witnessed its formidable power through the chains hidden beneath Kent Mountain. Previously, he had encountered control stones, which can be classified into three categories: primary, intermediate, and advanced, based on their precision. The higher the grade of the control stone, the greater its destructive capability against divine beings. At its core, the control stone is a type of mixed metal obtained through intricate metallurgical forging. However, due to the complexity of its crafting and the meticulous selection of materials, only primary control stones and ordinary quality intermediate control stones are currently producible. Advanced control stones, however, remain beyond the reach of contemporary human technology. The enormous arrow that injured by Chen in the Fox Cave of Heilongjiang was crafted from an advanced control stone, exhibiting exceptional precision and purity. Subsequently, the long swords wielded by Chunji and Fat Wei were also coated with advanced control stone. Yet, the chains Chunji observed underground transcended even the advanced control stones. This metal appeared to be a natural entity, as if it were born as a unified whole, requiring no forging or processing. The Chronos Titan revealed to him that this was what was known as divine iron. The lethality of divine iron against divine entities is boundless. Any progeny of the gods turns pale at its mere mention, as it is a legendary metal. In truth, this metal also belongs to the category of control stones. But they are innate weapons, possessing unique forms that can metamorphose into various shapes without the need for polishing or refinement, and they boast an exceptionally high purity, devoid of any impurities. This control stone is imbued with profound spirituality. It can change in myriad ways, elongating, thickening, and even transforming into countless strands, entirely surpassing conventional physical properties. Even in ancient times, divine iron was an elusive weapon, rarely encountered even by deities. The later alloy control stones were crafted in imitation of this divine iron. Due to their intrinsic intentionality, these control stones possess a vitality index, much like the blood-stained segment of chain that Chunji severed beneath Kent Mountain. These divine irons possess their own wisdom and vitality index, ultimately choosing their masters in later stages. According to the Chronos Titan, several legendary weapons from ancient times indeed existed in reality, including the divine needle of Dike, which could extend and retract infinitely, even shrinking to fit within a person's ear. It was forged from this divine iron. These ancient myths may seem distant, yet the silver disc before Chunji is undeniably real. At this moment, he cannot fathom the appearance of Jiangzia's divine whip, nor can he envision integrating the divine slaying spell into this silver disc. However, he now possesses the capability to manipulate his thoughts and transform the silver disc into a simple, miniature device, morphing it into the ring he had envisioned in his mind. shrink a bit, become a ring, an ordinary ring, devoid of any embellishments. Chen silently sketches the image of the ring in his mind. Simultaneously, the silver disc in the palm of his hand suddenly radiates with brilliant light, then begins to compress and reshape, gradually transforming within his grasp. The silvery disc gradually diminished in size before compressing further, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity, a resplendent silver ring that materialized within Chen Ji's palm. This ring bore a striking resemblance to the one featured in The Lord of the Rings, characterized by its simplistic and clear design, with a broad, silver-white band. However, the surface of the ring was inscribed with an intricate array of arcane symbols, mirroring the patterns and formulas previously etched onto the disc. Chen Ji discerned a fascinating pattern. Regardless of the disc's transformation in size or shape, the symbols would invariably exist, enlarged or diminished, upon the ring. This was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. With utmost care, Chen Ji cradled the newly manifested ring in his palm, savoring its smooth texture. The sensation of this divine metal was distinctly unique, exuding a warmth that seemed to flow into his very veins. Gazing at the ring nestled in his hand, a thought suddenly sparked within him. If this weapon could be infinitely reduced, could it perhaps shrink to the size of metallic dust, ultimately concealing itself within human adipose tissue, say, nestled within my palm? Quietly contemplating this notion, he stared at the faintly shadowed ring in his palm, silently intoning, shrink further, transform into a wisp of silver dust, and enter my body, manifesting when needed. At that moment, a mystical, ethereal sound resonated in the air, and astonishingly, the ring began to rotate once more. Amidst a flicker of spiritual light, the ring shattered entirely, transforming into a cloud of glimmering silver metallic powder that swiftly penetrated Chen Ji's palm. He felt a sharp pain in his hand, and upon inspecting it again, he discovered that the ring had indeed entered his palm. Originally adorned with the emblem of the Jiang clan, a symbol he had received during the inheritance ceremony, a design of entwined dragons resembling a form, this ring had now metamorphosed into a delicate haze of silver dust. It enveloped the dragon emblem in a layer of circular silver foil, which shimmered brightly, resembling a concealed ring nestled within his palm. It was truly wondrous. Chen Ji gazed at his palm, his heart racing with excitement. He realized that, for reasons unknown, he had developed a profound affection for this ring, a sentiment so strong that he would rather forsake his life than relinquish it. Such exquisite craftsmanship is unparalleled. I must find a way to swiftly manifest the divine whip. Chen Ji mused silently, drawing his hand back and retreating beneath the covers to continue warming himself. By 9 o'clock the following morning, Fat Wei and Ding Ning had awakened, and the Fate Hall buzzed with activity once more. According to Peng Wei, today marks the day of the audition results for Hao Yingjun, and Chen Ji must quickly devise a way to assist him, whether through mystical rites or incantations. To ensure that Hao Yingjun secures this role, Chen Ji informed him that the available spiritual stones had already been utilized for Hao Yingjun, and further reliance on his aura could lead to disastrous consequences. All external factors had reached their limits, leaving only Hao Yingjun's own capabilities to determine the outcome. It remains uncertain whether Chen Ji's spiritual stones indeed played a pivotal role, or if Zheng Chao's influence was exceedingly significant, but in the afternoon, Hao Yingjun called with joyous news. Over the phone, Hao Yingjun expressed his exhilaration, announcing that he had secured a crucial role in a major film production. Chapter 403. The Spring of Hao Yingjun. This film, with an investment exceeding 1 billion, featured a renowned director and a compelling script. With only the most prominent and talented stars selected for roles. At that time, Hao Yingjun had faced several rejections during auditions. As the director remarked, while the actor's appearance was commendable, uttering even a single line would send shivers down one's spine, prompting an overwhelming desire to silence him. Initially, Hao Yingjun's opportunity to audition was largely attributed to Zheng Chao's esteemed reputation. Zheng Chao had a close personal relationship with the director and fervently recommended Hao Yingjun, hoping to secure him a minor role that required only a line or two of dialogue, or even just a brief appearance. To be candid, with Hao Yingjun's striking looks, as long as his acting skills were not exposed, he was quite a desirable candidate, prompting the director to consider assigning him a silent role in the script. Fortuitously, the script for this investigative drama underwent significant last-minute revisions, introducing an unexpectedly vital character, a comatose individual. This character held a crucial position throughout the film, arguably more important than the lead, lying in bed with closed eyes while communicating telepathically with the protagonist, providing clues to solve the case, all accomplished through voiceover, eliminating the need for Hao Ingjun to express anything through his features. The only requirement for this non-active yet appealing role was a handsome and well-groomed male actor who could remain immobile in bed with his eyes shut. Upon the emergence of this advantageous role, Zheng Chao was overjoyed and quickly introduced Hao Ingjun for the audition. Hao Ingjun's audition was remarkably successful. His vacant demeanor perfectly encapsulated the essence of a comatose character, resonating seamlessly with the film's style. As the camera shifted, his handsome visage was fully revealed, and with his eyes closed coupled with the voiceover, he exuded an enigmatic aura. Thus, Hao Ingjun effortlessly secured the role, garnering the director's high regard. Starting next month, he would participate in promotional activities for the film alongside other stars. Zheng Chao's company offered a splendid contract to Hao Ingjun, investing significantly in promotional and packaging expenses, thereby grooming him for the path of a new idol star. Hao Ingjun has now ascended to the status of a near celebrity. Upon receiving this news, Peng Wei was overjoyed, akin to a mother whose son has been accepted into university. Throughout that afternoon, he incessantly extolled the virtues of his cousin's remarkable success and promising future. In the evening, disregarding old Jindo's protests, Peng Wei and Ding Ning forcibly brought him back from the hospital to join them at Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant for drinks. To amplify the merriment, they also invited Lu Xiaohong, the troublesome dog, and that stuttering little driver. The night was a cacophony of revelry, and Peng Wei finally ceased to use his inheritance to pressure old Jindo. Ding Ning also showcased the photographs taken in the past with Hao Ingjun, boasting that he had a brother who was a star. During the gathering, old Jindo remained remarkably composed, having fully regained his normalcy, and showed little interest in engaging with the younger crowd. Chen noticed that compared to the last time, old Jindo had become even more reticent. His complexion was a healthy shade of rosy white, indicating a significant improvement in his well-being. As Peng Wei neared the end of his drinking spree, he began to pull Ding Ning and the stuttering driver aside for a little moral guidance, while Lu Xiaohong and Go were already busy with business outside. At this moment, Chen approached old Jindo, softly inquiring, "Uncle Jean, I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit you. How has your health been?" "Not too bad. Just the same as always." Old Jindo nodded slightly, his words hesitant, deliberately avoiding Chen Yi's gaze as if fearful of probing questions. "What about the liver issues you mentioned to us earlier?" "Oh, that was all just nonsense." Old Jindo quickly deflected Chen Ji's inquiry, then pretended to casually pick at the food. "Don't you know me? I just wanted to see the younger folks down there, so I fabricated that little tale. At that time, none of you wanted to take me along, and I had no choice but to claim I had a terminal illness to persuade you all to bring me. In truth, I was fine. There was no cancer at all. If I had truly been terminally ill, would I have gone to Mongolia with you?" Even the fat guy said he had suspected I was merely rambling on. "Haha, Chen, you are still so young." "Is that so?" Chen observed the evasive look in old Jindo's eyes and poured some wine into his glass. "Uncle Jean, you know I must clarify some matters. Since the beginning of this year, you have been visiting the tumor hospital in Linqing for checkups, specifically for your liver. I have already inquired, and all the records there have been cleared by you. There is currently no evidence of any tumor you may have had. What evidence is there?" Upon hearing Chen words, Lao Jindo's lips trembled slightly as he continued to evade Chen gaze, sipping from his glass. "Those were merely some perspective photographs I recklessly shot during a time of my own chaotic thoughts. They were of no consequence. Eventually, they became obsolete, so I had them all deleted. What purpose would they serve? They only serve to aggravate me. Uncle Jean." Chen no longer willing to entertain Lao Jindo's nonsensical ramblings, spoke earnestly. "Uncle Jean, we are individuals who have traversed the precipice of life and death. There are matters I wish to address directly. I can state unequivocally that even if the current medical apparatus were to malfunction, the aura I perceive would remain infallible. At that time, your aura was in a dissipated state. Your life indeed hung by a thread. However, your present physical condition is remarkably robust. From the observation of your aura, your lifespan appears to be significantly extended. This is an astonishing transformation for humanity, a veritable miracle in medical terms. Such a profound change in the aura that can defy death is something I, too, cannot achieve. Therefore, I must ask you questions that require your honest responses. First, why do you conceal this matter? What are you truly afraid of? Second, during our time underground, amidst my unconsciousness, what did you truly witness? Chapter 404. The fear of Lao Jindo. Upon hearing Chen Ji's inquiries, Lao Jindo's countenance darkened, his breathing grew rapid. Chen Ji could even hear the thumping of his heart. It was evident that Lao Jindo was engulfed in fear, dreading Chen Ji's probing yet reluctant to deceive him, caught in a tumult of inner conflict. Uncle Jean, you must understand. Chen Ji gently stirred his glass, speaking softly beside Lao Jindo. In this world, nothing can be permanently concealed, nor can one indefinitely evade the truth. Even death is no exception. I comprehend your current trepidation, though I do not know the source of your fear. If there truly exists something so formidable, you must trust that I will bear the burden for you. Therefore, you must speak the truth to me. It's truly terrifying. Lao Jindo's lips quivered as he softly uttered, then swallowed hard before continuing. That being is exceedingly dreadful. I saw him. Who is this being? Jiangshang. Chen Ji pressed, his gaze fixed intently on Lao Jindo. I do not know. I cannot ascertain. Lao Jindo gently shook his head. I cannot recall a complete visual memory. All that remains are fragmented images. Yet, I distinctly remember the sensation of terror. My mind recalls that I glimpsed something, but I cannot confirm whether it was human or ghostly. Let us simply refer to it as that being. The appearance of that man was truly terrifying. He was not meant to embody such a visage. He ought to have been divine, yet he fell short of that sanctity. As Lao Jindo recounted this, he swallowed hard and continued. When I sought to discern his features more clearly, he slowly turned his head towards me, revealing the most horrifying face I had ever beheld. At the mention of the most horrifying face, Chen Ji felt a sudden jolt in his heart, immediately conjuring the image of the sacred, pure figure he had glimpsed underground, a venerable elder whose aura was gentle as the dawn, even more sacred than the most esteemed deities in the human psyche. Yet, he also recalled the chains that faintly shimmered beneath the pristine robes. Did you see his face? Chen Ji inquired softly, rising to stand beside Lao Jindo. What did it look like? I believe I did see it, Lao Jindo sighed softly, his body beginning to tremble violently, as if he were transported back to that cold underground. I remember him approaching me, seizing my head with one claw while the other pressed upon my crown. My brain felt as if it were surging upwards, and I glimpsed his face. However, that memory has since faded. It now seems like a mere dream, utterly surreal. Yet the terror that face instilled in me remains vivid. I think I must have died from sheer fright. My body feels as though it has been reborn. My mind incessantly warns me to never recall that face, lest I be consumed by terror anew. I must not divulge this to anyone, for I fear my body would instantaneously decay into a mere skeleton. This body was bestowed upon me by him. You mentioned he seized your head with claws? Chen Ji asked, gazing at Lao Jindo. Why use such a term? Why not refer to hands? There are no hands, Lao Jindo replied, trembling uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as parchment. He was gripped by fear, yet he could no longer restrain his memories. I recall he crawled towards me. Yes. He approached like a lizard, his form nearly devoid of flesh, bound in heavy chains that were rusted and worn, having long since torn into his bones. His hands resembled mere skeletal structures, more horrifying than a zombie's grasp. As Lao Jindo spoke of this, he closed his eyes tightly, shaking violently. Those are but fragmented memories, slowly fading with each passing day. I fervently wish for them to vanish completely. I cannot bear to remember them any longer, or I shall lose my sanity. Chen Ji, please, do not press me further. After uttering this, Lao Jindo was rendered unable to continue, his emotions reaching a breaking point. Chen Ji, observing Lao Jindo's distress, chose not to pursue the matter any further. He understood the character of the old trickster. Those who have navigated the underworld are all too familiar with life and death, and none among them are feeble. Although the old trickster had aged, ordinary matters would never frighten him to such an extent. He once heard his father speak of a psychological theory. Every individual possesses a varying capacity to endure fear, and humanity has a certain threshold for it. When a person witnesses events that vastly exceed this threshold, they may first descend into madness. If, following this madness, they begin to forget gradually, it indicates that the brain is engaging in self-preservation. Should the individual repeatedly summon this memory, they risk being terrified to the point of death, a fate marked by the tragic rupture of their neural pathways. Afterward, Chen Ji never mentioned the incident again. Instead, he continued to drink with the old trickster, consuming dishes, and discussing inconsequential matters. The evening's libations were particularly spirited, and Xiao Dingning was exceptionally permitted to partake in alcohol. After drinking, Xiao Keba became even more foolish. He had originally been summoned to drive the old trickster home, yet he ended up drinking more than anyone else and was incapable of driving. Furthermore, in his drunken state, Xiao Keba loudly proclaimed his ambitions, declaring his intent to annex the Bao family and succeed Bao Yi as the leader of the Northeast. Before drinking, he claimed to be a Northeasterner. After drinking, he declared the Northeast to belong entirely to him. Thus, a group of tipsy individuals staggered out from Lu Xiaoang's hot pot restaurant. Chen Ji first called for a designated driver to take the old trickster and his companions back to the retreat, then sent Fat Wei and Ding Ning home to rest. When Chen Ji returned to the courtyard, it was nearly 2 a.m., and the surrounding area was enveloped in silence, the moonlight still bright and pure. He knew it was time to summon that temperamental little bird. Chapter 405. The bed of the mysterious bird. I wish to discuss a matter with everyone. Due to my body repeatedly collapsing and being reformed during this period, I hope to implement the following adjustments. I will take Sundays off from updates, with a single update on Saturdays, and maintain regular updates on other days. Of course, in case of special circumstances, I will handle them accordingly. This arrangement will allow my mind a brief respite, enabling me to better conceive plots, while ensuring that I can guarantee updates during other times. I will be more invigorated, which is better than constantly needing to take leave. The work of a writer is exceedingly taxing. The human body has its limits. Longtime friends know that my health has never been robust. Enduring illness repeatedly, what meaning is there in that? It would be more beneficial to have a fixed day of rest, allowing me to engage in social activities on Sundays. Otherwise, remaining cooped up at home may lead to isolation. I hope for your understanding. This is merely a draft for discussion. Please share your opinions below. I expect the volleyball crowd will have their critiques. I trust you will support me, and of course, I shall ignore any dissenting opinions. I cannot see them. I cannot see them. To my beloved peacocks, with warm regards. Chapter 406. The Flames of Torment. Jiandi, the flames of torment are somewhat painful. You must be prepared. After Chen Ji spoke, he raised his right hand and silently intoned the fire curse. Scorching flames began to coil around Jiandi, encircling her like a colossal bonfire. In fact, this fire curse is merely a mid-level spell documented in the archives of the Jiang clan. Its application lacks significant technicality, relying solely on the pure act of burning. Devoid of the ferocity of the wind and thunder curse, which is not to Chen Ji's liking. Yet, this inferno can reach exceedingly high temperatures, soaring to thousands of degrees, effortlessly melting metal. Historically, the fire curse was prevalent in ancient times, primarily employed to punish disobedient demigods. Even a demigod as tall as a small building could be turned to ashes by this fiery incantation. The son of the mysterious bird, Jiandi, knelt on the ground engulfed in flames as Chen Ji asked, I shall inquire once more. Do you not regret being consumed by these flames? No regrets. Jiandi, kneeling amidst the fire, lifted her proud chin. As a descendant of the divine, I accept my fate. I shall not go back on my word. My ethereal life has long lost its worth. If the clan leader desires it, then let it be given. Very well, Chen Ji replied, furrowing his brow. He turned his palm, releasing the full force of the fire curse. The roaring flames instantaneously spiraled inward, rushing toward Jiandi at its center. In an instant, Jiandi, kneeling within, was engulfed by the inferno. In such searing flames, no creature can remain composed. As the heat wave surged, Jiandi let out a horrific scream. Her body transformed in an instant, massive wings sprouting from her arms, adorned with thick, beautiful feathers that ignited alongside the flames. The fire soared skyward as she shrieked madly, her cries exuding profound agony that instilled dread into the hearts of listeners. However, at that moment, Chen Ji had completely sealed the courtyard with a barrier, rendering Jiandi's anguished wails inaudible to the outside world. The piercing cries lasted barely half a second before the flames extinguished. As the fire subsided, Jiandi was revealed in the center, her long hair burned to cinders, her garments reduced to ash, and her once vibrant feathers charred. The air was thick with the scent of scorched remnants. Clearly shaken, Jiandi's lower body had transformed into that of a bird, her magnificent plumage mostly destroyed. Trembling, her wings flickered with embers, and after a moment of shivering, she reverted to her human form. Her skin bore the marks of burns as she collapsed to her knees. Fear etched across her face as she gazed at Chen Ji. Clan leader, what is your intent? What? Are you displeased that I spared your life? Chen Ji replied with a smile, quietly uttering a spell that summoned a gentle breeze to disperse the charred remains around her. Jiandi's delicate, girl-like form stood fully revealed before him, having now grasped the true essence of the torment by fire. Chen Ji looked at Jiandi with a smile. Yet his tone turned grave. Jiandi, the son of the Xian bird, you once slaughtered your kin and were abandoned by the divine race, marking you as a being of sin. The searing flames you just endured were your punishment, a means to absolve your transgressions. From this moment forth, you shall serve as a shaman under the Jiang clan. All your actions must heed my command. Should you dare to defy me, the flames will consume you again. Furthermore, without my explicit consent, do not entertain the thought of consuming humans. A shaman under the Jiang clan shall not feast upon mankind. Chief, Jiandi exclaimed, her heart racing as she gazed at Chen Ji, her large, glimmering eyes shining like two radiant glass orbs. Are you saying that you will overlook past grievances and invite me to serve as a shaman in the Western Qi royal city? We harbor no past grievances. So what is there to weigh? Besides, your Xian bird kind has always been shaman under the Jiang clan. It is merely that you have not sought us for centuries. Chen Ji replied. He then removed his coat and draped it over Jiandi's shoulders, extending a hand towards her, who knelt before him. What use have I for your life? What I desire is your loyalty. Chief, Jiandi trembled as she reached out, grasping Chen Ji's hand as if it were her sole anchor in this world. She buried her head and began to weep, her demeanor reminiscent of a 14 or 15-year-old girl, lonely, adrift, like a weary bird that had flown alone for centuries, finally finding its shore. The following day, just before noon, Fat Wei finally emerged from his slumber, having indulged excessively the previous night. As he rose, he stumbled about, using the toilet as his refuge, experiencing relentless bouts of nausea and discomfort. Meanwhile, Ding Ning, for the first time, had drunk so much that he complained of a throbbing headache from the morning onward. Pleading with Chen Ji for a sick day, reluctant to attend school. After enduring a scornful reprimand from Chen Ji, Ding Ning begrudgingly shouldered his backpack, pouting as he departed for class. At midday, Chen Ji received a call from Bao Ping, which deviated from his usual manner. This time, Bao Ping seemed hesitant, hinting at something he wished to discuss. He informed Chen Ji that the abandoned divine seal had recently been sent to Professor Liao's research team, and results had emerged. As Chen Ji had anticipated, the signature on the seal had indeed been polished, dating back roughly 1,000 years, timing that aligned perfectly. However, the polishing was profound, leaving scant traces, and nearly a millennium of time had rendered the exact details nearly untraceable. Yet, Professor Liao's team proved remarkably adept, employing a chemical reaction to gradually reveal the concealed marks. After a period of oxidation, a series of blurred artificial markings finally emerged, confirming they were hand-carved inscriptions. Indeed, the abandoned jade seal concealed yet another name. According to Bao Ping, this name was well known across the expanse of Huaxia and had once had profound ties to the organization. Upon learning this name, Bao Ping immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly returned to the retreat pavilion with the divine seal, inviting Chen Ji to meet him without delay. He mentioned that the information concealed within the divine seal was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Chapter 407. The god of killing in Huaxia. As autumn settled into the northeast, the temperatures began to drop, accompanied by the chilling autumn winds that sent withered leaves swirling in the air, evoking a sense of desolation. When the small vehicle came to a halt downstairs, Fat Wei was still in the restroom, clinging to his toilet and retching profusely, seemingly destined to remain there for the day. On this occasion, Chen Ji chose not to include Fat Wei. He casually donned a coat, closed the roll-up door, and took his seat in the small vehicle. Having indulged in drinks with them the previous night, the driver, who fancied himself part of the circle, eagerly opened up, addressing Chen Ji as a brother and chattering incessantly. He spoke of his prospects within the Bao family, underscoring the necessity of discretion while asserting that his immediate goal was to secure a formal position of authority, seeking Chen Ji's assistance in this endeavor. Throughout this exchange, Chen Ji leaned against the car window, indifferent to the driver's ramblings, instead gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, musing over the name that Bao Ping had uttered, one intertwined with the organization, the god of killing in Huaxia. Was it truly so? This thought stirred a subtle unease within Chen Ji, a sensation of being at the mercy of fate, the notion that all events had been predetermined. Is everything preordained? Are the happenings of decades or even centuries merely moves in a grand game? And what of myself, Bao Ping, Ghostblade, and all others, including my father? Are we merely pawns on this chessboard? What if one day, this pawn loses its significance? The vehicle sped forward, accompanied by the driver's continuous monologue, until it finally halted at the entrance of the retreat pavilion. Once again, Chun-Ji was greeted by the warm scenes of yore. As old Jean Do stood at the entrance to welcome him, old Jean Do appeared to be in excellent spirits. Dressed in a light gray cashmere sweater adorned with a prominent Italian brand logo, Chun-Ji, possessing some knowledge of high-end menswear, noted the exorbitant price of the sweater. With fewer than 100 pieces available worldwide, it seemed old Jean Do had truly embraced life, learning to enjoy it. Chun-Ji, you've arrived. Come in quickly. We've been waiting for you. Old Jean Do beamed as he ushered Chun-Ji inside. Throughout the journey, old Jean Do engaged in a flow of polite conversation, offering trivial pleasantries that left little room for Chun-Ji to speak, as if he were particularly anxious about any inquiries Chun-Ji might pose. Chun-Ji understood that old Jean Do feared him broaching that particular question, the one regarding the stark reality witnessed beneath the surface. Chun-Ji had contemplated using a heart-entrancing incantation to delve into old Jean Do's mind and uncover his deepest memories. However, given old Jean Do's current state of resistance, such an intrusion would be perilously unwise. In comparison to the life of the old trickster, Chun-Ji ultimately relinquished his previous notion. The old trickster, brimming with enthusiasm, escorted Chun-Ji to the second floor and led him into a secret chamber. The chamber retained its original appearance. They had likely been sipping tea moments before. As the air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of freshly brewed hot tea, Bao Ping sat alone, clutching a cup of blood-red hound's blood crystal, while Aso and Jiying, two warriors adorned with crimson sashes, stood behind him. Please step outside. I wish to converse with the clan leader in private. If I do not summon you, there is no need for your presence. Upon concluding his statement, Bao Ping waved his hands dismissively. Aso and Jiying, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully to Chun-Ji before exiting the room. The old trickster, having courteously poured tea for Chun-Ji and exchanged a few pleasantries, also vacated the dimly lit chamber. Once the door to the chamber was closed, Bao Ping beckoned to Chun-Ji, gesturing towards the chair opposite him. Come, have a seat. There are matters we must discuss. After speaking, Bao Ping retrieved a cigarette from his case. Chun-Ji confidently approached and sat in the chair across from Bao Ping. Picking up the teacup and tracing the lid with his fingers before bringing it to his lips, his gaze drifting to a corner of the table. There lay a small object wrapped in silk, simply bound, within which resided a square-shaped item. With a single glance, Chun-Ji recognized it as the discarded divine seal he had brought back from Mongolia. Has the inspection yielded results? He inquired, taking a gentle sip of the hot tea before setting the cup down. What name is inscribed upon it? Is it of someone from long ago? With a chuckle, Bao Ping placed the blood-red hound's blood crystal onto the table. Indeed, it has been quite some time, and as you suspected, the name inscribed is that of a true deity of slaughter. Moreover, this deity has certain connections to our organization. After saying this, Bao Ping lit a cigarette and flicked the ash into the ashtray, continuing, Do you know of the renowned general from the Qin state during the Warring States period, referred to as the Human Butcher? I have heard of him. Chun-Ji nodded slightly. It is said that this general possessed extraordinary martial prowess, having fought numerous battles without defeat, earning the title of the undefeated war god of the Warring States era. Yet, he was also known for his bloodthirsty and merciless nature, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, instilling dread in the 6 states, hence the moniker Human Butcher. Ultimately, the Qin dynasty relied on him to unify the 6 states and seize the realm. One might consider him a hero of the Warring States period, albeit excessively bloodthirsty, which is why later generations refer to him both as the war god and the deity of slaughter. Is the name inscribed on the stone truly by Qi? Chun-Ji asked with a smile. Indeed, it is he. Bao Ping languidly flicked the ash from his cigarette, remarking, What you spoke of earlier pertains to the historical Bai Qi, the figure celebrated in the annals of the people. Yet, the true Bai Qi, I suspect, remains somewhat elusive to you. Upon completing his statement, he tossed a stack of documents to Chun-Ji, which were filled with printed text. The initial pages were crisp white paper, the black ink sharply legible. The Bai family, surname Ing, given name Qi, was a renowned general of the Qin state. Infamously known as the Butcher of Man, his ancestry traced back to the noble lineage of Qin. At the tender age of 15, he embarked on a military career, distinguished for his valor in battle, catching the attention of the powerful Qin minister, Wei Ran, who subsequently took him under his wing for meticulous cultivation. Bai Qi went on to achieve remarkable victories, triumphing in every conflict, instilling dread in the six states. His most notorious feat was during the Battle of Chongping, where he executed 400,000 soldiers of Zhao post-battle, significantly crippling the military strength of the rival states and laying a robust foundation for Qin's future conquests. In his prime, Bai Qi was bestowed the title of Duke of Wuhan by the King of Qin. However, in his later years, harboring benevolent intentions and a reluctance for further warfare, he was granted a sword by the king to take his own life. Consequently, he garnered sympathy from the people of Qin, who treated his descendants with kindness. Presently, in Baijia village of Chongqing Town, Meixian County, descendants of the Bai family and the tomb of Bai Qi still exist. Bai Qi's life was marked by martial prowess, leaving an indelible mark on the history of China, with many asserting, in terms of annihilation warfare, throughout the millennia, none surpass him. He is posthumously revered as the undefeated war god, also known as the immortal god of slaughter. Having perused the materials, Chen continued, however, what connection does this general from the Warring States period have with our organization? Look further. Bao Ping gestured towards the subsequent pages of black paper. The preceding content pertains to the Bai Qi chronicled in historical texts, while what follows reveals the true Bai Qi from the organization's classified archives. Chapter 408. The Secret Records of the Zhou Monarch. The following pages were adorned with a black background, inscribed with characters that appeared to be rubbings, illuminated with fluorescent powder, rendering them arduous to read. It was evident that the original text had been engraved on a tombstone and subsequently transferred onto paper. Chen Ji, aided by the light, scrutinized the pages, discovering the initial segment consisted of ancient stone inscriptions. Due to the complexity of the language, numerous modern annotations surrounded it, and the overall content was as follows. Secret Records of the Zhou Monarch. Bai Qi, descendant of the noble lineage of Qin. His father was Gongsun Bai, while the identity of his mother remains shrouded in mystery, having abandoned him upon his birth. This child, born with immense strength and remarkable speed, was a prodigy in martial arts. At the age of 5, he could strangle a black dog. By 9, he was capable of slaying lions and bears. After killing his prey, he would eviscerate them, consuming their entrails raw, resembling a wild beast. His father, aware of his cruel nature, sought to employ numerous esteemed teachers to guide him towards the righteous path, exposing him to the teachings of various schools of thought. Little did they know, despite his wild disposition, the boy possessed extraordinary intelligence and acumen, mastering the classics with ease and demonstrating an uncanny ability to grasp the principles of military strategy and combat without formal instruction. In his youth, this boy frequently observed the terrain near Qishan, simulating military formations, and became utterly enamored with the art of warfare. He proclaimed to his father that the world was filled with foolishness. If he could master the strategies of war, he would surely command the mountains and seas, with spirits as his soldiers, rendering him unstoppable. His father, impressed, foresaw that his son would become an exceptional general. Remembering the tale of the renowned General Wu Qi, he named him Bai Qi and reported this to the king of Qin, nurturing him with the hope that he would serve the state one day. At the age of 14, his father arranged a marriage for him. One day, he encountered his wife weeping while preparing a broth. Upon inquiring about her sorrow, she revealed that her husband had a peculiar obsession, demanding that she slice flesh from her own body to add to the soup for his consumption. If she disobeyed, he would beat her with thorns. She lamented that her daily self-mutilation would ultimately lead to her demise. Alarmed, his father realized that his son had inherited his mother's bloodlust, and fearing for the boy's future, he commanded several thousand elite soldiers to capture him. They shackled him with iron chains and imprisoned him in a dry well, forbidding him food and water, intending for him to perish from hunger. He then reported this to the king of Qin, revealing his son's heinous nature and advising against employing him, lest the realm be doomed by his hand. During the reign of Duke Zhao of Qin, the state found itself besieged by the Six Kingdoms amidst a tumultuous era of conflict. The king's desire to conquer the world intensified, yet he lacked a fierce general, leaving him despondent. The chancellor of Qin, Wei Ran, recommended I have heard that Lord Bai has a son, born to be a divine warrior, who could be of great use. However, due to his father's disdain, he remains confined in a well, with his fate unknown. If your grace seeks a capable commander, you may go to the Bai residence and demand this child. Although he may possess a fierce temperament and a penchant for bloodshed, that is merely the nature of a man. Simply provide him with a slave daily for sustenance. Upon hearing this, Duke Zhao felt greatly relieved and ordered his guards to fetch the boy from the Bai household. The helpless Lord Bai ultimately released Bai Qi, who had languished in the well for a year without sustenance, emaciated yet miraculously alive. Thereafter, Bai Qi achieved numerous military victories, engaging in over 70 battles without a single defeat. In the Battle of Chongping, he executed 400,000 Zhao soldiers, and in the confrontation at Yingdu, he drowned countless men of Chu. Henceforth, the Qin army rampaged across the realm, unstoppable, and Bai Qi earned the title of the Undying God of War. Duke Zhao, elated, conferred upon him the title of Marquis of Wuhan, granting him residence in Wuhan. However, in his middle age, Bai Qi's true nature emerged. He slaughtered no fewer than 10 slaves daily, consuming their flesh, turning his household into a scene reminiscent of a bloody hell. The populace of Wuhan lived in perpetual dread, with none daring to remain, leading to a mass migration southward. The king, left with no choice, issued a decree reprimanding Bai Qi, instructing him to restrain his excesses. Subsequently, Bai Qi ceased his consumption of commoners' flesh but continued to wear a sinister grin, behaving like a demonic beast. One fateful day, he led thousands of robust warriors into the royal palace, confronting the king of Qin with a smile, stating, "The sages say that courtesy should be reciprocated. I have delivered the realm to you. How about you offer me the flesh of your princes?" The king, struck with terror, realized calamity was imminent, and in a desperate attempt to appease Bai Qi, sent him dozens of his beloved concubines, who were swiftly devoured within days. Seizing the opportunity, the king of Qin dispatched trusted envoys to meet with the son of heaven of Zhou in secret, weeping bitterly and lamenting. "Our king has shown disrespect towards the son of heaven and deeply regrets it. I implore the son of heaven to consider the multitude of living beings and imprison the malevolent Bai Qi. Otherwise, all the lords will be at his mercy." The son of heaven of Zhou acquiesced to the king's plea and sent the chief of the Jiang clan to lead the divine shamans of the West Qi to apprehend Bai Qi, restraining him at the foot of the mountain, locking him in his tomb to prevent his escape. However, while confined in his coffin, Bai Qi, unwilling to meet his demise, inflicted harm upon several individuals, and none could subdue him. The chief of the Jiang clan suddenly coughed up blood and exclaimed, "My ancestor Jiang Shang has arrived. We must flee at once." Subsequently, he led the divine beings to escape the divine tomb, only to perish shortly thereafter from his injuries. From that point on, the burial site of Bai Qi remained unknown. The son of heaven of Zhou recorded a secret edict, declaring that Bai Qi's tomb was not to be trifled with, and that future generations should not seek it. For if this wretch were to be released, chaos would surely ensue across the land. Remember this. Remember. After Chen Ji finished reading the lengthy inscription, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue and tossed the document onto the table. "How is it? Have you finished?" Bao Ping asked with a smile, gently tapping the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. This was transcribed from the stone tablet in the secret chamber, highly confidential. "What thoughts do you have after perusing this?" At that moment, Chen Ji found himself at a loss for words. The information conveyed within this divine text was immensely profound. Although many logical relations from that era differed from the present, the general meaning was clear. Yet there were several incongruous elements. First, this renowned general of the Qin, Bai Qi, was not entirely human. Thus, questions arose regarding his mother. If she were not a demigod, what then constituted the other half of his lineage? Second, if he could later descend into madness, demanding the flesh of the king's son from the king of Qin, it would indicate that his power at that time was formidable enough to compel the king to weep and seek assistance from the son of heaven. Thus, the logic here became somewhat perplexing. "There is one matter I find perplexing," Chen Ji continued, taking a cigarette from Bao Ping's hand and lighting it. "I am unfamiliar with the political customs of that time, but as far as I know, the Zhou dynasty was already in decline, and its relationship with the Qin royal family was likely strained. I recall that King Wu of Qin met his demise due to the collapse of a great cauldron, which led to his brother, King Zhao, ascending to the throne. We have already learned that the truth behind King Wu's death was not due to the cauldron's fall. but rather because he offended the Son of Heaven and was secretly executed by warriors. If such was the nature of their relationship, how could the Son of Heaven assist King Zhao of Qin? Moreover, how could the already weakened Zhou royal family possess the capacity to aid the King of Qin? Upon hearing Chen Ji's words, Bao Ping chuckled softly, then calmly flicked the ash from his cigarette. In truth, there is something I have long wished to convey to you. The decline of the Zhou dynasty is not as we have perceived it. Chapter 409. The choice of the Zhou dynasty. Bao Ping's expression remained serene, yet a hint of mockery lingered in his smile. During this time, I have been in the organization's secret chamber, delving into the historical trajectory of the West Qi royal city over the millennia, seeking to understand how such a once mighty Zhou dynasty gradually fell into decay and lost its dominion over the world. However, upon perusing the chronicles of all dynasties, I gradually unearthed a profound truth, one that eludes our current comprehension. The Zhou dynasty never truly declined. Rather, it voluntarily withdrew from the annals of history. In essence, it was the Zhou dynasty itself that birthed the Warring States period. How can this be? This assertion by Bao Ping left Chen Ji utterly astonished. Although millennia have passed, the Warring States remain the zenith of Huaxia civilization. We are all aware that during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, various schools of thought flourished, with sages such as Confucius, Laozi, Hanfizi, and Giguzi gracing that era. The realm was divided into 7 states, and amidst the chaos, the weakened Zhou dynasty found itself unable to sustain its power. Ultimately, King Yingzheng of Qin vanquished the 6 states and unified the realm, while the last sovereign of the Zhou, King Nan, fell to the might of Qin. These are the historical records we possess today. Yet these chronicles were penned by later rulers to suit their own narratives. Bao Ping chuckled as he spoke to Chen Ji, noting that even the current historical accounts do not explicitly state that King Ying of Qin killed King Nan of Zhou. They merely assert that he supplanted him. The term supplant carries myriad connotations. After making this observation, Bao Ping placed his cigarette in the ashtray, interlaced his fingers, and gazed intently at Chen Ji. I once believed that the records of the Zhou dynasty in these histories represented the absolute truth. However, since inheriting my adoptive father's position, I gained access to the secret chamber of the chief of Shiqi, a place where no other soul may tread, reserved solely for the former Zhou sovereigns. There, I encountered an alternate reality, a genuine Zhou dynasty, where much of what I witnessed starkly contradicted the history we know. I beheld numerous figures, seemingly powerful and grand, weeping before the Zhou sovereign, beseeching his mercy. It was then that I realized that, at times, true strength may masquerade as weakness. For retreat can sometimes be a strategy for authentic advancement. Are you suggesting, Chen Ji interjected, cigarette in hand, eyes fixed on Bao Ping, that the Zhou dynasty did not actually decline, but rather deliberately relinquished its control over the realm, concealing itself and fading from the historical power struggles? Is this a means of survival? This is merely my conjecture. Bao Ping replied with a calm demeanor. From the materials I have examined, it appears that the Zhou dynasty fostered the Warring States period, inciting strife among the states, ultimately allowing the strongest to prevail and seize dominion. However, no power is everlasting. We know that the formidable Qin unified the land, yet it lasted but a generation. Thereafter, the Han emerged, followed by the 3 kingdoms, the Wei and Jin dynasties, and the northern and southern dynasties. These erstwhile titans, once resplendent and commanding the world, have now all but faded into obscurity, with some having left no descendants, becoming utterly extinct. Yet, the Shiqi royal city of the Zhou dynasty still stands tall, and the Ji clan continues to thrive, remaining robust. Thus, I speculate that the Zhou dynasty foresaw the inevitable shifts of power within this world and chose to relinquish its governance willingly. To govern a nation is no simple task. It requires more than mere military might. It demands adept control over the economy, politics, culture, and even foreign relations. A single misstep could lead to the downfall of a new dynasty, a perilous reality. Thus, they sought the path to immortality, relinquishing power to avoid entanglement in the flames of conflict. For the survival of Shiqi was imperative, harboring treasures that must be safeguarded. Immortality? Perhaps. Chen Ji nodded in agreement. And after a prolonged contemplation, he continued, there exists another perplexing aspect in this divine text. It is clearly recorded that when Bai Qi was captured in the mountains, no one could rival him, and he was poised to escape. However, the The clan leader of the Jiang family declared that Jiang Zia was returning and ordered everyone to withdraw. Subsequently, Bai Qi was imprisoned within the divine tomb. If my calculations are correct, Jiang Shang must have been deceased for several hundred years by then. Perhaps it was Jiang Shang, or perhaps it was not. Bao Ping solemnly remarked, that era has long since passed. Many records are rife with inaccuracies, and the data provided by experts are mere estimations, often bearing discrepancies of a century to 5 centuries. Moreover, let us not forget Jiang Shang's identity. Being a divine offspring, it is entirely normal for him to possess a lifespan surpassing that of ordinary men. With a gentle smile directed at Chen Ji, Bao Ping added, and I can now share with you a crucial piece of information. To this day, within our organization, there exists no definitive record detailing the whereabouts of Jiang Zia's burial after his death. Does this imply that Jiang Zia may still have been alive during the Warring States period? Chen Ji mused aloud, his tone wavering. It was Jiang Zia who conferred upon Bai Qi the title of the God of Death. Thus, why imprison him if he was already confined? Why bestow upon me the divine whip? Could it be that I have merely overthought this? Was it all just a meaningless nightmare? Or, as Chen Ji pondered, he suddenly furrowed his brow, and after a moment of reflection, he was struck with clarity, staring wide-eyed at Bao Ping. Master Bao, if I am not mistaken, the organization's devastating loss during the Divine Tomb operation 7 years ago was, in fact. Indeed, Bao Ping replied with an enigmatic smile. This is the second piece of information I am about to share with you. The true connection between Bai Qi and our organization stems from that excavation of the Divine Tomb 7 years ago. After finishing his statement, Bao Ping tapped his cigarette in the ashtray and continued smoking. You must have heard of it. 7 years ago, the former leader orchestrated a grand excavation of the Divine Tomb. During that operation, our organization suffered severe losses, with many red and blue belt warriors perishing within. And that tomb we unearthed was none other than Bai Qi's. How could this be? This revelation took Chen Ji by surprise. For the secret records of the Zhou Tianzi clearly stated that thereafter, the organization was unaware of the location of Bai Qi's divine tomb. Moreover, it was explicitly instructed that the descendants of Shiqi must refrain from seeking out the enigmatic Bai Qi. Given the meticulous nature of the old chief, why would he take such a perilous risk to unearth Bai Qi's divine tomb? It was due to the sudden emergence of peculiar demigods. Bao Ping murmured, at that time, your distant uncle also underwent a transformation because of the inexplicable appearance of these demigods. In chapter 410, the demigods who resent their ancestors. Bao Ping extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and turned to Chen Ji, his deep gray eyes imbued with profound significance. This matter has been classified as an organizational secret, not recorded in any official documents, and has been strictly forbidden to be mentioned for years. However, I have heard whispers from my adoptive father. It was the most disastrous endeavor in the organization's history. 7 years ago, a group of exceedingly strange demigods suddenly approached the Shiqi royal city. They claimed to be descendants of the god of war Bai Qi and requested an audience with the leader of Shiqi and the patriarch of the Jiang clan. The patriarch at that time was your distant uncle, who brought these demigods before the old chief to hear their demands. It turned out that these demigods had a singular request. They volunteered to guide us in our quest to locate their ancestors' grave and to excavate and obliterate it, turning their ancestors' divine coffin to ashes. They insisted that any treasures found within, including spirit stones, would belong to the organization. As Bao Ping recounted this, he clasped his hands atop his knees and leaned back in his chair, continuing, at that time, the organization was unaware of the whereabouts of Bai Qi's divine tomb. Moreover, the Zhou Emperor's secret records strictly forbade descendants from disturbing this peculiar god of war. Apart from the stone tablet inscriptions, there were no other records regarding Bai Qi within the organization, leading the old chief to reject the demands of these demigods. However, these demigods were tenacious. They claimed to know the burial place of their ancestor and offered to lead us, their goal singular, to annihilate the tomb of Bai Qi. My adoptive father and your distant uncle found their insistence strange. Despite their urgent need for fire spirit stones, they remained skeptical of these bizarre demigods and their utterances. Thus, it was only natural that my adoptive father resolutely declined their request and asked them to leave Shiqi royal city. Yet, these demigods refused to depart, even resorting to conflict with the warriors. I still recall that each of these demigods was exceptionally skilled, none an ordinary adversary. Even the organization's warriors could only match them in combat. However, The situation dramatically shifted overnight. Your distant uncle, the Jiang clan patriarch at the time, suddenly changed his mind the following morning, insisting that the leader acquiesce to the demigod's demands to search for Bai Qi's divine tomb. Oh. Chen Ji looked at Bao Ping with some surprise. This was his first time hearing about his distant uncle's past. The elderly man had never met Chen Ji before his death. It was only later that Chen Ji learned that, due to matters concerning his father, this uncle had never truly acknowledged him. At that moment, Chen Ji felt he could sense the turmoil within his uncle's heart. He had changed his decision overnight. Could it be that he had also experienced a dream that night? Indeed, a dream. When Bao Ping reached this point in his narrative, he smiled. This is also something my adoptive father mentioned later. He said your uncle came to him the next day, claiming he had a terrible nightmare, a truly frightening one, which he interpreted as a warning and a responsibility. He insisted they must visit Bai Qi's tomb, or it would be too late. The specifics of the nightmare were not disclosed by his adoptive father, but I know that it was under your uncle's strong suggestion that my adoptive father ultimately agreed to the requests of those demigods, organizing that grand excavation of the divine tomb. You are well aware of what transpired thereafter. After finishing his tale, Bao Ping pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. The cost of that operation was grievous. Many valiant warriors lost their lives, including the father of Ghostblade, the strongest red belt warrior, Ji Lai. The organization never fully recovered from that crushing blow, and with a lack of succession. Ji Ying and Ghostblade were both elevated to warrior status during that tumultuous time. Your uncle also sustained severe injuries during that incident and has since relied on medication to sustain his life, never leaving the Wang city of Shiqi again. So it was. Chen Ji's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. So, it is true, because my uncle had once failed, it is now my turn. I must continue the task he could not accomplish, which is why he entrusted me with the divine whip to compensate for my insufficient strength. This is why I am to point to the forsaken divine seal. Clearly, time is truly of the essence. With this thought, Chen Ji suddenly lifted his gaze to Bao Ping. Master Bao, I have a formal request. Please organize a team for me. I must return to that divine tomb. Regardless of the cost, I must enter and find Bai Qi's coffin. Upon hearing Chen Ji's request, Bao Ping said nothing. He lifted his head, casting a gray-eyed glance at Chen Ji, contemplating for a moment before lowering his gaze. Can you tell me the purpose of such an endeavor? My adoptive father once told me that the decision made back then was the greatest regret of his life. So many warriors perished, nearly leading the organization to ruin. He and the clan leader owe a heavy debt to the organization, and such a mistake cannot happen again. I share that sentiment. This mistake shall not be repeated. Chen Ji declared resolutely, locking eyes with Bao Ping. Master Bao, have you ever considered how Jiang Shang managed to seal Bai Qi inside? It was merely a barrier. Yet, barriers can be worn down, especially when what is sealed within is still alive. What do you imply? Are you suggesting that Bai Qi from the Warring States period is still alive? Bao Ping cast a sharp glance at Chen Ji. Do you truly believe that is plausible? Does it not seem absurd? Unsure whether Bai Qi could still be considered a living being, Chen Ji shook his head and continued. However, considering the tale of Genghis Khan, if Bai Qi were indeed enshrined as a god of slaughter, it is conceivable that his punishment may be eternal life. What lies within his divine coffin? I cannot say for certain, but I am aware that the barrier, under the duress of time and violent impacts, will gradually weaken, and inevitably, it shall fracture. Listening to Chen Ji, Bao Ping remained silent, neither affirming nor rejecting his words. He lit his cigarette and smoked quietly. At that moment, Chen Ji continued, Bao Yi, have you ever pondered? Why did the son of Fengdu, Yamo, seek out Bai Qi's divine tomb? If he was able to extract the Iso warriors and others from there, why did he not bring forth Bai Qi, who had already become the god of slaughter? Would that not represent a formidable source of power for him? This can only be explained in one way. Yamo was incapable of extracting Bai Qi at that time. There must be a barrier surrounding Bai Qi that Yamo could not penetrate, and only we, the Jiang family, can access it. Chapter 411. I support you. Upon hearing Chen Ji's words, Bao Ping's expression darkened considerably. He lowered his head to gaze at the ground, his brows furrowed in contemplation, seemingly wrestling with his own thoughts. At last, he raised his gaze, his deep gray eyes meeting Chen Ji's, devoid of any questions or mention of the challenges ahead, as if all emotions were conveyed through his gaze. They remained silent for a considerable time until Bao Ping stood and approached Chen Ji, placing a hand on his shoulder, and solemnly declared, I support you. Later that day, Upon returning home, Chen disclosed his future plans to Fat Wei, meticulously detailing every aspect and informing him that their next destination was Bai Qi's divine tomb. Fat Wei, a man of discernment, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Chen account and promptly expressed his willingness to accompany him, assuring that, as always, he would undertake the reconnaissance within the tomb. Subsequently, the two individuals began to deliberate on the intricacies involved in orchestrating a grand tomb exploration, a task that was no trifling matter. This encompassed personnel allocation, resource procurement, risk assessment, and various other considerations. For Chen team, weaponry and equipment were readily available, and executing missions was second nature. However, this particular descent into the tomb was of paramount importance. Their modest number would undoubtedly prove insufficient, necessitating the inclusion of several warriors for support. Consequently, new equipment would need to be acquired and customized. Moreover, drawing from past experiences, it was clear that the team venturing into the tomb must be streamlined. The previous endeavor, which had dispatched an excessive number of warriors, had nearly resulted in total annihilation. Thus, sheer numbers did not guarantee strength and could, in fact, become a considerable liability. Therefore, this time, while the team need not be numerous, it must be meticulously chosen. After some discussion, they concluded that the mission should await the full recovery of Ghostblade, regardless of the urgency of time, for a few days' delay was inconsequential. Firstly, with Ghostblade present, the team's combat capabilities would be assured. His speed offered a significant advantage in emergencies, instilling confidence in the group. Secondly, Ghostblade held a deeply personal connection to the tomb, as his father had perished within its confines. He had previously expressed a resolute desire to return to the tomb to retrieve his father's remains, and should this opportunity slip away, he would harbor resentment towards them for eternity. Thus, the following day, Chen utilized his contacts within the organization to reach out to Ghostblade's secret stronghold, inquiring about his current state of recovery. The response indicated that Ghostblade was recuperating well, with most of his wounds having healed completely. The physician had stated that, given another month, he would be fully restored. This time frame was neither too long nor too short, providing them ample opportunity for preparation. During this period, Chen was exceptionally busy, unfurling a large sheet of white paper on the wall, upon which he meticulously crafted an intricate web of action plans. Meanwhile, Fat Wei was preoccupied with communicating with American allies, arranging for new work uniforms through Indian manufacturers, as well as overseeing the maintenance and refurbishment of their existing attire. Throughout this time, Bao Ping was singularly focused on one endeavor, the search for the location of the Bai Qi tomb. As he articulated, since the organization's previous excavation attempt had ended in failure, its manpower had suffered a significant blow, with both the old leader and the patriarch paying a heavy price. It was rumored that, to prevent future leaders from repeating the same mistakes, the old leader had commanded that the location of the Bai Qi tomb be kept confidential, erasing all traces of it. Consequently, this mission had become a taboo within the organization, a subject that was never to be mentioned. In his quest, Bao Ping sought out survivors from that ill-fated tomb expedition, hoping to extract clues from their accounts. However, the majority of those who had ventured into the tomb had perished, and those few, such as Su, who survived were not among the foremost guides, their memories having been largely severed, rendering them incapable of leading the way. However, after conversing with these survivors, an important clue emerged. Prior to their intended entry into the divine tomb, the demigods possessed a map. According to the survivors' recollections, these demigods exhibited peculiar behavior, remaining taciturn and humorless, claiming to reside near the tomb of Bai Qi, serving as its guardians for generations. This location was exceedingly obscure, nestled amidst lofty mountains, virtually inaccessible to the common person. Consequently, the elder chief instructed them to create a map to guide all organizational members to the tomb. Yet, for various reasons, this map remained unused. At that time, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, who was also Chen granduncle, transported all warriors to the tomb's entrance using teleportation techniques, akin to riding a modern high-speed train. Upon arrival, they found themselves standing at the tomb's threshold. Thus, they were entirely oblivious to the provinces traversed en route and had no notion of the exact location they had reached. However, this map is no longer in the royal city of Shiqi. In the ensuing days, Bao Ping endeavored tirelessly to locate the map from 7 years prior. Knowing well that the organization's discipline was stringent and that the elder chief would have consulted the elders before making such a significant decision. Therefore, over the next 2 days, Bao Ping engaged in profound discussions with each elder of the Ji clan, impressing upon them the importance of uncovering details from 7 years ago in pursuit of the missing map. Perseverance bore fruit. Ultimately, he extracted a crucial piece of information from Elder Ji Hu. After the failed operation at the Divine Tomb 7 years ago, the elder chief had fallen gravely ill and confided in Ji Hu that the map was the source of calamity, suggesting it be stored away, never to be retrieved again. Since then, the elder chief had not mentioned the map again, yet Ji Hu was unaware of its precise location. Subsequently, Bao Ping ordered a thorough search of every corner of the royal city of Shiqi, and eventually, he himself discovered a yellowed envelope in the chief's hidden chamber, containing a receipt. This was a receipt for a bank safe deposit, bearing a resemblance to contemporary receipts, adorned with the bank's emblem and name, though the fields for the stored item and receipt date were left blank. Only in the remarks section was a brief note inscribed, "Death contract, never to be redeemed." Bao Ping recognized this as the elder chief's handwriting, and the date of the seal corresponded precisely to 7 years ago. Bao Ping was acutely aware of the elder chief's habits. He would never entrust belongings to an external bank, as the elder chief deemed the royal city of Shiqi the safest place in the world. If this place were to be breached, the outside world would cease to exist. Thus, it is evident that the items stored by the old leader were those he wished to discard but could not. Therefore, the object associated with this receipt must undoubtedly be the map of the Divine Tomb. The receipt bears the name, Zhen Family Private Bank. Chapter 412, Zhen Family Private Bank. The Zhen Family Private Bank is renowned throughout Southeast Asia, its reputation unparalleled. Headquartered in Hong Kong, it has branches scattered across the region. It is said that the bank's ancestors were originally from the mainland, having operated a reputable silver house in Beijing for generations, known for their integrity. During times of conflict, they fled to Hong Kong and established a private banking institution, which was subsequently passed down to their descendants. This private bank differs significantly from conventional commercial banks, focusing primarily on personalized services such as wealth management, financial consultancy, and the custody of valuable items. The Zhen Family Private Bank has flourished, becoming the largest private bank in Southeast Asia, with extensive involvement in various sectors, particularly in financial investments, where it has emerged as a formidable player. Currently, the bank is still under the control of the Zhen family, consisting of astute young entrepreneurs who have thrived in the Southeast Asian market. The Bao family's enterprises have maintained a connection with this bank, and Bao Ping himself is quite familiar with the bank's prominent figure, Master Zhen. Thus, upon discovering the receipt, everyone thought it was not a significant issue, although the receipt clearly stated that the stored item could never be redeemed. Given the relationship between the Bao family and the Zhen family, it was believed that a simple intervention from the old Jindo or a personal phone call from Lord Bao would suffice to resolve the matter. However, in an unexpected turn of events, when old Jindo arrived at the Zhen family's Beijing branch with substantial offerings to negotiate, he was met with a rude awakening. The manager informed him that the receipt was indeed valid and that the item was securely stored in the private bank's vault. Yet, the internal policies of the Zhen Bank were exceedingly stringent. Regardless of who approached them, the rules remained immutable. The employer's declaration that the item could never be redeemed was absolute. No exceptions, even if the employer requested it themselves. Frustrated, old Jindo returned home, incensed by their response. That very night, he ordered the Beijing branch to be demolished and publicly displayed the Bao family's insignia, explicitly demanding to speak with Master Zhen at the Hong Kong headquarters, stating that Lord Bao had urgent matters to discuss. However, upon calling Hong Kong, the response from the headquarters echoed the branch's stance. The financial industry is governed by its own regulations, where the credibility of a private bank holds paramount importance. The Zhen family's century-old tenet is that integrity is life, and client assets must be safeguarded, no matter the circumstances, even if a Zhen family member's life were at stake. The client's possessions could never be compromised. Retrieving the stored items was utterly impossible. In a rather amusing turn of events, Master Zhen, in an effort to avoid offending Lord Bao, resigned from his position as chairman that very day. Subsequently, he cut off all communication, rendering himself unreachable, effectively disappearing. At this moment, the old troublemaker found himself utterly helpless. Begrudgingly returning from Beijing, his face flushed with anger. This matter had reached an impasse. After much deliberation, it became evident that all overt attempts had failed, and thus they resorted to covert measures. On that very day, Bao Ping issued an internal order for Mina, who was far away in Europe, to promptly dispatch the elite thieves to infiltrate the vault of the Zhun Bank's Beijing branch and retrieve the map of the Divine Tomb. In truth, everyone understood that employing elite thieves against a private bank was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. These thieves were accustomed to pilfering significant international treasures, having traversed the globe and infiltrated myriad perilous locales. A modest private bank's vault was hardly worthy of their consideration, which led Bao Ping and Chen to underestimate the situation, believing that once the thieves succeeded, the coveted map would be theirs. Upon receiving the command, Mina wasted no time and swiftly began orchestrating the operation. Due to her responsibilities of caring for her child in Europe, she could not participate personally, instead sending a few seasoned elite thieves to execute the mission. Mina assured over the phone that these operatives were veterans in their field, having undertaken top-secret assignments since her father's generation. They could penetrate any hazardous locale. Thus, infiltrating a private bank's underground vault would pose no challenge, and she was confident they would accomplish their task without issue. However, just as everyone anticipated the swift acquisition of the map, an unexpected piece of news arrived. The elite thieves returned from Beijing, injured and defeated. Upon their return to the city, they immediately proceeded to the secluded pavilion, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame as they sought to report back to Bao Ping. That very evening, Chen and Fat Wei were summoned to the pavilion. As Chen entered the pavilion, he observed that the courtyard was filled with stern-faced warriors, and the first floor was crowded with individuals, securing the entire building meticulously. However, the old troublemaker and his companions had already ascended to the second floor. The secret chamber remained closed, yet many stood within the study of the hidden room. Bao Ping sat with a somber expression on the sofa, flanked by a Suo and Jiying. Opposite them stood several dejected elite thieves, appearing to be in their 30s, their attire and demeanor suggesting shrewdness and composure. Yet, at that moment, their expressions were grim, filled with shame, as if they wished to vanish into the ground. Upon seeing Chen enter, Bao Ping subtly nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to find a seat before turning his gaze to the dejected thieves. "Speak up. What transpired?" he demanded. "Mr. Bao, we sincerely apologize. We truly did not anticipate such an outcome," one of the oldest thieves began, his voice heavy with regret. "As I mentioned earlier, there was not a single guard in that vault, nor even a mechanism to contend with. There exists no advanced security system, which struck us as peculiar. Even a modest private bank should not be lacking to such an extent, particularly since the Zhun family is renowned as a prominent private banking institution in Southeast Asia. However, it was only upon our entry that we realized the subterranean vault required no elaborate security measures. Her presence alone sufficed." Chapter 413, Zhun Private Bank, Part 2. The group of elite thieves appeared despondent, but more notably, they were overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. They recounted their experiences within the underground vault of Zhun Private Bank. This was a personal vault, akin to those in all private banks, wherein affluent individuals housed their unique collections. These wealthy patrons did not seek to accrue substantial interest, but rather valued the discretion and security afforded by private banking, paying hefty fees for the privilege of safekeeping. Among these treasures were items of dubious provenance. It is said that during World War II, certain Nazi officers entrusted exquisite spoils, seized from various nations, to Swiss private banks, and despite multiple governmental searches, these treasures remained unscathed. Thus, safeguarding clients' possessions is the paramount objective of private banks, transcending even legal constraints. In the entirety of Southeast Asia, the Zhun family holds a distinguished reputation in the realm of private vault management. Upon receiving this assignment, the elite thieves were resolute in their diligence. They first pinpointed the location of the underground vault and subsequently sought out blueprints of the subterranean structure. In this age of advanced digital connectivity, for thieves capable of infiltrating American intelligence networks, sourcing such information was hardly a formidable challenge. The schematics revealed a two-tiered underground facility constructed beneath the bank. The internal layout was not overly intricate, and there was a conspicuous absence of extensive electrical grids and wireless networks. Thus, a complex security system seemed unlikely. Having assimilated this information, the thieves successfully infiltrated the underground vault that very night. The entry process proved far more intricate than they had anticipated. The bank's entrance was exceedingly difficult to breach, and the guard remained exceptionally vigilant. The thieves exerted considerable effort to mislead the sentinel, navigating through automated detection systems and ultimately gaining access to the basement. Once within the basement, clarity enveloped them. There were no signs of advanced security measures, not even a steel door in sight. The thieves' uniforms were equipped with automatic inspection systems, and any sophisticated network security would be detected by the sensors embedded within their attire. As they advanced, the detectors raised no alarms, indicating that within these two subterranean levels, no metallic mechanisms or high-tech security systems were present. This disconcerted the thieves, for based on their assessments, even a small private bank should not exhibit such laxity in security. Nevertheless, being seasoned professionals, they understood that the most placid exteriors often concealed the most profound perils. Thus, they dared not let their guard down, proceeding with utmost caution, only to soon discover that this seemingly simple two-story underground structure had transformed into an expansive labyrinth. Upon hearing this, Chen sensed a hint of intrigue and inquired, "What do you mean by labyrinth? Are you suggesting that once you entered, you could not find your way out?" "Not quite." One of the thieves shook his head in response. "The structural simplicity of the two floors is quite deceptive. In fact, it resembles an ordinary office building with minimalist decor. It appears entirely like a modern mixed-use residence, complete with desks, computers, and even a bathing area, akin to a safe house for women." After circling the first underground level without any sign of a vault, we decided to explore the second layer. However, we were astounded to find that the second level was, astonishingly, an ocean. "What?" Peng Wei exclaimed in disbelief. "You must be dreaming. After all these years in Beijing, I've never heard of an ocean beneath the Forbidden City. If that were true, wouldn't the entire city be washed away?" "I assure you, it's true," the thief replied, exasperated as he spread his hands. We were all taken aback, gazing at the rolling waves before us, as if emerging from a lighthouse submerged in the sea. I even dipped my hand into the water, and the waves splashed against my palm. We immediately retraced our steps, returning to the first level, which still resembled an office space. Yet, upon descending again, we were met once more with the sight of the ocean. This cycle repeated itself, although we were merely in a small underground structure, for reasons unknown. We were confronted with such an extraordinary scene. Could it be an illusion? Chen pondered quietly, as this impossible occurrence seemed to warrant such an explanation. "It is not an illusion," the thief shook his head. "Ever since the incident in Thailand, we thieves have grown wary of illusions. Moreover, since joining the organization, Mr. Bao provided us with dispelling talismans, which we carried with us during our visit to that private bank. If not an illusion, then what could it be?" Chen mused silently, nodding at the thieves as he continued, "What happened next?" "Eventually, we encountered her," the thief said, swallowing hard. "When we returned for the third time, we realized that over 6 hours had passed. The sky outside should have brightened, and our work uniforms began to alarm, yet we remained oblivious, as if in a state of somnambulism. At that moment, we noticed a figure approaching from the distance of the ocean. She appeared. She walked across the water?" Chen pressed immediately. "Indeed," the thief confirmed. "Our work uniforms are equipped with advanced systems capable of detecting basic human information on the display. She was a woman named Zhen Fei, in her 20s, with a cold demeanor, speaking with calm assurance and confidence. From the display screen, I observed that she was a member of the Zhen Family Bank's board and also the security manager of the Zhen Family Private Vault, fully responsible for its safety." "What?" Upon hearing this, Peng Wei felt somewhat dazed. I said to the two extreme thieves, "You can't be serious, can you? A young woman, merely in her 20s, just walked across the water. Do you take her for a little dragon girl? Did you allow a woman to pin you down? And now you're fabricating this absurd tale because of your embarrassment?" "We're not lying. This is all true," the extreme thieves responded, somewhat agitated by Peng Wei's words. "To be frank, we extreme thieves have ventured into vaults across the globe and have encountered various types of security systems. Even the tomb of a pharaoh, imbued with mysterious powers, has been within our experience. However, what we face now is truly inexplicable, as if we are living in a dream." "And then?" Chen inquired with a furrowed brow. "What did that woman tell you?" "She did say something." The thieves exchanged glances and then looked at the sullen Bao Ping beside them, whispering softly, "That woman instructed us to return and inform Mr. Bao from the northeast that the Zhen family's private vault has never lost any items stored by clients throughout its centuries of existence. She requested that Mr. Bao refrain from troubling them any further. She allowed us to leave this time as a favor to the Bao family in the northeast and urged Mr. Bao not to cast his eyes upon their bank again. Otherwise, one extreme thief hesitated, casting a wary glance at Bao Ping. Next time, even if Mr. Bao himself were to visit, she would not let him leave alive. Chapter 414, Zhen Family Private Bank, Part 3. What the hell? Peng Wei, upon hearing the words of the extreme thieves, nearly sprang up, feeling as if they were challenging him. What did that woman say? How dare she warn Lord Bao? The tiger does not show his might, and you treat us like this? Are you pretending to be a gangster in front of the Bao family in the northeast? This is truly pushing the boundaries of arrogance. Lord Bao, you need not concern yourself with this matter. We will head to Beijing and capture this woman, engage in some despicable acts, and then blow up their bank underground, retrieving all the so-called maps and treasures. Peng Wei's words did little to alleviate the tension. Bao Ping's expression remained grim. The atmosphere in the room turned oppressive, and after a long silence, he raised his hand toward the extreme thieves. You have worked hard. You may rest now. After Bao Ping spoke, he nodded to Lao Jindo, who stood at the door. Seeing this, Lao Jindo hurried forward to escort the extreme thieves out, and the door closed once more. Once they had exited, Bao Ping turned to Chen Ji. What do you think? Is the woman they spoke of a demigod? Uncertain. Chen Ji shook his head slightly in response. However, to the best of my knowledge, demigods do not unveil themselves so ostentatiously. Furthermore, demigods derive their lineage from their bloodlines. Given that this family has been engaged in the silver trade for generations, how could a demigod lineage arise inexplicably? Nonetheless, the circumstances they just described are indeed perplexing. After listening to Chen Ji's words, Bao Ping lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then softly uttered, Let us not rush into this matter. We must not underestimate anyone. Let us first investigate this woman's background. Certainly, Chen Ji replied, I shall also look into her. Thus, this matter was momentarily set aside. During this time, the organization buzzed with excitement. Ever since news of Bao Ping's decision to venture into the White Qi Divine Tomb spread, all the warriors were abuzz with fervor. Such is the nature of the West Qi, where honor outweighs life itself. People are inherently fearful of death. Yet these warriors appear to be exceptional beings. For them, the greater fear lies in dying unnoticed, devoid of any achievements. Following the last mission in the underworld, several warriors led by Chen Ji had distinguished themselves, now holding esteemed positions. To this day, tales of the young clan leader's exploits within the Divine Tomb and his legendary adventures continue to circulate within the organization, earning him profound respect and igniting enthusiasm for the new mission. Additionally, a new faction has emerged within the organization. Since the failure of the last Divine Tomb mission, the organization suffered significant losses of elite warriors, and the offspring of these exceptional individuals have now matured. Much like the Ghostblade, each has inherited their forebears' physical prowess and resolve, becoming warriors capable of standing on their own. For them, returning to the Divine Tomb to seek their ancestors' remains and restore their family's honor has become a lifelong aspiration. In recent days, whenever Chen Ji returned to the organization, he would often be intercepted by young warriors along the way, who would implore him to allow them to join the Divine Tomb team. This predicament left Chen Ji in a quandary, as the warriors of West Qi and the shaman were managed separately, and the task of selecting warriors had always fallen to the chief red-clad warrior. With Ji Yang's absence, this responsibility had now shifted to a Suo. Investigating the woman named Zhen Fei, however, proved to be more complicated than anticipated. After 2 full days had passed, news from Muhi Kai in Beijing indicated that Zhen Fei's information was virtually blank. Ultimately, higher powers were summoned to uncover the details surrounding her. This woman, Zhen Fei, is 27 years old, registered in Hong Kong, originally from Beijing. She is indeed an insider of the Zhen family, serving as one of the directors on the board of Zhen Bank. In this generation, the Zhen family comprises 2 siblings, Zhen Deshao, the elder brother, and Zhen Fei, his younger sister. Like her brother, Zhen Fei has been dedicated to the family business. However, unlike her astute and worldly brother, Zhen Fei is solely responsible for the security of the underground vault in Beijing. During this period, Muhi uncovered a crucial piece of information. Although the Zhen family's private bank is scattered across Southeast Asia, the true private vaults are solely located in Beijing. which serves as the foundation of the Zhen lineage. It is said that the Zhen family enjoys a considerable reputation in this industry, with numerous wealthy merchants and high-ranking officials in Southeast Asia entrusting their valuable possessions to this establishment. The treasures housed within the underground vaults of Beijing rival those of the Forbidden City, with some items dating back several centuries. Remarkably, the Zhen family has never encountered a single error throughout the years, earning them an impeccable reputation. However, opinions regarding Zhen Fei, the woman at the center of it all, vary widely. Some claim she is a security expert, adept at devising underground security systems, while others dismiss her as an unmarketable spinster, relegated to the basement by her brother due to her eccentric personality. Nonetheless, an undercover investigation revealed that Zhen Fei is, in fact, a prodigious talent. She pursued her studies in the United States from a young age, advancing multiple grades to attend prestigious universities, where she specialized in psychology. Remarkably, she obtained her doctorate at a young age, with her mentor being Professor Thompson, who had previously treated Chen. The investigation also disclosed that, despite her youth, she is an exceptionally gifted hypnotist, possessing profound influence in the field of hypnosis. It is said that her skills have reached a level of mastery, enabling her to render individuals devoid of self-awareness, compelling them to act against their will with a power comparable to that of an army. She has undertaken numerous international projects in the United States, pioneering the field of hypnosis. At one point, the American government offered her lucrative terms, hoping to retain her services and shroud her identity in secrecy. Yet Zhen Fei prioritized her family's legacy, resolutely returning to her homeland. Upon her return, she adopted an exceedingly low profile, taking on the role of security chief for the Zhen family's private bank's Beijing vault. Living in solitude within the underground vault, she rarely interacted with outsiders. Professor Thompson? When Chen heard this news, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. His father had once remarked that Thompson was a meddlesome individual, and he had dealt with him accordingly. After his father's incident, Mr. Thompson mysteriously vanished, making the implications of their entangled fates all too clear. In this light, Chen felt a sense of guilt towards the elderly white doctor. Now, with his student unexpectedly standing in the way of his mission, it was impossible not to perceive the threads of fate at work. Upon learning this information, Chen resolved to travel to Beijing to meet this woman. During this critical juncture, time was of the essence, as the organization was fervently preparing for the Divine Tomb mission, with numerous matters demanding attention each day. Bao Ping's intention was clear. This matter must be resolved swiftly. If the Zhen family proved to be ungrateful, alternative measures would have to be taken. Thus, that very evening, Chen and his companions boarded a flight to Beijing. Chapter 4:15. The message from Mu He awaiting their arrival at the Beijing airport were Mu He and Yi Qing. Chen had not seen Mu He in quite some time. Their previous parting had left an impression, and upon their reunion, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was only meeting him for the second time. Their last encounter dated back to before the incident involving his father, a memory that remained an indelible scar in Chen heart. Upon seeing Chen Mu He merely nodded, exhibiting little emotion, while Yi Qing was exceedingly courteous. He warmly took charge of their luggage, escorting Chen and Peng Wei out of the airport and into an unmarked red flag sedan. Once inside the vehicle, they were struck by the meticulous interior design, which starkly contrasted with the vehicle's exterior simplicity. Every detail had been thoughtfully curated to ensure utmost comfort. Mu He informed Chen that accommodations had been arranged for them, a location both discreet and secure, alleviating any concerns about their whereabouts being compromised. Chen understood that Mu He held a high-ranking position within the government, known for his meticulousness and caution, ensuring that there would be no oversights. Despite the absence of license plates, Mu He's vehicle navigated smoothly through the city, eventually arriving at a concealed military complex nestled at the foot of the mountains. Outside the compound, numerous soldiers armed with submachine guns stood guard. Upon recognizing Mu He, they rendered military salutes and allowed them passage without question. The vehicle continued deeper into the compound for an extended duration, leading Chen to entertain thoughts of being lured into the mountains for nefarious purposes. However, the car eventually came to a halt, revealing that they had reached the innermost part of the military district, where a discreet three-story structure lay at the base of the mountains. From the outside, the building appeared to be an aging multi-story residence with distinct Russian architectural features, yet it was fortified with numerous checkpoints. Guards wielding military-grade firearms stood at attention, their demeanor serious and alert, indicating that this was no ordinary establishment. Muhi acknowledged the guards with a nod, prompting them to part and grant passage. He then led Chen and Pang Wei directly into the building. Approaching them were several female attendants clad in velvet uniforms, all of whom were strikingly attractive and possessed a tall, graceful stature. Although dressed in uniform skirts, they exuded a soldier's aura, their expressions proud and commanding. The attendants acknowledged Muhi with nods of recognition, casting wary glances at Chunji and Pang Wei before leading them up to the second floor. As they ascended, Chunji observed the attendants' synchronized movements, their footsteps almost silent, with arms subtly poised beside their waists, a stance indicating readiness to draw weapons at a moment's notice. Chunji had previously heard that the special attendants accompanying high-ranking military officers during World War II underwent rigorous and professional training. Even after the war had concluded, these actions had become ingrained in their muscle memory, seamlessly integrated into their very beings. Upon ascending to the second floor, Chunji surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the environment was far superior to his expectations. Although it lacked the opulence of a five-star hotel, it was remarkably orderly and meticulously arranged, with the floors impeccably clean. Upon entering the room, he found it to be spacious and well-lit, featuring a suite with both a bedroom and a living area. The curtains exhibited a distinct Russian style, and the floor was adorned with a pristine Russian carpet. The bedding and linens were spotless, while the teacups and bowls on the table were crafted from exquisite porcelain. A national painting of peonies graced the wall, executed by a master artist. The overall arrangement exuded a sense of understated luxury and grandeur. After the uniformed female attendant ushered them into the room, she inquired if they required anything further before gracefully exiting. The room was now occupied solely by Mu, Chenji, and their companion, Fat Wei. At that moment, Yiqing abruptly received a phone call and stepped out of the room. Mu led Chenji and Fat Wei into the living area, where he filled a kettle with water to brew tea, subsequently offering them cigarettes. Chenji was acquainted with Mu and recognized him as a straightforward individual who favored getting straight to the point in conversation. He always seemed to be in a hurry, as if perpetually burdened with unending tasks. "I am well aware of your situation," Mu stated, lighting a cigarette and addressing Chenji and Fat Wei. "However, regarding your matter, I find myself utterly powerless. In a lawful state, it is both reasonable and legal for banks to protect their clients' assets. I possess no authority to intervene in such legitimate affairs. Doing so would constitute a violation of criminal law, with severe consequences. I can, however, assist you with networking. During your stay in Beijing, should you require any assistance or connections, I am at your service. Naturally, I can also guarantee your safety. Do not underestimate this guest house. It accommodates prominent figures, and not even a battalion could breach its defenses. The organizations on that side would think twice before attempting to enter here. You can rest assured that your safety is paramount." "Ah, that is reassuring," Fat Wei remarked, flicking the ash from his cigarette with a grin. "Having someone of your stature in Beijing alleviates all our concerns. As for those matters we are involved in, you need not trouble yourself. We can handle that little lady on our own. However, I suspect this situation is not as simple as you imagine," Mu replied with a knowing smile. "During this time, I have conducted some investigations into a woman named Jin Fei, as well as extensive historical research into the Zhun family bank in Hong Kong. Do you know what the origins of this Zhun family bank truly are?" "Origins?" Fat Wei chuckled, glancing at Chenji. "What origins? They are merely remnants of old Beijing's elite. In the heart of Beijing, who among us can claim to be of noble lineage? During my days in Lilikang, even the elderly Mrs. Zhang, who once gazed upon public restrooms, hailed from a family that served the imperial court in hairstyling. The old gentleman's son, whose lineage boasted connections to high-ranking officials, adds to this illustrious tapestry. What significance does a bank owner possess? Perhaps their ancestors merely established a bank and amassed some wealth. Hardly remarkable. My dear brother, I have navigated this city for many years, traversing both light and shadow, and I am acquainted with numerous individuals. Within the fifth ring, is there anywhere devoid of my friends? Hence, you need not fret. Indeed, you have guessed correctly." Muhi, holding a cigarette, gestured towards the exterior, stating, "The ancestors of the Zhen family were indeed the founders of a bank in old Beijing. However, in those times, banks primarily functioned as money exchanges, facilitating trade between the north and south. The Zhen family, however, was distinct, Their operations were exceedingly private, dedicated to safeguarding valuables for others while charging substantial commissions, earning them an impeccable reputation. Their clientele included formidable figures of their era, such as Hu Shuiyan and Yuan Shikai during the late Qing dynasty, various warlords, the four prominent salt merchants of the Qianlong period, and even the notorious corrupt official He Shun, who entrusted them with his possessions. It is said that the Zhen traders were astute and adept in social interactions, cultivating excellent relations with the powers that be throughout history. Moreover, a significant event unfolded in modern times. The King of Jade, prior to fleeing, entrusted a magnificent jade and gold ceremonial vessel to the Zhen family, which catapulted their reputation across Southeast Asia. However, upon hearing Mu He's words, Fat Wei chuckled. Now, that seems a bit exaggerated. A mere moneylender, who has never stormed a stronghold or faced adversaries, how could they command such respect among the Chinese? It seems rather far-fetched. He continued, moreover, Mu, do you truly concern yourself with such trivial local affairs? This hardly seems worthy of your esteemed attention. With a smile, Mu He flicked the ash from his cigarette. Such is my vocation. My very work revolves around intelligence gathering, regardless of the magnitude of events. Every piece of information warrants our scrutiny. To illustrate, even if a neighbor's dog were to perish today, I would ponder the circumstances. Might an outsider have poisoned it to gain proximity to me? Oh dear, your existence seems quite arduous. Fat Wei laughed heartily. I often wondered why you resemble a lurking operative. I have only seen such characters on television, and yet here you are. From a young age, I have held a profound admiration for spies, and you are truly my idol. May I request a photograph with you? Enough of this trivial chatter. Chen Ji interrupted the ramblings of the portly Wei and turned to Mu He, urging him to continue. What matter has brought the Zhen family such notoriety? This is a genuine story, known by few within the country. Mu He exhaled a smoke ring and gently recounted. At that time, the Japanese had occupied Beiping, and chaos ensued within the city. Many wealthy merchants, who had prospered for generations, chose to entrust their valuables to the Zhen family before fleeing abroad. Though the Zhen family appeared modest, they were akin to a small jar containing a vast treasure. It is said that the patriarch of the Zhen family steadfastly remained in Beiping with his family, safeguarding the precious possessions of these affluent merchants. The underground vault was filled with rare and exquisite treasures. Among these riches, the most renowned was the heirloom of the Jade King, a jadeite-inlaid golden cauldron. It was said to be the prized possession of the jade industry, a magnificent cauldron weighing 200 kilograms, crafted from the finest Kunlun jade, inlaid with jadeite and pure gold. Flawless and exceedingly valuable, a true national treasure. However, due to its immense weight, the Jade King's family, when fleeing to America, found themselves unable to carry this heirloom and had no choice but to leave it with the Zhen family. Before departing, the Jade King entrusted the Zhen patriarch with a solemn request. This cauldron was not only their family heirloom, but also a national treasure of Huaxia. Should circumstances demand, it must not fall into the hands of the Japanese, even if it meant shattering it. The Zhen patriarch vowed to safeguard it with all his might, promising to return it to the Jade King upon his return. In truth, it is likely that the Jade King did not anticipate ever reclaiming the cauldron, viewing it merely as a formality, yet the Zhen family earnestly accepted this obligation. In the ensuing days, as the Japanese further entrenched their hold on Beiping, it was said that the Japanese Minister of External Affairs, a connoisseur of jade, had heard of this cauldron and sought it from the Zhen family. The Zhen patriarch firmly asserted that the cauldron was not present and refused to relinquish it. The Japanese minister, infuriated, demanded to know whether the Zhen patriarch preferred to sacrifice his family's lives or surrender the cauldron, granting him a night to ponder. By the next day, he expected a resolution. Otherwise, he threatened to incinerate the entire family. Consequently, the Zhen patriarch made a fateful decision, feigning compliance with the Japanese request, and that night, he instructed his family to gather their valuables and flee the estate, seeking refuge in Hong Kong. The cauldron was simply too heavy to transport. Ultimately, before the Japanese could invade, the Zhen patriarch embraced the cauldron and submerged it in the depths of the Sha River. Following this event, the Zhen family maintained utmost secrecy, refraining from publicizing the incident, and even neglected to announce the patriarch's passing. This was not due to a lack of merit in his noble deed, but rather a necessity to ensure the safety of the cauldron before the Jade King's family could retrieve it. Eventually, it was not until liberation that the descendants of the Jade King returned from America. Upon confirming their identity, the Zhen family finally allowed the remains of the patriarch to be retrieved from the river. When the body of the master of the Zhen family was finally retrieved, it had already transformed into a mere skeleton, with a heavy rope tied around the ankle, the other end firmly attached to the jade cauldron. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing Mu He's account, Fat Wei could not help but feel a profound respect for the Zhen family patriarch. After all, how else could one establish a private bank? This individual is certainly not an ordinary person. He can be regarded as a national hero. Yet, he was also rather obstinate. Human life is ultimately more precious than material possessions. How could one drown oneself over an object? It is not merely a matter of value, but of commitment. Mu He replied, shaking his head. The patriarch of the Zhen family did not perish for a jade cauldron, but rather chose to sacrifice his life for the dignity of the Zhen family's centuries-old reputation. He valued integrity above all else. Consequently, ever since this incident became known, everyone has had a scale in their hearts. Even though the Zhen family charged exorbitant storage fees, wealthy individuals from across Southeast Asia continued to flock to them. This is the credibility earned through blood and sacrifice. It seems this private bank indeed has a much more substantial background than we initially presumed. Since earlier, Chen had been quietly absorbing Mu He's words. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and declared, "Thus, this matter cannot be delayed. It must be resolved swiftly, at any cost. Any procrastination may invite unforeseen pressures, and if our organization is exposed, we will find ourselves in grave trouble. Do not speak to me of such matters." Mu He suddenly raised his hand to halt Chen Ji's words. He then glanced at Yi Qing, who had not entered the room. "Do not forget my position. I can only remain neutral, mediating the relationships and conflicts among you. I cannot concern myself with your specific actions, nor do I possess clarity regarding the organization. And as for you, Xiao Yi," Mu He continued, turning to glance at Yi Qing standing outside. "He has been with me for a long time, yet he is an outsider. At times, we must be cautious with our words and avoid putting him in a difficult position. However, we no longer have time to linger on this." Chen Ji said solemnly to Mu He, "If your assessment holds true, then this bank will likely be difficult to negotiate with, and we may only resort to forceful measures. Can you leverage your high-level connections to arrange a meeting with the Zhen family?" Upon hearing Chen Ji's request, Mu He remained silent for a moment. He took a few deep puffs from his cigarette, furrowing his brow slightly before gently nodding at Chen Ji. "I will see what I can do, but let us agree beforehand that I can only act as an intermediary. I lack the authority to compel anyone to engage in actions that they are unwilling to undertake, even if such actions are lawful. After meeting with them, I shall take my leave, allowing you to converse amongst yourselves. However, I must make one thing abundantly clear. If you wish to discuss any matters, do not do so in my presence. It would be prudent to wait until they have departed before proceeding. As for the financial dealings related to thank you for the countless rewards that the Phoenix of the Burning Heaven mentioned, they have been settled as of today." In the 417th chapter, titled The Meeting, Mu He, as promised, promptly contacted the Zhen family after conferring with Chen Ji and his associates. Although rumors circulated that the young Master Zhen had seemingly vanished from the world, the Zhen family's representatives and board members remained in Beijing, while Zhen Fei steadfastly guarded the underground vault in the city. Initially, Mu He merely conveyed the general intent to the Zhen family, stating that the Bao family wished to engage in discussions and requested a face-to-face meeting. To his astonishment, the Zhen family's representative flatly declined, asserting that the young Master Zhen was unavailable and that a meeting was unnecessary. Unexpectedly, Zhen Fei, upon hearing about this, agreed to a meeting, specifically requesting to converse directly with the representative from the northeastern Bao family. Consequently, the meeting was arranged at a private club located in a hutong in the second ring of Beijing. The proprietor of this establishment, a former soldier and an old comrade of Mu He, acquired this prime piece of land in the 1980s, not for profit, but for personal residence. Eventually, owing to his extensive social connections, he transformed it into a private club. The venue boasts an excellent location, albeit somewhat secluded, and entry is restricted to a select group of members, ensuring a clean and elegant environment free from disturbances, a perfect setting for serious discussions. The meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. Given the considerable distance from Chen Ji and his group's accommodation, along with the notorious traffic congestion of the capital, they needed to retire early to rise at dawn for their appointment with Zhen Fei. After a casual exchange with them, Mu He took his leave, instructing the attendant to provide excellent service to Chen and Peng Wei. Mu resided within the compound, not in the guest house, while Yiqing had not entered the premises at all, seemingly preoccupied with a phone call. In the afternoon, an attractive waitress knocked on the door, her expression remaining icy. With an unmistakable air of pride, after sizing up Chen and Peng Wei, she spoke in a high-pitched tone, inquiring whether they wished to have a meal prepared. Chen and Peng Wei exchanged glances and replied, "We are indeed a bit hungry. Let us dine. What type of dishes would you like, and what specifications?" The waitress queried. After a moment of deliberation, Chen, glancing at Peng Wei, responded, "We have no particular requests. Anything will suffice." "Humph. We do not serve anything as vague as that," the waitress retorted, her pink lips curling in a derisive expression, embodying the demeanor of a provincial bumpkin. "Hurry up. I am in a hurry to change shifts." "Oh dear, young comrade, what is with this attitude?" Peng Wei stepped forward and addressed the waitress, saying, "We merely wish to enjoy a casual dinner. What standards do we need? What else with this high-end pretense? It's as if you have everything here. Why don't you enlighten us on your signature dishes?" "We do not have any signature dishes," the waitress, proudly tilting her head, replied. "But we can prepare any dish to any specification you desire. We have everything you could wish for." "Oh, such bravado." Peng Wei found the waitress rather amusing at this moment. "So let me ask you, do you serve dragoness liver and phoenix escale?" "Indeed." The waitress raised her chin, looking down at Peng Wei. "The national banquet dish, dragoness liver and phoenix escale, is the 17th item on the complete Manchuhan feast menu. Is this what you desire?" "Humph. Typically, those who have never attended a national banquet are eager to try this." "Very well. What beverages would you like? Special grade Matai or premium international liquor?" "No way. Hey, you actually do have it." Peng Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he finally said, "I say, young lady, are you mocking us? Do you think we have never tasted dragoness liver and phoenix escale? Let me tell you, we are not uncultured. The person who brought us here, you know, is my dear brother. Furthermore, do you know any high-ranking officials? Well, that is also my acquaintance." "Cut it out." The waitress rolled her eyes in utter disdain. "High-ranking officials? We have provincial-level cadres here, enough to be transported by train." After saying this, she proudly turned around, swaying her hips as she departed. Goodness, what a pretentious act. Peng Wei's eyes widened as he watched the waitress sway away, leaving him speechless. Who are these women? Are they all descendants of the elite? Why do they all carry themselves with such grandeur? It's normal. Chen waved his hand dismissively at Peng Wei, signaling him to close the door. "Do you think this place is just any place? I noticed upon arrival that from the outside, this military compound appears unremarkable, yet its internal structure is incredibly rigorous. Try it for yourself. If war were to break out, this place would be as solid as a fortress. Moreover, those waitresses are likely the offspring of high-ranking officials. Such daughters of dignitaries are quite common in military districts. Although their education may not be extensive, each has an impressive background, and their military ranks and benefits are substantial. Having become accustomed to seeing national leaders, in the eyes of these young ladies, you wouldn't even make the cut. Damn, those young ladies." As Peng Wei was about to close the door, he cast a lingering glance at the waitress's retreating figure. "When the opportunity arises, I must have my way with her. I want to see what makes her better looking than other women. Truly, what a ridiculous notion. All right, stop rambling." Chen, sitting on the bed, beckoned Peng Wei to come over and sit down. "You heard what Mu said earlier. What is your perspective?" As I listened, Peng Wei hesitated, shaking his head. "Orange. I assure you, I mean no offense. However, from their perspective, our request may seem like an unreasonable disturbance. The document clearly states that redemption is not permitted, and thus, seeking to retrieve something from them is akin to placing undue pressure, compelling them to breach established protocols. If they were a mercenary bank, it might be different. As you heard earlier, the members of the Chen family are so committed to their reputation that they would rather leap into the river with the jade tripod. Such resolve is not typical. They are individuals of considerable standing. If I were in their shoes, I too would find it impossible to acquiesce. Should I concede to your request, I would forever bear the shame of facing the ancestors of the Chen family. Therefore, our situation is indeed quite challenging." "I share your sentiments," Chen replied softly, his eyes downcast. "Thus, I wish to discuss an alternative plan should this one prove unfeasible." Chapter 418. Negotiation. At approximately 5 in the morning the following day, a female attendant knocked at the door, her mood evidently dampened by being summoned so early, her expression as frigid as a block of ice. She instructed Chen and Peng Wei to descend for breakfast, informing them that Minister Mu would personally come to escort them shortly. Upon arriving at the first-floor dining area, they found breakfast meticulously arranged, the plates and bowls as exquisite as the previous evening, with enticing aromas wafting through the air. Under the scrutiny of the attendants' icy gaze, they hastily consumed a modest portion of porridge before departing the building. Emerging into the still dark morning, they discovered Minister Mu waiting outside, with Yi Qing seated beside him. Appearing blissfully unaware of the circumstances, "Hurry into the car. This is the outskirts, and we have quite a distance to the city center," Mu urged, waving them over as they exited. Once Chen and Peng Wei settled into the vehicle, Mu's car swiftly left the military compound and merged onto the main thoroughfare. The journey from the outskirts to the city center could only be described as fraught with difficulties. The distance was considerable, compounded by numerous traffic bottlenecks. Chen bore witness to the notorious congestion of Beijing during the morning rush, with the thoroughfare resembling a tightly woven tapestry of commuters. Mu's vehicle enjoyed certain privileges. At various checkpoints, traffic officers would facilitate his passage. Yet, even with such accommodations, they only reached the private clubhouse near the second ring road just before 10 o'clock. The proprietor of the establishment had been awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing Mu, he promptly rendered a formal military salute before graciously ushering Chen and Peng Wei inside. The exterior of the private clubhouse featured an expansive courtyard, replete with verdant flora, resembling a wild garden. Upon entering, one could appreciate a luxurious ambience that harmoniously blended Eastern and Western architectural styles. Yesterday, it appeared that a soiree was held at the club, as several individuals, just recovering from their inebriation, emerged from the establishment, engaged in light-hearted banter. Among this group, Chen recognized several prominent economic figures and a few dazzling stars and artists he had only seen on television. "What a splendid scene we have here," Fat Wei whispered to Chen. "Did you see? Our esteemed brother Mu possesses considerable influence. He is undoubtedly an esteemed figure in Beijing. Just look at the proprietor's congenial demeanor and the ambience here. They are certainly not to be underestimated." "Indeed," Chen replied softly. "I suspect Mu He's capabilities extend far beyond what we have witnessed." Thus, they followed Mu He and the proprietor into the club, where the two conversed amiably, suggesting a familiarity. This private club, a modern architectural marvel, spanned 3 stories, entirely constructed of organic glass. The uppermost level served as the proprietor's private residence, while the first 2 floors were accessible to guests. Upon entering the first floor, they were greeted by the refreshing sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. The interior was adorned with an array of flowers, artificial hills, and flowing waters, surpassing even the beauty of the courtyard pavilions in Guilin. Astonishingly, peacocks roamed the premises, while in the distance, a few fawns seemed to frolic, creating a pastoral atmosphere that transported them into a rural paradise. After graciously allowing Chen and his companions to enter, the proprietor smiled and said, "I am but a humble host, attempting to create a touch of rustic charm. I apologize for any shortcomings. I may not have much in the way of culinary delights, but I do have some freshly brewed tea and fruit that might suffice. I will have someone bring it up shortly." "Have they arrived?" Mu He inquired, gesturing upwards. "They have," the proprietor replied softly. "The young lady arrived an hour ago, unaccompanied, and has been seated alone ever since. I have ensured that there are no eavesdroppers nearby. It is absolutely secure." After sharing this information, the proprietor turned to Chen and Fat Wei with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, your guest awaits you upstairs. I shall not intrude. Should you require anything, simply press the button on the table, and a server will attend to you." "Very well. Please attend to your affairs," Chen politely acknowledged with a nod, before following Mu He to the second floor. This establishment was equipped with comprehensive facilities, featuring both escalators and elevators, alongside a stunning suspended staircase. This staircase, crafted entirely from tempered glass, was presumably the work of renowned international designers, winding upward like a cloud ladder suspended in the air. Devoid of any visible steel structure, yet remarkably stable and exquisitely beautiful. "Let us not keep her waiting," Mu He urged, moving swiftly up the staircase, with Chen and Fat Wei closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted by a lovely female attendant awaiting their arrival. The young waitress, adorned with a headset and dressed in a delicate qipao embroidered with gold and silver threads, wore a sweet and charming smile, reminiscent of a pool of refreshing, crystal-clear water. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," she said, flashing a smile before turning to lead Chen and the others deeper into the establishment. The architectural style of the second floor was strikingly modern, with a glass floor that gave the sensation of standing on clouds. However, the interior was comprised of numerous enclosed partitions, each surrounded by lush greenery, resembling an aerial garden. The waitress guided Chen and his companions into a small room named Tianzi. She gently knocked on the door, then gracefully pushed it open, smiling and indicating for them to enter. Upon stepping inside, they discovered a compact space of less than 30 square meters, adorned with a pure wool carpet. In the center stood a square tea table, complete with an array of tea wares and wine glasses. Adjacent to it was an independent restroom, resembling a hidden island amidst the greenery. Behind the tea table was a row of plush leather sofas, where a woman sat, dressed in a gray suit. She exuded a serene smile. As Mu He and Chun Ji entered, she promptly stood, extending her hand with a warm greeting. "You must be Mr. Mu." "Hello. I am Jin Fei, the manager of the Beijing vault at Jin Bank." Upon seeing the woman named Jin Fei, Chen Ji's initial instinct was to assess the aura surrounding her. It was an entirely normal human presence, perfectly harmonized with her age and health. A few azure strands within her mental aura indicated her intelligence and stability. When Chen Ji returned his gaze, he found Jin Fei smiling at him. She was a strikingly graceful woman, composed and gentle, a rarity in this day and age. Although Mu He indicated she was 27, she appeared closer to 25. Jin Fei's hair was not long, parted to obscure a hint of her eye, her neck slightly arched, presenting an image of a capable woman with an ethereal quality. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and a delicate pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on her petite nose. Despite her scholarly demeanor, there was a gentle, feminine charm that made her quite endearing. "I presume you are a friend of Mr. Bao? It is a pleasure to meet you," Jin Fei said in a calm voice, extending her hand to Chen Ji. Upon contact, he noted her hands were soft, unmarked by the rigors of a tumultuous life, reminiscent of an ordinary young woman. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Jin," Mu He said politely as he ushered everyone to sit at the table. "The traffic in Beijing can be quite exasperating. We set out early this morning, yet we still arrived late. I truly apologize for the inconvenience." "Not at all." A gentle smile graced Jin Fei's face as she remarked. "I have only just arrived as well. I've casually selected some tea snacks. Do they suit your palate? If not, I can have them replaced." After speaking, she gestured towards the delicacies on the table and personally rose to pour tea for everyone, exuding warmth and courtesy, devoid of any airs of a young lady. Jin Fei's polite demeanor made Chun Ji and Pang Wei feel somewhat awkward. They exchanged pleasantries and casually discussed the weather in Beijing and the art of tea. Indeed, the tea within this private club was of an extraordinary caliber. It is said that the finest Maojian tea is exceedingly rare, with its color, aroma, flavor, and form each possessing a distinctive character. Its hue is fresh and clean, free from impurities. When brewed, the tea exudes a vibrant green color, with the leaves unfurling gracefully and settling gently at the bottom of the cup. Each leaf is uniformly tender, fresh, and smooth. The Maojian here must be sourced from the freshest leaves, as the moment they meet hot water, they release a fragrant aroma that fills the room with a rich tea essence. Coupled with the room's decor, it soothes the heart, as if all the world's anxieties have come to a halt. Within these walls, no matter how difficult the conversation, no issue is insurmountable. After Mu He engaged them in conversation for a while, he suddenly feigned a moment of realization. I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to at work. I must return immediately and cannot accompany you further. Please, continue your discussion. The owner here is an old comrade of mine. Do not hesitate to reach out to him for anything you need." After speaking, Mu He subtly signaled to Yi Qiu, then politely exchanged a few pleasantries with Jin Fei before departing. Shortly thereafter, several attractive female servers entered, bringing an array of fruit platters and pastries, inquiring if music accompaniment was desired. The pastries were exquisitely crafted, with skins as delicate as tofu, their glossy, sweet fillings transparent, a delicacy seldom found elsewhere. "Do these pastries suit your taste?" Jin Fei maintained her meticulous demeanor, steering the conversation toward Chen Ji and Pang Wei, seemingly oblivious to the purpose of their visit. As she continued to refill their tea, At this juncture, Pang Wei could no longer contain himself. Prior to their arrival, they had conferred that Pang Wei would adopt a serious tone today. Miss Zhenfei, this is the first time I have ever spoken so earnestly with a woman. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Your time is precious. Let us delve into the crux of the matter. It was evident that their purpose for visiting was no secret. Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Zhenfei suddenly lifted her gaze towards Chen Ji, placing her teacup down with a serious expression. I am aware of the purpose of your visit today, she stated. My brother has informed me that our families share a profound friendship. He enjoys a close rapport with Mr. Bao. The Zhen family operates merely a modest business, managing to sustain our affairs, and we shall continue to rely on Mr. Bao in the future. However, while friendship is one matter, business is another. I can assure you with utmost certainty that your requests are utterly unattainable. Is that absolutely so? Chen Ji gazed into Zhenfei's eyes and observed that although this bespectacled woman spoke in a hushed tone, she possessed a unique aura when serious, an aura that, while fragile, was immensely valuable. Forgive my candor, Chen Ji gently remarked. I believe your perspective on this matter is somewhat extreme. We should no longer dwell on the exact wording of that document. It is important to recognize that the individual who entrusted this item to you has since passed away. If he were still among the living today, he would undoubtedly concur that these possessions should be returned. Ultimately, this item rightfully belongs to his heir, and I possess a complete set of legal documents affirming that the heir of this estate is now entitled to reclaim this item. I have consulted with a lawyer, and this is entirely in accordance with inheritance law. What you are referring to is a legal matter. With a smile, Zhenfei said to Chen Ji, however, in our Zhen private bank, we do not speak of law, but rather of trust. What is meant by trust is an unwavering belief, and what is meant by a promise is a commitment of immense value. We are in this profession dedicated to safeguarding our clients' possessions. Once a commitment is made, we exert every ounce of our strength to protect it, even at the cost of our lives. At that moment, the depositor established a certificate with us, one that is irrevocable. The transaction is binding. Even if this individual were to rise again and stand before us, we would not return the item to him. In the 420th chapter of The Burning Sky Peacock, the words of Zhenfei, though softly spoken, resonate with an undeniable authority, as if imbued with an invisible force that makes it abundantly clear that there is no room for negotiation in this matter. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, with everyone exchanging glances in silence for a considerable time, until Fat Wei finally broke the silence. According to their prior agreement, due to Fat Wei's naturally rogue-like appearance, he assumed the role of the more assertive interlocutor in this discussion. Miss Zhen, he began, please temper your tone. Do you realize whom you are addressing? At this moment, Pang Wei's face was even more sullen than the sole of a shoe. He propped his legs on the stool, swaying and leaning back in his chair, exuding an air of brazen nonchalance. We had no interest in hearing your principles and beliefs. Spare me the grandiloquence. I may not be well read, but I do know one thing. The inheritance of one's father is sacred. Why should a son be denied what rightfully belongs to him? The elder entrusted this item to you out of concern for its loss, and now that his son seeks it, is it not reasonable? What gives you the right to obstruct him? Are you hoarding it for yourself because you perceive its value? Moreover, you must be aware of the Bao's business in the Northeast. Do you truly wish to covet our possessions? Have you grown weary of life? I advise you not to be so ungrateful, otherwise. At this juncture, Pang Wei feigned a sinister gesture, as if to draw a weapon. Or else what? Will you kill me? Zhenfei raised her eyes to meet Pang Wei's gaze. Speaking deliberately, who could be unaware of the notorious reputation of the Northeast leopard? It is said that his mere stomp could shake the ground. As mere small-time merchants, we naturally dare not cross swords with someone of Mr. Bao's stature. However, we too possess our principles and lines that must not be crossed. Everything else may be negotiable. But this matter, I implore you, Mr. Bao, do not make it difficult for us. Grant us a path to survival. Of course, should you insist on opposition, we, the Zhen family, shall be compelled to defend ourselves. This nation upholds the rule of law. Even if you were to take my life, my brother remains. And even if you were to take him, there are others. I shall see just how formidable the Northeast leopard truly is and how many lives he can suppress. After Zhenfei spoke, her demeanor shifted from humility to defiance, crossing her arms before her chest and turning her head away, refusing to meet Pang Wei's gaze any longer. Hey, you woman, you are impervious to both softness and hardness, Pang Wei thought to himself. Faced with a woman, he was but a paper tiger. and Zhun Fei's words had rendered him utterly disarmed. He awkwardly opened his mouth, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered, You truly are oblivious to danger. Do you not realize how ludicrous your words are? Furthermore, do you think you have any standing? It's not your family's property. You could simply hand it over to us discreetly, and we would not speak of it, nor would your family's reputation be tarnished. Who would know? God knows. Zhun Fei retorted defiantly. My grandfather instilled in us from a young age that in business, integrity comes first. Even if no one sees, the heavens are aware. Naturally, speaking to someone like you, it is lost on you. After uttering this, Zhun Fei turned away again, refusing to even glance at them. From that point onward, no matter how Pang Wei argued, Zhun Fei remained resolute, turning her head away, neither responding nor debating. The atmosphere became utterly frozen, leaving Pang Wei at a loss for words. At that moment, Chun Ji slowly lifted his head, gazing at Zhun Fei for a while before gently speaking. Miss Zhun, may I ask you a question? Zhun Fei had just endured a torrent of nonsensical chatter from Pang Wei and had no intention of responding. But upon hearing Chun Ji's voice, she turned her head and replied, Go ahead. Chun Ji, observing Zhun Fei's resolute demeanor, could not help but smile slightly. He then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. My understanding of psychology is limited, he began. But I have heard that those who study it often possess an inexplicable confidence, which can ultimately morph into blind arrogance or even unbridled pride. I have encountered numerous young women who exhibit pride openly, yet yours is concealed within. In your heart, do you not regard us as uncultured brutes? As Zhun Fei listened to Chun Ji's words, her brows furrowed slightly, though she offered no reply. Chun Ji continued, I have heard tales of your ancestors, particularly the story of your great-grandfather who leapt into the river with the jade cauldron. Is it true? Indeed, Zhun Fei retorted, her neck still turned defiantly, her tone resolute, and a hint of pride gracing her features. This is the principle of the Zhen family. We have persevered since the late Ming dynasty, spanning several centuries. Through countless generations, we have encountered numerous dignitaries, yet we have never transgressed our principles. This is our family tradition. And what is your view on this? Was the old master Zhen's determination to shatter the jade commendable? Chun Ji inquired softly. That depends on one's perspective, Zhun Fei replied coldly. To those who value integrity, it may seem foolish, yet to those who cherish it, it is an act of self-sacrifice for righteousness. After all, the worth of a person varies, as does the value of life itself. Since that event, our Zhen family has become a preeminent private bank, not only in the nation but throughout Southeast Asia. Very well. I shall interpret that as your endorsement of such actions, Chun Ji remarked with a smile, flicking the ash from his cigarette. I am generally a leisurely person and occasionally read historical anecdotes. I once came across a story reminiscent of your great-grandfather's tale. In Zhuangzi, there is a parable about a man named Wei Sheng who made an appointment with a woman. When she failed to arrive after 3 days, he was caught in a torrential rain and clung to a pillar until he perished. This narrative extols the virtue of a gentleman's promise, asserting that Wei Sheng was indeed a paragon of fidelity. However, I find his actions to be rather extreme. He perished, leaving the woman's fate uncertain. Who would assume responsibility for his family? For a relatively trivial promise, he relinquished his life. In your eyes, this matter may seem like a noble act, yet from my perspective, it appears somewhat deceitful and self-serving. Chapter 421, Negotiation, Part 4. Zhun Fei listened to Chun Ji's words, remaining utterly still. She seemed to hear, yet also appeared not to. Her brows reddened slightly, clearly indicating her rising anger. At that moment, Chun Ji flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, I harbor no disrespect towards your great-grandfather. However, I wish to convey that all things are subject to change. And so too are the standards of morality. The ethical principles accepted by our ancestors must adapt to the modern world. Promises should possess purpose and value. If the item I seek holds far greater significance than your promise, then you ought to relinquish that commitment. Otherwise, you risk becoming obstinate. If this matter costs you your life, then your life will lose its worth. Indeed, we often romanticize certain ideals, believing them to be grand and honorable. For instance, we think the Duke of Windsor abdicated for love, but in reality, he was compelled to step down due to his close ties with Hitler. My point in sharing all this is to emphasize that one must learn to be flexible. Clinging too rigidly to principles can turn them into nightmares. Ultimately, one's life may dissipate within such a nightmare. Zhun Fei scoffed coldly at this, then turned to face Chen Ji. Mr. Chun, If I am not mistaken, my Professor Wilson must have met his end at your hands, correct? Upon hearing the name of Professor Wilson, Chunji's expression immediately turned icy. He had deliberately avoided this topic, yet he had not anticipated Jin Fei would broach it so boldly. Professor Wilson aided me. I would never harm him. Chunji insisted earnestly, shaking his head. Is that so? Jin Fei retorted with a cold snort. All I know is that Professor Wilson was summoned by Mr. Bao from the northeast, only to mysteriously vanish thereafter. I have seen his medical records, and you were his last recorded patient. It seems you, as part of this so-called underworld, lack the courage to own up to your actions. Truly, you are a despicable lot, parasites that squander societal resources. Fat Wei, overwhelmed by Jin Fei's tirade, slammed his hand on the table in anger, pointing at her and shouting, "Can you not speak a little more politely, you little wench? What have you been reading? Did it all go to your head? How dare you insult others to their face? Do you truly wish to provoke the Bao family? Have you thought this through? Let me tell you, there will be no place for your tears when the time comes. You think you can pose as a mighty tree before us, little cabbage leaves? Eventually, you will be forced to drink water through your nose." Drink water through my nose? Jin Fei suddenly turned her head, glaring at Fat Wei with a huff. Her eyes flickered momentarily as she caressed the pendant on her necklace, and with deliberate cadence, she remarked, "Drinking water through one's nose is quite an intriguing notion. Isn't it? One would simply pour the tea into the left nostril, allowing it to flow into the cranial cavity, correct?" As she spoke, she twirled her pendant with her fingers. Its rhythmic sway harmonized exquisitely with her tone, creating an air of natural grace. At that moment, an unimaginable occurrence unfolded. Fat Wei's eyes glazed over, and his trembling hand reached for the teacup before him. He slowly lifted it, aligning it with his nostrils, and began to pour its contents into his nose. "Fatty!" Chunji shouted urgently, swiftly pressing down on Fat Wei's arm. However, to his astonishment, Fat Wei's arm was remarkably sturdy, and Chunji found it impossible to restrain him. Ultimately, with a resigned exhalation, he forcibly pried Fat Wei's arm away, but by then, a considerable amount of liquid had already streamed into Fat Wei's nasal passage. Just then, Jin Fei snapped her fingers sharply. With a resounding crack, Fat Wei seemed to come to a sudden realization, sputtering the water out and beginning to cough incessantly, pounding his chest in distress. A moment longer, and he would have choked to death. You. After this tumult, Fat Wei was rendered nearly speechless. His face flushed with indignation as he pointed at Jin Fei, stammering, You little vixen, just wait. Just you wait. What am I waiting for?" Jin Fei retorted, her fury palpable as a blush crept onto her cheeks, her neck thickening in anger. "Are you waiting for your goons to come and kill me? Then let them come. You delinquents are merely employing the same old tricks. Allow me to enlighten you. Your feeble skills are utterly ineffective against me. Even if you were to hold a gun to my head, I possess the capability to make you consume your own bullets, and I would bear no legal repercussions. In that scenario, the misfortune would be yours. If you doubt my words, feel free to attempt breaching the vault. I shall impart a single truth to you. There is no entrance for you to reclaim what you have lost. If you seek death, then by all means, come forth. I shall show no mercy to the scum that commit such vile deeds." "Very well, allow me to share something with you," Chunji said, supporting Fat Wei as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Jin Fei like a knife. "I did not murder Professor Wilson. I had no motive to do so. However, I now possess a compelling reason to take your life. 3 days hence, I shall return to that vault. Should you remain obstinate and stand in my way, prepare to embrace your demise." With that, Chunji patted Fat Wei and rose, departing without a backward glance. Fat Wei, still coughing, followed him to the door. After a moment's contemplation, he turned back to Jin Fei, who was still seething with anger, and said, "Sister, allow me to speak candidly. My brother is genuinely infuriated this time. Do not be so stubborn. Believe it or not, the individuals you currently face are not to be trifled with. They will no longer engage in rational discourse with you. Should you truly obstruct their path, you might not even see the blood before your life slips away. You are so young, beautiful, and cultured. Why choose this perilous path? You must reflect carefully in the coming days and avoid acting foolishly. You need not warn me. I have long since made up my mind," Jin Fei declared fervently, her resolve unwavering. "If he wishes to come, let him. We shall see who prevails outside the boundaries of law." Observing Jin Fei trembling with anger, Pang Wei understood that further words would be futile, so he could only shake his head and depart. After Chen Ji and Pang Wei exited, Mu He's car awaited them outside. Having listened to the entire conversation, Mu He merely sighed and shook his head, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Chen Ji, allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Mu He said softly as he drove. This is, after all, the capital. One should not act with such finality. It would be wise for you to call Mr. Bao and ascertain his thoughts. Understood, Chen Ji nodded. Once Mu He had escorted them back to the hotel, he received an urgent conference call and hurriedly departed. The first thing Chen Ji did upon entering the hotel was to call Bao Ping and relay the details of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Bao Ping responded, "Do you need me to send someone over?" "This is our last resort," Chen Ji replied. "However, this issue is far from simple. I have examined the underground blueprints. It is a straightforward subterranean structure, yet the surrounding electrical wiring is quite robust, indicating a special design. If I am not mistaken, the second underground level is filled with metal safes. Given the density of these safes, there must be a corresponding detonation system in place, which is likely sensitive to activation. If this woman were to die, or if we were to force our way in, it could very well trigger an explosion, obliterating the entire second floor and potentially destroying that map." After hearing Chen Ji's words, Bao Ping remained silent for a considerable time on the other end of the line before finally responding softly, "Then let us approach this through the woman. The hypnotist who returned from America? Perhaps we should invite an old acquaintance to meet with her." By the dawn of the following morning, whispers of a message had already begun to circulate quietly within the financial sector, and the dynamics among the upper echelons had shifted subtly. The notorious Leopard Lord of the Northeast declared the cessation of all financial dealings with Zhen's private bank, advising his business counterparts in the Northeast to exercise caution in their investments, as the financial landscape posed risks. In these times, no one is foolish enough to overlook the implications. It was clear that the Bao family intended to suppress the Zhen family by first severing their financial lifelines in the three northeastern provinces. In the Northeast, no one wished to incur the wrath of the Leopard Lord, especially over mere financial investments. Changing banks would not lead to ruin. Why provoke a true tyrant of the Northeast? Soon after, the Tang family from Jilin, the Feng family from Heilongjiang, and various merchants from Northeast China withdrew all of their savings and canceled all financial investments. Some opted to extract even substantial deposits without interest. Families in the southern regions and Southeast Asia, who maintained cordial relations with the Bao family, also withdrew their investments as a gesture of goodwill or neutrality. This movement sent ripples through the Zhen family, for the financial sector is most fearful of a disrupted capital chain. Once volatility strikes, it can lead to catastrophic crises. In no time, the Zhen family began liquidating assets, with cash flows from Southeast Asia flooding into Beijing to accommodate these withdrawing merchants. However, this was just the beginning. Certain local powers began to exert pressure on the Zhen family's branches across various regions, effectively sealing off their commercial pathways. A number of influential short sellers began to manipulate the stock market, causing significant declines in the key stocks that the Zhen family had been managing. Prominent financial managers, who had previously performed admirably, began to resign en masse. The Zhen family's golden glass vessel appeared on the brink of shattering. Despite the impending crisis, the family patriarch, Zhen Deshao, remained elusive, and the board of directors adopted a conservative stance, uttering not a word of concession. Yet, at this juncture, certain figures hidden in the shadows began to advocate for the Zhen family. Their messages, conveyed through Mu He to Bao Yi, emphasized the hardships faced by the Zhen family and questioned the necessity of total annihilation. Business people, after all, adhere to their principles. Every matter has its fairness and truth. So why complicate things further? Furthermore, the Bao family's growing influence in Northeast China should not be underestimated, suggesting that matters should not be pushed to an extreme. In just 3 days, both sides found themselves in an impasse. On the afternoon of the third day, an anonymous call unexpectedly reached Chen Ji's mobile phone. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated on the other end, causing Chen Ji's heart to race with intensity. It was his father's voice. "Hello, are you well?" Chen Yang's tone was remarkably calm, as though he had merely returned from a vacation, oblivious to any turmoil that had transpired. "Dad, where are you? Please tell me your location." Chen Ji quickly covered the phone's microphone and retreated to a corner. "I'm fine. There's nothing remarkable here," Chen Yang replied gently, before his tone shifted to a sharp urgency. "Do not act on the thoughts you currently entertain. Forget them entirely. Your new leader is not someone to be taken lightly. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen exhaled softly, adjusting his breathing before settling into a chair with the phone still in hand. Dad, are you doing well? No one is troubling you, right? I am quite well, and the environment here is delightful. The cuisine is exquisite. Chen calmly replied, during these days. The new leader often comes to chat with me, sometimes even to play chess. He is not a man of many words, but on certain matters, his insights are remarkably profound. After pausing for a moment, Chen continued, I have made up my mind. Henceforth, I shall remain here forever. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen fell silent for a while before softly inquiring, what about the future? There is no future, Chen responded composedly. My future has already concluded. Everything I have done in the past has reached its end. If there is any significance left in the life I have remaining, it is to atone for my past deeds, and you, my dear, are now the very purpose of my existence. Xiaoji, let us not discuss right and wrong for now. When I come to a clearer understanding, we shall talk again. Chen silently nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Chen resumed the conversation on the phone, asking, I have heard that you acquired something in Mongolia. Was it the God Whip? Chen hesitated momentarily, but then replied, yes. That is splendid. Truly wonderful. Chen Yang's excitement was palpable, his voice slightly trembling, though he quickly regained his composure. Is it operational? I can only utilize a small portion of it, Chen answered. It is not a tangible object. It contains numerous complex formulas, each representing a calculation method. I have spent a considerable amount of time studying it, but I can only decipher some basic arithmetic formulas. The more intricate ones will require additional time. Oh, please send me some pictures, Chen said softly. You are quite busy, and your expertise lies in calculations. However, some formulas necessitate psychological assistance for deciphering. I shall help you with the rest. Chen hesitated slightly upon hearing his father's words, but this was quickly noticed by Chen Yang. Do not worry, he chuckled over the phone. The new leader has instructed me to assist you. Our conversation is entirely under surveillance. Moreover, I am now in a place from which I shall never escape. I am merely a useful intellect for you. Chen contemplated this before silently nodding. Very well. I will send you the pictures shortly. Yet, our primary concern at present is not this. I am aware. Chen Yang replied. Is it a woman who claims to be a hypnosis expert? In recent years, there have been no true geniuses in psychology, since she is so confident. Let her see what a genuine hypnosis expert truly is. Chapter 423. The Hypnosis Expert, Part 2. Is hypnosis truly as miraculous as the legends suggest? Can it completely control a person? Chen asked his father, Chen Yang, over the phone. I have watched some videos where hypnosis enables individuals to perform unimaginable acts, leaving them unable to resist. Yet most of these videos are staged and largely unrealistic. Moreover, as far as I comprehend, for hypnosis to succeed, some form of suggestion must be made. This necessitates the presence of the hypnotist on site. However, Chen Yang, after listening to Chen words, lightly coughed over the phone, asserting that a true master of hypnosis is not constrained by geographical boundaries. In every moment, through subtle gestures and actions, they convey psychological suggestions that elude ordinary perception. Even the mere use of voice or imagery can be sufficient to influence an individual. In fact, it is conceivable to remotely compel someone to commit heinous acts. Just as Chen was conversing with his father, Fat Wei suddenly burst through the door, visibly agitated, veins bulging, and his face flushed with anger. Orange, let us go? Let us go? We cannot endure living in this wretched place any longer, constantly subjected to this incessant torment from that wretched woman, and we cannot even retort. Damn it, I have never experienced such humiliation in my life. She truly believes herself to be superior, with her eyes set high above, looking down upon others. Upon hearing Fat Wei's enraged tirade directed at the doorway, Chen immediately grasped what had transpired. In recent days, the female attendant responsible for the second floor had consistently displayed a disdainful demeanor towards them. Yesterday, she scolded Fat Wei for making too much noise while walking, and this morning, she complained about their tardiness in attending breakfast. This young woman, accustomed to interacting with high-ranking officials, had developed an air of superiority, easily discerning that Fat Wei lacked any official title and had long since regarded him with contempt. While her remarks and attitude had indeed crossed the line, Chen was reluctant to engage in a dispute with this young girl. These superficial women, blinded by ambition, only think of climbing the social ladder. disregarding those without titles. One day, I shall make her witness my prowess, and she will beg me to call her my beloved, pleading for my affection. Enough. Why bother getting angry with a mere girl? I have matters to attend to. So keep your voice down. Chen gestured towards Fat Wei, indicating that he was on a call. Realizing the situation, Fat Wei reluctantly relented, tossing his coat onto the bed in frustration before heading off to take a shower. At that moment, Chen Yang's voice came through the phone. Let me conduct an experiment to illustrate the power of hypnosis. After this, you need not worry any longer. What do you mean? Chen Ji inquired, somewhat perplexed. Do you intend to perform hypnosis over the phone? Hypnosis does not solely rely on verbal cues. It can also be achieved through visual stimuli, Chen Yang replied. There exists a method wherein suggestive symbols are embedded within a pattern. Once this pattern is seen, it captivates one's attention and gradually induces a hypnotic state. Shortly, I will send a design to your phone. Do not scrutinize it closely, but print it out and find a way to present it to the female attendant who incited Fat Wei's ire. You shall soon witness the results. All right, I shall give it a try, Chen Ji responded softly. But afterwards he hesitated momentarily. Will we still be able to communicate? How will I reach you? I have added you on WeChat, Chen Yang stated over the phone. You may contact me directly via WeChat, including audio messages, but do not attempt to track my location. Otherwise, we shall cease our communication. This is my vow to the new leader. Very well, Chen Ji replied, and after Chen Yang hung up, he decided to check WeChat. After a short while, indeed, his WeChat lit up with a profile picture, followed by an image being sent. It was a circular design, densely filled with an array of intricate geometric patterns, remarkably diverse in form. At a glance, it resembled numerous humanoid structures interwoven, reminiscent of contemporary multidimensional art, visually captivating at first, yet drawing one in with deeper scrutiny. Chen Ji refrained from examining it closely. Instead, he rang for the attendant. When the girl entered, she did so with evident reluctance, as serving ordinary individuals like Chen Ji and Peng Wei felt beneath her dignity. Pouting slightly, she grumbled, "What is it? We have a busy day ahead. Please refrain from ringing the bell unnecessarily. Isn't it true that you attend to all printing requests?" Chen Ji asked, showing her the image on his phone. "Could you please print this out for me? I need it urgently." With a dismissive curl of her lips, the girl retorted, "Then send it to my WeChat. Add me first, and once you've received the image, delete my contact. Don't think you can use this opportunity to keep my WeChat." With a faint smile, Chen Ji scanned her QR code and sent the image. The girl quickly snatched back her phone. "Give me a moment. I'll deliver it once printed. But don't seek me out again. The officer on the 3rd floor is waiting for my assistance with documents, and I have no time to deal with you," she said, huffing as she exited without a backward glance. At that moment, Peng Wei emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe and drying his hair. He had overheard the previous exchange clearly and was immediately incensed. "Did you see that? What kind of service attitude is this? We should leave tonight. I'd rather face danger outside than endure this insolence. Honestly, with such a demeanor, who would ever marry her? I doubt any man could even get aroused with her." However, scarcely 10 minutes later, while droplets of water still clung to his hair, they heard an urgent knocking on the door. "So soon? That girl prints remarkably fast," Peng Wei remarked as he approached and opened the door, startled by what he beheld. Chapter 424, The Hypnosis Expert, Part 3. At that moment, the demeanor of the waitress transformed entirely. She had originally donned a form-fitting violet uniform dress, enveloping her upper body with an air of propriety. However, now all the buttons of her blouse had been undone, revealing a delicate blush pink bra and her alabaster neck. The girl possessed an exquisite figure, her ample bosom complemented by fair skin, exuding a unique blend of spirited confidence and playful arrogance that left onlookers breathless. What on earth is happening? Fat Wei stood there, utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. "What are you trying to do? Are you attempting to extort someone?" he stammered, asserting, "Let me tell you, I am not easily swayed by such tactics." "Darling," the girl cooed sweetly, her voice dripping with sugary allure, capable of melting bones. "I miss you, come hold me. I can't take it anymore." As she spoke, she opened her arms wide, embracing Fat Wei and pressing her lips against his in a fervent kiss. Fat Wei was instantly taken aback, his bathrobe completely disheveled in the girl's grasp, leaving him utterly exposed. In such a precarious moment, it was disingenuous to claim he remained composed. Soon, the girl had him pinned to the bed. She whimpered enticingly, reminiscent of a playful she-wolf. igniting a whirlwind of desires within Fat Wei, leaving him entirely bereft of control. Chen promptly stood up, glancing over to observe the girl's eyes, which were bloodshot and glazed with desire, her entire being radiating an insatiable longing for Fat Wei, oblivious to Chen presence. Meanwhile, the girl's phone lay discarded on the bed, its screen illuminated, revealing the very image that had initiated this chaos. At this juncture, the girl's clothing was nearly entirely removed, her bra half torn away, presenting a scene of unrestrained allure, her body pressed intimately against Fat Wei, just a final step away from complete surrender. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chen hastily exited and opened WeChat, sending a message to his father. The effect has manifested. How do I halt it? To his surprise, his father's avatar quickly lit up, responding with a message. No need to stop. In 1 hour, the hypnosis will automatically dissipate. Do not disturb the hypnotized individual. It could be life-threatening. 1 hour? Anything could happen in that time, Chen thought, feeling utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the room echoed with passionate sounds, indicating that the deed was well underway. Throughout the afternoon, Chen sat on the sofa outside for several hours, while the tantalizing sounds from within continued unabated. The girl, seemingly aloof, was quite vocal in her fervor, calling out for her darling in a manner that tested Chen composure. With no other recourse, Chen reluctantly approached the front desk to book another room, conveniently located next door, where the girl was engaged in her intimate services for Fat Wei. Fortunately, no other attendants ascended to the second floor during this time, and the incident went unnoticed. 2 hours later, as Chen was about to knock on Fat Wei's door, he observed the girl from earlier squeezing through the door crack while clutching her clothing. Upon seeing Chen her face flushed crimson, and she promptly fled. Upon entering the room, Chen discovered Fat Wei seated on the bed, utterly enraptured, sporting a foolish grin that was distinctly different from that of an ordinary girl. No wonder she was so proud. Indeed, the frustrations of the past few days had not been in vain. It was worth every moment. After this brief farce, the clock struck 5 in the evening. Reality swiftly reasserted itself. According to their plan, that very night, Chen and his cohort were to infiltrate the underground vault of the Zhen family bank. Similarly, the Zhen family was aware of their intent to visit that evening, ensuring a confrontation at the front. Over the past 2 days, Chen had meticulously crafted a comprehensive preparation plan, which included memorizing all the layout maps of the underground structure and devising several entry and exit strategies based on the external route and electrical schematics. He made estimations regarding the arrangement and positioning of the safes. The underground level was expansive but did not extend further, indicating that the safes were likely to be densely packed. Should they trigger a mechanism that resulted in an explosion during their infiltration, the consequences would be dire. Not only would their lives be at stake, but even the smallest fragment of them might be obliterated. More critically, the items within the vault were of utmost importance, allowing for no margin of error. In accordance with the prior arrangement with his father, Chen refrained from carrying heavy weaponry this time, opting instead for a compact firearm concealed within his pant leg, with a small knife discreetly tucked at his waist. Notably, he inserted a tiny, inconspicuous Bluetooth earpiece into his ear, maintaining constant communication with his father. Fat Wei, mirroring Chen also carried minimal equipment. As dusk fell, the two departed the hotel with ease. Upon reaching the corridor, they encountered the waitress once more. This proud officer's daughter now exhibited none of her former defiance. Upon seeing Fat Wei, her cheeks flushed once again, and she awkwardly fumbled about, unsure of how to evade him. When Fat Wei playfully engaged her, a flicker of restlessness and anticipation danced in her eyes. Their plans had been thoroughly laid out over the previous days, and at this hour, Muhi had dispatched a vehicle to pick them up at the entrance. However, neither Muhi nor Yiqing made an appearance that evening. As Muhi had stated, he could provide resources and connections, but would not intervene in their actionable endeavors, regardless of the outcome. This endeavor was entirely the personal undertaking of Chen and Fat Wei. The individual responsible for transporting Chen was a young driver, who was clearly oblivious to the circumstances, quietly conveying them towards the Zhen family bank in the city center. As the late hour approached, the streets became increasingly desolate, allowing for an unobstructed journey directly to the private underground bank of the Zhen family. After approximately 2 hours, they finally reached their destination. From the exterior, the Zhen bank appeared to be closed, yet the lights on the first floor flickered, indicating that personnel were indeed present within. Prior conversations had informed Chen that the Zhen family was well prepared for the night, and they would undoubtedly not allow an easy passage, perhaps even barring entry entirely. As Chen and Pang Wei approached the bank's entrance, they noticed several individuals clad in camouflage loitering nearby, each holding a walkie-talkie, with weapons likely concealed in the guardhouse. Observing the situation, Pang Wei turned to Chen and whispered, "I'll take the lead. I'll find a way to divert their attention. If that fails, I'll subdue them. We cannot allow them to trigger the alarm. There must be a significant force in the courtyard below, and alerting them would be disastrous. You should slip inside directly to the basement while I handle things out here." "No need for such complications," Chen Ji's father interjected calmly through the earpiece, his voice steady and authoritative, akin to a distant general orchestrating a strategic maneuver. "You may proceed directly. Maintain your composure. Do not let them sense any anxiety. Act as though you are employees of the bank returning to work. Your steps and tone must remain steady. When you reach the entrance, they may request identification or inquire about your purpose. At that moment, simply present your phone to them." After pondering his father's words for a brief moment, Chen finally acquiesced with a soft, "Understood." He then signaled to Pang Wei, and the two of them strode confidently towards the entrance of the Zhen Bank. Their demeanor was remarkably composed, as if they were indeed members of the bank staff returning to fulfill their duties. However, at this late hour, it was highly unusual for regular employees to enter the premises, and as they approached the door, several guns were immediately aimed in their direction. From the guardhouse emerged a head of graying hair, belonging to a man in his 50s, who displayed a demeanor of calm vigilance, clearly not an ordinary guard. He scrutinized Chen and Pang Wei from head to toe before inquiring with a wary expression, "Who are you? What business do you have at this late hour?" "We are here to see Miss Jinfei," Chen replied with poise. "Leave immediately. Otherwise, I will sound the alarm," the old man retorted, reaching for the alarm button beside his desk. Given the circumstances, it was evident that they were on high alert, and it was likely that more personnel were concealed in the courtyard beyond the main door. Should the alarm be triggered, the entire building would be instantly illuminated. However, Chen displayed no expression on his face. He merely uttered, "The chairman has an urgent matter and has sent me to meet Miss Jinfei. Please listen to this call." After speaking, Chen extended his phone to the elderly man. Initially, the old man hesitated, glancing between Chen and Pang Wei before reluctantly accepting the phone and placing it to his ear. "Hello?" Suddenly, the old man's eyes fixated, as faint sounds emanated from the device, resembling a slow melody. He was soon captivated by the sound and stood there listening for quite some time. During this interval, Chen observed the subtle transformations in the old man's expression. His double eyelids reddened, akin to someone on the brink of slumber. After a while, the old man returned the phone to Chen and a faint smile graced his previously cold visage. "You may enter now. Tonight is rather unstable, and Miss Jinfei is in the basement. The chairman has stated that you may come and go as you please." "Thank you," Chen replied with a serene smile as he retrieved the device, then turned to the astonished Pang Wei and said calmly, "Let us go. We have serious matters to attend to." Upon witnessing the old man's demeanor, the few individuals clad in camouflage no longer doubted Chen and Pang Wei. They assumed that Chen and his companion were indeed dispatched by the chairman with urgent business concerning Jinfei, and immediately cleared a path for them. One individual even unlocked the bank's heavy doors, allowing them entry. Their journey progressed smoothly, and upon their grand entrance, they were taken aback to find the lobby brimming with an array of large-scale weaponry, some of which were classified military arms. Observing the arsenal, Pang Wei could not contain his astonishment. "Goodness, are they preparing for a fight? It seems the Zhen family is serious this time. Thankfully, that old man assisted us. Otherwise, we might have sparked the Third World War." Once they crossed the threshold into the building, they effectively entered a secure zone, as all armed personnel remained outside the bank, leaving only surveillance cameras on the first floor without any station guards. Chen led Pang Wei toward the stairwell, and at the corridor's end stood a tightly sealed heavy metal door. Bold letters proclaimed, "Dangerous equipment below. Unauthorized personnel keep out." The access card and mechanism of this door had long been deciphered by the extremists. Prior to their departure, the extremists had already informed them of the door's unlocking method. Such coded doors rarely changed fundamentally. Even if the Zhen family had installed a new locking system, once successfully breached, it remained ineffectual against their knowledge. Once certain of their surroundings' safety, Chen produced the prepared metallic function piece and placed it against the keypad. In a matter of minutes, he successfully unlocked the door. Remarkably, this entire process transpired under surveillance, while the elderly guard outside feigned ignorance of their actions. As there were no objections raised, the guards in the courtyard appeared remarkably tranquil. Once the vault passage door was ajar, Chen and Fat Wei swiftly entered, wedging something in the door to gently leave it slightly ajar. Upon entering through the metallic door, an antiquated staircase leading downward presented itself before them. On the surface, it resembled an ordinary fire escape, seemingly devoid of any issues. The staircase descended perpendicularly, and after a turn, it likely led to the basement level. Treading lightly, they made their way down, and upon reaching the staircase's base, a glimpse through the door's crack revealed an abyss of darkness. Both Chen and Fat Wei drew their handguns, holding them close at hand, poised for any imminent confrontation. "Orange, you go in first," Fat Wei whispered, "but be cautious. That woman is insane, and do not let her hypnotize you. Once inside, find a place to conceal yourself and refrain from turning on your flashlight." Chen nodded subtly. At that moment, Fat Wei extended a hand, gently nudging the staircase door open just a crack, the process silent as a whisper. Following this, Chen deftly slipped through the fissure, with Fat Wei following suit, gently closing the door behind them. All of this transpired in utter silence, yet upon their entrance, they were met with the sudden illumination of the surrounding lights, which flickered to life with a resounding click. The interior was instantly aglow, revealing everything within. They found themselves in an expansive office space, a dual-purpose structure, adorned with brand-new fixtures and an exceedingly modern, luxurious decor. The room was impeccably tidy, with high-end tiles covering the floor, laid with a pristine geometric carpet, each segment meticulously arranged. On either side of the walls, large display screens hung prominently. In the heart of the hall stood a complete set of white leather sofas, complemented by a long table and chairs for office use. The floor was embellished with small sculptures designed by renowned artists. One should not underestimate the arrangement here, as even a single office chair bore a price tag in the thousands. Within this office area, transparent partitions revealed glimpses of bookshelves and wardrobes, suggesting a private living space. Overall, it appeared to be a domain where a single woman both worked and resided. Chen and Fat Wei scanned their surroundings, and although the room was brilliantly illuminated and every corner was visible, there was no sign of Zhenfei. Just as they prepared to advance further, a sudden sound of rapid footsteps echoed, a series of hurried thuds, irregular in rhythm, indicative of a person with a limp approaching their vicinity. Chen and Fat Wei exchanged glances, realizing that despite the brightness of the room, Zhenfei remained elusive. As they prepared to continue their journey, a sudden sound of rapid footsteps echoed, a series of irregular thuds that suggested the approach of a limping individual. Chapter 426. The Hypnosis Expert, Part 5. The footsteps crept closer, and soon a figure emerged beyond the transparent partition. It was an elderly gentleman, clad in a pristine suit, his hair partially gray and adorned with a neatly groomed mustache, complemented by round spectacles that lent him an air of courtesy. However, his gait was unsteady, as he limped towards Chen and Pang Wei, bowing slightly as he greeted them. "Mr. Chen, I presume?" he inquired politely. "Indeed." Chen replied with a gentle nod. "Ah, greetings. I am the custodian of the underground vault," the old man said humbly and amicably. "Miss Zhen sent me to fetch you." "Excuse me?" Pang Wei stepped forward, his expression tinged with confusion. "What has prompted your Miss Zhen to finally wish to negotiate with us?" "I cannot speak to that," the old man replied with an ever-present smile. "But Miss Zhen is merely one of our directors. Our esteemed chairman has returned and, upon learning of the circumstances, is eager to befriend you. He wishes for you to join him below for tea. Is such a fortune truly possible?" Pang Wei regarded the old man with skepticism, glancing back at Chen "This unexpected turn of events raises doubts. How can we be certain of your intentions? Surely, Miss Zhen is not preparing a lineup of machine guns for me downstairs. You jest." "Sir," the old man chuckled heartily. "Our Zhen family bank is a familial institution, bound by ancestral teachings that dictate our inheritance. Only the male heirs manage the affairs of the bank. My young master has been abroad and was unaware of domestic matters until now. However, he has returned. Upon hearing about your previous meeting with Miss Zhen, he has chosen to mediate this situation. If agreeable, we might pursue a simpler resolution that spares both parties from unnecessary losses." Such as? Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. The solution is not elusive, the old man smiled. If the item you wish to store is merely a document, a photograph will suffice, and we shall safeguard the original in our vault. This matter is quite straightforward. Chen Ji's eyes flickered with intrigue. And what of your manager Xin Fei? Will she acquiesce? Rest assured, the old man replied with a smile. Even if my lady does not concur, it bears no weight, for the decisions of the Zhen family rest with my young master. She is merely an executive manager. Regarding the specific matter at hand, the elder suggested that the two of us should meet with our young master. After he spoke, he leaned slightly and then turned to walk away. Chen Ji glanced at Fat Wei, who chuckled mischievously. Come on, who are we? And who are they? Merely a pampered young master, a young lady, and an old man. What is there to fear, even if they possess a few firearms? Do you think they could devour us? With that, Fat Wei followed the elder, striding confidently ahead. Chen Ji hesitated momentarily, but then proceeded to follow. Just as he stepped forward, he heard his father's voice through the earpiece. What are you planning to do? I wish to take a look, Chen Ji replied softly. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt his father's voice diminish, becoming markedly unclear. Adjusting his earpiece, he murmured, I do not believe that woman will yield, but given my current abilities, any human ambush holds no significance for me. If their chairman has indeed returned, I should seize this opportunity to inspect the situation on the underground level, meet him, discuss matters, and resolve the issues simply, striving to avoid casualties. No, his father's voice echoed in the earpiece, faint yet firm. Hypnosis and psychology and illusion are entirely distinct concepts. Illusion allows one to perceive the false, while hypnosis guides you to pursue the thoughts it instills. Chen Ji, are you aware of your purpose in coming here? Of course, Chen Ji replied resolutely. I am here to retrieve that item. The map? Good. As long as you have not forgotten your purpose. Chen Yang's voice resonated faintly in the earpiece. Hypnosis merely utilizes the five senses, sight, hearing, smell, and so forth, to suggest to the brain. From the moment you encountered that woman, she discerned the weaknesses in your character. This is the skill of a psychologist. She knows you fear sacrifice. Thus, from the instant you heard footsteps, you were already being suggested to. She implies that there may be a better resolution, one that does not necessitate death or sacrifice. This is why you are being guided by her. You must now relinquish the weaknesses of your character and focus solely on your ultimate objective. Do not entertain thoughts of negotiation or superior solutions. It is simply about the goal, regardless of any sacrifices. Understood. Chen Ji responded softly, sensing that his father's voice had grown slightly clearer. Excellent. Chen Yang continued, given your character, where would you choose to go upon entering? Chen Ji, upon hearing this, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He observed the elder leading the way ahead, who repeatedly turned back to beckon them. Mr. Chen, hurry up. Young Master Zhen is waiting for you below. Hurry, hurry. Fat Wei chimed in, urging, faster, orange. What are you thinking? At this moment, Chen Ji shifted his gaze, no longer focusing on what lay ahead, but rather turning to look behind him. From his understanding of the basement, it was likely structured as a rudimentary two-story layout, with the exit of the old building's subterranean structure situated to the north. Given Chen Ji's character, he would undoubtedly choose to head north, for that path appeared to be the safest. Fatty, come back. Chen Ji called out sternly, gesturing for Fat Wei to return swiftly. What for? Fat Wei, perplexed, glanced at Chen Ji and then at the elderly man behind them. The old man's brows were tightly furrowed, evidently displeased. Gentlemen, my young master is willing to converse with you. Your attitude leaves much to be desired. Let us continue onward and ignore him, Chen Ji declared, turning away and no longer heeding the old man's words. Fat Wei hurriedly followed, puzzled, and remarked, Orange, what are you afraid of? It's just a meeting. Even if there are a few submachine guns, can't you just bounce back with your barrier bullets? Can those lackeys truly harm us? I am not afraid of an ambush, Chen Ji replied softly. I fear wasting time. They swiftly reached the northern entrance, when suddenly, all the lights dimmed, plunging them into darkness, reminiscent of their initial entry. In truth, the switch was locked, and the lights had never illuminated. Just then, they heard a cat's meow. Turning to look, they found that the previously genteel old man had vanished, replaced by a limping large white cat that hopped away awkwardly. Chapter 427. The Hypnosis Expert. 6. The cat leaped backward and then disappeared from sight. Goodness, it was merely an old white cat. Fat Wei exclaimed. his eyes wide in disbelief at the astonishing scene before him. Is this hypnosis or a feline apparition? How utterly bizarre. When did we fall into this trap? That old white cat was quite convincing, speaking as if it were human. This cat is guarding this place, Chen mused, surveying the surrounding darkness. Who knows what awaits us ahead? I have heard it said that some top-tier hypnotists utilize animals to guide hypnotic techniques, transmitting their thoughts to others. What we perceive may still be the hypnotist's consciousness. I suspect this white cat wishes to lead us somewhere behind, likely a place of certain demise. Come on. I think you're overthinking this, Fat Wei chuckled in response. What place is there that we, as men, would dare not venture? We've already circled hell 3 times. What other place could be fatal? I should have captured that cat earlier, dismembered it, and shown it to that woman. Now, who knows where the cat has scurried off to? It has likely returned to report, Chen deduced. Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "This white cat is domesticated and quite loyal to its owner. I suspect its master is already aware of our presence." Just as he finished speaking, a piercing alarm echoed through the night, akin to thunder, causing their heads to throb painfully. Clearly, the cat had fled with remarkable swiftness. Chen glanced at Peng Wei and said, "I reckon that woman knows we've entered, which is why she activated the alarm. What of it? Let her know." Peng Wei replied nonchalantly. "Even if she breaks the bell, they won't hear it up there." Indeed, as Peng Wei suggested, they had meticulously prepared for this operation, including a comprehensive understanding of the underground facility. Although the building belonging to the Zhen family private bank was private property, the external areas constituted public zones, including the external circuitry. This was a closed subterranean structure. Aside from the external electronic devices, all communication with the surface transpired through a heavy iron door. The walls below were remarkably dense, with the ground between the basement and the first-floor hall being exceptionally thick, allowing no sound to escape. In essence, once that iron door was securely shut, no matter how loud the commotion below, it would remain imperceptible above. The metallic card Chen used to open the door had been provided by the thieves. One must admit, the high-tech gadgets designed by these foreigners were indeed impressive, reminiscent of something from a 007 film. This card functioned like a key, enabling the door to be opened. Once the door was ajar, the card could be wedged into the gap, at which point it would melt, sealing the metal tightly against the door frame as if it were being welded, rendering the door airtight. Thus, at that moment, the basement had transformed into a completely sealed environment. However, the card essentially served as a key. As long as one possessed it, they could unlock the now adhered iron door. Prior to their entrance, specialized technicians had infiltrated the underground passage, altering the external circuits of the building. Consequently, the entire electrical surveillance system and alarms below were rendered incapable of transmitting signals upward. And once the heavy iron door was sealed, not a whisper could escape. In simple terms, even if an alarm blared from the basement now, the surface remained blissfully tranquil. "Let us go. It's time to deal with that psychology girl," Peng Wei said with a grin. "Can't 2 of us handle one?" They advanced a few steps. And indeed, in the northwestern corner, they discovered a staircase leading downward, mirroring the straight descent of the staircase on the first floor. Before them stood another iron door, firmly shut, its handle devoid of shine, indicating that it was seldom used. Chen approached and gently pushed, discovering that the heavy iron door was unlocked. With a creak, it swung open. Subsequently, a staircase leading into the darkness materialized before them, accompanied by an unmistakable scent that is characteristic of long-forgotten basements, a dampness that permeated the air, thick and murky. Yet, interwoven within this odor was a peculiar fragrance, reminiscent of precious metals and rare gems mingling over an extended period, with a subtle sweetness that sparked a slight exhilaration in their minds. "Let us proceed." Chen turned to Peng Wei and remarked, "It appears that Miss Zhen does not intend to greet us in person. Since she has prepared a welcoming arrangement underground, let us descend to meet her." "Indeed." Peng Wei chuckled. "I, Peng Yi, relish engaging with such beautiful women, especially those who are both stunning and haughty. I am curious to see what she has in store for us down below." After their exchange, the two began their descent. For some inexplicable reason, the corridor felt eerily cold, akin to a refrigerated chamber. Over the years, Chen and Peng Wei had traversed countless regions, including the Lingchuan Mountains and innumerable underground tombs, becoming desensitized to such chill. However, at this moment, Chen felt as though this biting cold emanated from within. a sensation that made his teeth chatter and sent shivers down his spine, as if his very nerves were gripped tightly, on the verge of being shattered. Chen Yang had fallen silent in his earpiece, yet Chen Ji could distinctly hear his rapid, steady breathing. He understood that his father had tensed every nerve, fully focused on the unseen adversary, poised for confrontation. This corridor was longer than they had anticipated, and when they finally reached the second underground level, they spotted a dilapidated wooden door ahead. The door was unlocked, slightly ajar, as if beckoning them to enter. Peng Wei approached and gently knocked. With a creak, the door nearly fell apart, revealing a narrow gap. Almost instantly, a wave of damp, briny air rushed forth, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. Chen Ji and Peng Wei pushed open the iron door and stepped inside. Before them lay a sky cloaked in darkness, and ahead stretched a tumultuous sea, its waves churning ominously. Chapter 428. Hypnotist, Part 7. They found themselves within an exceedingly dark strait, surrounded by bizarrely shaped reefs and rocks, with towering black mountains looming behind them. The sky was hazy, devoid of discernible moonlight, only a yellowed circular shadow visible. Beneath their feet stretched a long beach, coarse and jagged, where sharp rocks mingled with fragments of shellfish. Black waves crashed upon the shore, leaving behind frothy white remnants akin to delicate petals. On the surface of the sea, a wind infused with the briny scent howled around them, seemingly carrying a hint of blood. In the distance, a lighthouse emerged faintly, casting a weak glow. This lighthouse possessed a distinct character, embodying an ancient architectural style, its entirety a shade of grayish-white. The pinnacle resembled a round cap, and from afar, it appeared as if a chess piece stood resolutely in the ocean, flickering in and out of view amidst the tumultuous waves. Chen Ji recognized this scene, prompting him to rapidly sift through his memories, including fleeting glimpses of information he had previously encountered. Indeed, he had seen this site in a foreign documentary, depicting the strait that housed a private island known as Mermaid Bay in the Danish Strait. Chen Ji recalled that this place once belonged to an ancient noble of Denmark, who, after committing a crime, was imprisoned on this island. Subsequently, it became a desolate place, rarely visited, and gradually earned the moniker of Ghost Island, often rumored to be frequented by mermaids. Even now, the island lay abandoned, despite several attempts by the Danish government to develop it for tourism. However, the harsh environment and the refusal of the island's heirs thwarted any formal endeavors. At that moment, the unique scent of the strait and the sea surged into Chen Ji's nostrils, rendering everything astoundingly real and unquestionable. "Goodness, this is truly the sea," exclaimed Peng Wei, awestruck by the magnificent scene within the basement. "It seems those treasure hunters were not deceiving us. Upon descending, we are indeed faced with a vast expanse of ocean. Where on earth can we find anything here? There isn't even a small boat. Are we to walk directly into the sea?" "Precisely, we shall walk towards the sea," Chen Ji stated, his gaze fixed on the distant lighthouse. "For now, let us act as if this ocean does not exist, focusing solely on our objective. Ordinarily, upon reaching this underground level, we should proceed straight along this path." "Are you out of your mind?" Peng Wei retorted, incensed by Chen Ji's words. "Walking straight ahead is tantamount to courting death. Are you planning to feed the fish, or what? Is this ocean an illusion? Another damn trick of the mind?" After voicing his disbelief, Peng Wei hurriedly approached the shore, bending down to scoop a handful of the waves. Instantly, a large wave crashed over him, soaking his lower half. "Good grief," Peng Wei exclaimed, feeling the chill of the sea water, and quickly retreated. "Listen, Chen, this is certainly no illusion. This water is ice cold, undeniably the real ocean. If you don't believe me, just feel it yourself. This wave could break bones." Chen Ji spoke softly. "It is indeed our minds that inform us of the ocean ahead, that the water is frigid, and that entering it could lead to drowning. Yet we must disregard the commands of our minds. No matter what lies ahead, we must continue onward." "Absolutely splendid," Chen Yang suddenly whispered in the headphones. "This is the key to breaking free from hypnosis. From the very beginning, you must ascertain your purpose and steadfastly move forward. Throughout this journey, hold on to your objective and do not allow anything to sway you. In truth, this is a battle against yourself. During this process, you will confront your deepest fears hidden within your subconscious. However, as long as you conquer the terror within your heart, no form of hypnosis can manipulate you." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting Chen Ji to continue onward. Chen Ji gazed at the coastline, where a flickering lighthouse loomed ahead. For reasons unknown, he was engulfed by a sense of dread towards that lighthouse. He was acutely aware of the ominous presence it harbored. Suddenly, the sea waves roared violently. The winds howled fiercely, and the waves grew exponentially, culminating in monstrous surges that threatened to shatter the earth beneath them, rampaging wildly through the darkness. In an instant, tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, and an ominous storm brewed, as the dark abyss appeared poised to be devoured by the ocean. "Oh no, a tsunami is upon us. We must retreat," Fatway shouted, ready to flee. Before he could finish his sentence, a colossal wave surged forth, engulfing him entirely. He flailed desperately within the torrent before breaking free, scrambling to the shore and rejoining Chen. "Orange, this seawater could surely drown us. This is no mere bluff. If you ask me, we should ascend immediately. Such towering waves, they swept us away in an instant, and now you wish to walk willingly into a trap? Come, follow me." Chen, fixated on the towering waves, felt his ears nearly deafened by their roar. The crashing surf began to drench him, and he declared, "Let us go. We shall enter the sea together." With that, he grasped Fatway's arm, and they moved forward in unison. As they reached the shoreline, an enormous wave crashed down upon them, nearly sweeping them into the ocean. Chen and Fatway crouched low, striving to maintain their balance, before continuing their advance. Soon, their bodies were submerged in the frigid waters. In the pitch-black strait, daring to wade into the sea demanded immense courage, particularly under such dire conditions, where the howling winds rendered the atmosphere dark and foreboding. Their clothes quickly became heavy with seawater, dragging them deeper into the ocean. Chen lower body was soon enveloped, followed by his chest, and finally his mouth and nose. His body was entirely drawn into the sea, as torrents of water rushed into his mouth and nostrils, rendering him breathless. One cannot hold their breath indefinitely. Pressing forward, Chen mind incessantly warned him of imminent danger. "Hurry and leave this place, or you shall drown." However, Chen continued to forge ahead, opening his mouth wide, no longer holding his breath, feeling the icy seawater incessantly infiltrating his nostrils and mouth, penetrating into his skull, causing him to choke and endure the agony akin to drowning. His body began to convulse, his brain racked with pain from the choking. Yet, even in such dire straits, he did not succumb to death. They persevered, walking for what felt like an eternity. The surface of the sea long vanished from sight. Before them, schools of fish emerged in the vast ocean, alongside the shadows of larger marine creatures. Beneath the water, the lighthouse became increasingly distinct. Eventually, the stone steps beneath the lighthouse finally materialized before them. Chapter 429. The lighthouse within this sensation was profoundly peculiar, akin to witnessing a fantastical epic. They gazed at the lighthouse from beneath the waves, a dark corridor extending downward, swaying gracefully. At that moment, Chen distinctly sensed that this journey was not as distant as it appeared. They had now reached the heart of the ocean. The water around them was pitch black and frigid, and where the light shone, schools of fish darted about ceaselessly. Chen felt an overwhelming discomfort, the pain of choking assaulting his mind, pushing them to the brink of despair. Had they not been in a hypnotic state, they would have surely perished. As Chen beheld the stone steps of the lighthouse mere inches away, he struggled to crawl upward. To his dismay, he noticed that Fatway had ceased to move. In the depths of the ocean, Chen could not open his mouth. If he did, the seawater would rush in uncontrollably. He resorted to gesturing to Fatway, urging him to follow and ascend the lighthouse. Yet for reasons unknown, Fatway remained motionless, as if bereft of life. Though obscured by the murky water, Chen could still vaguely discern Fatway's face. Strangely, it appeared altered, significantly paler than usual, utterly transformed. His hair was grizzled, his features resembling those of a Westerner, and his body hunched, reminiscent of an elderly figure. His limbs were swollen, unmistakably resembling a corpse that had long since succumbed to the sea. The body drifted slowly, floating in the water, the swollen visage rendering its features unrecognizable. Chen chose to disregard this disconcerting sight under the current circumstances. He deemed it unnecessary to fixate on the veracity of his surroundings. He needed only to remember his purpose, to ascend and enter the lighthouse, thereby resolving all dilemmas. From a spatial perspective, the lighthouse should lie at the core of this subterranean vault. Yet, Chen motivations for venturing there extended beyond merely acquiring a map. He sought to unearth the deepest fears lurking within his subconscious. He yearned to confront the specter that had haunted him throughout this ordeal, to unveil its true form. Walking through the sea is an arduous endeavor. Nearly every step threatens to send one tumbling to the ground, and the briny water nearly overwhelms the senses. Chen moved forward inch by inch, ultimately grasping the handle of a ladder. The metallic sensation coursed through his fingertips. The ladder, aged and wrought from old iron, was encrusted with rust, reminiscent of a sunken ship in the abyss. The handle was adorned with peculiar, antiquated European motifs, the era of which remained a mystery. Clutching the lighthouse's stair railing, Chen ascended laboriously, each step akin to dragging heavy chains. Just as he felt the chill of impending numbness, he finally broke free from the water's grasp. Exhaling sharply, he expelled the seawater from his mouth and nose. His lungs felt as though they were exploding with pain. Violently rejecting the water, his abdomen swelled like a drum, and the agony in his meninges and ear canals sent his neural pathways into a chaotic frenzy. Yet, this torment began to dissipate swiftly, much like the receding tide, or perhaps the discomfort from his cerebral cortex had simply lessened in intensity. Chen shook his head and wiped his face. His clothes, thoroughly drenched, clung heavily to him. He twisted his sodden garments slightly, brushed off the water from his hair, and began his ascent once more. The structure of the lighthouse was remarkably simple, akin to all maritime lighthouses of old Europe, lacking intricate architectural finesse. It was constructed of smooth stones, coated externally with gray mortar. Atop the lighthouse sat a spacious, hat-like loft housing the beacon. An arched doorway graced the exterior. Featuring a dilapidated iron door, rusted a bright orange and unsightly. However, the door was unlatched, ajar just enough to reveal a sliver of warm, yellow light within. Chen adjusted his breathing slightly and proceeded towards the iron door. At that moment, he felt an acute sense of reality, a profound authenticity emanating from within. The tumultuous experience in the sea felt dreamlike, a painful ordeal, yet devoid of fear. What lay ahead, however, was truly terrifying. Step by step, Chen advanced, his breaths and pains unmistakably vivid. As his hand brushed against the iron door, an odd familiarity washed over him. With a creak, the rusted door swung open, releasing a cascade of rust flakes. Beyond the door, a brightly lit expanse awaited him, revealing a spacious, modern environment. The floor was laid with impeccably arranged marble tiles, and the walls were sheathed in high-density ballistic panels, with traces of an explosive containment system visible throughout. The silence was palpable, the surroundings devoid of any presence. Chen pressed onward, traversing a lengthy corridor until he faced a solid metal wall. In the center of this wall stood a circular, heavy metal sealed door. The circular heavy metal sealed door is a common feature in underground vaults. The density of the metal itself is remarkably high, providing robust security against immense forces and impacts. In the upper left corner of the door, an infrared camera is positioned, capable of scanning the identity of any approaching individuals. Due to the limited production of such doors, they are typically custom-made, and the edges of the circular door bear the name of the customizing entity. In the realm of hypnosis, crafted scenarios lack unknown details. Discovering such inscriptions would affirm the authenticity of the present experience. Chen bent down, seeking the inscription of Zhen's private bank along the edge of the circular door. However, he distinctly observed another line of writing on the perimeter of this sealed door. Bao Group Secret Warehouse. A sudden realization struck him. He understood that he was still within the hypnotic imagery. He was not in the underground bank of Zhen in Beijing, but rather in the secret warehouse of the Bao family from a year ago. What awaited him in this lighthouse was indeed the very thing he subconsciously resisted confronting. Chen took a step back, eyeing the infrared camera in the upper right corner, which immediately cast a red mesh light, scanning him from head to toe. At that moment, the LCD screen on the airlock door unexpectedly revealed the face he had long avoided deep within his heart. Chapter 430. The Eternal Dead of the Heart. As the red scanning lines from the camera descended like a net, covering Chen from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, the security system of this sealed area was activated, emitting a series of alarming beeps. The sound of the alarm rang out, causing a tingling sensation in his ears. Chen had once heard Bao Ping mention that this underground warehouse was equipped with a complete anti-explosion system, meticulously designed by the foremost military experts. Fortified to an unimaginable degree, It was estimated that even 10 tanks firing simultaneously would find it difficult to breach this stronghold. To gain entry through this grand door, it seemed that only an individual inside could operate it. There was no other means. Moreover, the guards within the warehouse had an alarm system on their left arms that generated its own power and was impervious to external damage. The slightest movement would trigger the alarm. The infrared camera in the upper right corner could scan the internal skeletal structure of a person, and any disguises, such as human skin masks, would be immediately detected and disintegrated by the rays. Chen stood there, enduring the vertical scanning of the infrared light. Once it concluded, the air pressure door ahead suddenly emitted the sound of a switch. A metallic partition began to rotate, revealing an LCD screen, the sole point of contact between the interior and the outside world. The screen flickered momentarily before unveiling a familiar silhouette from within. The figure was youthful, with an innocent face and a sparkle of naivety in his eyes. Upon noticing Chen standing outside, his expression immediately filled with astonishment. "Brother Ji, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen heart involuntarily tightened. Subsequently, an unbearable anguish surged forth from within, akin to someone mercilessly clutching his heart with elongated nails, extracting blood, and forcing him into a realm he had consistently evaded yet could not escape. The liquid crystal screen vividly displayed the visage of Sanzi. His face remained unchanged, embodying the wild spirit often found in youth, coupled with a hint of innocence. Xiao Zhigu, what are you doing? Did Bao Yi send you to find me? Is something wrong?" Sanzi's eyes sparkled with agitation as he gazed ahead, vigilantly gripping the alarm device on his right arm. The slightest movement of his hand would trigger the alarm, sealing the door forever. Upon seeing Sanzi, Chen instinctively closed his eyes, allowing the torrent of sorrow to swirl within him before reopening them, Sanzi's face still vividly etched in his mind. At this moment, Chen was certain of one thing. He was witnessing the fateful night before Sanzi's demise. The Sanzi behind the door continued to bombard Chen with questions, his anxiety palpable as he spoke of a secret mission, guarding the control stone warehouse, and receiving explicit orders from Bao Yi to never open the door under any circumstances. In the event of any unexpected situation, he was to immediately activate the alarm. Sanzi further inquired why Chen was present, expressing evident concern, mirroring the essence of the Sanzi from that time, innocent, passionate, with a heart of gold. "Xiao, what do you see?" Chen Yang's voice suddenly echoed in Chen earpiece. "Why have you halted? Have you encountered a sight that instills fear? Do not forget what I just told you. Do not allow anything to sway your thoughts, nor let anything dictate your decisions, regardless of what lies ahead. You must not be deterred." "Father," Chen suddenly uttered a phrase, his voice steady yet chilling. "You once told me that it was not you who compelled me to kill Sanzi, correct? Sanzi did not perish by my hand." After a prolonged silence on the other end of the phone, Chen Yang replied in a calm tone, "Of course not. I had explained this to you before. For someone with your remarkable memory and computational prowess, employing hypnosis is exceedingly perilous, and you would not be easily manipulated. It was the personnel from the Dark Division who eliminated that child." "But Sanzi's spirit said," Chen murmured, his voice barely audible. "His spirit claimed that the last person he beheld before his demise was me. Enough of dwelling on these meaningless matters." Chen Yang's voice sharpened through the earpiece. "Are you still unable to extricate yourself from your character's weaknesses? You are perpetually reluctant, forever fearing sacrifice. That woman has discerned your frailties. She has penetrated your thoughts. She is aware of your Achilles heel. Even though you possess formidable power, you cannot transcend the barriers within your own heart. Do not allow the frailties of your character to transform into fatal weaknesses, for the inevitable consequence awaiting you is death." "And what of you?" Chen spoke indifferently to his father through the headset, asking what his own vulnerability might be. "You fear neither sacrifice nor the subversion of morality. Yet is it not death that awaits you in the end?" Chen Yang fell silent, his heartbeat quickening, teetering on the edge of fury. Finally, he spoke with an undeniable authority. "Chen, you must grasp one fundamental truth. The past bears no significance in this moment, especially now. I shall formally convey two things to you. First, Sanzi's demise was orchestrated by my hypnosis, as he believed he was opening the door for you, only to be shot by the Dark Faction. This incident bears no relation to you. If blame must be assigned, I alone am the perpetrator. Second, there is no merit in dwelling on someone who has been dead for a year. For that which cannot be changed, we can only choose to forget. Your current objective lies with that map, which involves the lives of many others. By any means necessary, you must venture beyond that door. Once you break through your internal barriers, leave the subsequent matters to me. Dad, Chen suddenly uttered softly, sometimes I truly believe you ought to descend into hell. After voicing this, he gestured towards the LCD screen displaying Sanzi. Sanzi, open the door. It's me. I am Chen. I am wounded outside. And words fail to express my predicament. I am in grave danger. Please unlock the door and let me in. Sanzi, open the door. It's me. I am Chen. I am wounded outside, and words fail to express my predicament. I am in grave danger. Please unlock the door and let me in. Chapter 431, Eternal Debt of the Heart, Part 2, Sanzi, open the door. It's me. I am Chen. I am wounded outside. And words fail to express my predicament. I am in grave danger. Please unlock the door and let me in. Inside, Sanzi hesitated noticeably, his hand resting on the alarm on his left arm. He glanced around cautiously before tentatively stating, Master Leopard instructed me not to open the door for anyone. Regardless of the situation, I must first press the alarm. Moreover, Xiaoji, aren't you at the Tianhu Divine Tomb? How could you possibly be here? There have been developments. There is no time for explanations. Chen replied urgently from outside. They are about to pursue me, and I have already been injured. I will soon be killed if you do not let me in. Furthermore, this scanning device has a skeletal verification function. You should be able to confirm my identity. I would never harm you, and you know this. Of course I know, Sanzi replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Listen to you, Xiaoji. If you were capable of harming me, who else could I trust in this world? I would sooner believe that I would harm myself than believe you would harm me. Indeed, believe me, Chen uttered slowly, his gaze fixed upon Sanzi. As he spoke, Sanzi chuckled, moving his hand away from the alarm on his left arm, swiftly turning to press the switch on the door. As the heavy metallic door creaked open, Sanzi's figure was fully revealed behind it. However, upon catching sight of Chen back, his smile vanished, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Then, with a sudden crack of gunfire, a flurry of bullets rained down upon Sanzi. His body was riddled with bullets, and before blood could even seep from his wounds, he was left resembling a sieve. Sanzi stood there for what felt like an eternity, his eyes fixed intently on Chen, his astonished orbs filled with blood and tears, his lips trembling but unable to utter a sound. It seemed he was silently questioning, why is this happening? As the blood flowed from his wounds, Sanzi finally collapsed to the ground, his eyes still wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly motionless. Chen remained silent, his head bowed as he gazed down at Sanzi's lifeless body. Sanzi's eyes, wide with shock and fury, were marred with blood, his youthful visage stained. Slowly, Chen knelt down, placing his hand over Sanzi's eyes and gently closing them. Trust and betrayal are two games that humanity relishes, Chief Chen. Do you remember your promise to me? You vowed you would never abandon me. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal female voice drifted from behind Chen, a sound so haunting it tugged at his heart. He did not turn around. He knew precisely where the voice emanated from. It was the voice of Qin Yang. It is so cold here, so cold. It is so dark, so dark. Have you been happy since you left me here? The voice continued to resonate, mingling with an unusual scent of sulfur that wafted through the air. This sulfurous odor permeated with the essence of death, invoking a chilling sense of despair that enveloped Chen, pulling him back into the nightmarish depths of the underworld. Gradually, he turned his head, and indeed, darkness enveloped him once more. He found himself by the banks of the river of forgetfulness, one side the water's edge, the other a muddy shore. The river still exhaled vapor, yet it lay in complete silence, devoid of any trace of boats. Upon the banks of the dark soil sat a woman shrouded in black, slumped in the mud, reaching out to Chen. It was Qin Yang, the very one he had sent to the underworld. Her red wedding gown was now caked with filth, her face and body smeared with blood, her long hair matted and clinging to her face. She extended her arm toward Chen, but curiously, her arms bore no fingers, only a grotesque mix of blood and mud. Qin Yang's eyes were hidden beneath her dark hair, lacking any luster. She gazed at Chen, repeatedly asking, "Did you not promise that you would never abandon me? Why have you left me here? Why did you deceive me? Why do you deceive me?" Qin Yang's voice resonated with an ethereal quality as she incessantly shifted her delicate ankles, yearning to break free. Yet, A heavy shackled chain bound her frail limbs, its other end deeply embedded in the earth. I did not deceive you. Chen Ji gently shook his head. Your sacrifice was an unforeseen circumstance. I am not powerful enough to control everything. This is the uncontrollable twist of fate. Why do you deceive me? At that moment, Qin Yang seemed impervious to Chen Ji's words, persistently reiterating her query. She tugged at her feet, the wounds at her ankles now grotesquely exposed, revealing raw, bloodied flesh. It hurts. It hurts. Chen Ji, why did you bring me here? Qin Yang clutched her legs, erupting into a heart-wrenching sob, her cries so sorrowful that they evoked a sense of despair in all who heard them. In that moment, Chen Ji felt that he would rather endure 1,000 deaths than listen to such haunting wails. Qin Yang wept and cried for what seemed like an eternity until she finally ceased. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her muddy black hair parting to reveal a pair of venomous eyes. It was you who shackled me, consigning me to this infernal abyss. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten? Chen Ji instinctively closed his eyes, his heart feeling as though it had been cleaved open. Memories he had long suppressed surged forth. Yes. At that moment, he had taken the black gold chain from Bao Ping and fastened it around Qin Yang's ankle. Xiaoji, what are you doing? Did you see that demigoddess? Chen Yang's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Ji's earpiece. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ji softly replied, yes. This is the demon that haunts your mind, the greatest weakness in your character. Chen Yang's tone became stern. You have been burdened by guilt. Guilt for your own mistakes. Guilt for those who perished because of you. Yet, the reality is that life and death are not determined by you, but by what is deemed fate. Guilt is one of the most terrifying emotions, capable of rendering the mind feeble and the thoughts muddled. When one is consumed by guilt, it can transform into an overwhelming desire to compensate the other, a feeling so intense that it can surpass normal human inclinations. But this is a deceptive sentiment. Only the foolish are swayed by it. Therefore, you must escape this inner torment and take her life yourself. Take her life? Chen Ji opened his eyes once more, gazing at the heart-wrenching sight of Qin Yang before him. This is merely an illusion. There is no need to kill her. This is not merely an illusion. Chen Yang responded gravely in the earpiece. It is a gateway to the deepest fears within your soul. Only after you have taken her life with your own hands will you confront the source of your deepest fears. Chapter 432, The Final Terror Before Him. Qin Yang continued her mournful wails in the darkness, akin to a dying fawn. Her eyes, fixed upon Chen Ji, were rife with profound resentment. This animosity was chilling, rendering one incapable of meeting her gaze. Chen Ji regarded her with indifference, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly approached her. Everything here felt strikingly real, reminiscent of the Fengdu ghost city in his memories. The surroundings were so frigid that they pierced to the marrow, while the rising mist of the river of forgetfulness enveloped them in an aura of inexorable death, with the encroaching darkness at the banks capable of devouring all. Step by step, Chen Ji advanced towards Qin Yang, his hands gradually lifting. She seemed aware of his intentions, her resentful stare fixed upon him, yet her body instinctively recoiled, akin to a frightened bird. Finally, Chen Ji drew near enough to seize her neck with a firm grip. Her gaunt cheeks and slender neck were ensnared in his grasp, while her hair fell loosely around her face, revealing the familiar visage he remembered. She appeared just as she had in his recollections, features exquisitely defined, touched with a hint of weariness and hesitation. Even amidst relentless torment, her eyes retained their beauty, glistening with tears more radiant than the stars in the night sky. Qin Yang offered no resistance. She elongated her neck, weakly resting it upon Chen Ji's shoulder, tears cascading down like rain. Those crystalline tears fell onto his hands, and with each drop, he felt his own heart gradually dissipating. Chen Ji bit his lip, his throat suddenly feeling weak, yet he managed to utter a strained phrase. I will let you go. I am sorry, he added. As soon as the words left his lips, he twisted his hands, and with a sickening snap, Qin Yang's neck broke cleanly. Her frail face fell limp in his grasp, motionless. Chen Ji's heart raced violently as he cradled her lifeless body, attempting to lower her gently. Yet, in that moment, he noticed something peculiar. Despite her neck being severed, her shimmering eyes still bore into him, and her lips curled into a chilling smile. Deceiver. Qin Yang's lips curled upwards as she uttered this word. Her head, twisted at a grotesque angle, presented a sight more horrifying than any specter from a horror film. You are a deceiver. she reiterated, her bloodied mouth forming the words once more. What did you say? For reasons unbeknownst to him. Chen felt a surge of anger rise within him, an overwhelming sense of humiliation akin to having a wound torn open. He feared her continued speech, even contemplating covering her mouth. You and Jiang Zia are both deceivers, Qin Yang stated, her head tilted, regarding Chen Ji with an eerie gaze. Her mouth grinning as if in mockery. The barriers of humanity are a ruse. Jiang Zia and GFA conspired to deceive the world. You speak nonsense. Chen Ji's heart screamed, yet for reasons unknown, he could not voice his thoughts. At that moment, he heard Qin Yang continue. Jiang Shang and GFA colluded to seize the realm, dividing wealth and power between themselves. They usurped the throne of the Shang dynasty, plunging the world into chaos and conflict. After the deities abdicated, ignorant humanity fought for dominion, leading to perpetual warfare across generations, with the death toll among humans far exceeding that of the divine, and the creatures consumed by humanity number in the countless thousands. Humanity, in its relentless pursuit of weaponry, greedily exploits subterranean resources, disrupting the ecological balance. The entire world is rendered foul and polluted. Jiang Zia, in defiance of fate, values human life above all, demeaning all living beings, transgressing the heavenly order, and committing acts of destruction. He is the greatest sinner of this world. Enough, enough, Chen Ji's throat tightened. Yet he could not utter a single word. Meanwhile, the crooked-necked Qin Yang persisted. Jiang Zia, aware of his profound sins, knew that should the deities reclaim dominion over the mortal realm, his misdeeds would be laid bare for all to see, and he and GFA would be condemned as eternal wrongdoers. Thus, he deceives the world, proclaiming that once the barrier is breached, this realm shall descend into an infinite hell. In truth, it is a ruse. Nothing will occur when the barrier falls. Everything is Jiang Shang's fabrication. All who have lived from ancient times to the present have perished in vain. Huh? You lie? Chen Ji finally shouted, seizing Qin Yang's shoulders, his gaze fixed upon her with intensity. He could envision the truth. Jiang Zia had not spoken falsely. If the barrier were to shatter, indeed, this world would face annihilation. Devoid of life and death, engulfed in flames, with all existence obliterated. How amusing that the patriarch of the Jiang clan would utter such words. Qin Yang suddenly cackled, her body springing upright, her disheveled hair entangling around Chen Ji's chest. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered in a barely audible tone, "You know in your heart." It may also be an illusion. Upon uttering these words, she erupted into piercing laughter. At that moment, Chen Ji's earphones slipped from his head, and music blared forth, resonating loudly and rapidly spreading. Suddenly, everything before Chen Ji shattered into fragments, the surroundings morphing into a chaotic whirlwind. In an instant, all that surrounded him vanished. The control stone warehouse, the distant lighthouse, the vast ocean, everything was swept away. Chen Ji felt as though the shackles binding him had been released. And he suddenly felt a lightness, slowly descending, yet his heart felt hollow, utterly exhausted, until finally, he collapsed onto the ground. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Ji was first greeted by the tiled floor above him, arranged in a grid pattern reminiscent of the one found in the basement of a bank. It was clear to him that he had finally returned to reality. As he lifted his gaze once more, he discovered that he was in an office space identical to that of the basement, yet devoid of any furnishings or decorations. Before him lay rows upon rows of densely packed safes, and in front of these safes stood a transparent glass barrier, evidently a bulletproof door, thick and formidable. Embedded within it was a minuscule liquid crystal verification lock, connected to a substantial mechanical device below. Chen Ji understood the formidable nature of such a glass door. This was the final barrier. The surface of the glass was highly sensitive, and should it be subjected to an attack, an explosion would ensue, annihilating all contents and intruders alike. Only the custodian of the vault could access this ultimate threshold. On the floor ahead, Zhun Fei stood transfixed, her eyes glazed over, resembling a puppet bereft of its soul. The self-important woman was suddenly interrupted by Chun Yang's voice, resonating in Chen Ji's earpiece, filled with palpable rage. "I cannot believe this woman has wasted so much of my time. Since you are so proud, I shall let you experience the taste of humiliation and show you what true hypnosis entails." Chapter 433. The shattered dignity. Chen Yang's voice was laced with fury, evidently incensed by the hypnosis Jin Fei had invoked in Chen Ji's mind. He spoke sternly through the earpiece. I have grasped her thought process. This music can control her. However, the volume is too low. Turn on the speakerphone to amplify the sound, and she will be unable to resist any longer. I am facing a bulletproof glass door, Chen Ji murmured. I must find the key. The key is on this woman, Chen Yang asserted with unwavering confidence. Such a woman is exceedingly conceited, believing herself to be the most intelligent. She trusts no one, thus the key must be hidden on her. Once the sound was amplified, I will make her strip off her clothing. You will search her for the key, Chen Yang declared before falling silent. Simultaneously, an odd melody emanated from the earpiece, a tune imbued with a controlling essence. Its notes meticulously arranged to ensnare the mind. Chen Ji recognized this as the legendary hypnotic music, said to possess the power to manipulate thoughts. This hypnotic composition was developed by an Englishman in the 15th century, whose name has been lost to time. It is said that he was a fallen genius musician who, out of vengeance, dedicated his life to creating a black melody, leading many nobles to choose suicide after hearing it. Consequently, the piece was swiftly banned by the academic community, and the composer soon met a tragic fate of assassination. Only the theory has been passed down, and since then, no one has been able to replicate the same dark music. It is astonishing that Chen Yang has managed to master the art of producing such music and integrating it into hypnosis. Following Chen Yang's instructions, Chen Ji removed the earphones from his phone, activated the speaker, and turned up the volume, placing it beside him. Soon, the music began to permeate the entire basement, accompanied by Chen Yang's soothing guiding words as the hypnotic induction commenced. Before them, Jin Fei began to slowly unbutton her blouse. Unlike the daughters of the elite, Jin Fei possessed a profound cultural background and did not wear her pride on her sleeve. Her arrogance was subtly embedded within her essence, akin to exquisite porcelain that appears ordinary on the surface, yet is priceless beneath. Such a woman would never easily reveal herself before a man, even in the face of death. Yet, at this moment, Jin Fei was devoid of any feminine modesty. Clad in a silver-gray tailored suit with a white shirt underneath, she unabashedly removed her gray blazer before methodically unfastening the buttons of her shirt. This scene was intensely stimulating. Soon, the white shirt was undone, revealing a delicate lace bra in shades of white and pink. Jin Fei's figure was striking, her skin fair, her waist slender, and her prominent curves accentuated by the lace, exuding an alluring charm. She then placed her hands behind her back, carelessly unfastening the clasp, and a finely crafted magnetic keycard fell from her bosom, which had been concealed within her lingerie. Chen Ji silently approached, picked up the keycard from the floor, and proceeded to the glass security door, making a swift motion over it. With a click, the signal on the door turned green, followed by a message appearing on the LCD screen as the system began to speak. Explosion-proof system activated. Please input your fingerprint and voice. Chen Ji glanced back at Jin Fei, who stood there with her eyes cast down, her upper body bare before him, showing no reaction. Go ahead and input your fingerprint and voice, Chen Ji softly instructed. No sooner had he spoken than the music from his phone shifted, prompting Jin Fei to obediently step forward and input her fingerprint and voice at the glass door. With a creak, the door finally opened, revealing the vault inside. Go find the item I desire, Chen Ji commanded Jin Fei. She complied and walked towards the vault, but before she could reach the row of safes, she halted. Go. Retrieve what I want. Chen Ji repeated his command loudly, yet Jin Fei remained motionless. The music from the phone grew increasingly louder, and Jin Fei's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she were in immense distress. Chen Ji took a few steps forward to examine Jin Fei's face, only to immediately notice her ashen complexion and the profound agony etched upon her features, with blood dripping steadily from her nose. Her principles were excessively rigid. Chen Yang communicated through his phone. The greatest fear of hypnosis lies in encountering individuals with strong willpower. I have already manipulated her brain. Everything I instructed her to do was executed dutifully, yet she persistently resisted this particular matter. It appears that, within the depths of her subconscious, this issue represents her most significant principle. Xiao Ji, I will soon amplify the music, utterly dismantling her mind, compelling her to obey my commands. However, it is certain that she will not survive this ordeal. Her brain tissue will hemorrhage, resulting in a terrifying demise. Ensure you leave her here, locking the door tightly to prevent her screams from escaping. When the forensic experts discover her body later, they will conclude it was a cerebral hemorrhage. After finishing his statement, Chen Yang increased the volume of the music and quickened its tempo. Chen Ji observed Jin Fei, watching vibrant blood slowly drip from her nostrils, cascading onto her neck and pooling on her chest, resembling a stunning flower blooming in the snow, while her expression conveyed immense suffering, as if enduring the most merciless of tortures. Cease the hypnosis. Chen Ji whispered to Chen Yang through the phone. Awaken her. I wish to converse with her. What is it with you? Chen Yang responded irritably over the phone. Son, you are still like this, always fearing sacrifice, dreading the sight of death. Do you not realize that leaving this woman here will only create complications? Once you depart, she will undoubtedly alert the authorities and pursue legal action. That would lead to considerable trouble for you all, even for the new leader. I am fully aware of what I must do, Chen Ji replied succinctly. Chen Yang, you understand your position, do you not? You must heed my commands, but do not attempt to command me. Withdraw the hypnosis. Chen Ji's command brooked no dissent, a tone Chen Yang had never encountered before. He fell silent immediately, and after a moment, responded softly, yes. Subsequently, the music ceased, and the call was terminated. At that moment, Jin Fei seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, collapsing onto the ground. She quickly realized her upper body was bare and instinctively shielded her chest with her hands. Upon raising her gaze and encountering Chen Ji's face, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Beast, what have you done to me? You may as well kill me, she sobbed. Chapter 434. The final choice. I have done nothing. The situation is not as you perceive, Chen Ji replied, picking up the clothing from the ground and approaching her to hand it over. Put this on. We need to have a serious discussion. Jin Fei, now exposed, saw her clothes as a lifeline and hurriedly took them, putting them on and fastening each button with care. Finally, she slowly raised her head, her face flushed, gazing at Chen Ji with a mix of agitation and urgency. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? She asked. If you had merely touched me moments ago, the cameras here would have documented every detail, exposing everything to the outside world, rendering me unable to lift my head for the rest of my life. If such humiliation is your intent, why not end my life then? As Jin Fei spoke these words, her body trembled slightly, a surge of suicidal impulse coursing through her. Rest assured, nothing is visible from outside. Chen Ji crouched down, gazing into Jin Fei's face. I have completely severed the circuits outside before coming here. All surveillance footage within this space is invisible to the outside world. Only I have witnessed the recent events. You need not dwell on it. In light of these matters, your life is of greater concern now. Miss Jin Fei, I present you with a choice. Will you relinquish your tenacity or forsake your life? Trust me, should you opt for the latter, death will claim you within 1 minute. You truly underestimate me. Jin Fei's fear was palpable, her eyes brimming with tears, yet her gaze remained resolute as she pointed behind Chen Ji. He turned to glance and noticed, for the first time, a mourning hall behind him. The hall, crafted from aged mahogany, bore an ancient design reminiscent of the late Qing and early Republican eras, starkly contrasting with the modern ambience of the place. Upon a chestnut-hued wooden altar rested a jade-green urn, its appearance suggesting great antiquity, while in front lay a memorial tablet inscribed with the name Jingong, though the details were too distant to discern. Flanking the hall were two prominent golden characters, Faith and Promise. That is the spirit tablet of my great-grandfather. Jin Fei wept as she gazed at it. After he fell into the river clutching a jade cauldron, it was decades before his remains were retrieved. By then, his body had entirely decomposed, and my grandfather had no choice but to cremate his bones, placing them in this urn. This underground vault is the foundation of the Jin family. For centuries, we have never engaged in tangible enterprises. Our prosperity stems solely from the principles of faith and promise. Even if I feared death, I reluctantly entrusted the possessions to you. The spirits of my father and grandfather would never forgive me. I would rather perish than become a sinner to my family. If you remain adamant about this principle, I have an alternative solution, Chen Ji interjected, steadying Jin Fei's arms and fixing his gaze upon her. We can adopt a different approach, one that honors your principles while fulfilling my objectives. Do you wish to take a photograph? Jin Fei let out a cold laugh. I have seen the item in question. It is merely a thin envelope containing a single sheet of paper. The document's content holds all its value. Once revealed, the original loses all significance. We harbor numerous such secret documents here, some concealing earth-shattering secrets. Should they be disclosed, societal upheaval would ensue. Thus, the worth of such documents lies in their confidentiality. Allowing you to take a photograph would be akin to handing over the document itself. It was a moment of self-deception for me, from now on. The confidential documents stored here are fraught with peril, akin to proving to the world that the Chen family has failed to uphold its promises. No, you misunderstand. I shall not take any photographs. Chen Ji responded with a smile, stating, just tell me where that item is located, and I shall not approach it, nor even touch it. This way, there would be no moral burden for your side in safeguarding it. How could that be possible? Zhen Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. Do not attempt to deceive me with such lies. I implore you, it would be better for you to kill me now, for it is utterly impossible to take that item. I am not deceiving you, Chen Ji replied, his gaze fixed on Zhen Fei, an unwavering conviction shining in his eyes. In comparison to you, I hold promises in higher regard. I shall neither touch that item nor take a single step towards it. Merely a distant glance will suffice. As for you, at this juncture, Chen Ji tightened his grip on Zhen Fei's shoulders, his tone resolute. Miss Zhen Fei, I admire your principles. However, as I have mentioned, the world has changed. An unwavering adherence to such principles can morph into extremism. Let me make one thing abundantly clear. My people are currently on the ground. All trained warriors with their eyes covered, their senses dulled. Your hypnosis holds no sway over them. Even relying solely on instinct, they would strike without hesitation. I could easily end your life right now, but this is a nation governed by law, and every action is interconnected. To conceal this murder scene, I would need to eliminate those above as well, fabricating it to appear as a burglary. In other words, your current decision could lead to the demise of nearly 200 individuals, including your elder brother. Upon hearing Chen Ji's assertion, Zhen Fei's pupils dilated, her body trembling as she stammered, You know my brother is up there. Indeed, Chen Ji replied with a gentle nod. This is not a clever ruse. Your brother, to evade the pressures from the Bao family, has used a false passport to claim he is abroad. He would never abandon you to confront the Bao family alone. He has likely been hiding with you here all along. At such a critical juncture, while you safeguard the vault below, he should be stationed above with armed forces, guarding the entrance for you. As Zhen Fei absorbed Chen Ji's words, her body began to tremble slightly, her lips quivering, rendering her speechless. At that moment, Chen Ji continued, In truth, you and your companions are transparent to both Mr. Bao and myself. We can easily discern your whereabouts, comprehend your plans, and uncover your backing. You must believe me. In our presence, you are remarkably fragile, vulnerable to the point of being easily shattered. Miss Zhen, I hold your talents and principles in high regard. However, I implore you to cease testing my patience. Chapter 435. Success. Chen Ji's earnest gaze shone brightly under the light, and every nuanced expression was meticulously captured by Zhen Fei. As an astute psychologist, she was fully aware that every word spoken by Chen Ji was devoid of deceit, embodying nothing but the unvarnished truth. Zhen Fei lowered her head, biting her lip in contemplation. It was evident that her current decision transcended personal concerns, as it truly pertained to the lives of everyone above. After a brief moment, Zhen Fei raised her head and inquired of Chen Ji, Are you truly certain you will not approach that object? How can you discern its contents otherwise? I have my methods, Chen Ji asserted with unwavering confidence, dismissing any cause for concern. At this juncture, Zhen Fei appeared distinctly hesitant. Tears streamed down her face like a gushing spring, an indescribable sense of grievance overtaking her. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the third cabinet at an angle behind her. Is that where it lies? This subtle expression did not escape Chen Ji's notice. He then raised his hand, and with a resounding bang, the safe was forcefully breached by an unseen force. In an instant, the contents within were drawn forth by the same force. A large envelope made of brown craft paper, sealed on both sides with a wax stamp, securely fastened. As the envelope spun in the air, its opening was torn apart, and the paper inside was extracted. It was a folded sheet, which, when unfurled, revealed an expansive array of intricate symbols, lines, and numerous annotations, resembling a complicated map. Chen Ji glanced at the map for but a moment before turning away, utilizing the force once more to refold the paper and return it to the envelope, which he then tossed back into the safe. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. The unfolding events left Zhen Fei utterly astounded. She watched in disbelief as her mouth fell agape, questioning whether she was still ensnared in a dream. The force was an invisible entity to her. What she witnessed was the envelope seemingly folding itself and then being returned, all while suspended in midair, akin to a magical act from an illusionist performance. For Zhenfei, whose worldview was grounded in materialism, this was utterly unfathomable. Who are you? Once Zhenfei regained her senses, she gazed at Chen Ji in sheer panic, her eyes filled with terror as she instinctively recoiled. Her voice trembled as she stammered. Are you a mythical being from Chinese legends? Do you wield sorcery? Or are you a ghost? It's impossible. Such things do not exist in this world. What exactly are you? Are you still using hypnosis to control me? I do not practice hypnosis. Psychology has never been my forte. Chen Ji slowly approached Zhenfei, smiling as he extended a hand towards her. Yet what I can offer is far more tangible than mere hypnosis and holds greater significance than what you cling to. Do not touch me, you fiend. Zhenfei was evidently terrified of Chen Ji. She recoiled from his hand, hastily scrambling to her feet and darting towards the glass door, seeking refuge within a safe. Chen Ji made no attempt to pursue her, instead stepping back. The woman was already in a state of shock. Any further attempt to reach out would only deepen her fear. As she was a psychologist, it was best to allow her to gradually confront and adjust to her predicament. Chen Ji turned towards the rear door, intending to exit through the stairwell to the basement level. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. An unimaginable force surged forth from the depths below, an extraordinarily potent aura enveloping the entire basement in an instant, rendering it completely sealed within its grasp. Chen Ji was taken aback. He was acutely familiar with this aura, exclusive to demigods, majestic and resplendent. Compared to ordinary demigods, this presence was far more formidable and fierce, emanating a chilling power even before he laid eyes on its source. The aura ascended rapidly, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, as if an intense temperature were instantly conveyed, engulfing the entire basement. Simultaneously, the row of safes in front began to heat up rapidly, while Zhenfei remained hidden within them. With a swift burst of kinetic energy, Chen Ji propelled himself to Zhenfei's side, seizing her in his grasp. Terrified, she trembled violently, her eyes wide with fear as she saw Chen Ji lunging towards her, causing her to struggle desperately, her hands gripping the safe's handle with all her might. Attempting to scream for help, Chen Ji swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, "Silence. Something is approaching." As his words fell, an overwhelming wave of heat surged from the ground, causing the temperature in the basement to spike dramatically. All fabrics and papers ignited, and the steel safes glowed a fiery red. The entire underground level resembled a colossal microwave, relentlessly intensifying in warmth. Confronted with this surreal scene, Zhenfei was utterly petrified, collapsing to the ground. The sudden rise in temperature melted her shoes, and the heat quickly pressed against her flesh, searing her soles and inflicting excruciating pain. In the depths of immense suffering, the surge of energy in a fleeting moment can be astonishing. Zhenfei abruptly thrust Chen Ji's hand aside and, with a piercing scream, plunged forward. Ahead lay a row of searing safes, poised ominously before her delicate face, and the consequences of her contact with them were unimaginable. Chapter 436. A sudden turn. In this critical moment, Chen Ji leaped forward, positioning himself before Zhenfei and enveloping her in his embrace. He then released a stream of air, cocooning her in a protective shroud akin to silken threads. However, his back inevitably collided with the safes. The searing metal met flesh, and the sound of burning skin echoed as Chen Ji's back was charred by the fierce heat, an acrid smell permeating the underground space. Yet, he uttered not a single sound. He continued to cover Zhenfei's mouth and nose, silently shaking his head and placing a finger to his lips, urging her to remain silent. As faint wisps of white smoke began to rise from his back, Zhenfei's emotions gradually stabilized, and her rationality returned. She ceased her struggles, leaning against Chen Ji's embrace, gazing at his pallid face in silence. Simultaneously, the temperature around them escalated. The contents of the underground chamber warped under the intense heat. Ashes and glowing metal scattered about, while a relentless wave of scorching heat surged from below, incessantly escalating the temperature, transforming the space into a veritable furnace. Aside from some resilient metals, everything else began to dissipate. Had it not been for Chen Ji's protective barrier, Zhenfei would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. The surroundings were bathed in crimson. The heat waves distorted the air, rendering the distinction between above and below indistinguishable. Yet, Chen distinctly sensed the source of that formidable power, which had just emerged from the depths and infiltrated the room. Turning his head, he beheld a humanoid figure emerging from the fiery ground, swaying like a puddle of mud, entirely engulfed in flames, resembling a living torch as it slowly advanced. Seemingly in search of something, Chen bit his tongue, continuously channeling air to thicken the barrier, completely enveloping their presence and rendering their bodies invisible, thus concealing them from the wandering figure outside. The oppressive heat persisted for over 20 minutes, nearly incinerating everything in its vicinity. Yet, the figure failed to locate Chen, eventually collapsing like a burning mass back underground. As the powerful aura gradually dissipated, the surrounding temperature began to lower. After a prolonged stillness, once he ascertained that there was no longer any danger, Chen released Jinfei from his embrace and dismantled the barrier, instinctively clutching his shoulder. The intense burning he had endured was no jest. His back was now raw and lacerated. "Mr. Chen, are you all right?" At this moment, Jinfei found herself utterly at a loss, her gaze fixated on the horrifying wound on Chen back. It was a grotesque mark, seared into his flesh. Blood and tissue mangled beyond recognition, an utterly chilling sight. Jinfei could scarcely fathom how a person could endure such excruciating pain without a single cry, remaining eerily composed for such an extended period. "Mr. Chen, your injury is grievous. What on earth happened? What was that figure that emerged from the ground? A demon? What has become of this world?" "This world remains as it has always been. It is simply that you have never beheld its true visage," Chen replied, slowly peeling away the burnt fabric from his back. He rose to his feet, taking a moment to regulate his breathing, acclimating to the searing pain of his wound. Before turning his gaze toward Jinfei, "There exist numerous shadows in this world that you have yet to encounter. Their existence is not negated by your ignorance. Rather, some individuals sacrificed their very lives to shield you from the darkness. I am one of those individuals." Once upright, Chen gently moved his arm, the sharp pain coursing through him, yet sparing his bones. He extended his hand once more to the seated Jinfei. "Rise, Miss Zhen. Let us ascend together." Jinfei found herself at a loss for words in response to Chen demeanor. Within those few minutes, the foundations of her worldview had been profoundly shaken. The beliefs she had once held steadfast now seemed to wane in significance. After a moment of hesitation, she grasped Chen hand and stood. Though Jinfei's injury was minor, merely a slight burn on her foot, she remained motionless for a time. After what seemed like an intense inner struggle, she looked earnestly at Chen and said, "Mr. Chen, that entity, if you truly require it, I can." "There's no need," Chen interjected with a smile. "In this world, individuals of principle are becoming increasingly scarce. Continue to uphold your principles. Moreover, my objective has been fulfilled. Aside from the safe, there is little left unscathed in the underground floor." The two began to ascend the staircase. Upon reaching the basement, Jinfei approached a concealed compartment in the southern section, where she discovered Fat Wei sprawled out, sound asleep. The compartment was dark and cold, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean. "Mr. Chen, do you know whose corpse you saw during your trance?" Jinfei asked, her gaze fixed on the slumbering Fat Wei. "Is it someone I know?" "Indeed," Chen responded, his expression contemplative. "Yes," Jinfei affirmed with a nod. "He is a person you brushed past, insignificant to you. Yet to me, he was akin to a father. That corpse belongs to my esteemed mentor, Mr. Thompson." As Jinfei spoke, a hint of sorrow tinged her words. She sniffed lightly and continued. "Professor Thompson is of Danish origin, having originally lived on a remote island in Denmark, where he grew up in poverty. After enduring numerous hardships throughout his life, he eventually made his way to America, where, through relentless effort, he finally garnered recognition in the academic realm. He imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, encompassing both intellectual insights and the principles of human decency. He placed immense trust in me, akin to that of a parent for their child. He had been invited by Mr. Baoping to the Northeast to address your psychological afflictions. This was ostensibly a routine overseas consultation. Before his departure, the professor sent me an email, expressing that he would return to America as soon as he had attended to this patient, as he was on the verge of retirement, and the Academy was to bestow upon him a Lifetime Achievement Award, a culmination of his lifelong toil. He also mentioned his desire to return to Denmark, to the very island of his birth, where he cherished the night sky over the sea and the dilapidated old lighthouse. Even in death, he wished to find solace there. Yet, ultimately, We did indeed discover him there. Chapter 437. The mysterious friend. Jin Fei's tone grew melancholic as she recounted. The last email I received from Professor Thompson revealed that an old friend, with whom he had lost contact for many years, had unexpectedly reappeared and invited him away. This friend, also a psychologist and of Chinese descent, was exceptionally talented and shared a deep rapport with him. The professor planned to remain in China for a few days before returning to America, but thereafter, there was no further correspondence. When we finally found him, it was in the depths of his native island's sea. He had been submerged for quite some time, his body swollen and features disfigured. Without the intervention of a dentist for identification, he would have been unrecognizable. For a renowned psychological expert, this was not a fitting end, truly a tragic fate. What did the police say? Chen Ji inquired, pressing for details. Where was the fatal injury? Was it a murder? No. Zhen Fei gently shook her head, her expression darkening. The forensic conclusion was that Dr. Thompson died of a cerebral hemorrhage, a physiological death. It is believed he returned to his hometown and accidentally drowned. However, I know that Dr. Thompson was, in fact, murdered. His brain had been entirely compromised, his eyes ruptured, and he suffered immensely in his final moments. He was killed through hypnosis. The individual responsible was nothing short of a devil, employing such cruel methods. Do you know the name of the friend who invited him? Chen Ji asked softly, avoiding eye contact with Zhen Fei. I do not know. Zhen Fei shook her head once more. But I once heard Dr. Thompson mentioned that he had a very close Chinese friend whom he met during his studies. Although their time together was brief, Professor Thompson held him in high regard, considering him the Chinese Freud and a kindred spirit. That individual shares your surname, Chen. With that, Zhen Fei lifted her gaze to meet Chen Ji's eyes. Yet Chen Ji still refrained from approaching her. After a prolonged silence, he softly uttered, You are right. That individual is indeed a devil. Pang Wei remained sprawled on the ground in deep slumber, yet he appeared to be in great distress within his dreams, tossing and turning while snoring incessantly. Zhen Fei snapped her fingers, and in an instant, Pang Wei jolted awake. Initially, he flailed about in confusion, then, in an agitated state, exclaimed, Oh my God! I'm choking to death. I'm going to drown. Orange, hurry over here and give me mouth to mouth. I refuse to meet my end here in glory. Enough. It's time to wake up. Zhen Fei gazed at Pang Wei and asserted, Listen to me. You have emerged from hypnosis. This is reality. There is no water here. And you are safe. Your dream has concluded, and you are now invigorated. Upon hearing Zhen Fei's words, Pang Wei took a deep breath, clutching his chest, and began to breathe heavily. Suddenly, he leapt up, exclaiming, Oh my God! This hypnosis is even more terrifying than illusion. He shouted at Zhen Fei, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Dragging someone into the sea and feeding them to sharks? With a woman like you, who would dare to marry? All right, wake up. Let us head out. Chen Ji furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at the incessantly chattering Pang Wei, then gently nodded, indicating it was time. Oh! Upon hearing Chen Ji's words, Pang Wei could scarcely believe his ears. He glanced at Zhen Fei. Did I mishear? Has our esteemed psychologist taken a step back? That cannot be. Aren't you the one who values principles above all else? Or have you coerced my friend into compromising his integrity? Orange, tell me, have you been up to something behind my back? Enough with the nonsense. You can't forget that incessant chatter wherever you go. Chen Ji whispered, bracing his back as he lowered his voice. There is something down below. We must ascend quickly. I am already injured. The warriors above can protect us. Huh. Due to the dim lighting moments ago, Pang Wei had not noticed Chen Ji's left shoulder. It was only upon this reminder that he observed the serious condition of Chen Ji's back. Upon closer inspection, he saw a large burn, nearly 40 centimeters long, ravaging the entirety of Chen Ji's back. The surface was a grotesque blend of blood and flesh, with charred skin, muscle, and sinew exposed. In many areas, bone was already visible. Chen Ji's complexion was ghastly pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Seeing this, Pang Wei hurriedly approached, using his arm to brace Chen Ji's waist and assist him forward. At this moment, Chen Ji struggled to maintain his footing, leaning the majority of his weight onto Pang Wei. Orange, what are you doing? Why pretend in front of this girl? Why didn't you call for me sooner? Just shout loudly. Chen Ji whispered softly to Pang Wei, but keep your voice down. I cannot reveal my severe injuries. Earlier, something extraordinarily powerful emerged. It generates intense flames and heat, far exceeding the capabilities of current forging technologies. It is likely an incredibly formidable demigod. That entity may still be lurking underground, refraining from emerging due to my strength. Should it discover my grievous wounds, it would rush to the surface, and we would be doomed. Now, cease your talking. Let us ascend first. Pang Wei removed his coat to cover Chen Ji's injured shoulder and assisted him as he limped up to the first floor. Upon reaching the hall, they were met with a multitude of individuals, over 200 mercenaries in camouflage attire, all visibly battered, suggesting they had recently endured a fierce beating. Their weapons had been confiscated, and they sat dejectedly in the center of the hall, devoid of any fighting spirit. The gray-haired doorman was vocally lamenting among them, expressing his discontent with the mercenaries' ineptitude, claiming that 100 of them could not even defeat a dozen adversaries. He asserted that they should wait, for he would not pay them a single cent. Surrounding the mercenaries stood 10 warriors, their eyes covered with black cloth, silently holding simple blades, resembling statues in their stillness. Upon noticing Chen Ji and Pang Wei escorting Ren Jinfei, the old man hurried over, his face filled with ire as he pointed accusatorily at Pang Wei. "You fat fool. You look just like a bandit leader. What did you do to our young lady? What transpired down there? I tell you, you may feel powerful tonight, but tomorrow we will report you to the authorities and hire the best lawyers. You will all face imprisonment." At the sound of the old man's shouts, Chen Ji suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Chapter 438. The Invincible Young Master Zhen. The old man, evidently a significant figure in the Jin family, was quite arrogant and failed to notice the subtle change in Chen Ji's expression as he continued to berate Pang Wei. "You are finished. Trespassing in a private bank, robbery, and assault. Decades of prison await you. Just wait and see how Baoping from the northeast will clean up your mess. I will report you, I assure you." I pressed the sealed doorbell 3 times. "Soon, those outside will hear it, and your doom is imminent." "Enough, old man," Pang Wei retorted nonchalantly, glaring at him. "At your age, how can you be so oblivious? It has been quite some time, and you still haven't noticed? Is the sky outside still the one you recognize? Have you not observed that the heavens are shrouded in gray?" The old man, upon hearing Fat Wei's reminder, turned his gaze towards the outside. Indeed, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze, reflecting a subtle glimmer, resembling a glass dome. Prior to entering the bank, Chen Ji had, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, cast a colossal semicircular curse barrier, enveloping the entire private bank. Within this space, which was now sealed off, any event or sound could never be known to the outside world. Startled by the view outside, the old man quickly turned to Fat Wei and Chen Ji, exclaiming, "What sorcery have you employed? Who are you truly? You scoundrels, resorting to such underhanded tactics like gangsters. Once I escape, I shall certainly seek out the exorcists." Chen Ji, with a feeble voice, retorted, "At this juncture, do you not fear provoking me to silence you entirely?" Following his words, the dozen or so warriors behind him raised their swords, pressing them against the throats of the nearest captives, instantly invoking an aura of death. The mercenaries currently available in the market were largely remnants expelled from the military, mostly seeking to profit with little skill, mere pretenders. Thus, upon having their throats seized, they immediately softened, with some trembling and begging for mercy. The old man, sensing the chilling atmosphere behind him, instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. He hastily retreated a step, glancing at the warriors behind him, only to realize that they were entirely different from the so-called mercenaries. Their expressions were cold, their movements swift. They were indeed capable of lethal action. "Uncle Hu, refrain from speaking recklessly, come back." Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed from the ranks of mercenaries. Subsequently, a man rose from the crowd. This man removed his camouflage helmet, revealing a fashionable haircut, brushed off the dust from his attire, and strode forward. Positioning himself protectively in front of the old man, he extended his hand towards Chen Ji, saying, "Brother, let us not escalate the situation. I am Jin Yuren, the chairman of this bank. I am a few years your senior, so you may simply call me Boss Zhen." Chen Ji scrutinized the man before him, who appeared to be in his 30s, slightly plump, and exuding a commanding presence. His tone was excessively smooth, indicative of a man adept in social interactions. Yet, there was an air of pride about him, reminiscent of Jin Fei, suggesting he too possessed an inherent arrogance. After a brief moment of consideration, Chen Ji did not extend his hand, but instead inquired, "So you are the esteemed young Master Jin? I have often heard of you from Lord Bao, yet I was told you had gone abroad. How have you managed to evade us for so long? Quite impressive. Ah, brother. Let us not dwell on that at this moment. I have been foolish. Young Master Chen unabashedly grasped Chen Ji's hand, as if reuniting with a long-lost kin, warmly shaking it. Brother, this matter was not contemplated thoroughly. I was indeed muddled. Pray, who is Mr. Bao? What weight does it carry? Who would dare offend? Who are we, after all? We merely seek to make a living in the financial sector. Should we fail, we must return to Hong Kong. In truth, our ancestral roots trace back to Shandong, quite close to the northeast. We are indeed fellow countrymen. I have never contemplated opposing Mr. Bao. As business people, we simply desire peace. Furthermore, my relationship with Mr. Bao is not a fleeting one. To be candid, I often refer to him as Little Leopard. When he last visited Beijing, I took him to many places around the capital, and in my heart, I regard him as a brother. However, your demands this time are truly life-threatening, as they fundamentally contradict our ancestral teachings. One could say that Mr. Bao could take my life if he so wished, but this particular matter is one I cannot divulge. After my demise, I must still face my ancestors, and I do not wish for my son to look down upon me in the future. Zhen Laoda spoke fervently, but was interrupted by Zhen Fei, who exclaimed, Brother, enough. It's all been resolved. After Zhen Fei's remark, she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhen Deshao. Mr. Chen has stated they will no longer come to the bank. Oh, splendid. Zhen Deshao, a true businessman, was quick to change his tone. Just moments ago, he had spoken as if Mr. Bao were his own brother, but upon Zhen Fei's reminder, he suddenly appeared enlightened, and with a smile declared, Ah, Mr. Chen, you truly embody righteousness, sparing us small traders from difficulty. I was just contemplating, if push came to shove, I would rather breach our ancestral teachings than deny this path for Brother Chen. Truly, even if I, Zhen De, were to leave this trade forever, or if I were to forsake my ancestors, so be it. All right, young master, you might want to cease now. The normally brazen Pang Wei, known for his thick skin, appeared somewhat overwhelmed by Zhen Laoda's fervor. You claim you've never thought of opposing us. Then what are these formidable weapons for? Mere decoration? With this display, are you prepared to ensnare me and then turn us into mere riddled corpses? Had we not been on guard, we might have already become lifeless bodies in the hall. If that were the case, would you grant us a few coffins? Alas, brother, you are unjustly accusing me. The young master from Hong Kong, with a fluent Beijing accent, grasped Pang Wei's hand, tears welling in his eyes. I never intended such a thing. I merely borrowed these items in a moment of folly to frighten you. Just a charade. Even if you gave me 2 lives, I would not dare commit murder. Moreover, brother, I can see we share a connection. We may have crossed paths before, perhaps even share mutual acquaintances. This is all fate. Look at how this situation has spiraled into such a significant misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been clarified, let us all be released. I observe, my friends, that these are indeed valiant heroes, unwavering in their disdain for mere laborers. Once we step outside, I shall treat you all for several days, ensuring that we indulge in sumptuous feasts and delightful company, with beautiful ladies entirely at my expense. However, I must express my reservations. As Chen Ji listened to Zhen Dashao's lengthy discourse, his countenance remained devoid of any trace of a smile. His cold gaze fixated on the individual sprawled before him, and he remarked, in a crowd, tongues wag, but only the dead can keep secrets. I believe it is prudent to refrain from allowing you to leave. In this chilling atmosphere, Chen Ji's words, though softly spoken, bore an undeniable weight of intimidation, instantly transforming the previously relaxed ambience into one of palpable dread. Silence enveloped the hall, so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard, as the specter of death loomed ominously over them. The bank was entirely ensconced in a barrier akin to a vast dome, instilling a sense of claustrophobic terror as they realized their confinement. This sensation, recognized in psychology as claustrophobia, when intertwined with the specter of death, exacerbates panic and can drive the human psyche to the brink of collapse. Amidst the stillness, Zhen Dashao broke the silence, offering a tentative smile to Chen Ji before awkwardly saying, Brother, why so serious? Why the sudden change in demeanor? You speak as if it were the truth. Look at how frightened they are. Let us release these workers and then revel together. You have not yet experienced the joys of Beijing. Allow me to show you. They cannot leave. Chen Ji interjected coldly, his conviction slicing through Zhen Dashao's words. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries behind him began to stir restlessly, sensing the looming specter of death. their composure fracturing. Some began to shout in protest, declaring that they were merely hired hands, ignorant of the circumstances, and should not be forced to perish alongside the Jin family. A few even attempted to flee. Yet, under the formidable presence of the warriors, none could escape. These masked figures stood like harbingers of death, silent yet imposing, their aura an insurmountable barrier. As the onlookers grasped the might of the warriors, they gradually came to realize that what awaited them was likely death itself. Come now, brother, why so serious? Zhen Daxiao's face twitched slightly as he turned to gesture for silence, then returned his gaze to Chen Ji with a forced smile. Let us refrain from such somber talk. Look how frightened they are. Rest assured, my brother, I am not one unfamiliar with the ways of the world. You all are merely here to indulge in some frivolity at my bank today, and your extraordinary powers remain a complete enigma to us. Upon my departure, I shall certainly refrain from speaking indiscriminately. As for those who come after me, I can assure you that I am not one to underestimate the gravity of this situation. Today's events are nothing but a misunderstanding, a jest to lighten the mood. Haha, let us all share a laugh. If you truly comprehended the weight of this matter, laughter would escape you. Chen Ji's expression remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any leniency. He steadied himself against the shoulder of the rotund Wei and cast a glance toward the hall ahead. Counting you, there are a total of 217 individuals present. Human nature is inherently untrustworthy. Those 217 mouths, once unleashed, will become my future burden. At this juncture, Chen Ji cleared his throat subtly towards the warriors ahead and nodded. The warriors promptly received their orders, beginning to lift the individuals from the ground and hurling them towards the center of the hall to gather them in one place. The crowd erupted into chaos, a cacophony of terrified voices filling the air. Wait, brothers, hold on. Young Master Zhen immediately intervened, abandoning his playful demeanor for a serious countenance as he addressed Chen Ji. What exactly do you intend to do? Our industry has its own rules. There are lines we cannot cross. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. To take lives over this incident, with so many lives at stake, each with their own families, this is an abomination. There is a saying among us Chinese, good and evil will ultimately be repaid. Since this matter arose from my actions, if you take my life, will you not release them? Furthermore, this situation is also a fault of yours. Should this incident be spread, it shall reflect poorly upon you. I do not claim we are in the right, Chen Ji replied coldly, gazing at young Master Zhen, for the distinction between right and wrong holds little significance, as no one shall ever know of this event. With that, he steadied himself against Wei and prepared to leave. Very well, I understand. Young Master Zhen suddenly grasped Chen Ji's shoulder, his fingers tightly gripping Chen Ji's arm. I am aware of the deeds you have committed. The Bao family has long been known for their ruthless ways. I had heard whispers of your dark dealings. Once this incident unfolded, I knew escape was futile. I, Zhen Laoda, am a man. I do not regret facing death for this. However, my sister, please let her go. She is but a young girl, posing no threat to you. If it eases your concerns, keep her by your side. Just allow her to live. Surely this is acceptable? Tears welled in young Master Zhen's eyes as he fiercely clutched Chen Ji's arm, the veins on his forehead bulging, reflecting his desperation. After listening to young Master Zhen's plea, Chen Ji silently nodded and then assisted Wei in departing. Upon witnessing Chen Ji's exit, the individuals in the hall instantly descended into madness, clamoring and rushing to escape. The warriors, devoid of compassion, encircled them, hurling the mercenaries into the center like discarded sandbags, their anguished cries resonating in the air. Young Master Zhen was also trapped among them. He neither pleaded for mercy nor fled in panic like the others, but instead, he coldly observed Chen Ji's departure. Mr. Chen, did you not promise to spare my brother? He implored, his voice laced with disbelief. How can you go back on your word? At that moment, Zhen Fei rushed forward, grasping Chen Ji's uninjured arm, weeping loudly as she sank to the ground, clinging to his leg in desperation. Yet, Chen Ji remained silent, pressing onward, while Fat Wei forcefully lifted Zhen Fei and pushed her aside. Undeterred, Zhen Fei followed, wailing and shouting Chen Ji's name, even cursing him in her anguish, her mind unraveling as if she were driven to madness. When they reached the entrance, they found the luxurious Mu-He sedan still idling there. Chen Ji climbed into the car, and Fat Wei pulled Zhen Fei inside, promptly shutting the door behind them. When Zhen Fei turned back to glance at her family's bank, she was met with an unsettling sight. The Zhen bank had vanished. replaced by a translucent barrier that suddenly shifted to a blood-red hue, rendering everything beyond it obscured. Chapter 440. The Sudden Confrontation with Death, Part 2. The vehicle sped forward, a specially designed automobile with exceptional soundproofing, rendering the interior's sounds inaudible from the outside. Fat Wei and the driver occupied the front, while Zhenfei sat in the back with Qinji. Throughout the journey, Zhenfei was in a frenzied state, her hair disheveled as she cried out uncontrollably, incessantly tugging at Qinji's clothing, vehemently accusing him of being a deceiver and a murderous fiend. However, Qinji remained mute, enveloped in silence, while Fat Wei continually reprimanded Zhenfei, warning her not to touch Qinji's wounds, threatening to return her to her brother if she did. The young driver, thoroughly alarmed, was left bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The car accelerated rapidly, soon arriving at the covert military compound. Due to Qinji's shoulder injury, Fat Wei called Mu He en route to explain the situation. Upon their arrival at the entrance, a professional medical team awaited them. As Qinji exited the vehicle, several medical personnel rushed to assist him, guiding him onto an ambulance. Shortly thereafter, Mu He and Yi Qing arrived. Within this compound, there existed an independent hospital equipped with state-of-the-art medical facilities and staffed by highly skilled physicians, surpassing any large hospital in the country. Qinji would be taken there for treatment. Meanwhile, Zhenfei's emotional state had spiraled out of control, and with no one available to attend to her, she was taken back to the original and under the watchful care of dedicated personnel. Qinji's back bore the severe marks of thermal burns, now showing signs of infection, with portions of bone exposed, a grave and critical injury. In the words of the attending physician, it is nothing short of miraculous that someone who has sustained such grievous injuries could endure such excruciating pain and remain conscious. Upon entering the medical facility, the doctors administered general anesthesia to Qinji and immediately commenced emergency treatment. This life-saving operation lasted approximately 18 hours before the surgical lights were finally extinguished. When the lead surgeon emerged, he conveyed that Qinji had passed the critical period. In the subsequent 24 hours, Qinji remained under observation and treatment at the hospital. Once it was confirmed that he was out of danger, he was transferred to a secluded inn, strategically located in a remote area and surrounded by adequate security, making it a remarkably safe haven for Qinji to recuperate. However, the previous inn was no longer suitable for habitation. This time, Qinji was accommodated in a special room on the third floor of the inn, which was off-limits to ordinary staff and guarded by a rotating sentry outside, ensuring complete seclusion. As Qinji's injuries were still healing, specialized medical personnel would visit every few hours to assess his condition, change his dressings, and administer for fluids. During this period, Zhenfei, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil, would cry out loudly, causing considerable disturbance, which led to her confinement in a room adjacent to Qinji's, as there were no staff present to attend to her needs. Throughout his treatment, Qinji frequently heard Zhenfei's sobs from the adjoining room. Later, he was informed that she had refused to eat, and if this continued, she might soon be carried out. Mu He suggested that rather than permit such a fate, it would be preferable for her to perish outside, as the inn's unique location often attracted influential figures, and her death within the premises would be exceedingly problematic. However, Mu He was capable of managing the finer details. Despite this, Qinji insisted that Zhenfei be brought into his room, as he required daily dressing changes and found it cumbersome for the doctors to visit multiple times a day. The procedure for changing dressings was straightforward, and he requested that Zhenfei learn how to assist him. Fat Wei and Mu He were vehemently opposed to this, believing it dangerous to have her in the room with Qinji in his injured state, especially considering Zhenfei's formidable capabilities in hypnosis. Nevertheless, under Qinji's insistence, Zhenfei was ultimately brought into his quarters. Upon her arrival, Zhenfei exhibited an unusual tranquility. She did not attempt to attack Qinji and compliantly consumed some food to regain her strength. While the military doctor instructed her on how to change the dressings, she listened attentively and absorbed the knowledge well. It seemed as though all had quieted, and Zhenfei had forgotten the events of that fateful night. On this day, after the doctor responsible for monitoring his condition departed, the room was left with only Qinji and Zhenfei. Qinji lay motionless on the bed, with white bandages wrapped around his shoulder, while Zhenfei sat in a corner, disheveled, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Qinji turned his head to glance at her, noticing that Zhenfei had lost considerable weight over the past few days. She was originally a person of delicate and serene beauty. Although she was 2 years his senior, her recent emaciation rendered her complexion pale, her lips a faint pink and cracked, revealing traces of blood, making her appear even more endearing. It had been quite some time since Chun-Ji had encountered such an ordinary woman, one who exuded a certain ease that allowed one to momentarily forget their troubles, reminding him of his days as an unremarkable individual. Back then, he had a fondness for these cultured and graceful intellectual beauties. They exuded poise and tranquility. For someone like Jin Fei, born into a distinguished family, she embodied an unattainable goddess in his eyes. "I know what you're thinking," Chun-Ji said, smiling as he observed Jin Fei, who was gazing at him from the corner. "Is that so?" Jin Fei replied quietly, lifting her head to meet his gaze. "Have you delved into psychology? You need not be a psychologist to discern what occupies your mind," Chun-Ji remarked with a faint smile. "You are waiting for an opportunity for just the two of us alone, to strike when I am soundly asleep at night." "Precisely," Jin Fei answered unabashedly. "However, I am a person of principle," she continued, her voice still cold as she regarded him with her pallid countenance. "I understand that your injuries were sustained in saving me, and for that, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Yet you have slain my brother and countless others. You are no different from a devil. This enmity I shall never forget. Once your wounds heal, even in a room full of people, I will possess the capability to end your life." "Is that so?" Chun-Ji tilted his head, a gentle smile lingering on his face. "Confidence is commendable, and having clear distinctions between love and hate is admirable as well. However, the prerequisite is that you must be exceedingly strong. I once heard a jungle law. A lion has the choice to spare a gazelle. Yet the gazelle possesses no choice but to perish. The weak shall never forgive. Forgiveness is the privilege of the strong. You claim you seek vengeance, yet to me, it sounds like you are choosing death." After speaking, Chun-Ji slightly turned, presenting his back to Jin Fei. "I'm feeling a bit weary and wish to sleep for a while. Please awaken me at midnight. I need to make a phone call." Chapter 441. The Black Marsh. After finishing his words, Chun-Ji swiftly succumbed to slumber. When a person is severely injured, their spirit often becomes exceedingly fatigued. With that, Chun-Ji closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Jin Fei sat before his bed, unable to believe what she was witnessing, hesitant to act. This gaze endured for several hours, until it surpassed 11 at night. Psychologists are particularly sensitive to sleep patterns. From Chun-Ji's steady breathing, Jin Fei confirmed that he had indeed fallen into a deep sleep. At that moment, tears finally streamed down Jin Fei's face. The resentment she had suppressed within her heart erupted suddenly, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She began softly uttering a series of enlightening phrases, their coherence akin to a lullaby that gently filled Chun-Ji's ears. Subsequently, Jin Fei started to move her feet lightly, each step harmonizing with the rhythm of her words. In a climactic moment, she splashed the tea from the cup in her hand onto the ground. Instantly, the once firm floor transformed into a quagmire, and before long, the ground of the inn began to deteriorate, bubbling with mud and creating a marshland. As the swamp expanded, the rolling bubbles engulfed the entire room, and Chun-Ji's bed began to sink slowly. Jin Fei, standing in front of the bed, descended alongside it, gritting her teeth, her body frozen in place. First, the mire reached her calves, then her waist, and soon it was up to their necks, threatening to consume her entirely. "Is this your hypnosis? To kill me while choosing to end your own life?" Chun-Ji, still in a deep slumber, suddenly spoke. "I once heard that some individuals can induce hypnosis through subtle sounds, utilizing the most delicate senses to draw a sleeping person into a unique scenario. If one were to die in such a state, it would be as if they truly perished. I used to think this notion was far-fetched, but now it appears to be true. Yes, this is the inescapable hypnosis." Jin Fei bit her lip, blood trickling from her mouth. "From the moment I entered this room, I had already set the stage for this hypnosis, and as I tended to you daily, I too became a part of this trance. Now let us die together, suffocating in this swamp, a fitting end for a devil like you. What a pity. It is not I, the devil, who will perish, but you." After Chun-Ji spoke, he suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, a circular barrier materialized around his bed. As the barrier emerged, it shattered all illusions of hypnosis. Yet Jin Fei remained ensnared in the swamp. As she sank deeper, before she could catch her breath, her entire body succumbed to the mire, rendering her breathless. Suffocation is a tormenting agony, Junfei instinctively grasped her throat, struggling desperately, her complexion turning blue and her eyes bulging. The resolute spirit she once possessed seemed to vanish. Her face contorted in anguish as she clawed at the air, seeking Chunji's help. However, Chunji sat on the bed, observing her with indifference as her visage gradually paled, teetering on the brink of death. In the end, Chunji gently waved his hand, breaking the barrier. And in that fleeting moment, the entire hypnosis system collapsed. With the failure of the hypnosis, Junfei collapsed to the ground, her lungs heaving violently as she gradually regained her breath, yet the agony of suffocation had nearly shattered her will. Do you understand now? This is the essence of true death. Chunji gazed indifferently at Junfei sprawled on the ground, observing her face, now pale and tinged with purple from asphyxiation. He gently remarked, "Did you not possess the awareness before choosing to perish alongside me? Death is not as uncomplicated as you envision. Very few possess the audacity to resolutely take their own lives. You two have always believed that the Bao family was opposing you, since yesterday. Your brother has initiated contact with your influential connections, seeking assistance to counteract me. Yet such self-deceptive actions have merely dug your own graves. You seem to have forgotten that the greatest characteristic of politicians is their opportunism. Wherever there is advantage, they become allies, perpetually opting for those of the highest utility, discarding pawns without a second thought. In recent years, your family has fattened these individuals with money, and in return, they have opened many doors for you. However, these are precisely the secrets that such prominent figures dread to have exposed. In essence, since you boldly confronted the Northeast Bao family, you and your brother have lost all value in the eyes of these power players. Your existence is no longer a nuisance to us, but rather a burden to them. Those who stand behind you desire your demise." Junfei gasped violently, silently absorbing Chunji's words, tears cascading down her cheeks, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Chunji continued, "I understand that you have always taken pride in your ancestry. Your forebear once leapt into the river with that jade cauldron, an act that provided you a potent catalyst, leading you to mistakenly believe that adhering to this principle could navigate all matters, convinced that there exists justice in this world. Yet I am here to enlighten you. Many matters in this world cannot be measured by right or wrong, nor can they be assessed by your so-called principles. I have shared all this merely to make you comprehend the significance of your existence. If you still stubbornly wish to embrace death, I shall not hinder you." Chunji's words resonated profoundly within Junfei's ears, and this time, she did not resist, but truly absorbed his message. Soon after Chunji finished speaking, tears and snot streamed down her face, and she began to cry uncontrollably, releasing all the accumulated resentment, sorrow, fear, and confusion that had built up over time. No longer did she harbor resentment towards Chunji. She clutched the carpet, curled into a ball, and wept freely, likely for the first time in her life. "My brother is dead. He is truly gone. The bank is gone too. I have no family left. What meaning does my life hold?" Junfei sat alone in the corner, sobbing heartily. She no longer wished to lash out at Chunji, but found herself devoid of the will to persist in living. "Please, end my life, so I may reunite with my parents and brother. People like you kill daily. So, go ahead and take my life as well," wept Junfei, her sorrowful cries devoid of reason. Just then, Chunji's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and it was the call he had been eagerly anticipating. Chunji answered the call, and, after listening intently, hung up. He then turned to Junfei and proclaimed, "I have news for you. Your brother is remarkably alive." "What do you mean?" Chunji's words struck Junfei like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chunji, her mind racing to confirm what she had just heard. "I said, your brother is alive." Chunji articulated deliberately to Junfei, "Miss Jun, you must keep this information strictly confidential from now on. I possess a certain ability, which, in essence, may resemble your hypnotic techniques, yet it is far more tangible. It is known as illusionism. This skill can conjure illusions, fabricate false memories, and subsequently erase existing memories in a person's cerebral cortex, replacing them with these deceptive recollections. The lives of your brother and those mercenaries hold no significance for us or the powerful figures involved. What we fear is the knowledge they retain in their minds. Human nature cannot be trusted. Even if they swear to keep secrets, the passage of time and unfolding events significantly increase the likelihood of leaks. After over 200 individuals survive, They will soon interact with thousands, tens of thousands, and then the information will spread endlessly. Thus, I cannot harbor any illusions of their discretion. In other words, they cannot leave with memories intact. Naturally, those so-called allies of yours initially intended to eliminate you all. After all, the deceased are the best keepers of secrets. Yet, it is precisely we, whom you deem devils, Mr. Bao and I, who opted for an alternative approach. Since we departed from the bank, they have been stripped of their memories in the hall and replaced with a fabricated narrative of my creation. This process is not as simple as one might envision. It requires considerable time and carries substantial risks. Fortunately, we have nearly succeeded. From the moment we requested that item from your bank to our infiltration, all memories have been eradicated. Now, the sole individual from the Chen family who is aware of this matter is you. Is it truly real? That is simply wonderful. Upon receiving this unexpected news, Zhen Fei's mind struggled to process the overwhelming emotions of joy and sorrow, causing her to tremble nervously, unable to articulate her thoughts, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Zhen Fei trembled as she extended her hands, yearning to reach for Chen Ji, but in a fleeting moment, she was suddenly reminded of something. With a surge of emotion, she gazed at Chen Ji and inquired, "Then, what about me? Do you intend to erase my memories as well?" "It matters not, as long as my family survives. I can forget everything. No need for that." Chen Ji gently shook his head. The act of memory erasure is inherently perilous and fraught with excruciating pain. The human cerebral cortex is exceedingly intricate. A mere slight error in detail could lead to a catastrophic failure in the brain's storage process, with such failure equating to death. Just moments ago, I received news that among the 200 individuals, several have already lapsed into a coma, and they are currently undergoing emergency treatment. Should their condition worsen, they may never awaken. They were initially uninvolved in this affair, yet you siblings have entangled them within it. Thus, if they were to perish, the burden of their demise would ultimately rest upon you. As Chen Ji regarded Zhen Fei with a cold indifference for a moment, he continued, "Spare yourself this torment. Allow your memories to remain intact. You are unlike them. You possess strong principles and a pure heart. If you promise me never to disclose these matters, I will trust you. Do you wish to make that promise?" Zhen Fei felt her nose redden, and with fervor, she declared, "I, Zhen Fei, vow upon my very soul that I shall never reveal this matter. It shall remain my eternal secret." "Mr. Chen, thank you. Thank you." By the time she finished speaking, tears flowed freely from her eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly rushed forward and embraced Chen Ji, burying her face in his chest as she began to sob uncontrollably. In the days that followed, circumstances underwent a complete transformation. Everyone was released from the bank, and fortuitously, those who had been in a comatose state revived after receiving medical attention. Chen Ji's fabricated memories were meticulously crafted, akin to filling a finely detailed grid, resembling a flawlessly calculated masterpiece, a feat not everyone could achieve. Indeed, these individuals' memories had been entirely erased, with the most intriguing alteration occurring in young Master Zhen's recollections. In his mind, Chen Ji and Fat Wei had been summoned by Leopard Yi to Beijing for business, instructing him to entertain them for a few days. The influential figures he had previously relied upon had all but faded from his memory. In the past few days, Zhen Fei had spoken with her brother several times over the phone. From their conversations, she sensed that her brother was now entirely safe and in excellent spirits, allowing her once anxious heart to finally rest. For reasons unknown, Zhen Fei chose not to rush back, but instead remained at the hotel. Due to the severity of Chen Ji's injuries, long-distance travel was impractical. The doctors estimated that he would require at least a week of treatment here. Zhen Fei expressed her desire to remain for a while longer, as she had become quite adept at the task of administering medication. She wished to stay and accompany Chen Ji, aiding in his recovery while also engaging in light-hearted conversations with him, which she considered a form of repayment, a specialty of a psychologist. This decision delighted Pang Wei immensely, for Chen Ji's current residence was peculiar, making it quite troublesome for outsiders to enter. Pang Wei had been struggling with the gatekeeper since his arrival, but with Zhen Fei volunteering, he was completely liberated. He now resided in a nearby hotel, reminiscing with a young attendant, indulging in endless escapades. Meanwhile, the following week transformed into the most tranquil period for Chen Ji. Aside from the regular checkups from doctors, he was accompanied solely by Zhen Fei. Zhen Fei proved to be an exceptional companion. Engaging Chen Ji in light conversations, and sharing soothing tales that calmed his restless spirit. It felt akin to a gentle massage for his tense mind, a most comforting experience. At that moment, Chen even entertained the thought that remaining in such peaceful solitude could be quite delightful. However, the harshness of reality soon intruded. On the sixth night of Chen convalescence, a sudden tempest erupted outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Shortly thereafter, a massive shadow burst through the window, flapping its wings. Chapter 443. Covert Operation Jinfei was startled, about to scream, when the colossal bird transformed into a person, landing before Chen. Patriarch, I have urgent matters to report. Jiandi gracefully approached Chen, leaning close to whisper a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Chen expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dialed Pang Wei's number. Pang Wei, caught up in some task, answered the call, panting heavily. Hello? What is up, Orange? Calling me in the middle of the night. Miss me? We need to leave immediately. Chen urgently exclaimed. I've received news that the Dark Division is targeting Daozi. What? Pang Wei was momentarily baffled, struggling to comprehend, unsure if he had misheard. Isn't Daozi recuperating in some secret division? That guy is shrouded in mystery. I have no idea where he is. How could the Dark Division possibly find him? Indeed, Chen replied. But if the location is confidential, it would be challenging for news to circulate should anything happen. I have confirmed that the Dark Division has pinpointed Daozi's whereabouts and will dispatch assassins immediately. I need to call Leopard. You should pack up and meet me downstairs. We're leaving tonight. Understood, got it. Pang Wei grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately set about his preparations. Subsequently, Chen called Bao Ping, relaying the information he had gleaned from Jiandi in its entirety. As a mystical bird, Jiandi possesses an extraordinary ability to hear. It can scatter its feathers across desolate and secluded regions, such as deep mountains or shadowy islands, which often serve as the most fertile grounds for uncovering highly confidential information. Within one such feather, Jiandi intercepted whispers of a clandestine plot. Several voices conspired in secrecy regarding an impending covert assault. They began by deliberating the locations of the organization's hidden divisions, repeatedly mentioning the name of a red-belted warrior, Jiling, for reasons unknown. These individuals seemed intent on capturing Jiling, planning to strike while he was wounded to seize him. They had assessed the capabilities of the Ghost Blade and conducted an investigation into the overall structure of the division, formulating a plan for the raid. However, the specifics were whispered so softly that even the keen ears of the mystical bird could not discern them clearly. What Jiandi could ascertain with certainty was that the shadowy faction had resolved to capture the Ghost Blade and would act imminently. Upon hearing this news from Chen, Bao Ping was initially skeptical. In his experience, the organization's secret divisions maintained a singular line of communication with him, making them difficult to locate. Nevertheless, Bao Ping promptly dispatched someone to seek out the division's overseer to assess the situation and warn the Ghost Blade to exercise utmost caution. After concluding the call, Chen instructed Jiandi to return and continue gathering intelligence while he opted to head back to the city that very night. It was now past midnight. Flying at this hour was impractical, and arranging for the Bao family's private jet would be even more cumbersome. Thus, Mui sent a dedicated car to escort them back via the expressway. Jinfei observed everything silently from the sidelines. And as Chen finished his call and organized matters, she approached him softly, saying, Mr. Chen, are you really leaving now? Only then did Chen recall Jinfei standing beside him. He turned and nodded yes. I have some urgent matters to attend to, and I must leave as soon as the car arrives. Will you return to Beijing? Jinfei asked, her gaze flickering, seemingly shy as she struggled to meet Chen eyes. Chen glanced at her, fell silent for a moment, then raised his gaze and replied slowly. My life is typically very hectic, a world entirely different from yours. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, I doubt I will return here. Your family matters have been resolved, so you should resume your life. Thank you for your care during this time. Mr. Chen. Jinfei suddenly lifted her head to look at him. Have you never worried that I might break my promise? Perhaps once I leave, I might disclose everything that has transpired, and your identity would surely attract attention. Your perspective is rather naive. Chen smiled at Jinfei. I trust you would never jest with the lives of your loved ones. Furthermore, I have always believed you to be a person of your word. This I have never doubted. I must take my leave now. Someone will escort you back shortly. Farewell. After Chen finished speaking, he draped his coat over his shoulders, ready to depart. At that moment, His arm was unexpectedly seized. Turning back, he discovered that it was Zhen Fei's slender hand grasping his elbow. Zhen Fei appeared somewhat peculiar. Her complexion was tinged with embarrassment, and her lips trembled slightly. "Mr. Chen, I apologize." Zhen Fei's voice faltered, her gaze dropping, her cheeks blushing faintly. "I have few friends back home, and to safeguard my family's legacy, I often find myself alone in that basement. If you would permit me, may I add you on WeChat? Perhaps we could converse during your leisure moments. I understand you are quite busy, but when you find yourself with time or feeling unwell, perhaps I could help lighten your spirits. Would that be acceptable?" "Actually, I am not one to share my thoughts easily," Chen Ji replied with a smile. "Moreover, as you mentioned, we are but devils who take lives. You should seek companionship better suited for you." His words were remarkably candid, and he intended to turn away and leave. However, upon witnessing Zhen Fei's sudden look of despondency, he turned back and smiled again. "Very well, if time permits, we may chat. Perhaps I shall see you again when I next visit Beijing. I truly must take my leave now. Farewell," Chen Ji concluded, giving Zhen Fei a gentle pat on the shoulder. This small gesture seemed to fluster her greatly. Her complexion, already pale, turned beet red from neck to face, resembling a charming peach blossom. Chen Ji cast her one more amused glance before exiting the room. After descending the stairs, Chen Ji made his way directly to the hotel's main entrance, where he found Fat Wei embroiled in a dispute. The young female attendant had tears swelling in her eyes, seemingly having quarreled with Fat Wei, her expression one of displeasure, her lips pursed high. Fat Wei's face was flushed as well. Upon spotting Chen Ji, he hurriedly beckoned him to get into the car. After pushing Chen Ji inside, Fat Wei then leaned over to whisper a couple of words in the attendant's ear. Before she could respond, he hurriedly scrambled into the vehicle, as if his bottom were on fire. The car sped out of the courtyard, heading straight for the highway. Yet, before they could leave the suburbs, Bao Ping's call came through. He had dispatched someone to contact the secret division, but the situation there was far from optimistic. In Chapter 444, The Covert Operation, Part 2, Bao Ping delivered a shocking piece of news to Chen Ji. Just moments ago, they had reached out to the head of the secret division. Yet the line was now down. The organization's secret divisions operated on a single-line basis, with only a select few privy to their locations. They reported their status to the organization at fixed intervals daily. Approximately an hour ago, Bao Ping had communicated with the head there, and everything had been normal. This indicated that within this brief span of an hour, calamity had befallen the division. The branch primarily responsible for supporting the organization's resources and manpower is situated in a small city near the province. Although the distance is not considerable, the transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. It takes some time for the organization's personnel to reach there, so the specifics will have to wait for the results of the second report. During this interval, Chen Ji and Peng Wei sat in a car, racing towards the city. Halfway through their journey, Bao Ping's call finally came through, delivering a shocking revelation. The organization's personnel had already arrived at the secret branch, only to find the main entrance firmly shut, with black smoke seeping from below, rendering all communication impossible. In a state of urgency, they had no choice but to pry open the door, which triggered a cacophony of alarms, engulfed in smoke and the scent of charred remains. Upon entering to investigate, they were met with a gruesome sight, charred corpses strewn across the floor. Everyone within the branch had perished, including the warriors stationed there, the shadowy figures, technical staff, and medical personnel. From the scene, it appeared that the fire had been ignited approximately an hour prior, which meant that as GND received the news, the agents had already commenced their operation. Their execution was swift and without hesitation. The footprints on the grass outside indicated that a considerable number of skilled warriors had been dispatched by the shadowy division. Upon breaching the entrance, they lingered not. Their objective plainly defined: to locate the ghost blade and eliminate all others. Every room bore traces of their intrusion. Subsequently, after their departure, they secured the entrance, doused it in gasoline, and set the entire branch ablaze, reducing it to cinders. The organization's personnel discovered several charred bodies bound together, each marked with tags identifying them as key figures within the branch, indicating they had undergone severe torture prior to their demise. And what of the ghost blade? Upon hearing Bao Ping's account, Chen Ji's immediate response was to inquire about this. Have they found his body? Not yet. Bao Ping softly replied from the other end of the line. Our personnel have only just arrived and are currently managing the scene. Now, with hundreds of lives lost within the branch, The ground is littered with charred remains, many of which are fused together, making it impossible to distinguish between genders. Therefore, the true identities of the bodies cannot be ascertained in the short term, and it remains uncertain whether the ghost blade has met a similar fate. Understood. I will return immediately, Chen stated before ending the call. Peng Wei, who had been anxiously listening to Chen prolonged conversation, could hardly contain his impatience. How could such an incident arise so suddenly? These individuals are excessively ruthless. Furthermore, who leaked this information? The matter of the blade's treatment within the branch was so confidential. How could the shadowy division possibly know? Moreover, the organization's branches are shrouded in mystery. Even I do not know where the blade is recuperating. What kind of extraordinary capabilities does the shadowy division possess to uncover such a location? Damn it, there must be a traitor within the organization. If I find him, he shall not escape my wrath. The demise of this dark faction is truly abhorrent. They have mercilessly incinerated all the members of the branch. Fat Wei's loud outbursts greatly unsettled the young driver, who had been diligently attending to their needs throughout the journey. The driver had already sensed that these two individuals were rather extraordinary. Upon hearing Fat Wei's alarming words, his face turned pale, pondering how terrifying these gangsters were. So casually speaking of slaughtering hundreds of people. Enough of that. Chen softly cautioned Fat Wei, lowering his voice. Perhaps the situation is not as grim as you perceive. Just moments ago, Master Bao mentioned the discovery of several tortured corpses. If their intention in raiding the branch is to find Ghost Blade, it might merely be an attempt to eliminate a red belt warrior and eradicate the organization's upper echelon, or to recruit Ghost Blade. If they have indeed captured Ghost Blade, then interrogating these leaders would serve no purpose. It is quite plausible that upon their arrival, they did not find Ghost Blade, and thus resorted to interrogating the branch's leadership to trace his whereabouts. To my knowledge, the heads of the branch are all warriors, each a formidable individual. Interrogation would yield little information. And what of the blade? Fat Wei anxiously shook his head. Isn't it supposed to be recuperating? With the entire branch ablaze, where could he possibly hide? I fear the worst. Those scoundrels typically refrain from striking, but when they do, they strike with lethal force. Do they think we are to be trifled with? Once we return, we shall dismantle their branch as well. Let's not dwell on it too much. We will know everything once we arrive. As they conversed, the vehicle sped forward, traversing numerous checkpoints at a pace several times quicker than normal. After approximately 4 hours, they reached the highway entrance of the city. From a distance, Chen and the others spotted a black Audi awaiting them at the entrance. There stood Wolf 2, his expression grim, waving to their vehicle. The young driver promptly pulled over, and upon stopping, Wolf 2 respectfully opened the doors for Chen and Fat Wei, then gestured for the young driver to leave. The driver, as if relieved to escape, quickly drove away. Wolf 2 then turned, his demeanor grave as he addressed Chen and Fat Wei. Due to the urgency of the situation, the leader has specifically ordered me to bring you directly to the branch's site. Chapter 445. The brutality of death throughout the journey. Wolf 2's expression remained exceedingly stern, an additional layer of ferocity shadowing his already serious countenance. In truth, Chen could keenly sense the intense anger within him, a fury born from witnessing the slaughter of comrades, a desire to rend the killers into pieces. The journey along this road, for reasons unknown, felt exceedingly protracted. Given the organization's pace, the duration seemed rather excessive. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally arrived at the outskirts of a vast mountain, a desolate and unremarkable wilderness that typically evaded notice. Unexpectedly, a road penetrated the mountain, leading directly into its depths. Gazing ahead, the interior appeared ominously dark, evoking a sense of unease. Nevertheless, the road was remarkably smooth, allowing the vehicle to traverse it without difficulty. Chen and his companions continued along this path for quite some time before reaching the heart of the mountain. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a picturesque natural landscape of rural charm. Had one been unaware of the existence of the organization's branch here, they might have assumed it to be merely a barren woodland. Exiting the road, they approached a rocky outcrop and faintly discerned a large cave, densely populated with people. From a distance, Chen spotted Bao Ping standing at the center of the crowd, flanked by a Suo and Jiying, with numerous individuals in dark attire holding lanterns beside him. The hour was nearing 5 in the morning, and the mountain's dawn was just beginning to break. Yet sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick foliage. The organization's dark-clad members wielded large high-intensity flashlights, illuminating the path for Bao Ping, who stood elevated. His gaze fixed intently upon the cave's entrance, his expression grave. Upon noticing Chen Ji's arrival, Bao Ping gestured towards him and, once he approached, pointed ahead, saying, "Do you see it? That is the entrance to the branch. They have locked our people inside, and the fire has been raging for nearly an hour. Our personnel are currently managing the scene." Following Bao Ping's, Chen Ji looked ahead to see the entrance shrouded in charred remains and swirling smoke. Numerous individuals donned in work attire were continuously emerging from within, carrying stretchers laden with blackened corpses. Despite the distance, Chen Ji could still sense the tragic fate of those bodies. "We have accounted for a total of 374 corpses," Bao Ping said heavily, "every individual within this branch, including members of the organization, technicians, and even the cleaning staff, has met with no escape. This is the first time in nearly a century that a branch of the organization has been ambushed, and it is our most significant loss to date. This falls entirely upon my shoulders." At this juncture, Bao Ping fell silent, his eyes staring vacantly ahead, lost in thought. Chen Ji glanced at him, noting that Bao Ping's eyes had turned a deep gray, reminiscent of disturbed waters. Chen Ji had witnessed this same expression in Bao Ping during the confrontation with Old Chow. Signaling to Fat Wei, the two of them, alongside Lang Tu, advanced towards the cave's entrance. Chen Ji observed that Lang Tu was exceedingly agitated, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his forehead. The individuals present, including the men in black and the warriors, wore solemn expressions, casting peculiar glances at Chen Ji, as if they were awaiting a command from him to lead them in vengeance. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and this fervent emotion resembled a boiling flame, capable of igniting the very mountain at any moment. Before them stood a cavern entrance, flanked by two large, thick steel doors, obscured by vines and debris, which were intended for camouflage, but now lay ajar due to the internal conflagration. Chen Ji noted that the entrance was constructed of reinforced steel plates, exhibiting remarkable fortitude, with intricate metallic components meticulously designed, indicating considerable effort had been invested in its creation. As they followed Lang Tu inside, a pungent odor of charred flesh and burnt human fat assailed their senses. They advanced along the scorched remnants, discovering that the ground was entirely metallic. Ahead lay a rectangular hall leading directly to a control room, with narrow corridors branching off on either side. The structural integrity of the branch was evident, despite much of it being consumed by fire. Chen Ji could discern the sophisticated management system that once operated here. The walls were adorned with surveillance screens linked to high-definition cameras, marking every location in the mountainous region, leaving virtually no blind spots. The internal personnel adhered to strict discipline, with distinct pathways for various departments and a rapid alarm system, demonstrating meticulous attention to detail. Yet, astonishingly, this rigorously managed stronghold had been effortlessly breached within mere minutes, resulting in the annihilation of all personnel and the subsequent ignition of vast quantities of flammable materials. During this chaos, the branch's occupants had not even had time to sound an alarm. As Chen Ji and Fat Wei followed Lang Tu deeper, Chen Ji noticed numerous subtle marks on the charred floor, typically imperceptible, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed unique imprints left by the simultaneous movement of a person's middle finger and knee. "These individuals likely crawled in," Chen Ji murmured. Fat Wei, catching every word, turned to him in confusion. "What? Wasn't it said that the Dark Division attacked here? Aren't they the ones who resemble rats? Crawling in? Wouldn't that make them like mountain cats?" "Do not forget," Chen Ji replied, "humans are capable of crawling as well. Before standing upright, humans crawled like other animals. Moreover, statistics indicate that when a human's coordination reaches a certain level, crawling can actually be faster than running, and responses to threats can become more agile. I once heard that the Shadow Warriors have been enhanced by magical power, greatly elevating their physical prowess. Although the specifics of this enhancement remain elusive, I speculate that if ordinary humans were similarly augmented, it might result in a phenomenon akin to regression, often referred to as barbarism. Of course, this is merely conjecture, nonetheless. I surmise that the appearance of these Shadow Warriors upon entering this branch may indeed be quite terrifying. Chapter 446. Alif Chen Ji and Fat Wei followed Lang Tu, progressing further into a scene far more harrowing than they had anticipated. Due to the fireproof coatings applied within the branch, igniting the premises is typically quite challenging. Thus, the shadow warriors resorted to dousing the ground with copious amounts of incendiary oil and liquid explosives before igniting a conflagration, which erupted amidst a cacophony of explosions. Inside the building, numerous electronic devices had been reduced to mere remnants, shattered by the force of the blasts. The explosion's magnitude was tremendous, with many individuals obliterated instantaneously, leaving behind a grotesque tableau of dismembered limbs and mangled flesh. Chen Ji's gaze fell upon a severed head, gruesomely lodged within an electronic apparatus, while the other half lay strewn several meters away, a sight chilling to the core. As they advanced, Lang Tu's agitation grew palpable, and Chen Ji sensed that his fury was becoming increasingly uncontainable. Medical personnel and staff, all affiliated with the organization, darted about the vicinity, collecting the bodies of many whom they recognized, some with whom they shared profound bonds. Chen Ji could acutely feel the overwhelming sorrow and rage emanating from these workers as they gathered the remains. This collective anguish was akin to a volatile powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Continuing onward, they approached the medical area. Lang Tu indicated that, according to the branch's reports, they were nearing the recovery room of the Ghost Blade. The records indicated that the room occupied by the Ghost Blade was room 3074, situated at the corridor's furthest end, specifically designated for special personnel, equipped with superior sealing mechanisms. Upon reaching the vicinity, they found the door to this room still intact, albeit slightly askew from the explosion. However, within, everything had been reduced to charred remnants. Prior to this arrival, Chen Ji held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that the Ghost Blade's speed and sensitivity were beyond question, that perhaps he had sensed the impending danger and made a swift escape. Yet, upon witnessing the devastation within, Chen Ji's hopes dissipated entirely. As he pushed open the door, he discovered that the room was completely sealed, every item within having been incinerated to cinders. The floor itself reduced to rubble, rendering any chance of escape impossible for those inside. "This is the room utilized by the Jilling warriors for recuperation," Lang Tu remarked. "When we arrived, this chamber was vacant, yet outside lay numerous bodies, scattered and unrecognizable, making it impossible to discern which belonged to the Jilling warriors. Thus, it is likely that they were engaged in activities outside during that time." "Was there any incident within the branch at that period?" Chen Ji inquired. "No," the wolf map responded. "I have resided in this branch for a while, and the discipline within is remarkably stringent, with dinner served quite early. Moreover, even when activities are held, individuals of the caliber of the Jilin warriors are not obligated to participate. Thus, Jilin must have left his room on his own accord. Will the Ghost Blade come out by itself?" Chen Ji pondered silently upon hearing Wolf Map's words. During their prolonged stay at the Destiny Hall, they had grown intimately acquainted with the character of the Ghost Blade. Given his disposition, he would certainly prefer to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary interactions. Unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances, he would choose perpetual solitude within the confines of his quarters. Therefore, if he ventured out in the dead of night, it must signify a deeply personal motive, one of particular significance. Subsequently, Chen Ji circled the room a few times, scrutinizing the details around him, and discovered that apart from the charred remnants, there were no other traces left. Upon reaching the restroom, he found the conditions somewhat more tolerable. The restroom facilities in the branch were all rudimentary, reminiscent of military barracks, with all plumbing made of iron and metal, even after being scorched. Their original form had not altered significantly, though the walls were pockmarked and quite disordered. Above the flushing tank, a section of the wall was blackened and slightly bulging due to the explosion. Chen Ji felt an odd sensation, one that was difficult to articulate. He sensed that the bulge appeared distinctly unnatural. He glanced at Fat Wei, who immediately understood, approached the scorched wall, and tapped it lightly. Then, he drew a dagger from his pant leg and inserted it into the crevice of the bulging section, prying it gently. The entire piece of the wall promptly fell away, revealing a hidden compartment no larger than 10 centimeters. At that moment, a palm-sized leaf floated down. This compartment appeared to have been excavated later. It seemed that the tiles had been pried open, and a temporary cavity created with a knife. The leaf that descended from within bore an unmistakable air of the unnatural. Chen Ji picked up the leaf for inspection. It was a common locust leaf found in the northern regions. The surface of the leaf was broad, with clearly defined veins, and overall, it exhibited a slightly orange-red hue, being quite brittle, while the stem was supple and of a more yellowish tone. Chen Ji recalled his childhood days spent playing with such leaves, engaging in games to see whose leaf stem was more resilient. Back then, children would scour the ground for the most satisfactory leaves to compete, and the one whose stem remained unbroken was deemed the best. Those with yellowish stems always boasted the finest flexibility. Chen examined the surface of the leaf and touched it with his fingers, but no traces were discernible. However, upon reaching the stem, he perceived an inexplicable sensation. The sensation is exquisitely subtle. It eludes the perception of those who lack acute sensitivity. Chen meticulously explored it with his fingers, then scrutinized it through a magnifying glass. Turning to Lang Tu, he commanded, "Go, summon the warrior Jiying from outside. I wish for her to observe something." "Yes." Lang Tu promptly acquiesced and departed. Shortly thereafter, Jiying entered the room. Today, she donned black gloves, her expression grave, wielding a sword in one hand. Upon seeing Chen, she inquired, "Tribe leader, have you summoned me for a matter of importance?" "Examine this," Chen said, extending the leaf towards her. "I have heard that among warriors, there exists a unique language, and your instincts are remarkably acute, capable of sensing danger from miles away. I now suspect that the leaf stem bears a clandestine message from a warrior. Can you discern the meaning of these symbols? I wish to know with whom Gui Dao has been covertly communicating during this time." Chapter 447, A Leaf, Part 2. Upon hearing Chen words, Jiying momentarily froze, then replied with utmost respect, "Yes." She accepted the leaf from Chen, delicately brushing her fingers over its supple stem. The moment she made contact, it was evident that she sensed something significant, though she hesitated to confirm it. Closing her eyes, she gently traced the stem with her fingertips, meticulously exploring the subtle, intricate symbols embedded within. After an extended period, Jiying reopened her eyes and returned the leaf to Chen. "Reporting back to you, tribe leader. I can now affirm that there is indeed a secret message inscribed on the stem. I surmise that the characters convey, 'It is I. Let us meet tonight. Do not inform anyone.' Tonight, let us meet. Do not inform anyone," Chen echoed, his gaze fixed on Jiying before returning to the leaf in his hand. This implies that someone had previously sent a message to Gui Dao using this leaf, prompting Gui Dao to leave the division last night and evade danger. Who could this individual be? What is their intention? The tone suggests familiarity between this person and Gui Dao, indicating that Gui Dao must know who they are, leading to the clandestine meeting. Has Gui Dao been secretly rendezvousing with someone during this period of recovery? I cannot ascertain, Jiying replied solemnly, shaking her head. The secret language among us warriors of the West Qi is not particularly complex. It has existed for quite some time. Its structure resembles Morse code. Yet this language is far more refined, with minuscule indentations that not everyone can replicate. Given the current state of our organization, such intricate messages could only be crafted by a warrior of the Red Belt's martial prowess. And who do you think could be responsible for leaving this message? Chen inquired hesitantly. I cannot be sure. Jiying shook her head decisively. However, this form of covert communication was labor-intensive. The aura left on the leaf could reveal the prowess of a warrior. Only those of extraordinary caliber could produce such miniature symbols. Moreover, upon my touch, I discerned that the individual's aura was remarkably light, akin to that of Ji Ling and Ji Yang, who excel in speed and agility, something neither Asua nor I could achieve. Most importantly, this aura exuded a substantial strength. The individual was brimming with confidence and displayed remarkable swiftness. I surmise this may pertain to the so-called cursed black warriors within the Dark Division. Black warriors of the Dark Division? Chen glanced at Jiying before turning his gaze towards Pang Wei. A warrior capable of utilizing internal coded language, characterized by speed and formidable power, who has undergone the Dark Division's transformation. Who could that be? Orange, do you even need to ask me this? It is as clear as day, Pang Wei interjected. Unable to contain himself, with the temperament of the blade, he would never venture out at night for a clandestine rendezvous unless absolutely necessary. And if he sensed danger and sought to retreat, he would never disregard others. Such behavior is entirely inconsistent with his character. Thus, this individual must be someone he is quite familiar with, perhaps a mentor. As Pang Wei spoke, he smirked and glanced at Chen and Jiying. At this point, you might as well abandon hope. I know what you're thinking. Waiting for Ji Yang to feign loyalty and return, right? The truth is, that old rascal has genuinely betrayed us. I've contemplated this matter countless times, though I've never voiced it. You all are banking on Ji Yang to gather intelligence for us in the Dark Division? But have you considered that the Dark Division is not idle? Do you think they are oblivious to what we can deduce? Is Yamo a fool? I suspect Ji Yang has already been swayed. Regardless of whether it's through transformation or otherwise, he is no longer one of us. He has completely betrayed us. Ji Yang's genuine betrayal. Chen Ji's mind jolted at the thought. He stared at the leaf in his hand, musing silently. Could someone like Ji Yang truly betray us? What circumstances could compel him to act so? Furthermore, would the ghost blade behave in such a manner? Sneaking off to meet Ji Yang? Chen Ji then turned to Ji Yang. Let me pose a question. If you were the ghost blade and received this leaf, would you discreetly slip away to meet someone without informing the others? Absolutely not. Ji Yang replied with unwavering certainty. The organization enforces strict discipline. Warriors are duty-bound to obey orders and lack the authority to make such significant decisions. Aside from personal matters, all affairs must be reported to the organization and addressed by the leader. If Ji Ling were to discover that this leaf originated from the Dark Division, he would be obliged to report it to the leader immediately and seek permission before departing. Otherwise, it would constitute a severe act of concealment, punishable by flogging. Thus, it is evident that Ghost Blade perceives the information on this leaf as a matter of personal concern. Chun Jihuan, trembling with the leaf in his hand, remained silent for an extended period before finally raising his head to address the group with deliberation. This matter is known only to us. Upon your departure, please refrain from disclosing it to others. I shall personally report to the leader at the appropriate moment. Furthermore, as Chun Jihuan spoke, he turned to Ji Ying and inquired, "How long has the leader been here? I noticed that the majority outside are cloaked figures. What are the blue ribbon warriors doing? Why have they not come to safeguard the leader?" "This is the leader's directive," Ji Ying responded with an air of calmness. The news arrived too abruptly, and the organization was unprepared. The leader is a person of considerable foresight. He likely suspects that the Dark Division has devised a strategy to lure us away, leaving the Western Qi royal city vulnerable to ambush. Hence, he only permitted 12 blue ribbon warriors and us to accompany him, while the remainder stands guard at the Western Qi royal city. After all, the assault has concluded, and bringing a larger force here would serve no purpose. The recent attack by the Dark Division is indeed perplexing, Chen Jihuan remarked, furrowing his brow tightly. Even if their intention was to abduct Ghostblade, was it truly necessary to create such a commotion? Moreover, they had a mysterious warrior deceive Ghostblade into exiting beforehand. The extensive resources expended merely to incinerate this branch and eliminate its members, aside from inciting the organization's wrath, yield little genuine gain. What, then, is their true objective? Or perhaps, at this juncture, a sudden realization struck Chen Jihuan with a thunderous clarity, a diversion. The Dark Division's aim is not the branch, nor the Western Qi royal city, but rather, Ji Ying. He abruptly turned to Ji Ying and commanded, "You must leave at once to protect the leader. The Dark Division may still be lurking here." "That is impossible," Ji Ying promptly replied with precision. "When we arrived, we conducted thorough searches of the surrounding woods multiple times. There is absolutely no one within a radius of several miles in this mountainous area. Even if a few warriors from the Dark Division managed to hide here, with both myself and Warrior Aso present, they would be courting their own demise. The Dark Division would never engage in such folly. I never suggested that those hiding here are warriors," Chen Jihuan asserted with urgency. "Ji Ying, I command you to escort the leader back immediately. I suspect there is something concealed underground here." Chapter 448. The true intentions of the Dark Division. Upon hearing Chen Jihuan's words, Ji Ying's gaze flickered momentarily before she pivoted and dashed outside with remarkable speed, her form almost ethereal, her movements so swift that not even the sound of her footsteps could be discerned. Chen Jihuan, Pang Wei, and Lang Tu followed closely behind her. Racing towards the cave's main hall, where a multitude had gathered, they needed to evacuate everyone with utmost urgency. Just as they reached the hall, they observed Bao Ping entering the cave's interior, surrounded by a throng of warriors, coinciding with Ji Ying's arrival. "Leader, please depart swiftly," Ji Ying exclaimed, leaping to Bao Ping's side. Bao Ping clearly heard Ji Ying's words, yet he remained still, merely casting a downward glance at her before inquiring in a low tone, "Can you enlighten me as to why?" "Chief, the situation is dire. Please forgive me," Ji Ying responded, turning her gaze towards Asu. For the Red Band warriors, safeguarding their leader's safety was of paramount importance. Prior to assuming their positions, They had rehearsed countless emergency response protocols, sharing familiar glances and secret signals among themselves. With just a single glance from Jiying, Asu instantly understood. In an instant, the two red band warriors, Asu and Jiying, seized Bao Ping's arms. And before anyone could react, they swiftly transported him away. Just as Bao Ping exited the cave, the entire cavern was abruptly sealed, engulfed in an astonishingly high temperature. This intense heat formed a confining layer, sealing the cave entirely, while everything around began to warp and melt. The vast cavern transformed into a colossal furnace, rapidly escalating in temperature, an intensity that could shatter one's sanity and reduce flesh to ashes in an instant. Before their minds could fully comprehend the situation, the searing pain already coursed through their bodies. Suddenly, everyone erupted into anguished cries, wailing amidst the excruciating torment as they fled in panic, realizing their lives had reached a critical juncture. At that moment, they all discerned that despite the extreme heat surrounding them, it did not threaten their lives. They also noticed a thick barrier enveloping them, resembling a transparent glass dome, shielding them from the outside world. It was Chunji's protective barrier. Chunji's complexion turned ashen, his back stained with blood, his unhealed wounds torn open, causing blood to surge uncontrollably. The vulnerability of the fierce curse lay in its requirement for preparation. A sudden eruption could deplete magical energy and even devastate the heart, posing significant harm to the caster. Yet, in this moment of utmost urgency, Chunji summoned every ounce of energy to create this protective barrier, safeguarding everyone and preserving their lives. He had experienced such rapid temperature increases before, reminiscent of the encounter with Zhun Fei in the Zhun family's private vault. At that time, he found it perplexing why this capable demigod would suddenly venture to Beijing to attack him. What could be the purpose of such a reckless endeavor? Now, however, everything was clear. It was all part of a meticulously orchestrated plan. The apparent objective of capturing the Ghost Blade was merely a facade, seemingly logical enough to prevent suspicion from the organization. While in truth, the Ghost Blade had already been summoned by a mysterious figure. The true aim of the Dark Faction was this very moment. The warriors of the organization have always been the embodiment of formidable strength, and for millennia, the Dark Faction has found it impossible to contend with them. The indomitable nature of the Western Qi royal city can be attributed to a significant factor. The sorcerers of the Jiang clan have woven a seal that envelopes the entire city, rendering it nearly impervious to external assault. Following the last incursion by the Dark Faction into the royal city, the organization suffered the loss of two esteemed red warriors, along with thousands of warriors and cloaked figures, and the old leader succumbed to injuries sustained during that battle. However, the Dark Faction also faced catastrophic losses. Although their internal circumstances remain obscure, it is evident that they currently lack the audacity to confront the organization's warriors head-on. Any attempt to assault the royal city once more seems utterly implausible. Nevertheless, if they could lure the leader out of the royal city, away from the protective embrace of the Jiang clan's sorcerers, the situation would become considerably more manageable. Employing a powerful demigod to combat the organization's warriors would be the most effective means of executing the assassination of the leader. Therefore, setting ablaze the organization's branch and plundering the Ghost Blade were merely means to an end. The true objective lay in enticing the leader here and leveraging the extraordinary abilities of this demigod to eliminate him. As Chunji became aware of this scheme, the cavern was already engulfed in flames, resembling a sea of fire. Twisted and deformed debris lay scattered, while the ground softened and boiled beneath them. The fierce curse barrier imposed stringent demands on time, and Chunji's forced creation of this large-scale barrier had placed an immense strain on him. His heart raced, seemingly on the verge of exploding with the slightest touch. Within Chunji's barrier, everyone gradually regained their composure, quickly recognizing their perilous predicament. Among them were several blue warriors, yet the majority were ordinary personnel. The warriors had undergone rigorous training and had faced numerous life and death challenges, maintaining a level of emotional steadiness. In contrast, the ordinary staff members began to exhibit signs of panic. Indeed, the world outside could scarcely be described as terrifying. Beyond Chunji's barrier, everything was a distorted, fiery landscape. The air contorted and compressed, with spontaneous eruptions of intense heat occurring frequently. The ground beneath them had transformed into a smoldering, crimson mire, soft and continuously roiling with molten mud. It felt as though they stood amidst bubbling magma, a horror beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. Some medical personnel gazed down at the seething earth beneath their feet, watching as it bubbled ominously, their anxiety palpable, even prompting exclamations of fear. Were it not for Chen Ji's protective barrier, every individual present would likely have succumbed to despair long before, even if they had not been reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Remain calm. At that moment, Chen Ji cast a sharp glance around at the gathered crowd and spoke in a low, resonant tone. Rest assured, my barrier will only grow thicker. The extreme heat outside will not infiltrate our sanctuary. You are entirely safe. If fear grips you, do not gaze outward. If the ground beneath you feels too hot, support one another and shift your weight. Please, do not panic or shout, as it distracts me. I must conserve my strength. As I brace myself for the impending confrontation. Chapter 449, Facing the Enemy Head-On. Chen Ji clutches his chest, surveying the ground beneath him and the surrounding environment, pondering the intentions of the secretive organization. Firstly, if they have gone to such great lengths to lure Bao Ping here, they must possess an unwavering confidence in their victory. Previously, they aimed to eliminate Chen Ji in Beijing to ensure their success. However, Chen Ji remains unharmed, and the presence of this demigod suggests that he is confident in his formidable abilities to confront Chen Ji and subsequently eliminate Bao Ping. Thus, this demigod must be exceedingly powerful. Chen Ji's mind races, seeking any knowledge related to this enigmatic figure. While the origins of this demigod remain shrouded in mystery, Chen Ji is now certain of his mastery over the formidable powers of thermal transmission and explosive fire. In the underground vault, he was unable to fully utilize his strengths. For the best conductor of temperature is metal, and the vault was constructed entirely of brick and stone. Conversely, this cavern is completely lined with metal, creating an environment akin to a vast oven, undoubtedly the optimal setting for the transmission of fire energy. Chen Ji scans the surroundings, searching for any trace of the demigod, while continuously reinforcing the barrier to prevent the searing heat from infiltrating. Upon hearing Chen Ji's commands, the individuals within the barrier ceased their clamoring. The organization members, well-trained and bolstered by Chen Ji's esteemed reputation, placed immense trust in him. Despite the scorching earth beneath their feet and the infernal flames outside, the presence of Chen Ji's barrier instilled a profound sense of security among them. In an instant, everyone fell into organized formation, supporting one another and shifting their stances. The warriors leaped to the periphery, encircling the barrier to safeguard their comrades. Time trickled by, and beads of sweat streamed down their faces as the oppressive heat took its toll, with many experiencing dehydration and some struggling to stand. Chen Ji closed his eyes, regulating his breath and stabilizing his heartbeat, channeling energy outward like swift threads, seeking the source of the heat. As the currents of energy surged, the barrier thickened, and simultaneously, the surroundings began to undergo rapid transformation. The cavern's walls, composed of a single sheet of metal, succumbed to the extreme temperatures, causing the metal to melt swiftly. Molten iron splattering against Chen Ji's barrier with a hissing sound, emitting clouds of white smoke that were alarming to behold. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast as a mountain, continuously thickening, impervious to the explosive distortions caused by the intense heat. This formidable barrier instilled a strong sense of safety within those inside. Their hearts no longer trembled with fear as they began to search for the source of the heat together. Chen Ji's stream of energy flowed forward like delicate silk, layer by layer, filtering through every position. At last, it encountered an unusual aura that, upon contact, erupted instantaneously, becoming exceedingly turbulent. With a resounding boom, a magnificent and vast energy field finally emerged. This aura was so powerful that it instantaneously forced Chen Ji's stream of energy to retreat, while within the sweltering cave, it continued to spread, seemingly capable of engulfing the heavens and the earth. Chen Ji hastily retracted all his energy and approached the edge of the barrier, gazing forward. At the forefront of the cave, a crimson shadow appeared. This shadow was evidently just emerging from the depths of the earth, resembling a pool of molten lava in the Scarlet World, slowly rising and ultimately transforming into a humanoid form. Yet, this form was exceedingly soft, akin to a puddle of red lava sludge, lacking a distinct shape, gradually writhing on the ground as it inched closer to Chen Ji and his companions. In this environment of distortion and melting, the red humanoid figure exuded an overwhelming terror. As it inched closer, those within the barrier unconsciously stepped back, all feeling a sense of difficulty in breathing, as a powerful sense of oppression swept forth from the front. It felt akin to witnessing a demon in the depths of hell. Chunji immediately recognized this as the very humanoid figure he had seen in the underground vault. Though at that time, it was nowhere near as terrifying and lethal as it was now. As the figure slowly writhed toward them, the surrounding heat noticeably intensified, making the ground unbearable for many, with some individual shoe soles even beginning to scorch. At that moment, two blue-belted warriors leaped to Chunji's side, whispering urgently in his ear, "Chief, we are willing to become death warriors. Allow us to confront that monster in a desperate battle, even if we perish. You may take the opportunity to save everyone. No need for sacrifice." Chunji replied resolutely, "Stay here, I shall confront it. Rest assured, no one will perish." After saying this, Chunji formed a hand seal, severing the flow of energy within him, thereby stabilizing the large barrier. He then created a smaller, mobile barrier around himself and slowly floated outward. Once he left the safety of the Grand Barrier, Chunji immediately felt the unbearable heat outside, which was truly intolerable. He was clad in a short outdoor jacket made of thick canvas, but the buttons were searing hot, and the surface of the fabric was already beginning to emit ash. Chunji knew that the burns on his back would worsen under these conditions. The wounds could tear open, and blood loss would be severe. Such persistent bleeding was not a sustainable strategy. Therefore, in the face of this entity before him, he had to resolve the matter swiftly. Otherwise, everyone, including the outside by Ping, would perish here. Chapter 450. Son of the Fire God. The fiery figure, ablaze with a brilliant crimson hue, slowly approached Chunji. Simultaneously, a searing wave of heat surged towards him, causing the protective bubble surrounding him to quiver and pulsate erratically. In that moment, Chunji finally discerned the true visage of this being of fire. It was indeed a humanoid form, or rather, a transformation of human likeness. This entity loomed twice the size of an ordinary human, and upon closer inspection, appeared to be male. His skin, rendered translucent by intense combustion, was enveloped in flames. Every strand of hair and body hair flickered with fire, while his eyes, nails, and other features radiated a fiery brilliance, making him resemble a mass of molten lava from a distance. Although the fireman moved with deliberate slowness, each stride was imbued with formidable strength, causing the ground beneath him to soften and glow a deep crimson, akin to the surface of a volcanic landscape. As he approached Chunji, trailing a cascade of scorching flames, he abruptly opened his blazing maw, resembling a vast black hole, and exhaled a breath of searing heat. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere became even more oppressive, as the breath expelled by the fireman sent tremors through the air, akin to the sound of an explosion among the flames. The fireman quivered intensely, seemingly capable of producing sound, yet it resonated with a deep, muffled timbre, devoid of any human semblance. "I am the son of the ancient fire god, Luo Xian, of the bygone era. Today marks my 1008 years of existence. Before me stands the progeny of the treacherous Jiang clan, is it not?" The voice of the fireman was peculiar, although his words flowed coherently. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, rolling in waves that were nearly unbearable. What was most disconcerting was the heat radiating from his voice, enveloping Chunji in a fervent warmth. The name son of the fire god Luo Xian triggered an immediate search within Chunji's mind, recalling the ancient deity's origins. Indeed, Jiang Zia had consecrated a fire god named Luo Xian, yet the historical records of the Jiang clan displayed scant information regarding this deity, suggesting a deep-seated aversion to the fire god whom Jiang Zia had personally enshrined, as if they wished to erase him from memory. In the annals of Chinese mythology, the name Luo Xian is well known. He is the god forcibly consecrated by Jiang Zia at the Fengshan platform. Among the folk tales that have persisted through the ages, there exists an ancient manuscript, the origins of which are now lost to time. Its contents recount that Luo Xian was once an immortal practicing on Fire Dragon Island, who claimed to be the son of the primordial fire god Zhu Rong. He was later invited by Shen Gongbao to assist the Yin army in their endeavors. Luo Xian possessed formidable powers, including the ability to manipulate heavenly flames. His steed, the Crimson Smoke Steed, could soar through the skies, unleashing torrents of fire. And he had once decisively defeated the renowned General Huang Tianhua. During the tumultuous times of war, the divine generals of the Shang army found themselves in a state of vexation, unable to breach the defenses of the Western Qi royal city. Yet, Luo Xian, within the tent, assured his comrades, "Fear not, for this very night I shall cleanse the Western Qi completely, sparing my mind from further distress. My singular effort shall suffice." The other generals were skeptical of his bold proclamation, but Luo Xian promptly drafted a military decree, vowing to capture Western Qi. Subsequently, he harnessed the art of fire escape, soaring into the heavens on his vermilion steed, unleashing a barrage of fiery arrows into the royal city of Western Qi. Black smoke billowed ominously, and crimson flames surged forth, engulfing the city in chaos as cries of the populace reverberated through the air. Upon learning of the inferno, King Wu of Zhou rushed to the terrace, lamenting, "GFA has acted unjustly, incurring the wrath of heaven, bringing this calamity upon the people. I beseech the heavens to obliterate GFA and spare the innocent from this disaster." With that, he prostrated himself on the ground, weeping bitterly. As the flames intensified, Luo Xian, astride his steed, opened a vessel of fire, releasing countless fiery crows that soared into the city, spewing flames and trailing smoke. This was no ordinary fire. It was the celestial fire, impervious to mortal waters. In an instant, the entirety of Western Qi crumbled, its anguished cries echoing through the cosmos. At that moment, a princess from the Dragon Sea descended from the heavens. This noble figure, the daughter of the supreme deity and the golden mother of the Yao Pool, had been cast down to the mortal realm due to her longing for earthly love. Witnessing the conflagration ravaging Western Qi, she intervened, conjuring a mystical incantation and producing a vessel from the four seas. With a graceful motion, she poured its contents over the fiery crows. Instantly, torrents of water cascaded down like pearls falling from the sky, sweeping across the city, extinguishing the flames and rescuing Western Qi. Afterward, the heavenly King Li Jing engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Xian, ultimately subduing him with the Golden Pagoda. Later, on the day of Jiang Ziya's canonization, there were intentions to appoint Luo Xian as the god of fire, only for him to refuse the command. In a fit of rage on the consecration platform, he berated Jiang Shang. Consequently, Jiang Ziya ordered Li Jing to strike the Golden Pagoda upon Luo Xian's head, resulting in his demise, his brain splattering upon impact. In death, he was granted the title of the Southern Three Qi Fire Deity, a position of divine authority over fire. Though these tales may be rooted in folklore, their antiquity combined with the records of the Jiang clan reveals a profound discord between this fire deity and Jiang Shang. Furthermore, the Jiang clan's loyalty records bear no mention of descendants of the fire god, suggesting that after his deification, no progeny ever pledged allegiance to the royal city of Western Qi. Chen Ji, vigilant as he observed the fiery figure before him, exclaimed, "If you are indeed the offspring of the deified Jiang clan, why do you favor the ghost city of Fengdu? Are you unaware that after the Western Zhou, all demigods fall under the jurisdiction of my clan? Do you not recognize the royal city of Western Qi?" The colossal fire figure trembled, as if seething with rage or mocking him. "Foolish and ignorant, we regard the divine positions conferred by the Jiang clan with disdain. My ancestor, Luo Xian, is the son of the primordial deity Zhu Rong, inherently the god of fierce flames. How could he sully himself by associating with the treacherous Jiang Shang, who dares to forcibly deify my ancestor as a new god? The divine seal bestowed upon Jiang Shang has long been shattered by me. After a millennium of enduring the agony of revenge, the day has finally arrived to unveil Jiang Shang's grand deceit. Jiang's illegitimate son, do not dare to mention the city of Shiqi before me again. Even the Ji clan's royal lineage I regard as mere human serfs. Your ancestor, Jiang Ziya, stands before me as nothing more than a cursed aberration against heaven. Today, I have come to claim the life of this wretched offspring." Chapter 451, Son of the Fire God, Part 2. Upon concluding his words, the descendant of the fire god seemed to succumb to an overwhelming frenzy, igniting everything around him in a chaotic conflagration. The very fabric of the heavens and earth was thrown into disarray. Suddenly, the body of the fireman began to soften, melting into a pool resembling liquid magma, coalescing into a single mass akin to a glowing volcanic rock. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye as he swiftly reared back. With a resonant hum, his fiery form gradually unfurled, emanating a magnificent aura that surged from within, instantly expanding to fill the entire space. This atmosphere, utterly distinct from the previous one, was overwhelmingly potent, seemingly capable of enveloping the heavens, the earth, and the sun and moon. To describe it as destructive would not be an exaggeration. Chen immediately realized that the son of the fire god was not exaggerating his power. Indeed, he was immensely formidable. Was this the strength of an ancient divine bloodline? If this was merely that of a demigod, what astonishing might would a true ancient deity possess? Chen pondered silently, instinctively erecting his barrier to ascend from the ground, ensuring he would not be consumed by the inferno. Yet, the intense heat spread rapidly throughout the cavern. The temperature within had surged to its limits, and Chen estimated it had reached levels beyond human capability, soaring into the tens of millions of degrees Celsius, a temperature only conceived in human imagination. Simultaneously, he heard anguished cries erupt behind him. However, he refrained from turning around, fully aware of the unfolding horror. The large incantation barrier he had set was beginning to falter under such extreme heat. He could hear the voice of Fat Wei shouting, desperately maintaining order, urging everyone to remain calm while carrying the injured away from the scorching ground. The lethal potency of temperature is instantaneous, leaving no room for even a moment's respite. Those behind him could no longer afford to wait. However, Chen could not afford any hesitation at this moment, for even the slightest wavering of his resolve would reduce everyone to ashes. He swiftly tore open his coat, exposing the skin of his upper body, and in an instant, he felt the scalding air threatening to breach the barrier. Meanwhile, the blood flowing from his back continued to seep, as if yearning to merge with the raging flames. 1 minute. Chen imposed this time constraint upon himself in a flash of thought. If I cannot subdue him within this minute, we shall all meet a tragic end here. With that thought, he severed any retreat. He rapidly channeled all the energy within him, placing his fingers to his lips and biting down fiercely. Subsequently, a vivid stream of blood gushed forth, unleashing a torrent of chaotic, serpentine curses that surged forward with ferocity. These energies twisted and turned, weaving together with tremendous intensity, each strand manifesting myriad paths of entanglement, akin to intricately crafted chains. In an instant, they formed an expansive net that enveloped the fiery figure beside him. The binding prowess of the fierce curse was no jest. Thus far, no force had proven more resilient than this incantation. This was Chen greatest power. Anything ensnared within it found it exceedingly difficult to resist. Consequently, as the fiery man was ensnared by the fierce curse net, the heat he had just unleashed was promptly quelled. His aura ceased to expand, and his body curled inward. He shrank into a ball, struggling to escape the bindings. But in that fleeting moment, Chen was already poised for his next assault. He extended his left palm, silently reciting the incantation, and with a sudden burst of brilliance, a ring leapt from his hand, rapidly transforming and expanding in the air, shimmering like a wisp of snow dust in the sweltering space. Concentrate the essence into a bow, Chen exclaimed, as the ring instantaneously morphed into a bow, its arrowhead formidable and sharp, inscribed with a plethora of intricate incantations. He licked the arrowhead with his lips, staining it with his blood, and then silently uttered the most ferocious offensive incantation from the Jiang clan's spellbook, the great spell of divine decapitation. As the words of the spell resonated from Chen lips, the silvery arrowhead began to inscribe incantations of its own. These inscriptions were etched deeply, and as Chen blood splattered into the grooves, they absorbed the essence, gradually transforming into a blood-red luminescence. The once silver arrowhead now trembled with a life of its own. Meanwhile, the son of the fire god began to swell, his body thrashing wildly, as it became clear that the fierce curse net was on the verge of losing control over him. In that critical moment, Chen quickly knocked the arrow, aiming it at the fiery man's head. Now, as Chen let out a low shout, the arrow shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the head of the fire god. It pierced through layers of flames, directly striking the fireman's skull. Instantly, he became immobile, his body bubbling like magma, limbs melting away. A terrifying low growl emanated from his mouth, reverberating throughout the cavern, a sound that was deafening and soul-stirring. This chilling wail reminded Chen of the sorrowful cries he had once heard from Bai Qian in the tomb of the celestial fox. He deeply sensed the immense torment that the divine slaying incantation inflicted upon divine beings. The fireman was in excruciating pain, unable to suppress his furious roars. Yet, Chen could also distinctly feel the fireman's anger. Should he break free from this bondage, his vengeance would be all the more frenzied. The fireman continued to howl, the temperature within the cavern seeming to slightly diminish, yet his body emitted white smoke without perishing. Chen was now entirely certain that the arrow could not unleash the full power of the divine slaying incantation, meaning that the fireman could not be entirely vanquished at this moment. Once this furious offspring of the fire god erupted again, the ensuing devastation would undoubtedly be lethal. Chapter 452. The powerful divine offspring the fire god continued to wail in madness, his voice profoundly resonant. Though the temperature in the cavern appeared to have decreased slightly, Chen quickly turned to gaze at the individuals within the barrier behind him, and the scene there exceeded his expectations. Many had collapsed to the ground, covered in charred ash, their faces marked by terror and despair. Most of their garments had turned to cinders, and their skin was severely burnt. Among them, Fat Wei fared the worst, incessantly directing others to maintain order and not to fall, even as his own hair and clothing had been incinerated. Yet, the blue-banded warriors stood resolutely at the periphery of the barrier, their expressions unwavering, bare-chested against the searing heat, their skin marred by burn marks. Move. Chen bellowed towards the rear, and with a wave of his hand, transformed the massive barrier into a fluid, bubble-like form. Upon receiving the command, the blue-banded warriors and Fat Wei sprang into action, swiftly gathering the injured from the ground and propelling everyone forward. The instinct for survival that erupts in the face of imminent death is unimaginable. Despite the scorching temperatures and their grievous wounds, they sprinted as if flying, racing towards the cave's entrance. However, despair set in as they reached the cave's mouth, only to find it sealed off by fierce walls of fire. The flames melted the surrounding rock walls, forming a hard stone barrier. This meant that as long as the fire god remained alive, their escape was utterly impossible. The detestable Jiang clan. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind Chen. He swiftly turned, only to discover that the fire god, who had just been torn into a heap of mud by the divine incantation, was now slowly reconstituting, transforming into a colossal humanoid figure, engulfed in raging flames once more. How infuriating! The fire god's voice, at this moment, bore no semblance of normality. It resonated like the tumultuous clash of molten lava and mountains, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, one could palpably sense the terrifying wrath within, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a piercing shriek, a silver light burst forth as Chunji's arrow was deflected from the fire god's head, hurtling back towards him like a comet. Chunji raised his hand, grasping the arrow firmly. Meanwhile, the fire god had reformed into a humanoid shape, now even more massive, resembling a small mountain, with molten lava coursing over his body, exuding an unbearable heat, and extending a hand towards Chunji. You audacious spawn of the Jiang clan, dare to be so arrogant. I shall turn you to ash. Come, meet your demise. No way. Chunji's mind quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Dark Division sent this demigod for a reason. It is far too powerful, surpassing all demigods I have encountered, perhaps even rivaling ordinary deities. What should I do now? Retreat? No, I cannot retreat. If I do, those behind me will perish. I must confront this foe head-on and deliver a swift, fatal blow. But how to engage? This creature is now too enormous, and the power of the incantation feels insubstantial. I need the force of a tangible weapon. An arrow is too feeble. I require a whip. Yes, a whip, one that can envelop the divine incantation. If only I could conjure that whip now. Just as Chunji pondered, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm, an unusual sensation emanating from the arrow. Looking down, he saw the arrow in his hand flickering with an ethereal light, transforming into a crimson radiance, trembling uncontrollably. Realization dawned upon him as he examined the arrow. A drop of blood glimmered on the silver tip. This blood, radiant and distinct from human blood, was that of a powerful demigod, the fire god's blood. A peculiar sensation surged through Chunji's mind, a profound connection between man and weapon. An indescribable intuition. I have wounded him. I possess the fire god's blood, which means. Suddenly, an uncontrollable pain surged through his palm as the silver arrow began to shrink wildly, reverting to a ring and burrowing back into his hand. At this moment, Chunji felt a tumultuous energy surging within his palm, followed by an uncontrollable force erupting from his grasp. This power radiated with a brilliance that enveloped him in an overwhelming aura of mystical energy. Within this luminescence, a long, peculiar weapon began to materialize. This weapon, adorned with shimmering scales, resembled a silver dragon, soaring gracefully through the air and expanding in size. It was a dragon-shaped whip, glistening with silver scales. After performing a graceful arc in the air, the silver dragon descended slowly into Chen Ji's hand, filling him with an immense surge of power. The sensation was as if this whip could cleave the heavens and compel all creation to bow before him. However, Chen Ji found his arm immobile, for he distinctly sensed the tremendous weight of the whip, as if it were 1,000 pounds, beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to wield, and impossible for him to lift with his current strength. At that moment, the colossal hand of the fire god loomed before Chen Ji, the flames erupting from his being seeming to singe Chen Ji's eyebrows. Beneath the searing palm of the fire god, Chen Ji's protective barrier was gradually softening, and he felt as though his forehead might melt away. Jiang Clan's wretched spawn, I shall incinerate your very organs and bring about the annihilation of your lineage. The voice of the fireman was filled with rage, yet he hesitated to advance further, for he had caught sight of the divine whip in Chen Ji's grasp. Do you recognize this artifact? Chen Ji slowly raised his head, gazing upon the fiery titan before him. He subtly moved his right arm, causing the divine whip to dance in the air like an enraged silver dragon. With a swift motion, the fireman retreated, quickly distancing himself from the intense heat. He came to a halt, and the flames surrounding him gradually extinguished, revealing his true form. Chapter 453. Conspiracy. Indeed, he was a man, yet his stature was 15 times that of an ordinary human. His facial and shoulder bone structure was distinctly different from that of a human. His hair billowed like burning clouds, his mouth was disproportionately large, filled with sharp fangs, and his red eyes blazed with fury. The man fixed his gaze intently upon the divine whip in Chen Ji's hand, gritting his teeth, yet he did not advance. The moment Chen Ji laid eyes on this figure, he was certain of one thing. This was no mere demigod, but a true divine progeny. The lineage of the gods was clear. Gods are born as deities, their offspring remain divine, while those born of gods and humans are demigods. And those of beasts are divine beasts or beastmen. Children of demigods and royals are referred to as divine progeny. The power of divine progeny is second only to that of the gods, while the progeny of ancient gods surpasses even the deities themselves. Historical figures like Jiangshang, Fengdu's Sun Yamo, and Japan's Abe no Saimai were all embodiments of divine progeny. Divine progeny exist at a considerable distance from humanity. Some are closer to humans, while others are far removed. The divine progeny before Chen Ji was unmistakably distant from humanity. At this moment, Chen Ji stood firmly, his remaining magical power nearly depleted. The divine whip felt exceedingly heavy in his grasp, yet he remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently upon the fiery figure before him, betraying not a hint of emotion. The divine whip, a celestial artifact, seemed to resonate with the gravity of the situation. The fire creature, with its square jaw, gritted its teeth and uttered a voice akin to the rumbling of molten lava. It then turned its gaze upon Chen Ji, its grotesque countenance devoid of expression, yet inexplicably. Chen Ji felt an unsettling sense of amusement emanating from it. In a sudden explosion, flames erupted, and the fire creature vanished into the ground. With its disappearance, the surrounding temperature plummeted, a chill encroaching upon Chen Ji as the divine whip rapidly coiled into his palm, retreating from the cold air. Soon, blood began to seep from his palm. "Chief, are you all right?" Several blue-clad warriors hastily approached to assist Chen Ji, who had collapsed to the ground. "I'm fine." He quickly adjusted his breathing and commanded, "Smash the debris blocking the cave entrance and evacuate everyone." "Hey, hurry up over here," came the loud voice of Fat Wei from a distance. The group turned their attention to the entrance, where Fat Wei and his companions had been laboriously clearing the cave's mouth. The obstruction was now removed, revealing the chaotic scene outside, where shadows clashed violently. Fat Wei stood at the cave's mouth, sword drawn, shouting, "Warriors, get out and help. The chief has been attacked." Chen Ji's heart sank at these words, the memory of the fire creature's grin flashing in his mind. He immediately shouted to the blue-clad warriors beside him, "Go now." The dozen or so blue warriors, upon receiving the command, darted forth like the wind. Chen Ji followed swiftly to the cave entrance, where he beheld a shocking sight. Numerous black-clad warriors had emerged from the ground. These figures were peculiar, their bodies caked with dirt, clad in dark, red-black garb. Their eyes dull yet tinged with a hint of crimson, reminiscent of lifeless zombies. What astonished Chen further was that these warriors were now prostrate on the ground, their fingers clawing at the earth like iron hooks, their eyes fierce and menacing. From them, he sensed an aura that seemed a blend of human and beast, wild and untamed. A faint wisp of black smoke rose from their bodies, giving the impression of a corporeal form exuding dark vapor, both tangible and ethereal. Moreover, these warriors exuded a potent scent reminiscent of the snake. During their encounter with the black whale, Chen and his companions had stumbled upon the snake's lair in the Wushan Mountains, becoming quite familiar with this odor. At that time, Chen had speculated that Yamo's mobilization of forces was no mere whim. His true intent was likely to corrupt the warriors of the Dark Faction. The warriors of the organization are extraordinarily formidable, particularly the red-belted warriors whose strength remains unassailable. Thus, for the Shadow Faction to surpass the organization, they must resort to shortcuts. At this moment, this hypothesis has been unequivocally validated. The warriors of the Shadow Faction have completely shed their human essence, replaced instead by the primal instincts of beasts. Among these warriors, some appear to have defected from within the organization, still donning discolored wristbands, albeit tattered and frayed. Their expressions are chillingly cold and impassive, resembling lifeless puppets, merely instruments of aggression. The black warriors of the Shadow Faction move silently, their fingers gripping the ground tightly, their waists bent and poised like predatory animals, ready to pounce upon their targets. At the very heart of the battlefield stand the warriors Baoping, Aso, and Jiaying. Aso and Jiaying encircle Baoping, their long blades stained with blood, protecting him as a wall against the onslaught of black warriors' corpses that litter the ground before them. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the black warriors have failed to gain any advantage during this skirmish. Observing the situation from within the cavern, a dozen blue-belted warriors swiftly join the fray. Upon reaching Baoping's side, they liberate Aso and Jiaying, allowing their true strength to manifest. Aso swiftly tears off his left sleeve, unveiling a densely inscribed arm covered in incantations. Spitting forth a drop of blood, he smears it upon his fingers and plants his palm against the earth. In an instant, the myriad black symbols on his arm surge into the ground, launching a fervent assault that encircles all nearby black warriors, trapping them in a vice-like grip. Simultaneously, Jiaying brandishes her long blade and leaps into action. Her assault is swift, akin to a falling star, as she descends upon the area swarming with black warriors. Grasping the head of one unfortunate foe, she forcefully drives it into the ground before he can react. In an instant, the warrior's skull shatters, blood and brain matter splattering across the vicinity. The sheer shock of this act is staggering. The black warriors swiftly recognize the peril they face and scatter like startled spiders, their eyes fixated on the formidable Jiaying. Refusing to grant them respite, Jiaying's blade slices through, cleanly severing the heads of several surrounding black warriors. The scent of blood ignites a frenzy among them, and they charge at Jiaying like a horde of crazed black spiders, only to be dispatched one by one. Her fists deliver tremendous power, enhanced by her chi manipulation, shattering the skulls of many foes, while others find themselves with their heads twisted off, revealing stark white cervical vertebrae. The sight is undeniably harrowing, even causing the once unstoppable black warriors to falter. As they hastily retreat, the long blade of Aso arrives at the scene. This marks the first encounter for everyone with the formidable prowess of Aso. Chapter 454, The Might of the Great Warrior. To describe Aso with the terms lightning and thunder would be an understatement. Aso's blade surged forward in a linear assault, weaving through the air like a tempest, creating an atmosphere akin to a storm, unstoppable and fierce. In that moment, the immense power of the elder generation of red belt warriors was unmistakable. Aso's offensive capability far surpassed that of Jiaying. The dark warriors of the Shadow Faction appeared as fragile as mere ants before him. Anything that dared to obstruct Aso's blade was reduced to fragments, blood splattering gruesomely in the aftermath. The blue belt warriors surrounding Baoping were instantly galvanized by Aso and Jiaying, eagerly leaping into the fray, resulting in a chaotic melee filled with the clash of blades and the scent of blood. Just then, a whistle pierced the air, causing the dark warriors to freeze in place. They ceased their assault, standing as if their mission had been accomplished. Gradually, their bodies were enveloped in black smoke. ascending before vanishing into the ground, leaving no trace behind. As the bewilderment lingered, a section of earth suddenly erupted before Bao Ping, shattering explosively to reveal a dark silhouette. This shadow moved with such swiftness that it caught everyone off guard. By the time the Blue Belt warriors comprehended the situation, the shadow had already darted toward Bao Ping's face. With a resounding clang, Aso, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward and blocked the attack with his long blade. The shadow veered slightly, grazing Bao Ping's left cheek and leaving a deep, crimson gash that flowed profusely. The shadow landed with a thud on the ground. It was a black spear, forged from dark gold and imbued with ancient craftsmanship, coated in a virulent green substance, hinting at its poisonous nature. Simultaneously, Aso descended, his blade slipping from his grasp, his wrist stained with blood. His weapon, of mediocre quality, had shattered upon deflecting the spear, with blood streaming down his left cheek. Bao Ping cast a glance at the spear on the ground, his dark gray eyes deepening in intensity, seemingly igniting with flames. He pressed his bloodied hand to his face and, with a singular finger pointed forward, issued a chilling and unequivocal command: "Leave none alive." At Bao Ping's command, all warriors leaped into the air. Aso placed his inscription-laden left arm to his lips and began to chant loudly, causing the myriad of inscriptions on the ground to twist and contort, rendering the earth transparent. The shadows of the dark warriors flickered ominously beneath. Ji Ying quickly followed suit. Raising her long blade, she plunged it into the ground, and blood erupted forth as she pierced through the dark warriors below. The remaining Blue Belt warriors swiftly joined her, their blades striking in unison. Thus, all the black warriors perished underground. The events unfolded with such swiftness that by the time the battle concluded, everyone was gasping for breath. At that moment, however, Bao Ping suddenly collapsed. Initially, he knelt on one knee, covering his face with his hands, and raised a hand to signal everyone to remain calm. Aso and Ji Ying, witnessing this, hurriedly rushed to his side to support him. Bao Ping then draped his arm over Aso's shoulder, and with Aso's assistance, they slowly made their way toward the designated vehicle. Throughout the journey, an eerie silence enveloped the group, as if they were momentarily devoid of thoughts or actions. They silently watched Bao Ping board the vehicle, and in the final moment, Chen clearly observed that Bao Ping had become utterly immobile. Once the vehicle carrying Bao Ping departed, the crowd finally reacted, erupting into a cacophony of voices. Lang Tu, who had been wielding a firearm to protect the technicians within the cave, now stood bare-chested, displaying evident burn marks from neck to chest. He approached swiftly, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed an intense glare upon Chen. "Tribe leader, the Dark Department has had the audacity to directly attack us, incinerate our sub-branch, and annihilate our warriors. Now they dare to assault our leader. This is a profound humiliation. Must we endure it any longer? In my view, we should take the initiative and pursue the Dark Department, confronting them in a decisive battle. Our organization does not fear death." As Lang Tu's voice rang out, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervor. Including the blue-banded warriors, their repressed anger surged to its zenith, finally erupting into a clamorous demand to seek out the Dark Department and eliminate them completely. The atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos. Finding the Dark Department sounds simple enough, Chen remarked while casting a sidelong glance at Lang Tu, gently shaking his head. "First, focus on your own responsibilities. Bravery is not merely a matter of words." Lang Tu instantly recognized his misstep, promptly silencing himself and retreating to the back. The others, observing Chen expression, dared not utter another word. At that juncture, Chen surveyed the scene. Many within the cave had suffered burns, some already lying on the ground in perilous condition. The warriors, having endured the recent skirmish, were visibly injured and fatigued. "Fat Wei," Chen addressed the stout man beside him. "Take a team of black-clad individuals and ensure the injured are transported back for immediate medical attention. We must prevent any loss of life. The remaining personnel will be led by Lang Tu. We cannot linger here any longer. We will send additional forces later to clean up the aftermath." "Understood," Lang Tu replied with utmost respect, then patted Fat Wei on the shoulder as they proceeded to account for their numbers. Meanwhile, Chen felt an intense burning pain searing across his back, unbidden. He realized that at some point, his back had become soaked with blood, and the burns inflicted upon him were agonizing. A few perceptive blue-banded warriors gathered around him, speaking in hushed tones. "Tribe leader, you are gravely injured. Allow us to escort you back. If others discover this, it may incite panic. Very well. Chen gently nodded, placing his hand on the shoulder of the blue ribbon warrior. Bowing his head, he followed them into another vehicle. It was uncertain whether it was due to the escalating severity of Chen injuries or some other reason, but their vehicle sped along at an alarming pace. In an instant, Chen felt as though he had returned to the organization. As they approached the entrance, medical personnel surged forth, swiftly carrying him inside. Someone informed Chen that Bao Ping had already been taken to the shaman for treatment, and due to his excessive blood loss, he too was to be sent there. Chen instructed them not to take him there, but to convey him directly to the Jiang family's library, where he could recuperate on his own. Chapter 455. The Changing Hearts of Men. As Chen entered the water of the river, his wounded body felt as though it were on the verge of running dry of blood. The agony of burns was excruciating. He quickly submerged himself, allowing the water to seep into his wounds, facilitating their gradual healing. The boundless power of magic began to surge into his body, swiftly replenishing his depleted strength. This weariness was unlike any he had previously experienced. It was the first time he had confronted a living divine son after sustaining injuries in Beijing. Chen had often contemplated the capabilities of these divine beings, yearning to witness firsthand the might that ranked just below the gods. However, upon engaging with them, he realized that their strength was indeed extraordinary. In the water, Chen closed his eyes to rejuvenate, reflecting on the events that had transpired recently, including the ambush and the assassination attempt on Bao Ping. All of these occurrences seemed like links in a chain, appearing logical yet profoundly unsettling. Ultimately, Chen placed himself in the position of Yamo, pondering what intentions lay behind his actions. Furthermore, he contemplated the source of Yamo's deep-seated hatred for the organization. Immersed in the river for an extended period, Chen skin rapidly underwent metabolic renewal as waste blood and flesh flowed into the pool. His wounds gradually congealed and formed scabs in the water. Infinite magical energy continuously streamed into his body through the river. When Chen emerged from the Jiang family library, he discovered that shamans had gathered en masse in the surrounding woods. The Grand Shaman, Anaya, still adorned in his vibrant, oversized cloak embellished with jingling bells, hastened towards Chen as soon as he saw him. Kneeling before Chen like a great yak, he respectfully proclaimed, "The clan leader has sustained grave injuries outside. This is all the fault of your servant. The chieftain is facing peril outside, while the servants are trapped within the walls of Shichi Wangqing, unable to extend a helping hand. Alas, how powerless we are. Upon hearing that the chieftain has been injured, my heart is wrenched with anguish, wishing fervently that I could bear his pain in his stead. My heart aches profoundly." The great shaman Anaya began to elaborate extensively, his manner of speaking increasingly akin to that of the outside world, enriched with eloquent language and fervent emotion. His exaggerated gestures resembled those of poorly made Taiwanese films from the 1960s, sending shivers down Chen spine. Enough, enough, cease your speech. Chen could no longer contain himself, waving his hand to summon the shamans to rise. He inquired of Anaya, "What is the condition of our leader? I observed that the tip of the spear that struck him was poisoned. Is the leader in danger now?" Reporting to the chieftain, Anaya responded promptly, "The leader has expelled the poison following the shaman's treatment. This poison is exceedingly rare, derived from a very ancient divine beast. We have never encountered such a toxin before." Yet the leader lost consciousness swiftly after being struck, experiencing paralysis in his limbs and an inability to walk. If it were a human outside, the situation would surely be dire. "And what of the leader now?" Chen pressed on immediately. "There is no longer any cause for concern." The great shaman Anaya replied respectfully, bowing his head, "The shamanic medicine surpasses human healing arts. We, the shamans, have performed incantations to extract the poison from the leader's body. He is now completely out of danger and is expected to recover within a week." "Is it truly that simple?" Chen mused. "If the toxin is so easily dispelled, why would the dark faction exert such effort? It seems rather inconceivable. Anaya, can you ascertain that this poison bears no lingering effects?" Chen continued to question the great shaman. "This remains uncertain and cannot be predicted," Anaya answered. "We can only perceive the surface toxicity of this poison, but the future is beyond our knowledge. This toxin has never been documented. It seems not to originate from this land of Huaxia. I surmise it may be the poison refined by the divine beasts of Yingdu City. Its potency is beyond our comprehension. However, the leader is now able to walk unaided, and Shichi Wanqing has always been blessed with fortune. The leader is divinely protected and should encounter no further issues. However, at this juncture, the great shaman Inaya hesitated, then brought his arms together and stepped closer. Bowing before Chen Ji, whispering, "Yet, I must report one matter. I have just sensed a change, a most subtle transformation. I feel that the warriors within Shichi Wanqing are harboring thoughts of change." "What?" Chen Ji's expression turned grave as he regarded Inaya. "Can you be certain?" "The human heart cannot be spoken of with certainty," the great shaman Inaya replied in a subdued tone. "Humans, unlike us demigods, possess fragile hearts, swaying between good and evil, ever-changing. Even the slightest occurrence can provoke a shift. This is merely my perception." After those warriors returned with the injured leader from outside, I sensed a slight but noticeable change. It was a transformation deep within the human heart, as humanity became a mere subconscious entity, perhaps unbeknownst to themselves. "Now I understand." Chen Ji solemnly murmured to Inaya, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone. We must remain vigilant during this period and closely observe the movements within the city. No minor issue should be overlooked. If any further disturbances arise, inform me immediately." "Yes, I shall obey," replied the great shaman Inaya. Chen Ji then turned his gaze to the old lantern boy ahead, commanding, "Lead me to the leader." The great shaman Inaya and the other divine shamans promptly stepped back, clearing a path for Chen Ji. Following the lantern boy, they proceeded towards the Wang city of Shiqi. The light within the royal city remained dim, and as they traversed the corridors of the Wang city, everything around them felt markedly different. The lantern boy did not guide Chen Ji to the royal court. Instead, he took an alternate route leading to the leader's private chamber. Along the way, Chen Ji encountered several warriors whose eyes flickered with a certain unease. In their faces, he discerned an obscure emotion that he could not quite comprehend. Yet it felt perilously dangerous, akin to hidden explosives lurking deep within Shiqi Wang City, ready to detonate and obliterate centuries of history. They finally arrived before a grand double black door, behind which lay the leader's bedroom. Chen Ji had been here before, during his last visit. He had encountered the old leader, who had addressed him as Jiang Qing with a voice that resonated like thunder. He recalled how the old leader had sternly chastised Bao Ping in this very room, laced with profound expectations. Yet at that time, neither Bao Ping nor Chen Ji had perceived that expectation. Returning to this expansive chamber now, everything had changed. The old leader was no longer present, and the new leader, Bao Ping, had taken residence within. The guards on either side opened the door for Chen Ji, while the lantern boy hesitated, retreating to lean against the door, allowing Chen Ji to enter alone. The chamber was still shrouded in a haze, evoking a sensation of existing between reality and dreams. Exactly as it had been during Chen Ji's first visit. Before him stood a large, semi-transparent screen, behind which was a vast bed, faintly visible. Flanking the bed were bronze lampstands and incense burners, adorned with intricate, ancient patterns reminiscent of the royal palaces of the Zhou dynasty. On either side of the bed stood two shamans holding long incense sticks, seemingly concluding a ritual. At that moment, Bao Ping's voice emerged from behind the screen. "You have arrived? Come in." His figure slowly became discernible as he sat up on the bed, beckoning Chen Ji. Approaching, Chen Ji navigated around the screen to find Bao Ping seated on the bed, his upper garment completely torn open, revealing a torso enveloped in bandages inscribed with dense incantations. Resembling a mummy, Bao Ping's left cheek had turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple. The original wound had expanded several-fold, rendering his left visage nearly unrecognizable. The skills of the shaman were undoubtedly remarkable, yet their methods were invariably brutal. They had torn open the wound on Bao Ping's left cheek, inscribing their sorcery with golden water to extract the poison. One could only imagine the torment Bao Ping had endured during that agonizing period. "Please, take a seat." Bao Ping gestured towards a large chair beside the bed, addressing Chen Ji. This chair, shrouded in a haze of smoke, appeared to be crafted of black material. Its design both ancient and peculiar. Beside it stood a smoldering incense burner, easily overlooked unless one paid close attention. Once Chen Ji had settled into the chair, Bao Ping raised his hand to the surrounding shamans. "You may leave now. I am feeling somewhat fatigued." "Yes, sir." The shamans bowed respectfully before departing. As the door closed behind them, Bao Ping turned his gaze to Chen Ji, his cheek a stark sight. Chen Ji averted his eyes, seeking to escape the discomfort of the moment. "Do you know?" Bao Ping's voice was soft, The chair you are now seated in is over 5,000 years old? According to my adoptive father, this chamber has remained untouched since the time of King Wu of Zhou. Everything here retains the essence of that era. It is said that King Wu met his demise upon this very bed, with Jiang Shang seated in your current position just before his death. Is that so? Chen Ji replied with a faint smile, his hand grazing the heavy armrest of the chair. It seems history never truly fades. It perpetually unfolds anew. Bao Ji, have you ever pondered? Bao Ping suddenly remarked, but he did not elaborate, instead turning his face away. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, have you considered the true objective behind the recent assault orchestrated by the Dark Division? His tone was unusually subdued, a voice Chen Ji had never before encountered. Chen Ji discerned a strange emotion flickering across Bao Ping's face, subtle yet profound, suggesting a vulnerability within him. It is quite simple, to attack the branch and assassinate you. That is their aim, Chen Ji replied, meeting Bao Ping's gaze. Yet, such elaborate efforts yield no substantial outcome in the end. Please, continue, Bao Ping urged, as he picked up a cigarette and gently tapped it against the ashtray. It was an incomprehensible raid, extravagant yet nonsensical, Chen Ji continued. If their intention was indeed to assassinate you, they have already succeeded. That black spear has wounded you. Were it me, I would have opted for a swift and lethal poison, one capable of bringing instant death, easily obtainable and leaving no room for recovery once the blood is drawn. Why resort to such convoluted methods? Indeed, it is quite troublesome, Bao Ping murmured, continuing to tap the cigarette. This recent incursion by the Dark Division was certainly unwarranted. They lost many black warriors, yet all they achieved was to wound me with a single arrow. Yet the truth remains that Yamo is not a fool. His intent is not to take my life, but rather to undermine the hearts of the organization. Bao Ping ultimately lit the cigarette in his hand, taking a puff before continuing, aware that the leader is merely a title, and I am not the sole individual capable of assuming that role. Even if I were to be slain, a new leader would promptly emerge. The Ji clan has produced countless talents, and inevitably, a new leader bearing the Ji surname would rise to take my place. In such a scenario, the organization would likely become even more united in the face of adversity, fueled by a common enmity due to my demise. This is not the outcome that Yamo wishes to witness. What, then, do you believe their objective to be? Chen Ji inquired, smiling at Bao Ping. The branch they attacked holds little substantial significance. It merely serves a supportive role. Even if they were to eliminate everyone there, the impact on the organization would be negligible. With so many black warriors lost and such a commotion stirred, what could their true purpose be? It seems that Yamo is not as astute a divine son as one might think. Indeed, you know the answer. You simply choose not to voice it, Bao Ping replied, gazing silently ahead. He took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling softly as he said, the Western Qi royal city has been governed by the Ji royal family for millennia, and my ascension is an anomaly. No matter how one tries to conceal it, this remains an undeniable fact. I am not of the Ji bloodline. For an organization as deeply rooted as this, killing is effortless, but striking at the heart is a far more formidable challenge. The organization's branches have spread across the nation like a colossal centipede. If their intent were merely to annihilate a branch, they could have chosen one far afield. The outcome would still bear no significance. Thus, their true aim is not directed at the branch, nor at my life. Their genuine objective is to strike at the heart, to obliterate my standing in the eyes of the organization. After Bao Ping concluded, silence enveloped him, and Chen Ji found himself unable to continue the conversation. Indeed, he had already discerned this answer while at the watering pool. Bao Ping was correct. The Ji lineage in Western Qi has endured for over 5 millennia, a remarkable testament to the longevity of a royal family. The organization venerates the Ji clan because they exalt martial prowess. The warriors within the organization have always survived on a singular belief, a profound inner honor that empowers them. They possess an unwavering conviction in their own strength, in the indomitable nature of their organization and its leader, and in the sacred cause for which they pledge their lives. Under such exalted spiritual faith, they become valiant and fearless. However, should this belief waver, the consequences would be dire. This time, the shadowy faction brazenly attacked the branch right under the organization's watchful gaze, resulting in the deaths of numerous individuals and, most crucially, injuring the leader of the organization in full view of all. Throughout the illustrious history of the organization, every leader has stood as the most exceptional warrior among them, embodying the organization's might. Had the former leader been the target of the assassination, his martial prowess would undoubtedly have allowed him to evade that dark spear. This incident serves as a stark reminder to all warriors that the current leader is an outsider, not bearing the surname Ji, and is not even a warrior by nature. He lacks the qualifications to command the warriors of Huaxia. This undeniable truth has been laid bare before everyone, and the shadowy faction has effectively wounded the pride of the warriors within the organization. Such sentiments may lead them to question their new leader, Bao Ping, and ultimately, the very significance they have relied upon for so long. Subsequently, they might even begin to doubt the values for which they have devoted 5 millennia of their lives, a reality that Chen Ji dreads to confront. Master Bao, even so, we must endure, Chen Ji said softly, lowering his head. The shadowy faction has been provoking us of late, hoping to incite our anger, leading us to recklessly seek them out for a decisive confrontation. However, this is not the time for such a battle. We have far too many matters to attend to. Moreover, the shadowy faction remains concealed across the nation. Their size and internal structure are unknown to us. A rash assault would leave us uncertain of victory and beyond our control. What we ought to do now is quietly observe the movements of the shadowy faction, without initiating any offensive actions. Therefore, Master Bao, you must exercise patience. Once we navigate through this turbulent period, I will find a way to utilize the demigod to gather intelligence on the shadowy faction and strategize accordingly. It's merely a trivial matter, Master Bao said, tightening the bandages around himself before donning his coat, his previous expression fading as if he were indifferent to the situation. Furthermore, there is something I wish to convey to you, Chen Ji remarked, instinctively glancing toward the doorway. Everyone had already exited, and the heavy black iron door to the bedroom was firmly shut, its edges sealed tightly, providing excellent soundproofing. Their voices should not escape. Yet, Chen Ji kept his voice exceedingly low. Master Bao, I discovered something in the abode of Ghost Blade. Upon finishing, Chen Ji retrieved the leaf he had found in the branch and handed it to Bao Ping. Bao Ping accepted the leaf and scrutinized it under the light, gently touching the stem. Is this a coded message? Indeed, Chen Ji replied. The content of the message reads, It's me. Let us meet tonight. Do not tell anyone. This implies that shortly before the fire incident, a mysterious red-banded warrior had sent this leaf to Ghost Blade, luring him out, resulting in Ghost Blade's current unknown whereabouts, though he likely owes his life to that encounter. Do you suspect that the person who sent this coded message is Jiyang? As Bao Ping gently caressed the stem of a leaf, a sudden smile graced his lips. Is there not a possibility? Chen Ji's gaze remained serious as he met Bao Ping's eyes. We all understand that human nature is inherently fragile. No one is entirely immune to temptation, nor can anyone place unwavering trust in another. Bao Ping, with a faint smile, continued. What I speak of here is not merely a question of human nature. My adoptive father never imparted any physical techniques to me during his lifetime, yet he endowed me with a unique skill, the ability to discern character. Each individual is distinct. Even the most adept at disguise cannot alter their essence. Some personalities remain immutable throughout their lives, such as Ji Yang. Within the confines of this Western Qi royal city, I cannot vouch for others, but I am unequivocally certain that Ji Yang will never betray us. At this juncture, Bao Ping glanced once more at the leaf in his hand. Moreover, this signal was not devised by Ji Yang. He has communicated in code to me before, but not in this manner. The speed of this individual surpasses Ji Yang's, and their technique is remarkably refined. If we are to speculate on the identity of this person, Chen Ji, do you recall our prior discussions about that elusive figure who covertly opened the organization's backdoor? Chen Ji nodded in immediate recognition. Bao Ping continued. This is an invisible specter of a warrior who, during the last moment of organizational vulnerability, stealthily breached the entrance, allowing the dark faction to infiltrate. This led to the assault on the Western Qi royal city, the slaughter of the guards, the defection of some warriors, and the severe wounding of the former leader. All of this was orchestrated by that unseen red-belted warrior. We have sought to identify this individual and even suspected those close to us, such as Ji Ying and Ji Ling, resulting in substantial losses. Yet this shadowy figure has remained elusive, as if they never existed. However, I am now certain that this person is the one who has been clandestinely transmitting messages to the Ghost Blade. How can you be so sure it is him? Chen Ji inquired, his expression grave. Bao Ping raised his gaze. meeting Chen Ji's eyes with calm determination. Because, just the night before last, I encountered him. What? Chen Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. You saw him? Here? In the Western Qi royal city? Bao Ping clarified. To be precise, he came to see me. He stroked the leaf stem thoughtfully. That night, Asu reported to me that he sensed a faint fluctuation of qi in the air outside and insisted on going to investigate. At that moment, there was no one else in the royal court. I sat there alone, and that person appeared right behind me. Chapter 458, The Ghostly Warrior. What? Chen Ji felt an uncontrollable surge of tension. What does he intend to do? Did you see who he was? What does he want? Merely my head, nothing more. Bao Ping responded with a calm smile. I was simply seated there when he suddenly materialized behind me. There was not a hint of vitality. His hand rested upon my shoulder, and I could sense the calmness of his breath, alongside the sound of his blade being drawn. Bao Ping's gaze was fixed ahead, lost in recollection, his sensations reminiscent of the ghostly blade, precisely as Ji Ying had once described. He was a figure as swift as the wind, yet far surpassing the ghostly blade in prowess. Although I was not a warrior myself, I could ascertain that he was undoubtedly the most formidable swordsman I had ever encountered. Then, Chen Ji inquired, what happened next? Bao Ping continued. He remained there, his hand upon my shoulder, standing behind me for an extended period. I did not move. Nor did he. Did you exchange any words? Chen Ji pressed further. We spoke but 2 sentences. Bao Ping replied with an air of nonchalance, as if that moment held no fear of death for him, but rather a strange enjoyment. I asked him, what was your intention? Did you come to kill me? Or to discuss something? Or perhaps you were searching for someone? Yet he remained silent, and I could hear the steady rhythm of his breath behind me. Ultimately, I heard him sheath his long sword, and in an instant, he vanished. When I turned back, the space behind me was utterly empty. He had disappeared like a specter. Was there an investigation afterward? Were there any footprints? Chen Ji inquired again. You must understand that in this modern age, it is impossible to leave without a trace. He continued. Forensic experts can uncover minute evidence on the ground where one has tread, detect fingerprints or skin flakes on door handles, and at the very least, trace the individual's entry into the Western Qi royal city. There was nothing on the ground. Bao Ping gently shook his head. At that time, you were in Beijing recuperating, and I did not inform you of this matter. However, on that very day, I enlisted specialists to conduct a thorough search, leaving no detail overlooked. Yet this individual had indeed left no trace. He appeared as if conjured from thin air, leaving no fingerprints on the door handle, no skin or hair, no footprints, nor any sign of passage. The technicians informed me that it was scientifically impossible for anyone to have been behind me at that moment. As the royal court was entirely sealed, no one could enter a closed space without passing through the main entrance. There are only 2 possibilities for such an occurrence. First, that I was hallucinating. Second, that the person was, in fact, a ghost. A ghost? Chen Ji cast a glance at Bao Ping and then pondered aloud. Pao Yi, let us not delve into the existence of ghosts at this juncture. Merely hypothetically, if that truly were a ghost, who do you think this spectral swordsman standing behind you might be? I do not know. Bao Ping shook his head solemnly and said, I increasingly despise speculating on matters. I prefer tangible evidence, analyzing the sole possibility through that evidence. What can be established now is this. First, I absolutely did not hallucinate. Second, there is no such phenomenon as resurrection, nor do ghosts exist. I still vividly recall the sensation of his presence upon my shoulder. He was undeniably a living being, possessing extraordinary martial prowess that allowed him to move with the swiftness of a specter, an aspect of his being that eludes our current understanding. As Bao Ping articulated this, he handed a leaf to Chen Ji, gesturing towards the intricate markings along the leaf's stem, indicating that this ghostly warrior had discreetly transmitted a message to Gui Dao, facilitating his escape. Leaning forward, Bao Ping lowered his voice, stating, Thus, we may now delineate the visage of this spectral warrior. He undoubtedly knows Gui Dao and shares a profound connection with him, having once been deeply enmeshed with the organization, capable of traversing the confines of Shiqi royal city. However, entry into this royal city is no simple feat. Therefore, within its walls, there must exist a high-ranking insider. Are you suggesting? Chen Ji's brow furrowed deeply as he paused to glance towards the doorway, hesitantly meeting Bao Ping's gaze. Could it be that you suspect this insider resides within the Elder Council? Indeed, Bao Ping affirmed, though his voice was barely above a whisper. Yet his tone exuded unwavering conviction. At this juncture, employing the process of elimination renders the matter exceedingly clear. It is rather straightforward. Very few within the organization are privy to Gui Dao's whereabouts. Not even you or I have been informed. The only individuals who know his precise location are myself, a select few managers who interact with the branch, and those within the Elder Council. No one else is aware. You see, the Ji clan's Elder Council holds substantial influence within Shiqi Royal City. The status of an elder is immensely prestigious. They were once seasoned warriors, renowned for their martial achievements, and upon aging, they enter the Elder Council to oversee the Ji clan's ancestral shrine. This is the highest honor bestowed upon them. They possess the authority to intervene in any organizational matters, even overseeing the leader's actions. For thousands of years, no betrayal has ever occurred within the Elder Council. Thus, I had never harbored doubts about them, believing the issue lay with the managers linked to the branch. However, after this incident, I am now entirely certain that the insider, the ghostly warrior, resides within the Elder Council. This insider is a person of great composure, meticulous in their actions, never revealing any misstep. Yet this time, an urgent situation has arisen. In truth, the ghostly warrior's arrival in Shiqi Royal City was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Indicative of his desperation, he must be aware of the imminent danger facing Gui Dao, necessitating the urgent need to locate him and extract him from the branch. But if this matter is so pressing, why did he not summon this insider for inquiries? Why risk entering the heavily guarded Shiqi Royal City? Such reasoning seems illogical. Thus, there can only be one explanation. This insider is utterly incapable of leaving, forever confined within Shiqi Royal City. Despite their noble status, they are bound by restrictions, criteria that align solely with individuals of the Elder Council. Therefore, after eliminating all possibilities, even if this reality is difficult to accept, it remains the singular truth. Within our Ji clan's Elder Council, there must be an individual persistently conveying messages to the clandestine faction.